tell the truth, or at least don't lie. Do not do things that you hate. Act so that you can tell the truth about how you act. Pursue what is meaningful, not what is expedient. If you have to choose, be the one who does things instead of the one who is seen to do things. Pay attention. Assume that the person you are listening to might know something you need to know. Listen to them hard enough so that they will share it with you. Plan and work diligently to maintain the romance in your relationships. Be careful who you share good news with. Be careful who you share bad news with. Make at least one thing better every single place you go. Imagine who you could be, and then aim single-mindedly at that. Do not allow yourself to become arrogant or resentful. Try to make one room in your house as beautiful as possible. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today. Work as hard as you possibly can on at least one thing and see what happens. If old memories still make you cry, write them down carefully and completely. Maintain your connections with people. Do not carelessly denigrate social institutions or artistic achievement. Treat yourself as if you were someone that you are responsible for helping. Ask someone to do you a small favor so that he or she can ask you to do one in the future. Make friends with people who want the best for you. Do not try to rescue someone who does not want to be rescued. And be very careful about rescuing someone who does. Nothing well done is insignificant. Set your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. Dress like the person you want to be. Be precise in your speech. Stand up straight. With your shoulders back. Don't avoid something frightening if it stands in your way, but don't do unnecessarily dangerous things. Do not let your children do anything that makes you dislike them. Do not transform your wife into a maid. Do not hide unwanted things in the fog. Notice that opportunity lurks where responsibility has been abdicated. Read something written by someone great. Pet a cat when you encounter one on the street. Do with it. Write a letter to the government. You see something that needs fixing and propose a solution. Remember that what you do not yet know is more important than what you already know. Be grateful. In spite of your suffering.
Well, you might as well start by writing down that URL. I'll show it to you again at the end of class. That's where the syllabus is. The syllabus will tell you pretty much everything you need to know about the class. There's a text. This is it. It consists of readings from a larger text. I use it because it's old, but a lot of the theorists that we're going to talk about are also old, and so I found this particular text accurate. And many of the people that we're going to talk about are have very sophisticated views of personality, and I think that it does you a disservice unless you read something that's sufficiently sophisticated so that you actually understand, at least to some degree, what the people that we're going to study were talking about. We might as well start, I suppose, with a definition of personality. It's hard to define something that's that general because when you're speaking about human beings, it's not that simple to figure out what constitutes personality and what constitutes something else. So I'm going to hit at it from a couple of different perspectives. And while I'm doing so, I would like you also to consider the nature of what you're going to learn. Human personality is essentially unfathomable. Human beings are unbelievably complicated, and we're nested in systems that are also unbelievably complicated. There are more patterns of connections between neurons in your brain than there are subatomic particles in the universe by a substantial margin. You can look up Gerald Edelman if you want to find out about that. And so it's not unreasonable to point out that you're the most complicated thing we know of by many orders of magnitude. And the probability that you can understand yourself in anything approaching totality is extraordinarily low. So this makes the study of personality something very daring and hopeless and complicated. Now, we're going to cycle through a very large number of theorists, and what you'll find is that although there are commonalities between them, there are marked differences. And so then you might ask yourself, well, what's the point of studying this sequence of theorists and ideas if there's no point of agreement between them? And I would say, first, there are points of agreement between them. although personality hasn't advanced to the point where I would say that we have a homogeneous theory that's free of internal contradictions. But I would also say that personality is a hybrid discipline. It's partly science, but it's partly engineering. The clinical element of it, I would say, is more like engineering, and what engineers do is try to do things. They try to make something happen, and they are informed by theory, but the point is still to build something. And when you're working as a clinical psychologist, and most of the initial theorists that we'll discuss for the first little more than a third to a half of the course are clinical theorists, they're trying to build something. And they're dealing with very, very difficult conceptual problems, because they're either trying to cure mental disorders or maybe even unhappiness and trying to bring about health. And the problem with that is that it's not a straightforward thing to define a mental disorder from a scientific perspective, because what's healthy mentally and what's not is partly social judgment, and it's partly socially constructed, and it partly has to do with norms, and it partly has to do with ideals, because you might also say that to be healthy is to be normal, but you could also say that to be healthy is to be ideal. And then of course you run into the problem of having to conceptualize an ideal, and it isn't self-evident that science is capable of conceptualizing an ideal, because ideals tend to fall into the domain of moral judgments, say, or philosophical judgments, rather than scientific judgments per se. So what I would say to you is that it would be worthwhile to approach this course as if you were an engineer of the human spirit, an engineer of your own spirit to begin with, but also an engineer of the spirits of other people, because as you interact with other people, you inevitably tell them what you want and what you don't want. When they give you what you want and what you admire, you respond positively to them, you pay attention to them, you smile at them, you focus your thoughts on them, you interact with them, and you reward them for acting in a particular manner. And when they don't respond the way that you want, then you punish them with a look, or by turning away, or by rejecting their friendship, or when you're a child, by refusing to play with them. And so we're engaged in the co-creation of personalities, our own and others. And that also brings up the same question: what is it that we are all collectively trying to be and trying to create? I suspect that you all have the experience of falling short of the ideal, an ideal that you hold for yourself or an ideal that other people hold for you. I suspect that you all feel the negative consequences of falling short of that ideal. Freud would conceptualize that as the superego imposing its judgment on the ego, you being the ego, the superego being a hybrid, I suppose, of external forces and also your internalization of those judgments and forces. Now, personality per se, I would say, has these elements of ideal and has structural elements as well, and we're going to talk about those more in the second half of the class. The structural elements can be lined up and outlined more scientifically. The second half of the class concentrates more on physiology, brain physiology, and on statistical approaches to the description of personality. I suppose you might say that that outlines the territory. The course is called Personality and Its Transformations because we have personalities, that's who you are now, but our personalities are also capable of transformation, of change. I mean, obviously, we think about that as learning. Some of that might be regarded as factual learning, and some of it might be regarded as learning how to perceive and behave. And I would say that the clinical psychologists that we'll cover to begin with are much more concerned with the nature of the implicit structures that shape your perceptions, and also the implicit structures that shape your behaviors, and how they're integrated in relationship to your negative emotion, health, and well-being. Whereas the thinkers in the second half are more concerned about laying out the structural elements of those features and relating them to underlying, say, mechanistic phenomena, making the assumption, which seems warranted, that there's some relationship between your personality and the manner in which your brain functions. I'm going to try to provide you with a meta-narrative that will help you unite these different theories. I've often found it useful when I'm trying to remember something to have a story to hang the facts on. Otherwise, you're faced with the necessity of doing nothing but memorization, and it isn't obvious to me that memorization actually constitutes knowledge. What constitutes knowledge is the generation of a cognitive structure that enables you to conduct yourself more appropriately in life. And so I suppose you might say that a course in psychology, you could argue that a course in psychology, especially in personality, is a course in applied wisdom as well, assuming that wisdom is in part your capacity to understand yourselves so that you don't present too much of an intolerable mystery to yourself, and also to understand others so that you can predict their behavior, understand their motivations, negotiate with them, listen to them, and formulate joint games with them so that you can integrate yourself reasonably well with another person and with a family and in society. Well, the structural elements of personality might be regarded as the implicit structures that govern your perception and that tilt you towards certain kinds of behaviors. I can give you some examples. We can talk about the Big Five model just briefly. The Big Five personality model is a statistical model which we'll cover in detail, trait by trait, partly during the second half of the course. The way that the Big Five was generated was that it's been generated over about 50 years, that personality psychologists gathered together adjectives within the English language first that were used to describe human beings, as many adjectives as they could collect, and then subjected them to a process called factor analysis. And what factor analysis does is enable you statistically to determine, in some sense, how similar adjectives are to one another. So, for example, if you gave 1,000 people a list of adjectives to describe themselves with, and one of the adjectives was happy and another of the adjectives was social, you'd find that those who rated themselves high on happy would also rate themselves high on social, and those who rated themselves low on happy would also rate themselves low on social. And by looking at those patterns of covariation, you can determine what the essential dimensions are of human personality. One of the dimensions is, roughly, happiness. That's extroversion. Another dimension is neuroticism. It's a negative emotion dimension. So if you ask someone if they're anxious and they score high, say on a scale of 1 to 7, they're also likely to score high on another item that says that they're sad. And it turns out that negative emotions clump together, and so that people who experience more of one negative emotion have a propensity to experience more of all of them. There's another dimension called agreeableness. And agreeable people are self-sacrificing, compassionate, and polite. If you're dealing with an agreeable person, they don't like conflict. They care for other people. If you're dealing with an agreeable person, they're likely to put your concerns ahead of theirs. They're non-competitive and cooperative. It's a dimension where women score more highly than men on agreeableness across cultures, including those cultures where the largest steps have been taken towards producing an egalitarian social circumstance, like Scandinavia. Actually, the gender differences in personality there are larger than they are anywhere else. Another trait is conscientiousness. Conscientiousness is an excellent trait if you want to do well in school and in work, especially if you're a manager and administrator. I can't say we understand a lot about conscientiousness, although it reliably emerges from factor analytic studies of adjective groups across different countries. Conscientious people are diligent, industrious, and orderly. Their orderliness tilts them towards political conservatism, by the way, because it turns out that your inbuilt temperament, your inbuilt personality, which constitutes a set of filters through which you view the world, also alters the manner in which you process information and influences the way that you vote. And so you might say, and I do believe that this is true, we've been doing a lot of research on this as of late, the more accurate a measure you take of someone's political beliefs, the more you find that personality is what's predicting them. And I think that's a reasonable thing to think about, because, you know, you have to figure out ways of simplifying the world, right? Because you just can't do everything. And so people are specialized. They have specialized niches that they occupy. You could think about them as social niches. A niche is a place where your particular skills would serve to maintain you. And so if you're extroverted, you're going to look for a social niche because you like to be around people. And if you're introverted, you're going to spend much more time on your own. And so if you're an introverted person, for example, you're going to want a job where you're not selling and where you're not surrounded by groups of people who are making social demands on you all the time, because it'll wear you out. Whereas if you're extroverted, that's just exactly what you want. And so the extrovert sees the world as a place of social opportunity. And the introvert sees the world as a place to retreat from and spend time alone. And it turns out that both of those modes of being are valid. The issue, at least to some degree, is whether or not you're fortunate enough to match your temperament with the demands of the environment. And I suppose also whether you're fortunate enough so that you're born in an era where there actually is a niche for your particular temperament. Because it isn't necessarily the case that that will be the case. Imagine that all of these temperamental dimensions vary because of evolutionary pressure, right? So there's a distribution of extroversion, a normal distribution. Most people are somewhere in the middle, and then as you go out towards the extremes, there are fewer and fewer people. And what that means is that on average, across large spans of time, there have been environments that match every single position on that distribution, with most of the environments matching the center, because otherwise we wouldn't have evolved that way. And so sometimes being really extroverted is going to work well for you in a minority of environments, a minority of niches, and sometimes it's just going to be a catastrophe. I suspect, for example, that if you live in a tyrannical society where any sign of personally oriented activity is likely to get you in trouble, that being extroverted and low in neuroticism wouldn't be a very good idea, because you're going to be mouthy and happy and saying a lot of things, unable to keep your thoughts to yourself, and you're going to be relatively fearless. Now, I don't know that for sure, because we haven't done the studies that precisely match temperamental proclivity to environmental demand, but you get what I mean. So, conscientious people are industrious and orderly. We know a little bit about orderliness. It seems to be associated, strangely enough, with disgust sensitivity, which I suppose isn't that surprising. You know, if you take an orderly person and you put them in a messy kitchen, they respond with disgust, and want nothing more than to straighten it all out and organize it to clean it. And there's tremendous variability in orderliness. And as I said, orderliness predicts political conservatism. It's not the only thing, but it's certainly one of the things. The correlation between conscientiousness and grades is about 0.4. It's about 16% of the variance. It's the second best predictor of university grades after intelligence, and we'll talk about intelligence during this course too. Intelligence is actually a relatively straightforward concept. I don't think I'll get into it today, but conscientious people, their industriousness and their orderliness makes them schedule their time, so they make efficient use of their time. They use schedules and that sort of thing. We haven't been able to figure out anything about the underlying biology or psychology of industriousness. We tried really dozens and dozens of tests attempting to find a laboratory measure on which industrious people do better, and we failed completely. And there's no animal models of industriousness either. And so I would say it's a great mystery that remains at the heart of trait psychology. And maybe it's a human-specific category, you know. I mean, you can think of sled dogs maybe of being industrious, and maybe sheepdogs and animals that work like that, but of course they've been trained by human beings. So, but it isn't obvious that animals are industrious the same way we are. I mean, industriousness involves sacrificing the present for the future, something like that. And it seems like you have to be able to conceptualize time in order to sacrifice the present for the future. One of the things that I would recommend that you do as students in this course, and maybe in every course, speaking of industriousness, is come up with a plan of attack for the course and use a scheduler. You know, if you treat your university career like a full-time job, you're much more likely to succeed. And if you keep up on the readings and you keep up on the essays and all of that, then you're much less likely as well to fall into despair when you get too far behind. Using a Google Calendar or something like that to organize a schedule for the entire semester at the beginning of the semester can be invaluable, especially if you're not very industrious, because it can keep you on track. And one of the things we know about industrious people is that they are very good at using schedules and at planning the use of their time. And so I would like to say that you should all be smarter, but I don't know how you could be smarter. We don't know anything about how to improve intelligence, and I suppose we don't really know anything about how to improve industriousness either, but I can tell you that people who are industrious come up with a strategy for solving the problem that's ahead of them, and then they do whatever they can to stick to the strategy. And so, for example, if you sat down today or tomorrow for a couple of hours, 3 hours, and you filled in a Google Calendar, whatever you happen to use, with a strategy for studying, and a list of when all your assignments are due and all of that, and when you're going to sit down and study, then you won't be in a position where you have to cram for 10 hours a day hopelessly right before, you know, an important exam. It's also a very ineffective way of studying, by the way. I mean, first of all, people who cram for 10 hours say they're studying for 10 hours, but they rarely are because, well, I can't study for 10 hours. I don't have the power of concentration that would enable me to do that for that prolonged period of time. I can manage about 3 hours of intense intellectual activity before I'm pretty done. And it's also the case that if you study and then sleep, and then study and then sleep, and then study and then sleep, you space it out, then you're much more likely to remember. It's also much more likely that you're much more likely to remember if you try to recall the material. And so highlighting and that sort of thing isn't very useful, but reading, closing the book, summarizing what you've read without opening the damn book, that's useful. And the reason for that is that you're practicing remembering. And that's what you have to practice. If you're practicing memorization, you have to practice remembering. You don't just go over the thing over and over. That'll help you with recognition memory, but it won't help you with recall memory. Anyways, the last trait is openness. Openness is a creativity trait. It's also associated with intelligence, in that intelligent people, and I'm speaking technically of IQ, tend to be higher and tend to be more creative, which is hardly surprising. Creative people are more likely to be liberal politically, by the way. They like novelty, they like aesthetics, they like fiction, they like movies, they like art, they like poetry. there's something about them that grants them an aesthetic sensitivity, and that's an inbuilt trait. And it's not the case, by the way, that everyone's creative. In fact, far from it. We've used the Creative Achievement Questionnaire to measure people's creativity. I'll talk to you about that later in the class. And the Creative Achievement Questionnaire takes 13 dimensions of creativity. So, you know, writing, dancing, acting, scientific investigation, entrepreneurial activity, architectural activity, cooking, there's a handful of others, singing, etc. You know, the sorts of things that you would assume that people could be creative about. And then it asks people to rate themselves on a scale from 1 to 10 on their level of achievement with regards to all those creative domains, with 0 being, I have no training or proficiency in this area, and 70% of people score 0 across the entire Creative Achievement Questionnaire. Tiny proportion of people are outliers, way out, and they're creative in many dimensions simultaneously and exceptionally creative. It turns out, as you'll find out, that pattern, which is called a Pareto distribution, where most people stack up at 0 and a few people are way out on the creative end, characterizes all sorts of distributions, like the distribution of money, for example, which is why 1% of the people have the overwhelming majority of the money. It's a different 1% across time. It churns, and you're much more likely to be in the 1% if you're older, logically enough, because one of the things you do as you age is you trade youth for money, if you're fortunate. I don't think the trade is really worth it, but that's the best you've got. So anyways, those particular traits, you can think of those as ways that you simplify the world, right? There's lots of different places that you can act in the world, and there's lots of different ways you can look at it and survive. That's why you can be a plumber and a lawyer and an engineer, and those all work, right? Even though they're very different modes of being. And you can have different personalities and survive, as long as you're capable of finding the place where your particular filters and behavioral proclivities match the demand of the environment. And a huge part, I would say, of successful adaptation is precisely that. Now, there are other elements of personality too. One of the things that I've been struck by, and this is actually one of the criticisms I have of the psychoanalysts and the clinicians in general, even though I have great admiration for them and would say that what they have to say is very much worth listening to, is that it's not obvious that your personality is inside you. You know, you think, you know, a human being is a strange multi-level thing. And you might ask yourself, well, for example, you know, is your mother more a part of you than your arm? Or maybe even more precisely, is your child more a part of you than your arm? And certainly people will do drastically self-sacrificing things to maintain the lives of their children. And so you're a person, and you're made out of all sort of subcomponents of a person, none of which you can see when you look at a person, all the complicated machinery inside you that makes you who you are. And then outside of that, of course, you're nested in all sorts of complex systems. So you're part of a family, and you're part of a community, and that's part of a province, and that's part of a state, and that's part of an international consortium of states, and that's part of an ecosystem. And how you make a distinction between you and the systems that you're embedded in is also of extraordinary difficulty. And one of the things that you have to do as a clinical psychologist, for example, if you're trying to diagnose someone with depression, you think, well, this person's dreadfully unhappy. Well, you can think about that as a problem with their psychological adjustment, you know, the way that they're looking at the world. But if you look at the epidemiological literature, for example, one of the things that you find is that very many people have a first depressive episode after something genuinely terrible has happened to them, right? They've lost someone, or they've become injured, or they've become unemployed, because unemployment is a terrible shock to people. And it's not precisely self-evident that you can consider someone who's unhappy and desperate because they no longer have a job depressed. They're certainly sad and they're not doing very well, but the fact that they no longer have an income is actually something with dramatic practical consequences. and treating that as if it's a mental disorder seems to be counterproductive. It's also the case, for example, that if someone comes into you to talk to you and they're very upset, and they may manifest the signs of, say, an anxiety disorder, or again depression, or other clinical features for that matter, you have to do a careful analysis of their manner in which they're embedded in their family, because, and this is something that we'll talk about quite thoroughly when we come to discussing Freud, is that, well, you know, it's not like everybody's families are necessarily particularly happy places to be. You know, I mean, human beings are very dependent. We have a very long period of dependency, partly because we're so cortically hyper-developed. It takes a very long time to program us into something that's vaguely capable of maneuvering on its own, and that produces, of course, the very tight familial bonds that we all desperately require, because who wants to be alone in the world? But it also exposes us to the probability of becoming entangled into even multi-generational family pathology. And it isn't obvious always, and certainly hasn't been to me when I've seen my clients, that the fundamental problem with the client is the client. Sometimes the fundamental problem is the family. And perhaps that person has been identified as the problem person. It's rather convenient for everyone who's involved to make that presupposition. It's also the case that this is the Freudian idea fundamentally, this is the Oedipal idea, that it's very easy for people to become over-dependent on their parents, and for the parents to facilitate that, and then for the primary developmental problem for the individual, in fact, to become free of the interfering elements of the family so that they can exist as independent individuals. And then, of course, there are cultural variations in that make that proposition complex, but that's a fundamental tenet, say, of Freudian psychology. A lot of the clinical psychologists, all of whom that we're going to study, have a pronounced Western orientation. One of the fundamental presuppositions is that part of the hallmark of positive psychological development is the creation of an individual that's capable of acting independently. And that's, I would say, an implicit ideal that lurks at the bottom of the clinical presuppositions of all the theorists that are classic psychologists. So that's a very old picture. It's Jonah emerging from the whale. It's a variant of a myth. The myth is the dragon myth, I suppose. The dragon myth is that there's a dragon that lives under the ground that's eternal, and now and then it rises out of the ground to threaten the state. And someone within the state determines to go confront the dragon voluntarily, and does so, and then brings back something of great value. Sometimes if the hero is generally male, sometimes the thing of great value is a female that the dragon has kidnapped. That's a St. George story. And sometimes it's gold and other treasure, like in the story of the Hobbit, and a story that you all know very well. It's a classic hero story, and the hero story is another fundamental element of the clinical theories, I would say. It's predicated on the idea that you learn through voluntary contact with that frightens or disgusts you. And that's a hallmark of psychoanalytic theory. Carl Jung, who we'll discuss in detail, said his primary dictum was insterquilinis invenitur, which I'm sure I'm massacring because it's Latin, but it meant in filth it will be found. And one of the hallmarks of the clinical theories is that within the confines of everyone's experience, and you can think about this as experience out in the world or experience in the unconscious mind, there are dirty little secrets, let's say, and skeletons, and dreadful old fears, and remnants of abuse, and memories of pathological behavior and failures of courage that leave you undeveloped, perhaps out of avoidance, and that the psychoanalytic process is precisely the careful encounter with those forgotten and repressed elements of the self, in the hope that clear encounter will redeem them, unite them with the remainder of your personality, and make you stronger in consequence. And I would say that that's just a variant of the manner in which human beings learn, and we'll talk about this more in relationship to Piaget, because you always learn when you're wrong, which is very annoying. Now, what do you learn when you're correct? You're walking in the world, you're operating in the world, you have a sense of what you want to have happen. You're always looking at the world through this sense of what you want to have happen. You're acting so that what you want to have happen will happen. And when it happens, well, then you're happy because, well, first of all, you get what you want, and that's good, maybe, depending on what you want. But it's also good because if you get what you want when you act, then it turns out that your model of how to act is valid, right? The outcome, that you get what you want, indicates no error on the part of your model. But it's very frequently the case that when you act to get what you want, you don't get what you want. And then that's unpleasant because you don't get what you want. But it's even more unpleasant because it brings with it the hint of a suggestion that the manner in which you're construing the world is incorrect at some indeterminate level. So, for example, if you tell a joke at a party, you presume that people will attend, and then when they hear the joke, they will laugh, and then if you tell the joke and it goes flat, or even worse, disgusts and offends people, then you're going to be taken aback, and that's partly because you didn't get what you want, and that's not so good, but it's more because there's something wrong with the way you conceptualize the situation. And then you're faced with a problem, and the problem is the emergence of a domain of the unknown. It's like, well, what kind of mistake did you make? Maybe you're not as funny as you think you are. That could be a big problem. Maybe you're not around people who are the way you think they are. Maybe they don't like you as much as you thought they liked you. I mean, the potential for various paranoid thoughts of increasing severity to come welling up at you in a situation where you make even a trivial social mistake is quite broad. And when you make an error of that sort, you have to face it and sort through all the possibilities so that you can find out what it was that you did wrong and how to retool it so that in the future you don't make the same mistake. And that requires, well, in some sense what you might describe as a journey into the belly of the beast being that place where things have fallen apart and where you're overwhelmed with negative emotion and chaos and confusion. And that's a very old story. That's the story of the journey to the underworld, and the hero is the person who makes the voluntary journey to the underworld to collect what's been languishing down there. And that's the basic motif of psychoanalytic theory. I would say it's the basic motif in some sense of clinical practice, because one of the things that you do as a clinician is find out what people are afraid of and what they're avoiding, and that can be in their past or in their present or in their future. Break it down into smaller pieces and help them devise strategies of approach and mastery, and that improves the quality of their personality and helps develop them into people who won't make the same mistakes over and over again. All right, so, well, why this plethora of tools? Well, I said, in some sense, being a personality psychologist is like being an engineer. You're trying to build better people. And you might say that if you're a carpenter or a mechanic, that your ability to fix a vehicle or build a house is dependent on your proficiency with regards to the use of a multitude of tools. And so then you might say, well, the more tools you have at your disposal, the more likely it is that you're going to manage things properly. And so what I would like to offer you is the possibility that what you're going to encounter in this course is a series of sophisticated conceptual tools that will help you understand yourself better and therefore better orient yourself in the world. I regard this course as intensely practical, and that's because I believe that you have nothing to rely on in your life that's more crucial to your success as you move through life than your character and your personality. That's what you bring to every situation. And the more sophisticated you are in relationship to yourself and others, the more you understand people, the deeper you understand the nature of your own being, the more likely it is that you're going to proceed through your life in a manner that will make you pleased to exist rather than displeased to exist. I've collected the writings of people that I regard as of incomparable brilliance. They're difficult to understand. Their concepts are complex, but it's not surprising because the subject matter is complex and vital, and so it requires work. And I would say try to keep up on the readings if you would. It's going to make the course much richer for you. And I would say, because people often ask me, well, how should I read for this course, because there's a lot of reading, and the answer is read as if it matters. That's the right answer. Don't be thinking about how it's going to be tested. If you do the readings and you come to the lectures, then the tests aren't particularly difficult. But you should read the readings as if the person is writing about you. And you should try to understand what the person says, because it's another tool for you to use. And I would say, well, with my clients, you know, I use the approaches of one theorist for one client and the approaches of another theorist for another client. It seems to me to depend to some degree actually on the temperament of the client. I found, for example, that people who are very high in openness, which is the creativity dimension, are quite amenable to a Jungian approach, whereas people who are more practical, conscientious, low in openness are much more amenable to a behaviorist approach. We don't really know enough about psychology yet to match treatment to temperament, but those are some of the things that I've experienced. Okay, practicalities. Well, there's a website. I gave you the URL. I'll put it up again at the end of class. The URL lists all the readings that aren't in the textbook. And so the textbook contains the classic readings from people like Jung and Freud and Piaget and so forth, Rogers. And as I said, I picked that particular textbook because I believe that the author did a very credible job of summarizing what's very difficult to summarize. So, and then also on the website there are links to papers, because much of the more modern material that pertains, say, to neuroscience and also to trait personality, I think it's better just to read the original papers, and I'll detail them out with you as we go through. And that'll also give you some familiarity with original psychological papers, which are, again, there's an idiom that you have to master in order to understand them, but you might as well practice it, especially if you're interested in continuing with psychology in your educational practice or as a career. It's good to get accustomed to it. So there again is the URL for the class. If you go to jordanbpeterson.com, which isn't too hard to remember, assuming you can remember my name, then classes are listed on the left-hand side. You can just find the syllabus there. All right, so here's what we're going to cover. Well, today, obviously, this is the introduction and overview. Class is a little strange this year because one day it's an hour and the next day it's 2 hours, so I'm not exactly sure how we're going to negotiate our way through that, but we'll figure it out. Historical perspectives, mythological representations. Well, I told you that I would try to provide you with a meta-narrative that might enable you to link the theories that we're going to talk about together. So I'm going to describe to you what you might regard as a conceptual language, and as far as I can tell, it's the Imagine that there are two kinds of things that you need to know. And I believe this to be the case. I believe that you need to know what the world is made of, and I suppose that's the proper domain of science. But then you need to know how to act. And that's a whole different thing. And you need to know how to act. That's the thing you need to know most of anything, because of course you're a living creature, and action in relationship to desired goals is everything to you. And you can think about that from a Darwinian perspective. You have to act at least so that you can survive, at least so that you can find a partner. That's life. And so part of the question is, well, how does the world look if you think about it as a place to act? And the answer isn't a place of value-free objects. That's not what the world looks like. And you can't act in a world of value-free objects because there's no way of choosing between them. If everything has zero value, why would you choose one thing over another? You live in a world where things present themselves to you as of different value. And that's partly a consequence of your temperament, although it's a consequence of other things. And so what I'm going to try to do is to provide you with a schema that describes the world of morality, roughly speaking, which is how to act, and tell you a little bit about what I think the language is, which I think was derived from Darwinian processes. And I believe that it's within that structure that the clinical theories logically nest. And so that'll give you a way of linking one theory to another from a conceptual perspective without having to rely so much on sheer memorization. Then we'll talk about heroic and shamanic initiations, and the reason we're going to do that is because, well, people used shamanic initiations for tens of thousands of years all over the world, and they have a particular kind of structure. The paper by Mircea Eliade, which is linked on the site, is a very interesting one. It details out some of these processes. There have been intelligent commentators like Henri Ellenberger, who wrote The Discovery of the Unconscious, which I think is an outstanding book, who linked the processes that the psychoanalysts uncovered in the late part of the 19th century and early part of the 20th century back to these more primordial rituals of personality transformation. And so we're going to situate ourselves in some sense in deep history, talking first about the underlying mythological landscape, then talking about archaic modes of personality conceptualization and transformation, and then moving from there into constructivism. And we're going to concentrate mostly on Jean Piaget, who was a developmental psychologist. Constructivists believe that you make yourself out of the information that you gather in the world. So you're an exploring creature. You explore specifically when the maps that you're using in the world are no longer orienting yourself properly, when they're producing errors. You go out, gather information, and assemble yourself from the information that you discovered. Then the depth psychologists, Jung and Freud. I think with Jung, I'm going to walk you through some films. I'm not going to use the films per se. I'm going to use clips, stills from the film, but you know the film, so in chronological order. And I'm going to try to explain to you how you might use Jungian presuppositions to understand what the films are about. You know, if you think about a film, say, like The Lion King, which was an extraordinarily popular film, it's a very strange phenomena that you go and watch it, right? I mean, think about it. It's drawings of animated animals that in some sense represent you. They're very low resolution, but you perceive them immediately as living things, and you attribute to them motivation and motive power and understanding. You do it automatically without even thinking about it. And there's a classic plot that lies underneath those stories, and the plots are very, 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 very old, and that's why you can understand them. And the reason you can understand them is because life has a plot, or maybe it has a couple of plots, a multitude of plots, but life has a plot, and if it didn't, we wouldn't be able to understand each other. And so I'd like to illustrate that for you by analysis of some of these films. I think it's the best way to understand someone as sophisticated as Jung, who is very difficult to get a handle on. Freud, I'm going to do the same thing, although I am going to show you a film with Freud. I'm going to show you a film called Crumb, which is a documentary, and it's about a very badly enmeshed family and the attempts of the family members to, I suppose, escape it. I'll talk to you about Freud. I'll show you the film. That should give you a sense of Freudian psychopathology, which is a very difficult thing otherwise to understand. Then there's a midterm. The midterm is multiple choice. You'll do it in class. You'll have lots of time to finish it. It'll cover the material that we studied up to that point. Then we're going to talk about Rogers, Carl Rogers, who's a humanist. Rogers has a body-centered philosophy, I suppose, and he's interested as well in optimal personal development and the role that interpersonal communication plays in that. Rogers' hypothesis, fundamentally, and it's a very interesting one, is that honest communication between two people can produce personality transformation. And you know, you might think, well, you kind of know that already because there's something very engaging about a deep, honest conversation where you're able to say things that you wouldn't normally say, where you're being listened to by someone who's actually listening to you and you're listening to them, and in the conversation you're moving both of you further to a different point. That's different than a conversation where you're right and you're trying to convince me, or I'm right and I'm trying to convince you, which I would say is the typical conversation. The healing conversation is more, well, what's up with you? You know, how are you doing? How's your life going? What sort of problems are you facing? What do you think about those problems? Can you conceptualize what a solution might be? Is there a way we could figure out how to get there? You know, it's a problem-solving conversation, and it's predicated on the presupposition that the person that you're conversing with has the capacity to grow in a positive direction if they so choose. That's the fundamental presupposition of Rogerian psychology. May and Frankl are also humanists. I'll finish telling you what the rest of the material is the next time that we meet. I should let you know a little bit more about the structure of the course. The second midterm is March 14th. And there's a final at the end as well. So the multiple choice tests are graded in that manner: 25%, 25%, and 27.5%. They're not cumulative. Each test only covers what you covered before, since the last test, including the final. You'll be required to write an essay of 15%. It's 1,000 words, sorry, not 750 words. And you'll also do an online exercise, personality analysis, which is pass-fail. All you have to do is complete it and show proof of completion. It helps you do a modified Big Five analysis of your own personality, concentrating on your virtues and your faults, so it's an active exercise in the application of personality theory to personal development. And so that's the structure of the course. I can tell you, there's a sign-up sheet on the syllabus. I've broken the essays down into multiple types across the entire semester. I would highly recommend that you go there and sign up. There are limited slots for each topic, and the reason for that is, well, I don't want my TA to have to grade 200 essays the last week of classes. We have to spread them out across the year. So figure out a topic and sign up. Please do that sooner rather than later. It's an industrious thing to do. It'll help you organize yourself. I'll post something that's quite useful about how to write, especially a 1,000-word essay. And I'll close. The essays are due one day before class. I'll close, by the way, by telling you who shouldn't take this course, okay? First of all, if you didn't like this lecture, then don't take this course, because this is what the lectures are going to be like. So, and they're not for everybody. I use a lot of loose associations and try to gather them back in, and I kind of wander around. That way I can talk directly to you, which I like doing, but I sacrifice a certain amount of organization for that. But my sense is that it's worth the sacrifice. The second thing is, there's a lot of reading, a lot. And a lot of it is, I would say, a lot of it's hard science, the last half in particular. But the first half of a lot of it's philosophical in nature, philosophical/psychological. And so, if you're not interested in that, like if you're a pure science type and you're not interested in the clinical elements, say, of personality, and in investigating the philosophical underpinnings of those clinical theories, then I would say this isn't the course for you. And so you should take that seriously, because the readings are hard. There's a lot of work involved in this course, and it would be better if you took a course that you actually wanted to take. So, well, welcome to Psychology 230, and we'll see you in a bit. Now, you know, I use this picture to represent my class, and you might not know anything about this picture. It's a picture of Jonah being thrown up out of a whale's belly after spending 3 days inside it. It's an old biblical story. It's a myth. It's a fairy tale. That's one way of looking at it, and I don't mean that in a derogative manner. We know, for example, that some of the Grimm's brothers' fairy tales are perhaps 15,000 years old. They've been traced way back. They're really, really old. And old stories are strange, and they're strange because, well, they've been told generation after generation after generation. And so you could imagine that something retold over such an expansive time has been reduced to its gist many, many times. And nothing that's in the story anymore is superfluous. It's all meaningful in some sense. It's sort of like a meta story. That's one way of thinking about it. Imagine that you took 100 books, 100 adventure books, and you had to extract out the central features of an adventure book. Now, it's hard to do that. It's like you're averaging across them or something like that, distilling them in some manner. Then you get a meta adventure, and it would be like a myth upon which all adventures are based. And this story is actually one of those stories. And I'm going to tell you what I think the story means. And I'm not saying that this is all it means, because most stories of this sort are in some sense inexhaustible. Just like great works of art are inexhaustible. There's more information in them than you can possibly articulate. That's what makes them profound. That's why you go look at them. Because otherwise someone could just tell you about anything, and that would be the end of that. But that doesn't work. So Jonah is being spit up by this whale, and of course, on the face of it, that's an impossibility, because, well, you can't live inside a whale. That's why it's impossible. Now, you may remember, and likely do, that you all know a story about someone who is inside a whale. That's Pinocchio, right? And you know, you go to that movie, maybe even as an adult, you watch that movie, and Geppetto's down there in the whale, in his little boat, you know, big cavernous inside. You don't really care that there's a bunch of things you don't care about. You don't care that those are drawings and not real people. You don't care about that. And you don't care that the inside of a whale isn't a cavern. And you don't care that Pinocchio's a puppet, for that matter. None of that matters to you at all, and that's because you're really strange creatures. And you don't even notice when you're doing something absolutely absurd, and that's one of those times when you are. But if someone taps you on the shoulder and says, you know, you're just watching drawings of a puppet. Puppets can't really move autonomously, and now he's at the bottom of the ocean. You have no idea why. He's going to rescue his father, and you're just sitting there and you're okay with that. You'll say, shut up, because I want to finish watching the movie. And so that's interesting, you see. That tells you something about your unconscious, if you're psychoanalytically minded, because you're doing something that you cannot account for. Now you might say, well, it's enjoyable. Well, that's deep, man. You're really going a long ways with that. The question is, A, why is it comprehensible? B, why is it enjoyable? C, just exactly what are you doing there? And you think that whatever you are doing there is so valuable that you'll actually pay to do it. Weird. Very, very weird. And you know, when you read about let's say, the archaic ritual of tribal people, and you ask yourself, just what are they up to? You might think, well, they're up to the same thing that you're up to when you go see a movie. So, and then you might also notice that the most expensive artifacts, or among the most expensive artifacts that human beings create, are movies. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on them. And we consider that a good deal. And you know, it drives our technology too, because the high-tech movies, like the Marvel movies that require so much computer animation, they actually drive the demand for high-end graphics chips. So our technological advance forward is actually motivated in part by our desire to represent things fictionally in ever more spectacular manner. So, Jonah. Well, let me tell you the story of Jonah. And I'll tell you why I'm going to tell you. This is from Camille Paglia, who's a critic of the modern university, and a very brilliant woman, I would say. Very controversial. Incredibly rapid speaker. She can think so fast, it's just unbelievable. It's really fun to watch if you like that sort of thing. Vicious adversary in an argument. She says the number one problem in academia today is not ignorant students, but ignorant professors, who have substituted narrow expertise and theoretical sophistication, a preposterous term for breadth and depth of learning in the world history of art and thought. Art is a vast, interconnected web work, a fabricated tradition, and over-concentration on any one point is a distortion. Here's the problem. I wrestled with this when I was trying to understand some of the things that I'm going to teach you about. There's some things that you kind of have to grasp as a whole. You know, sometimes you have a flash of insight and a bunch of things that you didn't know were related fall together. That's supposed to happen in psychotherapy when you link different disparate patterns of behavior together because you've linked them, say, with a single cause, and you get this like excited feeling of illumination and possibility. And there are forms of communication that require the simultaneous realization of a multitude of disparate phenomena. Like a movie can be like that, you know, you listen to a movie, you watch a movie, and then you don't know what the hell's going on, and then something happens near the end, and bang! Everything clicks together. And it's because you've sort of seen the thing as a whole. And a lot of the things that a lot of the ways that we interact with the world that are mysterious are like that. And this is what Paglia is referring to, is that, and this is a psychoanalytic proposition, I would say, or a romantic proposition. The idea roughly is that way out in the periphery of reality are all those things that not only do you not know, but you don't even know you don't know, right? They're completely blind to their existence. And then there's unknown things that you have some suspicions about. And then there's unknown things that you can start to imagine and act out and dramatize. And so all of that is on the periphery of our knowledge. That's a psychoanalytic dictum. Where do thoughts come from? Well, partly they're nested in dreams. Dreams are the birthplace of thoughts. Fantasy, it's not that surprising. Fantasy is the birthplace of ideas. If you're thinking about what you're going to do in the future, you enter into a reverie, a dream state, and you contemplate multiple possibilities, and then you start thinking them through. Use your imagination to search beyond where you are. And the collective human attempt to do that is our mysterious, humanistic, artistic tradition, which is very difficult to justify from a formal, articulate point of view. What good is dance? Like, what is it that you're doing when you're dancing? Well, you don't care because you like to dance. Why? You don't know. But you do. It's built into you. Music. Music's a human universal. Cultures use music to organize themselves. Right? They use music to catalyze their identities. They use music to unite around. You know, in more archaic societies, less differentiated societies, let's say, you know, a mask that represents part of the family tradition will have a particular design, and there'll be a particular song written for it, and there'll be a particular dance about it. And the song and the dance are something like the symbolic representation of a mode of being in the world. Like maybe the mask is a wolf mask, so you act out the wolf. There's music that goes along with that. And you think, well, what are you doing when you're acting out the wolf? And part of that is, well, you're trying to understand wolves. You know, it's imitation in part, and you know, if you live in the natural world, and if you hunt and if you're preyed upon, then understanding the things that you're hunting and preying upon is useful, and there's also perhaps useful things to learn from them. So we play this strange symbolic game with the world, like children pretending. That's another way of thinking about it. And we do that to act out and to begin to understand things we don't understand, like how to act. Now, for me, the most important question in life is not what the world is made of. And in fact, I would say that's a relatively new preoccupation of humankind. You know, we didn't really formalize. You could say that the ancient Greeks laid the groundwork for the emergence of an empirical science. And then it emerged more formally with Bacon and Descartes and Newton 500-600 years ago. Not very long, like a blink of the eye in human terms. Before that, people were engineers, they could build things and so forth, but they didn't know they weren't scientists. They didn't really conceptualize the world as an objective place. We do that automatically because science has seeped so far into our set of presuppositions. That doesn't make us good scientists, by the way. But it does make us believe that the fundamental reality of the world is an objective reality. And I'm not going to dispute that particularly, but leaves one set of questions unanswered, probably by its nature, because it wasn't designed to answer the question. And that question is, how should one conduct oneself in the world? And that's an important thing, since you're alive. Hypothetically, you'd rather stay alive, and while you're alive, you probably don't want to suffer any more than you have to, and no more stupidly than you have to. And it might also be good if some of the things that you wanted actually happen, and so, you know, you're motivated to know how to act. And people are always telling each other how to act, sending each other information all the time about how to act. We do that with the expressions on our face, and of course, when we talk to people, we always look at their face. And that's because their face tells you what they're up to. You know, if they're smiling, paying attention to you, well, then you can assume that they're doing something right. And if they're looking annoyed or disgusted, that's a particularly bad one, then you might take a hint from that, especially if, you know, 3 or 4 people are doing it at the same time. And so we're reflecting some ideal to one another constantly. And the more attentive you are, the more likely you are to act in accordance with that ideal, and the more likely you are to move towards it. You may not even know what the ideal is in an articulated sense. In fact, you probably don't. You know, you could come up with a good person is nice and friendly and, you know, cooperative. Yeah, that's all you say. But you don't, you know, your perception is very hollow. It's very likely it's very hollow, even though you use that in a very sophisticated manner. Alright, so anyways, this is a story. I'd say it's a meta-story. It's what would happen if you collected a bunch of stories and then you extracted out a story from them. And it's sort of a story about destiny. And it's couched in a religious language. But that's okay, because most of these distilled stories form the foundation of religious texts. and religious texts and myths and stories are, as I said, part of the outer perimeter of our society. They have a coherent nature, and they form a foundation. And it's on that foundation that everything that you take for granted rests, even if you don't understand the foundation. So I can give you an example. There's a metaphysical idea that underlies Western civilization. And that metaphysical idea is that the individual has transcendent worth. That's the idea from which the notion of natural rights is derived. And of course, our legal system is predicated on the idea that you have certain natural rights. They're enshrined in the Bill of Rights, for example. And in the States, when the Bill of Rights was being formulated, when the original legislation was being formulated, the formulators said, "We hold these truths to be self-evident." What does that mean? They're axioms of faith. They're propositions. There's no proof for them. They're a mode of operation in the world. And so the hypothesis is something like, well, if I treat you like there's something about you that has transcendent value, implicit, intrinsic value, whatever that might be, there are stories about that, and we'll talk about that, and you do the same to me, and then we set up a body of laws that recognizes the sovereignty of the individual, so that the law itself has to act with respect towards every individual, even if that individual has done something reprehensible, which is very weird if you think about it, then our society will work better. And, well, perhaps that's true. But for better or worse, that is what this society is predicated on. And that's a very, 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 very old idea. And it's an idea that people came to with great difficulty, because it was over thousands of years that people learned how to take their little tribal groups, which are always squabbling with one another, right? Because they're human beings, they're very violent. And tribal groups are by no means civilized. There's no noble savage like the Europeans thought. If you study tribal groups in the world today, the death rate by violence is unbelievably high. So, something unites a tribe within a tribe, it's often kinship, but then tribes come together to form larger civilizations, and they have to determine some sort of meta principle that guides them so that they can cooperate and come together without destroying one another, and they have to extract out a principle by which the society might function, and that has to work. And then as societies get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, they have to bring more and more of these diverse traditions together and extract out something from them that has power and functional utility, and that allows people to unite. And so, this is one of the stories that talks about that. It's a story about individual responsibility and what happens when it's not heeded. So, because we could say, you are a social creature, right to the core, and most of your environment is other people, and those other people want something from you, and you want something from them, so you're going to play games with them. You're either going to be good at it, or you're going to be bad at it, but you're going to play games with them. And so, the game might have rules, really sophisticated rules. And you'd expect that, because as your behavior more and more approximates an ideal, assuming such a thing exists, then you're more and more sophisticated, and the nature of the ideal is perhaps more and more complex and difficult to understand. You get a hint of this, though. You get a hint of this because you will see, if you pay attention to your own soul, your psyche, your unconscious, you'll see that there are people that you admire and that there are people that you have contempt for. And it isn't necessarily that you're 100% accurate in your judgment. It's not such a bad idea to criticize your first impression. But those states exist. So there's a reason you admire someone, and there's a reason of contempt for someone. There may be multiple reasons. And that's a hint to your intrinsic value structure. It's a hint about your intrinsic value structure. Like, you wouldn't admire someone unless there was something about them that you valued and perhaps that you would also like to be able to do. And you wouldn't despise someone or have contempt for them if you didn't feel that something they were doing was wrong and that it would be wrong if you did it too. And so you're bringing to bear on the situation an implicit morality. And you have to do that because, as I said, you can't act without a morality, because you're going to act, you're going to try to make things better. Otherwise, why bother? And if you're acting to make things better, then some things have to be better and some things have to be worse, and that's a value structure. So you have one. Alright, so Jonah gets a call from God. God tells him that there's a city, Nineveh, that's falling into moral disarray. Now, what does that mean? Well, it's a universal story. It's like all cultures are always falling into disarray. It's their nature. Just entropy does that, right? Things change, the world changes, the environment changes, and the culture doesn't keep up very well, and then of course it has corrupt elements, and so it's an eternal story. The individual is always placed in relationship to a culture that's somewhat corrupt. And then the question is, well, what do you do about it? And if the answer is nothing, well then it'll just get more corrupt. And if the answer is be corrupt too, then it will just get more corrupt. So the answer has to be to oppose the corruption, because that's the only way it's going to stop. Now, God threatens to destroy this city because of its corruption, and I don't think you need to presume anything particularly metaphysical about that to understand it. It's very straightforward that the more corrupt the culture is and the less trust is possible between individuals, the less productive the culture is going to be, because why do anything if some corrupt person is just going to come and take it? You know, it might even be that the culture is so corrupt that if you are good for something and you produce resources, you're actually more likely to get killed because you have something of value. So, like, you're just not going anywhere with that. And why would you work if you didn't have any sense that, you know, you could store up the value of your work for some reasonable time in the future? So, if the society is corrupt and there's no trust, it's degenerate. And, you know, it might live for a while, but isn't going to last very long, and so that's the idea. Corrupt societies collapse. That leaves open what corruption means. Anyway, Jonah thinks, no bloody way. I'm not going to that city. They can go to hell as far as I'm concerned, and that's really what he thinks. And why in the world should I do anything about it anyways? And these are good objections. It's like, why would you do that? And you'll face this, believe me, in your life. You will face this. In fact, you already do. Always. Constantly. Continually. In small ways, perhaps. When you're interacting with people who aren't treating you properly. When you're acting, and those might be your parents, they might be your friends, they might be people at your workplace, they might be professors. They're playing a crooked game, and you don't like it. And you know it's crooked. And so then the question is, what do you do about it? Well, if you know it's crooked, it's not so good to play along with it. I mean, let's say that you know it's crooked by your own standard of values. It degrades you to play along with it. You're going to stand up and oppose it? Well, no, probably not. You're probably going to do what Jonah did, jump on a ship and get the hell out of there. And, you know, that's a logical thing to do, but it doesn't solve the problem. And I think this has something to do with human ethical responsibility, because there are other old stories, and I'll tell you one likely, where the son of the king, the Lion King, the son of the king, he goes off and he's some pathetic adolescent, and then he's shamed by the reappearance of his old girlfriend into turning into something vaguely useful, and he opens his eyes and he goes back and he fights Scar, and you know, it's a scene of hell, right? Because there's fire everywhere, and he fights Scar, finds out Scar killed his father, casts him into the pit, roughly speaking, and then the rain comes. And then, you know, the movie returns to its beginning, fundamentally. So, paradise, paradise lost, paradise regained. That's the movie. And I mean, that's the story of human beings. You know, you're in a place that's working out pretty well. Something happens to knock you off your perch. You're down in the chaos for a good amount of time, and maybe you never get out. But maybe you learn something down there. Maybe you strengthen your character. Then you pop up to a new place, and maybe it's better. Better aim, better you. Now, I'm not being overly optimistic about this. I know perfectly well that people encounter impediments during their life that they find almost impossible to recover from. But it's the best shot you have. So anyways, Jonah runs away, but God isn't very happy about that because it's actually Jonah's destiny. It's necessary for Jonah to repair the city. So God sends a storm. The waves are high, and I think what that means is because the water is often a symbol for the unconscious, and that's because things lurk down there in the water, and that you can pull up that are useful. Monstrous things that you can pull up that are useful. You can fish for them. You can go fishing in your own being for answers, which is what you do when you try to think. Right? You ask yourself a question, and you wait. Maybe an answer appears. It's like, where did that come from? You didn't know what the answer was before it appeared. Would it just pop into being out of nowhere? Who knows? So you fish. So anyways, the waves come and the boat's going to be knocked over. And that's what happens, I think, when you know you should do something. I mean, everyone has this experience, I believe. Perhaps you would be willing to put up your hands if this experience is foreign to you. Okay? Part of you telling you you should do something. It's hard to do it, effortful, and maybe you're afraid of it, and so you don't do it. You just procrastinate, right? And so how do you feel about that? Good? I mean, so what, you feel that you're betraying yourself. Your anxiety actually gets worse, not better, even though, you can put it off moment to moment, but that doesn't help because every time you put it off, the anxiety just grows a little bit. You're not proud of yourself. You have a sense that you're making things more chaotic than they should be. And if you do that long enough, and I'm sure many of you have had that experience, if you do that long enough, if that becomes habitual, things will get so stormy around you that you'll fall right into the chaos, watery chaos, and maybe you'll drown. So it's not a very good idea to run from your destiny, let's say. Whatever that might be. And you need a destiny, you need a place to aim at because that's what gives your life meaning. And you need meaning in your life because life is hard. So, you need something to buttress yourself against that. So anyways, they wake Jonah up and Jonah says, it's probably my fault because I'm running away from something I'm supposed to do and, God isn't very happy about that, so why don't you just throw me overboard? And the crew isn't very happy about that, but the waves are really starting to come up and Jonah's pretty insistent that he's the cause of the problem. And so they draw lots and Jonah is chosen, and so they decide to toss him into the ocean and immediately everything's calm. So he's a center of chaos because he's not doing what he's supposed to do. Fine. Well, then a whale comes up and swallows him. And then he's in the whale for 3 days. Now, that's a weird thing. The whale, that's the whale that Geppetto's in. That's a dragon. It's that thing that you have to go out there and conquer to get something of value. Now, when you've made an error, when you've fallen off the pathway, when you've deviated from what you know you should do, it produces a state of internal chaos and worry and concern. You're thrust into the unknown. You're thrust into unknown territory and chaos. You don't know what to do. And that's often symbolized by the encounter with a monster, like a dragon. Something that lives under the water. And I think the reason for that is, as far as I've been able to tell, is that human beings, because we've been prey animals for forever. You know, battle with carnivorous lizards, for example, and alligators, and even dinosaurs, because there were dinosaurs around at the time of our most distant ancestors. There was even a cat at one point that was adapted with teeth to pierce human skulls. So it had a head that was exactly shaped to grab you here and put a tooth through the back of your skull. So like, we've come through some rough times, man. And we have a system in our mind that's a threat predator detection system. That's the thing that makes little kids think about monsters in the dark, right? Because, well, there is monsters in the dark. Parents always say, well, there's no monsters in the dark. It's like, that's not true. The dark is full of monsters. There might not be any in your room right at that moment, but that doesn't mean there aren't monsters in the dark. Crimes take place, like criminals don't get up at 6 in the morning and, like, you know, have breakfast and go rob a bank. They do that sort of thing at night. People do the things that are fit for the night in the night. And lots of predators are nocturnal. And you can't see very well in the dark. And kids aren't stupid, you know. They've evolved to stay pretty damn close to the fire. Because the kids that wandered away from the fire got picked off by hyenas and lions and, you know, crocodiles and whatever else the hell was out there to eat the unwary. So, the circuit that we use to defend ourselves against predators, as we've evolved cortically, that circuit has come to represent what we don't know in general. Because the predators, of course, inhabit where we don't know. And so, evolution is a conservative force. And we use the circuits that we've evolved to represent new things. And so, the unknown, the chaos, is often represented by a monster that swallows you up and pulls you down. And you know, when you're feeling terrible, you don't say, well, I'm feeling up. You say, I'm feeling down. Well, why is that? Well, down is worse. I guess you're flat on the ground when you're down, or you're in a hole or something like that. You're hiding in a hole. You know, it's down. And you're threatened by something. You know, maybe you're threatened by your own inadequacy. That might be part of it. Maybe that's partly what you imagine as a monstrous force, because, you know, your proclivity towards procrastination and your weakness of character is part and parcel of why you happen to be in the underworld. And that's the underworld, the mythological underworld. That's where you go when things fall apart. And if you understand that, if you know that that's what that means, then you have one of the keys that opens up ancient stories to you, and you understand things. Your life can be organized, going very well, and then something comes up, and poof, everything changes. Some axiom that you were living by, it might be the existence of a partner, it might be a job, it might be your health, any of those things, gone, and you go somewhere. You go somewhere. It's a state of being. You're still in the same world, but it's not the same at all anymore. Everything about it is different. It's all negative and dark. You don't know what to do. You're confused. And so, what do you do down there in the underworld when things are falling apart? Especially if it's the worst possible case scenario and you realize that you actually had something to do with your demise. That's really annoying, you know, when something bad happens to you and then, you know, you grind yourself into bits trying to figure out what the hell happened, and then you realize that, well, you were playing a causal role. Now, sometimes you're so depressed you assume you're playing a causal role, and you weren't. It's not easy to figure out by any stretch of the imagination. And it isn't that everyone who does something terrible is at fault for it, but sometimes you find that you were off the path somehow, and maybe even that you knew it and didn't attend to it, and that's why all of this hit the fan. And so then down there in that chaos, you decide that you're going to do what you're supposed to do instead. And then maybe you get to rise up again, renewed, if you're lucky, and then you can go fix the city. And that's what this story's about. And that's why I picked the image to represent the course, because really what happens, you see, with the psychoanalysts, the road to health, if you're not doing well, which means that as you act in the world, you're not getting what you want. There's something wrong with the match between your presuppositions and your actions, habitual, and the way the world is responding to you. And so it's not turning out for you. And the question is, well, what can you do about that? And one answer might be to examine yourself for presuppositions and action patterns that are not serving you well, and to find out what they are and what to do about them. And maybe some of that is, maybe you're not moving forward because of fear, and maybe that fear is grounded in terrible experiences that you had in the past that you've never been able to understand. And maybe one of the ways of gluing yourself back together and expanding your personality so that you could in fact live properly in the world is to go back to those terrible events and untie them, and straighten them out, and understand them, and drop them. And that's what psychotherapy is about, in large part. Psychoanalytic, behavioral, doesn't matter. What are you afraid of? What are you avoiding? What are you failing to develop? Maybe from fear, maybe from avoidance, God only knows, maybe from disgust. How can you get over it? How can you reclaim those parts of yourself? I said in the first lecture that I was going to try to provide you with a schema into which you could place the theorists that we're going to discuss. And it requires going down deep to do that. And there are presuppositions. My presupposition, and this is a psychoanalytic presupposition, it's predicated on a poetic tradition, I would say, on an ancient tradition. I learned most of it from reading Jung. It was Carl Jung that helped me understand that we're nested inside a dream, that we have to be, because we don't know everything. We have to take things as givens, and the things that we take as givens are nested inside stories, and we accept the stories as valid, and then outside the stories is the absolute unknown. You know, and that's partly, the stories are tricky, you know. One of the classic stories, it's a variant of the Jonah story, I would say, is St. George and the Dragon. That story was represented during the Renaissance and during medieval times. Thousands and thousands of ways. It's like the story of St. Patrick who chased the snakes out of Ireland. Same idea. And the typical St. George story is The Hobbit or Harry Potter. So in the second volume of Harry Potter, correct me if I have any of these details wrong, you remember there's that snake, the basilisk. So there's this magic castle, right? You guys have no problem with that. Magic castle, no problem. There's an orphan, he's an orphan, he goes to the magic castle to learn how to be more than normal, right? The Muggles. He has a Muggle family. We're not too happy with the Muggle family. Like, as representatives of normal people, they have some lacks. Now, of course, the reason for that is that, well, that's what teenagers often feel about their parents, right? They feel, Jesus, these couldn't really be my parents. I must have some other parents who are, like, together. Those are like magical parents, right? Parents that live in the sky. And, of course, Harry Potter has earthly parents. That's the Muggles. And Dursley, I think, is the kid. He's a wonderful piece of work. And, you know, ill-formed, eh? Spoiled, ill-formed, selfish, very far from the ideal. He's a foil for Harry. And of course he's appreciated and doted on, and Harry is actually punished for his virtues. That's a classic story, right? To be punished for your virtues. I mean, if you look at the story, the central story in Christianity, the central story in Christianity is about someone who is precisely punished in the worst possible way for the highest possible virtues. And that's what it makes it an archetypal story, because there isn't anything more unfair than that. And so it's a limit, in a sense. It can't be worse than that. Being punished for being, you know, unworthy, it's like, yeah, well, at least makes sense. But to be punished because you have your act together and you're a good person, that's real punishment. And that's what happens to Harry. So, luckily, he finds out that it's magical. Like, and off he goes to wizarding school. And, you know, that's actually like taking, that's actually like going and studying the humanities. It was, when they still were, because it's through the humanities that you make contact with the magic of your culture, and that makes you more than merely the child of your parents, because you are more than merely the child of your parents. You're the child of nature, and you're the child of culture. And until you understand what that means, understand that you have two sets of parents, like the divine hero always has two sets of parents, you can't construe yourself properly as an individual. You're not situated properly in the world. You don't know what your responsibilities are. You can't orient your values properly, and you will suffer from that. Because, as far as I can tell, because life is so difficult, you have to do something that's truly worthwhile in order to justify it. And so, well, that's what all these stories tell you. That's what the story of Jonah is telling you. It's like you have an ethical duty to straighten things up. And if you don't do it, you're going to be sorry. And that story is echoed everywhere. Well, now St. George, well, let's go to Harry Potter. That's what we're talking about. So he goes off to the magic castle, and he's learning to be a wizard. And he's kind of an interesting character, right? Because he's not really good. And we find out, I think that's because, doesn't he have a piece of Voldemort in him? Isn't that what happens? Yeah. And that's what that means, is that to be good, truly good, you can't just follow rules. That's very clear. And you also have to be able to understand the malevolence. And in order to understand malevolence so that you can withstand it, you have to understand that part of you that's malevolent. Because if you don't, you're naive. And if you're naive, you're easy pickings. And so that's a Jungian idea too. And the Jungian idea is that part of personality development is to understand your shadow. And the shadow is those things about you that you do not want to admit to. And you can learn about your shadow by reading history. You can read about Auschwitz. You can read about the concentration camps in Russia. And you can imagine yourself as a guard instead of as a heroic rescuer of unfortunate victims, which would be very, very unlikely. And once you can imagine yourself as a guard, which is a terrifying thing to do, then you understand something about yourself. And I actually think, and I think this is also from student studying Jung, that you cannot have proper respect for yourself until you know that you're a monster. Because you won't act carefully enough. You know, if you think, well, I'm a nice person, I'd never do anything harm. It's like, you're no saint. Be sure of that. And the harm that you do people can come in many, many ways. And so, if you regard yourself as harmless, inoffensive, nice, well, why do you have any reason to be careful? You're like a teddy bear sitting on a shelf. Even if you throw it at someone, no one's going to get hurt. But that isn't what you're like. You're a human being, and human beings are some vicious creatures. And there's utility in knowing that, because it's also the case, you know, in the Harry Potter series, Harry could stand up against Voldemort and understand him and speak his language because he was infected by him to some degree. Very, very interesting idea. Anyways, in the second, and the reason I'm telling you this, and this is worth thinking about, it's like, how long were each of those books? 500 pages? They're long, eh? And there was, how many of them? 7? And how many of them were sold? I mean, how many of you read every Harry Potter book? Right. How many of you read at least one? Okay, how many of you saw the movies? It's like, you're all in a cult. You are, I'm telling you, really, that's the truth. It's really the truth. So, in the second volume, there's this snake that's zipping around there, the basilisk, right? And it lives in the underground. That's chaos. That's chaos. And that's because wherever you are, you're on thin ice, and underneath your thin ice is chaos. And here we are in this unbelievably civilized environment, and everyone's getting along so perfectly. But you know, you've got lights, you've got electricity, the sewage system is working, no one's hungry. It's like, it could be peaceful. But if any of that fell apart, it could easily fall apart, but if it's a bloody miracle it ever works at all, then the chaos that's just underneath the surface is going to come up right now. And it's useful to know that, because it makes you properly grateful. If you really understand it, it makes you properly grateful for the bloody miracle that it is that you can be here in peace. So anyways, there's this snake that's underneath the surface, and it's, you know, no joke, that thing. It's big, and it's ancient. It's always been there. And what happens if you look at it? It turns you to stone, right? It paralyzes you. Well, that's the Gorgon, that's Medusa. The woman with the head of snakes. If you look at her, it paralyzes you. Well, what does that mean? Well, you're walking through the jungle, a big snake appears. What do? You freeze, and no bloody wonder, because you're a prey animal, and that's what they do when they see things that are going to eat them. And so, the snake, well, lots of people still die from snake bite. And our ancestors would, and I mean our ancestors like, you know, tens of millions of years ago, when they were living in trees and weren't very big, they made a nice snack for a snake. And there's a woman named Lynn Isbell, who's an anthropologist at UCLA, who's correlated the presence of carnivorous snakes with the acuity of primate vision. And what she found was that the more snakes around, the better the primates could see. So, and we're particularly good at picking up patterns like snake camouflage in the lower half of our visual quadrant. You know, and people generally don't like snakes. You can learn to handle them, but no, snake fear appears to be innate. It's innate in chimpanzees, and it tends to increase as you age rather than decreasing. You can overcome it, but, well, my daughter had snakes, and one day her snake bit her. It was a fairly big snake, and she hadn't paid attention to it for a while, so it nailed her. And from then on, she had very difficult time grabbing the snake. It was like, bitten once, you know, shy permanently. She also told me years later, she had nightmares about snakes all the time when she had a snake in her room. It's like, you know, and I think it was probably the smell. So, anyways. So, Harry Potter decides he's going to go after the basilisk, right? He's going to go out there and face the thing that he's most afraid of. So he does that. Way down in the depths. So it's like Jonah going down into the depths. And he faces the basilisk, and it bites him. And you know, that's right, because if you go down into the depths, you can get bitten. Like, it's no joke. And this is a hero story, but the thing about the hero story is it's actually real. The thing that you're facing is actually dangerous. And even though facing it voluntarily might be your best bet, and is likely your best bet, because that's the central story of humanity, that doesn't mean you're going to succeed. It's the real thing. So anyways, he gets bitten, right? And he's going to die. Now, he's rescuing Ginny. So that's the St. George story. If you go after a dragon, dragons like to capture virgins. God only knows why. I think it's because one of the things that male humans have done from the beginning of time is chase the damn predators away. And I suspect that the males from God only knows how long ago, who were particularly good at that, were rewarded with female attention, and why the hell not? So it's deeply rooted inside of us, that idea of facing the unknown and freeing the woman. So the idea there is that it's a male idea in large part. I can talk about the central female myth, and I will as we proceed. The idea is that if you're the sort of person who can stand up against the unknown and the frightening, then you're also likely, if you develop into that sort of person, then you're also likely to develop into the sort of person that other people will find attractive. So, you know, and that's why Jung believed that inside the shadow was the anima, which is like a female figure. So his idea was something like, you know, if you watch movies, there's always this beta male guy, if they're romantic movies, and he's a nice guy, and he's the friend, and the woman tells him everything, but she doesn't like him a bit. She likes the guy who's like got an edge, and who's capable of, I would say, mayhem, but at least of aggression. That doesn't mean she wants him to be aggressive, but what it does mean is that she wants him to be able to be aggressive. That would be good. And so he's the romantic target, and so he's the person that's incorporated the shadow, and he's someone that is respectable and perhaps useful. And so, well, that's a very old story. So let's think about this for a minute. I've already offered you a proposition, and I think it's an important proposition, and I'm offering you this proposition so that you can make sense of art and literature and mythology and religion and dance and all those strange ritualistic things that human beings do, which seem central to us, including, not least, the ineradicable tendency of us to seek out stories of heroes. I should finish the Harry Potter story. So Harry Potter goes down there to rescue Virginia. No, that's what is it? Ginny, yeah. But there's a formal name for that. It's a variant of Virginia anyways, which is a variant of Virgin. So, and he gets bitten. Ginevra, that's it. He gets bitten, and the bite is poison. And so there he is, dying, which doesn't seem to be so good. And then what happens? And again, you guys swallow this, it's no problem. So, what's his name? The Dumbledore character, he's got a bird, right? So he's the wise old man. He's the ruler of the castle. He's the ruler of the magic castle. He's the magic king. He's like God the Father as far as Harry Potter is concerned. And he has a bird. What kind of bird is it? It's a phoenix, right? And one of the things that's very strange about a phoenix is that, well, it's immortal, but in a strange way. It lives and lives, I think, 100 years, and it gets older and older, and then one day, poof, it bursts into flames and turns into an egg. And then you get a new phoenix. So that's a symbol of transformation. It's a symbol of transformation. The bird is a spirit or psyche. And so, here's what it means, in part. You know how when you learn a lesson in your life that's not very pleasant? Right? It's not like when you learn something important, it's the best day of your life. It's often, the importance of what you learn is often proportionate to just how wretched it is to learn it. You learn things the hard way. You learn things by getting hit, because obviously, if what you're doing is working, you get what you want. There's no learning in that, and that's happy. It's when you're doing something and you hit an obstacle, and maybe you bloody well hit it hard, and then you recoil, and then down into the depths you go, and you have to sort yourself out. You realize that you're this particular kind of idiot, and that you should probably fix that, and that's really annoying and difficult, and maybe you're down in the dumps and anxious for quite a while, and then you get it repaired more or less, and you put yourself back together. That's the phoenix. Poof, into flames, bang, egg, new you. And so, that's the ability to learn. Now, human beings are very strange creatures, right? Because we're very malleable compared to most animals. Like grizzly bears now and grizzly bears 1,000 years ago, it's like, whatever. They're the same thing. They do the same thing. There's no transformation. But human beings, we have this massive brain. And, it's a pain because it means you have to take care of human children until they're 40. And that's a big burden. And so, we pay a big price for it. It also makes childbirth very difficult. And it's costly. You have to eat a lot because you have a big brain, because it uses up a lot of energy. And so, you pay a price for it. But the advantage is you're plastic. You can learn. Now, learning is a strange thing, because you can think of it as just acquiring more information. But you could also think of it, and this is more accurate, as finding out something that you're doing wrong, so that's sort of built into your character, element of your character, a presumption of your perception, or a deep habit. It's really built into you. It's a neural structure, right? It's alive. And you have to kill it because it isn't working properly. And the pain that you go through in part when you're suffering because you did something stupid is it's something like the neurology. I never get this quite right. It's the pain of the death of that structure. And that could be a huge chunk of you, if you really have to go through a massive revision. It's like the person that comes out the other end might hardly be the same at all. That happens, for example, if you're trying to combat alcoholism, which is just a wretched thing to do because, well, all your friends are alcoholic, all your family drinks too much. The only thing you know how to do when you're socializing is to go to the bar and drink too much. You spend like 20 hours a week on it. It's like, it's not just that you're addicted to the substance, it's like that's how you live. And so if you want to stop being an alcoholic, not only do you have to stop drinking alcohol, but you have to stop seeing all your drunk friends, and maybe you've had them for your whole life, and you have to have continual battles with your drunk family, and then you have to figure out something to do with that 20 hours that's now like hanging around your neck like an albatross. And so you have to let that whole part of your personality die, and a new part has to spring forth. And that's what the phoenix is. And the phoenix is the capacity of the person to transform. And so when Harry gets bit by the snake that freezes him, he gets seriously injured. The phoenix comes in, cries some tears in his wound, repairs him, bang, he's back to life. And the strange thing is that that's okay with all of the viewers. Why would that be? There's nothing about it that's rational. Nothing. Right? Magic castle? That's not rational. Giant snake underneath it? That's a little more rational. Turning you to stone, going down there to face it, being rejuvenated by a phoenix? It's like, yeah, that's okay. We'll watch that. We'll swallow it. We'll be completely engaged in it. And the reason for that is because it's a myth. It's about how people... It's a meta story about how to act, about how to conduct yourself in the world. Face the things that you're afraid of that would otherwise paralyze you. To let the death of what is insufficient about you occur. And then to wait for the rebirth. Okay, so science is about what the world is. And myth and drama and dream and the unconscious, all of that. Let's say the aesthetic and artistic and fantastic side of humanity. That's more about how things should be. It's more about how to act. They're lessons in how to act. And they're abstract lessons. People are capable of abstraction, right? So you say, well, there's something good about you, and there's something good about you, and there's something good about you, and there's something bad about you and you and you, and so we'll take all the good things and make one good thing out of that, we'll take all the bad things and make one bad thing out of that, and then we sort of understand the difference between good and bad, and we get better and better and better and better at that over the centuries as we distill that, and then we have a figure of ultimate good and a figure of ultimate evil, and that helps us understand what those two things are. Those are the hostile brothers. That's a very common mythological motif. And you can say, well, they're at war inside you. And I think that that's a universal truth. It's an existential truth. The domain of ethics and morality is how are we in the world and how should we be? What's the good? And the reason I'm telling you all this, apart from the fact that you should know it, because this is what you should know if you go through university, is that it bears directly on issues of health. You're trying to accomplish something, say if you go see a psychotherapist, you can say, well, I'm trying to get healthy. But that's not really right. What you're trying to do when you go see a therapist is get your life together. And that's not the same thing, like mostly when I'm acting as a therapist, it's not like I'm directly treating mental disorder. Like mental disorders they're just not neat little boxes. It's not like someone has a fully functioning life, but they have an anxiety disorder. And then you bring them and you treat the anxiety disorder and they go back to their fully functioning life. It's not like that at all. The disorder is tangled out into their life. You know, if you're depressed, well, usually your workplace isn't going very well and your relationships with the people around you are damaged. And, you know, you're connected in the actual world with all of these things. And so when you come to see a therapist, you have to work on putting your life together in a sustainable manner. And that's certainly not just removing the mental illness. It's very rare. Now and then you see someone who's depressed, whose life is together, and they're just depressed. Something's gone wrong, probably biochemical. And so with someone like that, you can often give them SSRIs. I can't give them to them, but I can recommend them. Recommend they go see a doctor anyways. And that sometimes just does the trick, because, you know, their life is actually pretty good. They just can't see it, but that's bloody rare, man. It's usually the case that someone comes and sees you and things are in a serious state of chaos, and all of that has to be addressed, and some of it's psychological, and a lot of it's just practical. It's embedded out there in the world. That's what the behavioral psychology is about. So anyways, psychology, especially the clinical end, is predicated on, necessarily predicated on the question, how is it that we obtain the good? How can we aim at the good, and what would that be? When my clients first come to see me, one of the things I often ask them is, okay, well, let's say you look a year ahead. What do you want? What are we aiming at? What would your life isn't the way you want it to be? How would it look if it was the way you wanted it to be? Or at least partly that way. And we aim at that. We look for impediments, psychological impediments, fears, avoidance strategies, that sort of thing. And we develop strategies. We try to move towards that, I would say, ideal. All right, to understand the categories of myth, we have to understand something about the nature of categorization. Now, categorization is a tricky thing, and we're going to run through some complicated ideas relatively quickly. You know, you think you put things in the same category because they're similar, but the problem is that, first of all, that's not an answer. It's just a statement of the initial proposition. And second of all, you can put things into the same category that are by no means identical, and you often do that. And third, it's things that are similar are often also importantly different. And so picking which element of similarity, you know, like let's say you have a group of books. Well, are they the same? Well, obviously, no. Unless they're all the same book. But the category of books is a pretty strange category because the content of the books differs completely. Well, you can still make a group of books. You pick some arbitrary element that unites them and consider that grounds to make a category. There's other categories, more scientific categories. Scientific categories tend to actually contain things that are very, very similar across multiple dimensions, like protons and like that. As far as I can tell, there's nothing that distinguishes one proton from another. Same with electrons. You know, a set of triangles is like that because you can define it precisely. But most of the categories that human beings use aren't so neat. And the problem with that is that unless the categories are neat, like scientific categories, it's very difficult to investigate them scientifically. So, for example, you might do research on a group of people with anxiety disorders. But the problem with that is that the anxiety disorder category is so heterogeneous that it's almost impossible to identify the commonalities across all the people who are in that category. And that's part of the category isn't actually a scientific category. It's a hybrid category. It's a practical category. I can give you an example of that. Anyways, many of the DSM categories, so these are categories for psychopathology, require, if you're part of that category. Imagine there's 7 symptoms that you could have, or 8 symptoms that you could have that would put you in that category of antisocial personality. 8 symptoms. You steal, you kick, you hit, you bite, you're abusive. I don't remember the categories precisely. But you can be in the category if you have symptoms 2 through 5, and you can be in the category if you have symptoms 6 through 8. They aren't the same symptoms, but you're in the same category. You think, well, how the hell can that be? Well, that's a family resemblance category, roughly speaking. Lots of the things that are family resemblance category. There's a prototype, and then if you have enough of the features of that prototype, imagine the prototype has 10 features. And if you have 6 of those features, you get to be in that category. But it means that the category is actually quite diverse, and that's one of the problems that plagues psychiatry as a science and clinical psychology as a science. It's a really big problem, because if the categories aren't homogeneous, then it's very difficult to draw conclusions about the members of the category. And the psychologists and the psychiatrists claim that those are scientific categories, but they're not, and they can't be, partly because they're aimed at the classification of health or ideal versus non-health or non-ideal, and partly because they play multiple roles. I mean, the category isn't there just to provide neat demarcations for scientific study. The category is there to give people a language to talk about certain sets of symptoms, to diagnose, because, you know, when you come in and you have a set of symptoms, you might want to know what they are, so that you also know what they aren't. It's really a relief often to find the diagnosis. And then, of course, the diagnosis has certain treatment. And for billing and for all of that, so the category has to play all of these roles. So there's multiple types of categories. And the categories that we're talking about in relation to psychology aren't scientific categories. They're categories about the world construed as a place to act. So here's a way to think about it. You're always looking at the world through a framework of reference. And you have to do that because there isn't very much of you. You can't see the whole world at once. And in fact, the amount of the world you actually see is so small you can't believe it. The central part of your vision is zipping around, producing a pretty high resolution representation of exactly what you're looking at. But outside of that center, like if I look at you, I can't see her eyes. I can see her glasses, but barely. I can't even tell whether you're male or female. The person past that, I can't see at all. Now, you don't notice that, you don't notice that you're that blind, because your central vision is always popping around, illuminating that tiny space. But you're so damn blind, it's just mind-boggling. And I'm sure some of you have seen the Invisible Gorilla video, where a gorilla comes into the video and you don't notice, which is somewhat shocking, because you would think that you'd notice a gorilla. But what happens is that you actually don't notice something unless it interferes with what you're doing. And because what are you going to do? Notice everything? You can't do that. You can hardly notice anything. So what you do is you pick something to focus on. It's usually something that you value, because why else would you focus on it? So that means that your value system determines the direction of your perception. Bloody well think about that for a minute. That's a Buddhist idea, right? People live in a kind of illusion, and sometimes that illusion causes suffering, and they can transform the way they look at the world, and that can release them from their suffering. But the idea that you do live in an illusion, I don't know if it's exactly an illusion, but you certainly do live within a framework of perception that's determined by your values. Now that is so weird, because we never think of the world as something that reveals itself through our values. But of course it does, because you look at what you want. You aim at what you want, and once you've aimed, the world lays itself out for you, and that's exactly how perception works. That's why I represented it this way. You're always somewhere, that's point A, and that's somewhere in some place in some time, and you always have some notion about what you want to have happen next. You're going to go to the next class, you've got a plan after this. In this class you have a plan, you're hoping to learn something, I presume, and maybe you have a goal with regards to a grade, and that's nested inside your desire to get a degree, and that's nested inside your desire to be educated and to have a career and have a successful life. So attending to me at the moment, the reason you're doing that is because all of those values exist within you simultaneously, focusing your attention. And so you're attending to me and not to something else, assuming that all of you with your computers open aren't surfing the web, which you might be, but assuming that you're focusing, whatever you're focusing on is directed by what you value. And some of that can be unconscious. In fact, a lot of it is unconscious. Because you know it's very difficult for you to get control of what you pay attention to. You know what that's like. You're trying to study kind of a boring paper. Christ, your attention is just like everywhere, you know. Maybe you'll vacuum under the bed instead of reading the paper, you know. You can't get grip on that thing, so your attention has an autonomy. And that's another psychoanalytic idea, you know, because you kind of think, well, you're in control. It's like, really? You ever try telling yourself what to do? How does that work for you? I'm going to go to the gym 3 times a week. Right, sure you are. Yeah, I'm going to quit eating sugar for a month. It's like, how long does that last? It's like 15 minutes. And you're eating like 3 chocolate bars. So, this is Freud's central insight, I would say. You're an autonomous group of spiritual agents, let's say, personalities. And they don't really get along very well. And you, the ego, will say, is by no means necessarily in charge. And that's a very strange thing to realize. But you can really realize that by noticing how little control you have over your attention and focus. Okay, so you've got your point A, you're going to point B, you're always doing that. You inhabit a structure of value, and it changes what the point A is and what the point B is, but the structure itself doesn't change. When you're looking at the world, what you see is not objects, you see tools, and they make you happy. Those are things that facilitate your movement forward. And you see obstacles, and those are things that make you unhappy. And when you encounter an obstacle, one of the problems is well, you don't get to where you're going, and that's a problem. But the other problem is, if you encounter an obstacle, the frame might be wrong. Right? Because you never know. It might be just something that you can do around real easily. It might be a fatal flaw in your whole plan. And so obstacles have this dual nature. They get in your way, but they can also take the plan down, and so they can produce anxiety. So my point is, and there's a book called An Ecological Approach to Visual Perception. It's a great book by Gibson, J.J. Gibson, if I remember correctly. And this is, although I thought of this a while back, I realized eventually that it was a variant of his theory, and what he believed was that when people looked at the world, they saw value first and inferred objects second. So for example, for Gibson, if you're standing by a cliff, you don't see a cliff and then think about the fact that you might fall and then feel frightened. You see a falling off place. And part of the seeing of that, part of the act of seeing is being afraid of that. Because your eyes are connected right to your emotional systems. And part of what your eyes do is tell you what the object is. But your eyes do all sorts of other things, like they prepare you for action, they prepare you for gripping, they prepare you for emotion, and none of that actually requires the existence, necessarily the existence of your perception of the object. So there are people who have blind sight, and if you show them, so they think they can't see, but if you flash them an angry face, they'll show a skin conductance response. And that's because the visual pathways to the amygdala, which does facial emotional processing, can still be active. These are people who've usually had a stroke, so their eyes are okay, but they've destroyed the visual cortex. So anyways, it's perfectly plausible that at least at one level of analysis, when you look at something, you see its utility first. So you see a chair, and you might say a chair is an object, but I wouldn't say that. Beanbag's a chair, and a stump is a chair. They don't share much in common except that you can sit on it. And so, you know, the chair is basically conceptualized by its functional utility. And when you look at a chair, what you perceive is its functional utility, and the chair tells you what to do. It says, sit on me. And there are people who have prefrontal damage, and they engage in something called utilization behavior. And if they're walking down a hallway and there's a door open, they have to walk through it. They can't not do what the object tells them to do. That's called utilization behavior. So that's how the world is laid out. And I would say inside that domain, you're in the predictable world. You're in the world that you understand, that you know. And that if you hit an obstacle, or if you're outside that domain, you're in the unknown. You're in unknown territory. In the mythological world, in the world for action, you could conceptualize the world as a stage for action. And this is a Shakespearean quote that sort of sums it up quite nicely. All the world is a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. And you might say, well, is that really true? And the answer to that is, well, it depends on what you mean by true. And that really is the answer, because there are different ways of defining true. So, and it isn't self-evident that there's only one way of defining truth that's appropriate. You know, the definition of truth might be more like a tool. And, you know, we are tool-using creatures, and really what we're trying to do with our conceptions of truth is to work through the world successfully. So even science is subordinate, should be subordinate, to our use of the world as a tool. Because if it isn't a useful tool, like, what are we doing with it? You know, just generating technology that might destroy the world. That seems like a bad idea. So I think that the world as tool is actually the fundamental sort of truth. I think that's a Darwinian idea. That our notions about the world have evolved through a Darwinian process, and that it's appropriate for us to regard as what is most real those things that reliably ensure our continuation of our life and the probability of our propagation. And if you're a true Darwinian, I don't think there's a way out of that one. And it isn't self-evident by any stretch of the imagination that seeing the world as objects is the way that our brain works. In fact, I don't think it's the way it works at all. And I think that that's why we're so wired for stories. Right? It's a mystery. You know, like, you won't line up for 2 hours to go see a lecture. But you'll line up for 2 hours, maybe you'll even camp overnight if your mythological imagination has been seized for God only knows what reason by Star Wars. And, you know, that's a source of mythology. It's the mythology of the modern person, and it fills a gap. And that's why people do it. So that, to me, speaks of the manner in which our psyches are constructed. And that's a Jungian idea. That's the idea of the archetype, essentially. That to be human is to participate in a certain pattern of being. And that pattern of being is acted out socially, it's acted out individually, but it's also part of your structure, even your perceptual structure as a living organism of your particular type. And it would be the case, at least in part, with the hero myth, which is go out where no one has gone before, face the terrors of the unknown, gather something of value, and return is the central story of humankind. It's not the only central story, but it's up there in the top three. And many of the dramas that you engage yourself in are variations of that story. And you watch it over and over and over because you're trying to learn how to do that. Because that's what you need to do to live. Okay, here's the idea. What's common among people? Well, we're self-conscious. We know of our own existence, and we know of our own limitations. And so that means that we have a certain innate terror and fragility. Our existence is a problem to us. And in some sense, what we're trying to do when we search for meaning is to search for a solution to that problem. And that can be security. But it can also be mode of being. So, for example, being engaged in something worthwhile seems to be a good medicine for being fragile. You know, because you think, well, I'm doing this, it seems worthwhile. And the fact that there's a price to be paid for it, and that things that befall me that aren't good, I'm willing to put up with that because what I'm engaged in seems to be of sufficient significance to justify all that. We all become self-conscious and we're all trying to do something about that, figure out how to deal with it. So there's a landscape that we inhabit, I would say, within which that takes place. So the human being, self-conscious, doomed to tragedy, doomed to be aware of that. The human being has two elements. That's the element that seeks the good, and there's the other element that seeks, I would say, revenge and destruction. We have our reasons. Something tragic happens, tragic and uncaring, really brings you low. The probability that you're going to become resentful and want revenge is extraordinarily high, and no wonder. And, the archetypal representation of that is evil itself, and the archetypal representation of the good that you can do is the hero. And so those things inhabit us, they're permanent elements of the human psyche. And then what else is universal to us? Well, we live in a society. You could say, and that's deep. It's not just human society. Like, we've lived in a society forever. So, lobsters live in dominance hierarchies. And they use their serotonin system, at least in part, to keep track of their dominance position. And so you can use antidepressants on lobsters when they get defeated. And they don't feel so bad from being defeated in a fight. And so you just think about that. Antidepressants do the same thing to us. We're so bloody social that the circuits that evolved 300 million years ago, when the lobsters and us had a shared ancestor, are still operating at the base of your brain. That's why status is so important in reputation. I mean, that serotonin system governs your emotional regulation. How people respond to you and what they think of you, man, that matters. That's why you're on Facebook all the time, checking your texts and obsessing continually about your online presence, assuming that you're doing that is, contacting people frantically and seeing what the updates are. It's like, how are you held in the esteem of others? Very, very important, and that's because it determines your emotional regulation. It's really important. So we exist in a society, always. And the society has two elements. The tyrannical element of the society, that would be the tyrannical king, roughly speaking, a very common mythological theme. You see that in the Lion King too, right? Because that's Scar. And of course you see it in the real world with almost continually. And then the benevolent king, who is the source of all the good things about culture. And you can see these things play out as mythologies in political terms. So I would say, for example, the continual harping about the oppressive nature of the patriarchy is part of a myth. And the myth is that society is oppressive. It's like, well, yeah, obviously, because you have to be quite a bit like you, and you have to be quite a bit like you, even if you're not, so that you can get along, right? Everybody sacrifices a tremendous amount of their individuality to the common mode of being. There's a tyrannical element to that. But, by the same token, it's the basis of cooperation and the stability of society. And the final element is, that's often represented in a masculine manner, by the way, society. And I think that's because our primary dominant structures, given the creatures we are, like chimpanzees, the primary structures of dominance are masculine. And then outside of what's known is the unknown. And we always have to contend with that. And it's wonderful in that it's the source of all new things, and it's terrible in that it's the place where all the things that destabilize you come from. And so this is a good representation, although not the only one. So that's the feminine nature, that's the masculine order, and that's the individual who's destined to suffer in the grasp of those two things. And I'll finish this next time. What have we got here? Yep. All right. Good enough. We'll see you next time. So today, to begin with, we're we're going to finish the last lecture, and then with any luck we're going to start the next one. They're thematically linked anyways. Well, all the lectures for the next, well, for the whole course hopefully will be thematically linked to some degree, given that nominally they're about the same topic, but some are more tightly linked than others. So I started telling you last week about this idea of the voyage to the underworld, and I want to tell you a little bit more about that. Jung in particular conceptualized the voyage to the underworld as a journey into the unconscious, and the unconscious for the psychoanalyst is a place of fantasy and dream and implicit presuppositions and habit, and that's all correct. There is an unconscious, and it's perfectly reasonable to conceptualize it that way. But the big difference, I think, between the psychoanalysts and the later, more empirical scientists is that psychoanalysts sort of envision your psyche as a place of living partial personality instead of cognitive computational systems. You know, they took into account the fact that you're alive and that the parts of you are alive. And you know, there's a neuroscientist named Gazzaniga. I don't know how to say his name. Gazzaniga. That's wrong. Gazzaniga. Yeah, I think that's it. Anyways, he did some of the earliest experiments on split brains. And so sometimes if you have intractable epilepsy, which I wouldn't recommend, by the way, one of the surgical procedures for mediating its negative effects is something called you cut the corpus callosum, and it's a very large structure in the brain that connects the two separate hemispheres. And you know, it's not obvious why we have two separate hemispheres, although I'll tell you a little bit about why I think it is. But anyways, they do communicate. And what Gazzaniga demonstrated was that you could tell one hemisphere something without the other one knowing. That both hemispheres were conscious, and that the consciousness was somewhat independent. It's really strange. It's very interesting. Makes very interesting reading. You know, because it suggests that fragments of ourselves. You can think of, you have fragments of yourself within you that are like low-resolution representations of you. You know, and the psychoanalysts would think of those more as they're kind of like one-eyed giants. That might be a way of thinking about it if you're thinking about it in a fantastical way. So there's the angry you. And you know, you all come in contact with the angry you. It's rather rigid. That's the first thing you might say about it. It's impulsive and short-term. It doesn't think much about the past, unless it's bad things about whoever you're angry at, in which case it thinks about them a lot. It's not too concerned with long-term future consequences, and mostly it wants to be right. And, you know, when angry you disappears and normal you, assuming such a thing exists, reappears, you can be perfectly shocked about how angry you behave. And in fact, sometimes, if angry you really gets out of hand, like it might in a battle, or it might do things that you just can't imagine you would do. And under those circumstances, you can reveal parts of yourself to yourself that are so foreign, so horrifying, that it will leave you with post-traumatic stress disorder. Because it is the case that many, but not all, people who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, especially if it's battlefield related, get it because of something they did rather than something they saw or something that happened to them. And that's really worth thinking about, you know. I mean, there's a lot of weird potential nested inside people, and you know, you don't see it under normal circumstances because the circumstances are normal. And part of the reason that we like the circumstances to be normal is precisely so that we don't see those parts of people we don't want to see. And that's really worth knowing. It's really worth knowing, because that's why people are so identified with their culture and why they need a culture. You know, like the terror management theorist types, they kind of think of culture as a mechanism that inhibits anxiety, as they think about it psychologically, like it's something inside your head, let's say. And it gives meaning to events and stops you from collapsing into chaos and protects you from death anxiety. But that's not right. It's sort of right, but that isn't what your culture is. Your culture is a set of value-laden presuppositions that you orient yourself in the world that match the set of value-laden presuppositions that everyone in your culture has and acts out. And so what that means is that when you believe something and you're among your own people, you believe something implicitly. It's the way you look at the world. It's the way you act things out. You act them out. Everyone expects you to act them out. They're happy about it, in fact. So there's a match between what you're doing, what you see and what you're doing, and what other people expect. And it's that match that regulates your emotions. It's not the belief system. It's the match. And so part of the reason that people are so tied to their cultural identity is because their cultural identity regulates their emotions. And in a profound way, like this is no joke, you know, I mean, one of the things that stabilizes human nervous systems is, well, imagine that you have a domain of competence. There's many domains of competence, and of course, in some of those domains you're completely incompetent. But they may not matter because you don't go into that domain. So you have some area of specialization, which you might think of as your sub-tribe, you know, your university students. And so some of you are lower status by the rules of the university game, and some of you are higher status by the rules of the university game, by the tribe. And so the higher status people tend to be the ones who fit into the academic environment, you know, and find it conducive to their mode of being, and who also do well, and their serotonin levels rise. And you know, the neurochemicals that moderate mood, particularly, are serotonergic. It's serotonin. It's lots of other things. It's an oversimplification, but that'll do for now. As you become dominant in a hierarchy, your serotonin levels rise. And what that means is that happy things make you happier, and sad things make you less sad. It tunes your nervous system. So if you're down at the bottom of the hierarchy and you're failing, it's like, hey, hardly anything makes you happy, and everything makes you nervous. And it's no wonder, because it's not very good down there. So the societal structure, which is an elaborated dominance hierarchy, regulates your emotions because of the match between your expectations and the behaviors of the people within that structure. And then your position within the hierarchy regulates the ratio, let's say, and the intensity between positive and negative emotion. So you mess with people's status at your peril, and you disrupt their culture. They don't like that. And no wonder, because when it's disrupted, they fall into chaos. And chaos isn't just anxiety. Anxiety is bad enough, but it's not just anxiety, because when you fall into chaos, when things fall apart for you, of course you're uncertain and anxious because you don't know what the hell is going on, and you don't know where you are, and you don't know what to do. That's anxiety provoking, and maybe you can't even understand your past properly anymore. That, as I said, that happens when people get betrayed. And so you fall into this state where nothing is certain. The way you construe the world isn't certain. And even the way the world is no longer certain, because you don't know how to act, or your actions aren't working, and so the world is presenting itself as something that's chaotic. It's not just psychological. The chaos is a weird intermingling of the chaotic world and the chaotic self. I mean, that's what happens when you get unemployed. It's like, it's devastating, right? It's devastating. And you can say, well, that's psychological. It's like, well, yeah, but they're unemployed. That makes the world far more incomprehensible and uncertain. It's not just psychological. It's psychological, and that's bad, but it's also real, and that's even worse. And then those two things can spiral, which they often do, because, you know, if you don't set your expectations properly for a job search and assume that you're going to get 49 rejections for every interview, which you really need to know, because if you get 49 rejections, it's not because you're useless, it's because the baseline for rejection is 98%. And that's okay, because the base rate for rejected for everything is 98%, no matter what you do. But you need to know that so that you don't feel that it's like something wrong with you. And of course, you only have to get it right once. That doesn't have a job. It's a lottery. But you have to set yourself up. You have to think, okay, well, I'm going to look for a job. I need to, how many resumes can I tolerate sending out a day? You know, it has to be enough so you don't feel like a useless moron. And it can't be so many that you're overwhelmed by the burden. So, and I help people do this sort of thing all the time. So maybe you decide, well, you're going to send out 10 a day and you're going to work 2 hours on it, and it's going to take 6 months. And then, you know, you got your parameters set properly, and you know what to expect in the world, and your emotions are regulated. So, but the state of being unemployed doesn't just produce psychological consequences. So the distinction between the psyche and the world, in some sense, is quite arbitrary. And the psychoanalysts, I think, err too much on the side of the subject. They tend to think that too much of you is inside of you, and too little of you is outside of you. And part of the reason I believe that is because of my clinical experience. I love the psychoanalysts, man. They're brilliant, they're deep. They grapple with real problems, like with problems. When people have real problems, and I mean profound problems, they're really profound moral problems. They're problems of good and evil, really. You know, there are things going on in their family that are so terrible that, well, that they're sometimes fatal. Lie upon lie upon lie upon lie for decades and decades and decades. Awful. And that's not exactly inside them. It's out there in the world. Lots of the people that I see. Very famous critic of psychology. Can't remember his name, but I probably will. Criticized the practice of psychology quite effectively I believe in the early 60s. The Myth of Mental Illness by Thomas Szasz, S-Z-A-S-Z. It's a classic. You should read it. If you're interested in psychology, read it. It's like a classic. And he basically said, most people have problems in living. They don't have psychological problems. And so I've experienced, despite my love for the psychoanalysts, very frequently what I'm doing as a therapist is helping people have a life that would work. You know, and you can parameterize that. Indeed. How about some friends? That people kind of like that. How about an intimate relationship with someone that you can trust? Maybe has a future. That'd be good. How about a career that puts you in a dominance hierarchy somewhere? So at least you've got some possibility of rising and some possibility of stabilizing yourself, and a schedule and a routine, because no one can live without a routine. Just forget that. If you guys don't have a routine, I would recommend, like, you get one going, because you cannot be mentally healthy without a routine. You need to pick a time to get up. Whatever time you want, but pick one and stick to it, because otherwise you dysregulate your circadian rhythms, they regulate your mood. And eat something in the morning. I had lots of clients who had anxiety disorders. I had one client who was literally starving. Very smart girl. There was very little that she liked. She kind of tried to subsist on like half a cup of rice a day. She said, I have no energy. I come home, all I want to do is watch the same movie over and over. What, like, is that weird? And I thought, well, it depends how hard you work. You know, it's a little weird, but whatever. It's familiar. You're looking for comfort. So I did an analysis of her diet. It's like 3/4 of a cup of rice. It's like, you're starving. Eat something. You know, you'll feel better. So she modified her diet, and all her anxiety went away, and she had some energy. It's like, yeah, you gotta eat. So, a schedule. That's a good thing, man. Your brain will thank you for it. It will stabilize your nervous system. With a bit of a plan, that's a good thing. You need a career, you need something productive to do with your time. You need to regulate your use of drugs and alcohol. Most particularly alcohol, because that does in a lot of people. You need a family, like the family you have, your parents and all that. It'd be nice if you all got along, you can work on that, that's a good thing to work on. And then, you know, you probably need children at some point, and that's life. That's what life is. And if you're missing, you know, you may have a good reason to not be operating on one of those dimensions. It's not mandatory. But I can tell you that if you're not operating reasonably well on 4, I think I mentioned 6, if you're not operating reasonably well on at least 3 of them, there's no way you're going to be psychologically thriving. And that's more pragmatic in some sense than psychological. Right? Human beings have a nature, there's things we need. And if we have them, well, that's good. And if we don't have them, well, then we feel the lack. So behavioral psychologists concentrate a lot more on that sort of thing. Practice, strategize, make a career plan, figure out how to negotiate, because that's bloody important. Figure out how to say what you need, figure out how to tell the truth, figure out how to listen to your partner in particular, because if you listen to them, they will actually tell you what they want. And sometimes you can give it to them, and maybe they'll return the favor, and you practice that for like 15 years, well, then maybe you're constantly giving each other what you want. Well, hooray, that would be good. And then there's 2 of you, under most circumstances, it's better to have 2 brains than 1, because people think differently because of their temperament, mostly. And so, the negotiation is where the wisdom arises, and it's part of the transformation, the psychological transformation that's attendant on an intimate relationship, and one of the fundamental purposes of a long-term intimate relationship. Anyways, when that falls apart, chaos ensues, and that's why chaos is represented so continually in myths and stories. And I'm going to walk you through a bit of that more today. I talked about the story of Jonah. Now, here's something to think about. The internal representations of language meaning evolved partly from our pre-linguistic ancestors' knowledge of social relations. Like modern monkeys and apes, our ancestors lived in groups with intricate networks of relationships that were simultaneously competitive and cooperative. The demands of social life created selective pressures for just the kind of complex, abstract, conceptual, and computational abilities that are likely to have preceded the earliest forms of linguistic communication. Although baboons have concepts and acquire propositional information from other animals' vocalizations, they cannot articulate this information. They understand dominance relationships and matrilineal kinship, but they have no words for them. This suggests that the internal representation of many concept relations and action sequences does not require language, and that language did not evolve because it was uniquely suited to represent thought. Well, you know, you can think without language. Well, take the case of someone who's deaf and mute. They have no language. Well, they can operate in society. They learn how to represent other people. And they do that with image. Now, the postmodernists, who I despise, would be a reasonable way of putting it, have this proposition that there's no meaning outside language. And it's a powerful argument, by the way, but it's seriously wrong. There is a meaning network outside of language, and it's what language is grounded in, and that's this pre-verbal comprehension of the world. It's an embodied comprehension of the world. Animals have it. Lobsters have it. You know, this particular scientist, Safar, talks about our shared history with, you know, higher primates. That probably goes back 20 million years, something like that. Split from the common ancestor of chimps about 7 million years ago. But, you know, lobsters have dominance hierarchy. They hardly have a nervous system at all, which is partly what we studied quite extensively. And so they have a social structure, and they understand it. Like if one lobster, if you're a lobster, it'd be quite a shock to you to happen. And you were fighting with another lobster, and you lost, you would remember that, and the next time you saw that lobster, you'd scuttle off somewhere else. And you'd know that. And all the lobsters in an area know who's top lobster and who isn't. And top lobster gets the best bloody place to be, best food. So this dominance issue, this cultural issue, the fact that we live in a social environment is far deeper than people usually consider. It's also worth considering, and this is what you might think of from an evolutionary perspective. You know, you think of natural selection as producing evolution, right? Well, random mutation with natural selection. But here's something to think about, and Darwin knew this. But Darwin was really smart, and the biologists who followed in his footsteps, even up to now, have only expanded out a fraction of what he had to say. You know, he was very interested in sexual selection. Now, one of the things about human beings that's unique is that human females are picky maters. They're choosy. They're also sneaky because you can't tell when they're ovulating, and with many other female animals you know. So they have hidden ovulation and they're choosy, and they tend to choose men who are more successful in the dominance arc. Well, there's a shock. I mean, you have a choice. Why not you pick someone who's at the bottom of the competence hierarchy? Well, that's probably not going to work out very well for you. Since women bear the burden of reproduction, it's perfectly reasonable for them to search out someone who's going to be helpful. So productive, fair, generous. And you know, when you think of a dominance hierarchy, you might think, well, it's the powerful guy, the aggressive guy, say, that rises to the top of the dominance hierarchy. And that's not true. It's not even true among chimps. Like, you can get a chimp tyrant, but then what happens is other chimps gang up on him and tear him to pieces. And they don't do it nicely. They don't do it nicely. And the chimps that tend to maintain their dominance for long periods of time have a pretty wide network of friends, roughly speaking, with whom they engage in reciprocal interactions like grooming, and they actually pay a lot of positive attention to the females who have their own hierarchy, by the way, and to their offspring. So they're like baby-kissing politicians. And so the idea that it's raw power that produces dominance is just wrong. It's wrong now. You know, tyrants. Pretty damn unstable business being a tyrant. There's lots of people who want to kill you. Plus, you know, you tend to rule over something approximating hell. So maybe that's better than being a subject in hell, but it's not much better. So anyway, so this social. Now, so what this means, think about this for a minute. So imagine that what I'm telling you bears some vague resemblance to the truth. I think there's quite a lot of evidence for it from a biological perspective. I mean, this choosy mating thing occurs with lots of species. There's this bird called the bowerbird. You've got to look up bowerbirds, man. Those things, you just can't even believe they exist. And so the male bowerbird, he makes this really complicated nest that's close to the ground. He weaves it. It's really quite nice. You couldn't make one. So, and then he sweeps the yard in front of the nest, and then he runs around the forest, or flies, because he is a bird, finding pretty things. So maybe he'll find a nice collection of red leaves, and so then he'll take the red leaves one by one and fly back to his front yard and make a little square. You know, he's a bird, so it's not a great square, but he makes a little patch of red, and he takes a look at that, and then he goes off and finds something blue, and he decorates, makes a little piece of abstract art in the front of his nest. And a lot of male bowerbirds do this all at the same time. And so then the females come along, they hop on something nearby, and they kind of look at it like this, checking it out. And if they're happy with it, well, then things proceed. But if they're not, they fly off to someone else's piece of abstract art. And if a male piece of art is rejected by like 3 females in a row, he gets irritated and brushes it all off with his wing, and then he makes another one. It's like, God. Well, they obviously have a very well-developed sense of beauty. It's so cool, you know. And I guess the idea is that, who knows what the hell the idea is. The female birds like artistic male, something like that. But if you're thinking about it biologically, maybe it's an indication of intelligence. Right, it's a marker of intelligence. You know, and it's certainly the case that female humans prefer creative men. So, and no wonder, of course. We wouldn't be creative if that was the case. So then imagine that there's 2 primary forces of evolutionary selection operating on us, and they're not really the natural world, which is what people always think, like the environment, you know, the animals and the trees and nature. But it isn't nature that's selected us. It's two other things. Well, partly. It's two other things. So one is the dominance hierarchy, the male dominance hierarchy, is one of the primary mechanisms of selection. So it's like, women are faced with a hard choice, which guy to go after. Like, that's a hard choice. Well, so they do the same thing that people do with the stock market. They outsource the cognitive problem, the computational problem, to the male dominance hierarchy. Then they just let the males sort themselves out, however they're going to, and then they peel from the top. And so what that means is the male dominance hierarchy itself is a selection mechanism. Because if you fail at it, then you don't leave any offspring. And so what that means, at least in part, is that we have adapted to be better and better at attaining status in dominance hierarchies over God only knows how long a period of time. And that doesn't mean just power. You know, it might mean cognitive flexibility, because you can imagine dominance hierarchy A, dominance hierarchy B, dominance hierarchy C. Okay, so if you're really successful, you climb up dominance hierarchy A. Right, but B and C, no, you have to land in those, you just be a failure. So, then you could say, the ideal human being is someone who can climb to the top of a dominance hierarchy, no matter what the dominance hierarchy is. Right, so we've evolved such that success across the set of possible dominance hierarchies is the target. And I think that's why we have general intelligence. Because general intelligence is a general problem-solving mechanism. And it's a single factor even. Like intelligence is a single factor. It's not divisible, despite what people like Robert Sternberg and Howard Gardner falsely claim. So, and then from the female perspective, females are the next gatekeeper. And that's why they're often Mother Nature. It took me a long time to figure this out. Why the hell is nature feminine in mythological representations? It's very, very, it's extraordinarily common. Mother Nature. You don't think of Father Nature. You think of Mother Nature. It's like, why? Well, nature brings forth new forms, so that's feminine. And nature selects. In fact, that's the definition of nature from a Darwinian perspective. Nature is that which selects. Women select. Their nature. And that's partly why far more men than you might think, like far more, are terrified of women. Because to be rejected as a romantic partner by a woman is to be classified as vaguely acceptable life form. No value in propagating it at all. Right, so it's a major, major rejection. And, you know, I've had dozens of clients and many, many people write to me whose primary problem is that they're so terrified of women they can't even approach them. Very, very, very common. So, alright. I want to show you this little triangle thing. This is kind of cool. Okay, so, non-verbal, right? Non-verbal. So what happened? Well, there's mother triangle, I would guess, and mother triangle has circle as a child, and triangle is maybe a friend, but not one that's very welcome, according to mother. And child circle goes out to try to play with triangle child, and mother doesn't like that, so she goes out there and pecks the hell out of him, chases him away, pushes child circle back into the home, and goes into the home. And then child circle isn't very happy about that, running around causing trouble, and manages to escape. And then bad child triangle shows up, and they play together and run around and run around and run around and run around with mother chasing them. And then well, maybe they elope, who knows. And then mother triangle has a fit and blows down the house, right? It's obvious. Reasonable? Would you consider that a reasonable story about what happened? Perhaps you had other interpretations, but I suspect they were vaguely along that line. Well, but the point here, and this is the point of this experiment, is how much information do you need from which to derive a narrative? And the answer is, like, none. It's just immediate. You can watch some triangles moving around a box, and instantly you personalize it. And that's because that's what you're like. And the reason you're like that is because your environment isn't nature. Your environment is culture. Your environment is other people. And that was even more true for chimpanzees and so forth, and especially animals that had a limited diet, like gorillas. They pretty much only eat leaves. You know, a chimp spends like 12 hours a day chewing, and that's why they have a gut like this. It's like, you can't eat leaves. You know, have you tried? They have no nutrition, so if you're going to eat leaves, you have to eat a lot of them. And then it takes like 3 months to digest them. And so what we've done, and this is pretty cool because we're so smart, is that we've traded gut for brain. And that's why we're so svelte. And the way we manage that, it appears, is that we learned how to use fire to cook things. That meant that we had high quality nutrition, much higher. It's easier to digest cooked things, especially meat. And so, because we invented fire, we didn't have to have so much intestine, and we could spend a little more time on the brain. So human beings really are fire users. We invented fire, or discovered it, or whatever, mastered it, at least a couple of million years ago. A long time. So that's all pretty cool, as far as I'm concerned. So that's partly how you think. And that's naturally how you think. You think a certain way. And so we'll say that your fundamental architecture is social cognitive. You tend to view the world as if it's personified. And the reason for that is that the world in which you emerged as a being was primarily social. And what you needed to know was who's the big primate, and who's the little primate, and who's related to who. And, you know, among chimps, if a big chimp is threatened by a small chimp, well, the big chimp can just tear the small chimp apart. But the big chimp will back off if it knows that the little chimp is associated with some really big chimps. And so the little chimp can bully the big chimp because it's part of the dominant family. And that's because the nervous system of the big chimp doesn't respond to the little chimp like a little chimp. It responds to the little chimp like it's a little chimp with 4 great monsters attached to it, because it's true. So its nervous system is actually responding to the network around the chimp. And so that's exactly what you thought. It's not exactly what you like because you're not chimps, but, you know, it's that kind of platform that constitutes the evolutionary underpinnings of your psyche. So, what does that mean? Well, it means this is, like, perfectly fine to us, right? We can animate things. Rabbits are people. No problem. We'll go along with that. You remember Roger Rabbit? I presume most of you watched that. So this is the detective whose name I don't remember. He has to go to Toontown because there's cartoons and there's people, and, you know, they share the same world, and you can go to Toontown, although it's kind of annoying because cartoon figures are kind of annoying, like they're slapstick types, and so he's not very happy to be there. And this is what it looks like. Right? Everything's animated, meaning alive. Anima means soul, by the way. So everything has a personalities. And, you know, when you're reading books to kids, the sun has a personality, train has a personality, jet has a personality. Doesn't matter what it is, it has a personality. And that's because the child is learning to understand the world using the architecture, social cognitive architecture. And the thing that's really interesting about that, this just blows me away. You know, evolution is conservative, and so once it's produced something, it has to build on it. It's like DOS, the operating system. It's like, really, it's still there, if I remember correctly, under Windows 10. You can't get rid of the damn thing because it's part of the structure now. And it's like the keyboards we use, which were actually designed to slow typers down, because with mechanical typewriters, if you type too fast, the keys would jam. So they devised the keyboard to slow you down, and we still use it, which is stupid. You know, you want the high-frequency letters close to your middle finger. That is what it's like all, but you can't change it because everyone uses it. So your body plan, that thing has been around a long time, man. If you look at mammals, particularly, but even lizards, they're so much like us in their skeletal structure. It's just mind-boggling. We're all variants of the same symmetrical, four-legged, mouth here structure. So you have to build on what you have. And if you have a social cognitive architecture, then you have to first understand the world through the social cognitive categories. And what's so bloody strange about that is it actually seems to work. We actually seem to develop a coherent representation of being, I would say, of being. That's not the same as nature. It's not the same as the world. Because when we think of the world, we think of the objective world. And I'm not talking about the objective. I'm talking about the world that we experience. And we see that through social cognitive filter, and it makes perfect sense to us, and it works. That's so strange. So anyways, everything's got this animated nature, and we don't have a problem with that. In fact, we actually find it quite fun. You know, people go visit the Disney Toontown, participate in it, and have fun with it. So that shows you as well how natural it is for us to view things this way. You know, cars have faces, right? Designers know that. They know that. People don't want a car with 3 headlights. Because, like, who wants to associate with a 3-eyed monster? No one. It's like 2 eyes. That's something you could be comfortable with. And so, cars have faces. Like the BMWs, the new ones, they really look cat-like. And they have sexy curves. They do. They do. There's been MRI studies of that. So, if you show men photographs of attractive women looking directly at them, there's a little part of their brain called the nucleus accumbens that lights up. Because to have someone look directly at you, especially if they have like a smile, is interpreted as an invitation to approach. And women, they have the same damn problem. Because with women, because if you go into drugstores, say, and you look at women's magazines, they're all the same. They've all evolved to the same endpoint. They all have an attractive woman on them, all of them. And they're looking right out. And so when women see that, they actually see it as something to approach. It's an ideal. And you know what? People say that those beauty ideals are oppressive for women. All ideals are oppressive. But the empirical research, some of it done here, suggests that interacting with those images performs the psychological function of helping the woman equate herself with the ideal, and in most cases that actually produces an elevation in mood. And you know, think about it. You're really going to go to the magazine store and you're just looking for something new, and you're going to buy something that makes you feel depressed and oppressed. It's like, no, you're not going to do that. Magazines that do that to you, they will die, because no one will buy them. And there's a reason they all turned out the same way. It's like they're just responding to demand. So, faces. Oh yes, with regards to the sexy curves. So, a woman's picture looking right at a man will produce this activation in the primary reward system. Cocaine produces the same response, and so do sports cars, especially curvy red sports cars. And so that's why you often see an attractive woman sitting on a curvy red sports car in an ad. Because it's, you know, if there's an ad for beer on the side, it's like, hey, everything's perfect. So, and you know, those are all primary reward representations, and they produce attraction, because part of positive emotion, the dopaminergically mediated element of positive emotion, is an approach emotion. It's not a satiation, satisfaction emotion. It's, oh good, there's something good here, I can move towards it. And that is what happiness is. That's directly what happiness is. It's not attaining something, because that just puts you in a whole new problem. You've got to figure out what to do next. Alright, so I suggested to you that one of the problems that we have, the problem, I would say, is not what the world's made out of, but how we should be in the world, because we're alive. And how we should be, well, it's fairly straightforward. Not so much pain would be good, that'd be good. Not too much anxiety, hey, we're on board for that. A little pleasure now and then, some stability. Not dying, that's a big one. That's a big one. And then, let's say from the Darwinian perspective, propagating. And so that's what we're aimed at. And the reason we're aimed at that is, just think about this, it's so amazing. So, every single one of the relatives you have in your ancestors, every single one of them successfully produced a child who successfully produced a child all the way back 3 billion years ago. It's bloody unbelievable. Like, the probability that you exist, well, it's 100% because there you are, but the probability of predicting that you would exist, you know, if you tried to predict it, it's like the chances that you're here are so infinitesimal that it's just absolutely mind-boggling. Think about that unbroken sequence of success literally over billions of years. God, it's amazing. And so you have to think that there's a pretty strong proclivity for that to happen. I mean, some of it obviously was necessity, but not only that, I mean, it's necessary that impregnated females have an infant. It isn't necessary that they keep it alive. So you can't account for that continuity merely from necessity. You have to interject at least a small amount of consideration that the care that's associated, especially with taking care of infants, because they're a lot of work. That's there too. It's actually, I think, it's manifested in the personality trait agreeableness. It looks to me like agreeableness is one of the dimensions where men and women vary most substantially. Agreeableness looks to me like the manifestation of the maternal instinct. Now, men can be agreeable too, because, of course, male human beings take care of children. You know, if you're a grizzly bear, female, you just chase the damn male away because he'll kill your cubs. That's not so helpful. They're not maternal at all. Quite the contrary. But, you know, human men are pretty damn maternal. They're not as maternal as women, on average. Although some women are less maternal than some men. Because, you know, the curves overlap. But on balance. How are we in the world? Well, we're aware of our own vulnerability. We're aware of our own shortcomings, let's say. And I think that's partly from being a social being. Because people are always signaling your shortcomings to you. To such a degree that you even signal your shortcomings to yourself. Because, well, you might as well fix them before someone else points them out. That's guilt. Shame. You know, and Freud called that the superego. The superego is kind of like the internalized representation of the judgmental father. And culture, I think, is represented as father figure. God the Father, let's say, because it's actually quite a bit like there is an all-seeing eye that's always watching you. It's a really, really intelligent way of conceptualizing it, because the group, which is more or less eternal, is watching you all the time, and it's judging you all the time. And we know that if you put people in a room and you put a big eye on the wall, you know, and give them an opportunity to cheat on some little cheating thing, you know, nothing too important. If they're in the room with the big eye, they're less likely to cheat if they're in the room with no eye at all. So, you know, and what do? You keep an eye on your kids. And the reason you do that is so they don't misbehave. And we keep an eye on each other. And so we have a representation of that. As far as I can tell, we represent it as a transcendent figure of judgment. And it's like, yeah, hey, that's a pretty good metaphor. So, one of the This is a major intellectual battle. The major intellectual battle. And it's raging in universities. It's basically a battle between postmodernism and traditional and tradition. I think that's the right way of thinking about it. For the postmodernists, human beings have no nature. We're blank slates. Everything that we are is enculturated, so we're completely malleable, and all elements of our identity are malleable. On the other side are the traditionalists, who are, I would say, grounded more in biology on the one hand, but also in a historical humanities tradition that suggests that people have a nature. I explain some of that nature. Most people want to have friends, part of your nature. Most people want to find love, part of your nature, and you suffer without it. So, and you can say those are all social constructs, but you can say anything. And don't ever trust someone who has one explanation for everything. How much intelligence does that take? You have one explanation. Trot it out for every phenomenon. This is an alternative. Now, here's what happened in part. Nietzsche, back in the late 1800s, was very interested in the dissolution of traditional faith in the West. We fell out of our myth. That's the way to think about it. We stopped believing in its fundamental axioms. We stopped believing that there was such a thing as a transcendent deity. It didn't mesh well with the emerging scientific viewpoint. And so in the late 1800s, we announced the death of God.
Damn, son.
Which sounds fairly presumptuous, but it wasn't something he was celebrating. The whole quote, and I haven't got it exactly right, is God's dead, we've killed him, and we'll never find enough water to wash away the rivers of blood. Like, that's a lot different than what you see scrawled on bathroom walls. Nietzsche hypothesized that in the 20th century, millions of people would die in the conflicts over what values were going to reign as an alternative to that tradition. He particularly, brilliantly, pointed to communism. He said that's where it's going to be. Dostoevsky did the same thing. And since then there's been this battle. And the battle is kind of like this. The battle is on the one hand between social construction,
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
That human nature is infinitely malleable, and that with the proper transformations in society, you can bring about the perfect state and the perfect human being. And traditionalists, and Jung, I think, is the classic example, who believe that there is a human nature, and it's deeply embedded within us, and that the cultures we set up have to manifest themselves in accordance with that nature, or they will fail. Well, Jung believed in the existence of a meta-narrative, a hero myth, roughly speaking. He explained its connections to various religious traditions in a staggeringly brilliant manner. Camille Paglia, who I would recommend, and I think I already told you that, she's already concluded after going through the radical feminist period early in her life that the proper way for society to orient itself is within a mythological structure. That's part of what the humanities provides. And the alternative is rational arguments over what values we're going to dominate. And it isn't obvious that rationality can solve that problem. I don't think it can. That's Hume's point. David Hume said you can't derive an object is. Right? You cannot use science as a guide to behavior. Use instinct manifested in imagination, and the evolution, the evolved structure of your organic culture. Like that. Do they have a structure? That's the question. Okay, so you ask yourself this question. What is it that every human being shares regardless of place and time? Any universally comprehensive language, that would be a meta-narrative, a myth, a hero myth, let's say. A myth about what a human being not only is like, but should be like. It has to speak to us about those aspects of experience that we all share, because otherwise we can't understand any other story. Now, we go to stories that we understand all the time, like Star Wars. And it really doesn't matter what country, everybody gets it, more or less. So, obviously, there's stories that you can understand mutually. We understand love stories, we understand stories of conflict, we understand stories of rage, we understand stories of anger. And that's because we can feel jealousy, we can feel love, we can feel anger. It's part of you. Right there. We even know where the circuits are, And then you're like other animals. They feel it too. So, very similar emotions as far as you can tell. So, this is derived in large part from Jung, but not only. Here's what we share. Natural world, social world, and the fact of our existence as an individual. And that can be represented in different ways. It can be represented as you, the known, and the unknown. Or it can be you, culture, and nature. All the same representation. And the cultural representation tends to be male. That's called the father, let's say. And the representation, feminine representation, tends to be female. This is the known culture. Apollonian control, that's associated with the sun. Consciousness, the king, the patriarch, the plow, as it pushes up the earth. The phallus, obviously. Order and authority and the crushing weight of tradition. The wise old man and the tyrant. Dogma, the day sky, the countryman, the island, the heights, the ancestral spirits, the activity of the dead. Captain Hook, he's a tyrant. And that's why Peter Pan doesn't want to grow up and become him. And that's why Peter Pan doesn't want to grow up. Because he thinks that adults are all tyrants. Why is Captain Hook a tyrant? The crocodile ate his hand. And the crocodile has a clock in its stomach. And the reason for that is that the crocodile is time. Time's already got a piece of Captain Hook. And he's not very happy about it. He's bitter and resentful and tyrannical. And when Peter Pan looks at adulthood, that's what he sees. And he thinks, why should I sacrifice the potential of childhood for the singularity of tyranny? And so he stays immature his entire life. And he's king of the lost boys. Jesus, great. There's a porn star named Jeremy. Christ, I can't remember his name. He's really an ugly guy. He is an ugly guy. He admits it. And he said something funny. I was watching a documentary about him. And he said the funniest thing. He said, I'm the hero to people who think people like me are heroes. I mean, what a drag, eh? I mean, he's just in this horrible situation. He doesn't admire the people that admire him. But he gets admired by them all the time. Well, it's sort of like Peter Pan. He doesn't get Wendy. Right? He grows up. He has a family. He has to content himself with Tinkerbell. And you know what? Tinkerbell doesn't exist. So that's what happens. Wow. That's a representation of culture. Hell, this is statue of Stalin. Who cares that he murdered 30 million people? Culture. Well, in the university you hear a lot about the patriarchy and all the precedents. It's like, yeah, right, definitely. No kidding. But, it's kind of crucial as well. Providing food, all of that. Kind of counterbalances to some degree. Culture has a positive element and a negative element. The individual has a positive element and a negative element. Nature has a positive element and a negative element. And if people tell you a one-sided story, which is the ideological story, they leave out that. They say all culture is terrible, the human being is a despoiler, and nature is perfect. It's like, no. Nature kills you. Culture keeps you alive. And there's things about you that are honorable and good, as well as things about you that aren't. And you need to know both of those. And that's what the great stories tell us. All right. All right, so I suggested to you last class that human beings see the world as a place of action through the lens of their social, cognitive, biological substructure. And I made that argument on the basis of the supposition that our primary environment was actually other people. And I mentioned to you, I believe that those other people are arranged in hierarchies of influence and authority, or power, or dominance, which is often how it's construed, and that the dominance hierarchy as a structure is at least 300 million years old, which makes it older than trees. And it's for that reason that you share the same neurobiology to govern your observations of your position in the hierarchy as lobsters do, which is a remarkable fact. You know, it's remarkable that the lobster uses serotonin as the mechanism to adjudicate its status position, and that modifying the serotonin function in the lobster can produce changes in its behavior, can help the lobster overcome defeat, for example, which is very much equivalent to what happens to a human being when they take antidepressants. You know, it's a good example of the conservation of biological structure by evolution, and a good illustration of the continuity of life on Earth. It's really amazing. But the other thing it is a testament to is the ancient nature of the social structure. Now, we tend to think of the social structure as something other than nature, right? Because society is, I suppose, mythologically opposed. It's opposed in a narrative way. Culture is opposed to nature. It's the town in the forest. But the town has been around a long time, so to speak, and the structure of the town is also part of nature, in that the dominance hierarchy is part of nature. And because it's so ancient, you have to consider it as part of the mechanism that has played the role of selection in the process of natural selection. And so roughly what seems to happen is that there is a plethora of dominance hierarchies, especially in complex human communities, and many of them are masculine in structure, in that they're dominance hierarchies that primarily men compete in, or that has been the historical norm, and that some men rise to the top based on whatever the dominance hierarchy is based on, and they make their preferential mates. And it's a good strategy for women to engage in, because and many sorts of female animals do precisely this, is they let the males battle it out and then pick from the top. Or often the dominant males, there's no choice on the part of the females, it's the dominant males just chasing away the subordinate males. But with humans, it's usually the case that the females have the opportunity to do at least some choosing. And so we have, if you think about that, what that implies is that we have evolved to climb up dominance hierarchies. And then I would say it's not exactly that even, because there are many different dominance hierarchies, and so the skills that you might use to climb up one might not be necessarily the same skills that you would use to climb up another. And so then I would say what we have evolved for instead, and I'm still speaking mostly on the masculine edge of things, historically speaking, is the ability to climb up the set of all possible dominance hierarchies. Right? And that's a whole different idea. It's like the averaged hierarchy across vast spans of time. And I think it's for that reason that we, among others, that we evolved general intelligence, because general intelligence is a general problem-solving mechanism, and it seems to be situation independent, so to speak. And of course, there's been an arms race for the development of intelligence between men and women, because each gender has to keep up with the other, and women have their own dominance hierarchies. There's certainly no doubt about that. And of course, now men and women more increasingly compete within the same hierarchies, and we don't exactly know how to sort that out yet, because it's an extraordinarily new phenomena. But in any case, because of the permanence of the dominance hierarchy, it has come to be represented in fundamental narratives, because human beings, and this is something that we share everywhere, it's the thing the Wall Street banker shares with the Kalahari Kung Bushmen, who are among the, genetically speaking, they seem to be very close to what the most original human beings were like in Africa before the diaspora about 50,000 years ago. But, you know, both of those people, despite their vast differences, live in communities that have a hierarchical structure that are composed of individuals that are embedded in a natural world, you know, the world outside of the dominance hierarchy. And so that's the standard human environment, I would say. And so stories that rely on the representations of those environments and their interactions are what you might describe as universal stories, and that's why people can understand them. And I would say further, and this is drawing substantially on, say, derivations of the work of Carl Jung, because I think he delved into this more deeply than anyone else, so a lot of this stuff is quite Jungian in its origins. The commonality between human beings, so you know, you have to have commonalities in order to communicate, right? Axiomatic commonalities, because otherwise you have to explain everything. And so there's many things that human beings don't have to explain to one another. We don't have to explain anger, we don't have to explain jealousy, we don't have to explain fear, we don't have to explain pain, we don't have to explain joy, we don't have to explain love, etc. Those are built into us, and so they're predicates of being human. And you could say that those human predicates and the standard human environment produce standard narratives. And then you could say even further, and this is more of a leap, I would say, is that those who act out the role of the victor in those standard narratives are precisely the people who attain victory in life. And I would say biologically defined, in that they make more attractive partners, but also I believe that there's an alignment between human well-being, which is a very weak word, and participation in these meta-narratives that drive success. Because, well, do you want to be a failure or a success? Well, you know, it's hard to be a success. You have to adopt a lot of responsibility, and so you might be willing to take your chances as a failure, but I'm not going to make the presumption that that's going to put you in a situation other than one where you experience a lot of frustration, anger, disappointment, depression, pain, and anxiety at the bottom of the heap. And so generally that's not what people are aiming for, although under certain circumstances, if people don't like responsibility and are willing to take their chances, they might take the irresponsibility and its apparent freedoms over the necessity of thinking things through the medium and long run. Anyways, we stop here. I just suggested to you that one of the primary narrative representations was the known, or culture, or order. I think those, or the explored territory, or the dominance hierarchy. I think those things are basically interchangeable from a representational perspective. And you know, in the movie The Lion King, that's represented by Pride Rock, which is this central place of orientation, founded on rock, which is the sort of thing that people embed their memories in. That's why we make sculptures and gravestones and that sort of things. Rock stands for permanent, and to have rock under your feet is to be on a solid foundation, and that's a pyramid in some sense in that movie, and the pyramid is topped by, you know, the king and queen and their offspring. So that's the divine couple. That's one way of thinking about it. And Simba, of course, is the newborn hero. And you know, you understand that, even though it's lions and drawings of lions at that, and animals are acting it out, it's completely irrelevant to you that those characters happen to be animated and that what you're watching is a fiction. So, and I would say to you, with regards to fiction, you know, you might say, well, is fiction true or not? And the answer to that is yes and no. It's not true in that the events portrayed in fiction occurred in the world. They didn't. But their fiction is true the same way numbers are true, I would say. Like, you know, if you have one apple and one orange and one banana, the commonality between all of those three is one. And you might say, well, is one as real as one fruit? Is the abstraction one as real as one fruit? And I would say it depends on what you mean by real, but representing things mathematically and abstractly gives you incredible power, and you could make the case that the abstraction is actually more real than the phenomena that it represents. And certainly mathematicians would make that case. They would say that mathematics is in some sense more real than the phenomenal world. And you don't have to believe that. Mostly it's a matter of choice in some sense, but you can't deny the fact that an abstraction has enough reality so that if you're proficient in using it, you can change the world in insanely powerful ways. I mean, all the computational equipment you people are using are dependent on the abstractions 1 and 0, essentially, and I mean, look at what emerges from that. And so I would say, with regards to fiction, if you take someone like Dostoevsky, who I think is a favorite of mine, by the way, I would highly recommend that you read all 5 of his great novels, because they are unparalleled in their psychological depth. And so if you're interested in psychology, Dostoevsky is the person for you. Tolstoy is more of a sociologist, but Dostoevsky, man, he gets right down into the bottom of the questions and messes around. Transformative reading. Anyways, Dostoevsky's characters, this character named Raskolnikov is a character in Crime and Punishment, and Raskolnikov is a materialist rationalist, I would say, which was a rather new type of person back in the 1880s, and he was sort of taken by the idea that God was dead, and convinced himself that the only reason that anyone acted in a moral way, in a traditional way, was because of cowardice. They were unable to remove from them the restrictions of mere convention and act in the manner of someone who rose above the norm. And so he's tortured by these ideas. He's half starving. He's a law student. He doesn't have enough to eat. He doesn't have much money, and so he's not thinking all that clearly either. And he's got a lot of family problems. His mother's sick, and she can't send him much money, and his sister is planning to engage in a marriage that's loveless to someone who's rather tyrannical, who she hopes will provide the family with enough money so that he can continue in law school. And they write him brave letters telling him that she's very much in love with this guy, but he is smart enough to read between the lines and realizes that his sister is just planning to prostitute herself in an altruistic manner, and he's not very happy with that. And then at the same time as all this is happening, he becomes aware of this pawnbroker who he's pawning his last possessions to, and she's a horrible person, and not only by his estimation, she pawns a lot of things for the neighborhood, and people really don't like her. She's grasping and cruel and deceitful and resentful, and she has this niece who's not very bright, intellectually impaired, whom she basically treats as a slave and beats all the time. And so Raskolnikov, involved in this mess and half-starved and a bit delirious, and possessed of these strange new nihilistic ideas, decides that the best way out of this situation would be just to kill the pawnbroker, take her wealth, which all she does is keep it in a chest, free the niece, so that seems like a good idea. So remove one apparently horrible and useless person from the world, free his sister from the necessity of this loveless marriage, and allow him to go to law school where he can become educated and do some good for the world. So one of the things that's lovely about Dostoevsky is that he, sometimes when one person is arguing against another, or when they're having an argument in their head, they make their opponent into a straw man, which is basically they take their opponent and caricature their perspective and try to make it as weak as possible and laugh about it, and then they come up with their argument to destroy the straw man and feel that they've obtained victory. But it's a very pathetic way of thinking. It's not thinking at all. What thinking is when you adopt the opposite position from your suppositions, and you make that argument as strong as you can possibly make it, and then you hit your perspective against that strong iron man, not the straw man, and you argue it out, you battle it out, and that's what Dostoevsky does in his novels. I mean, he's the people who stand for the antithesis of what Dostoevsky actually believes are often the strongest, smartest, and sometimes most admirable people in the book. And so it takes great moral courage to do that. And you know, in Raskolnikov, what he wanted to do was set up a character who had every reason to commit murder, every reasonable reason, philosophically, practically, ethically even. Well, so Raskolnikov goes and he kills the old lady with an axe. And it doesn't go the way he expects it will, because what he finds out is that post-murder Raskolnikov and pre-murder Raskolnikov are not the same people at all. They're not even close to the same people. He's entered an entirely different universe. And Dostoevsky does a lovely job of describing that universe of horror and chaos and deception and suffering and terror and all of that. And he doesn't even use the money. He just buries it in an alley as fast as he can, and then doesn't want anything to do with it again. And anyways, the reason I'm telling you all this is potentially to entice you into reading the book, because it is an amazing, amazing book. But also because you might say, well, is what happened to Raskolnikov true? Are the stories in that book true? And the answer to that is, well, from a factual perspective, clearly they're untrue. But then if you think of Raskolnikov as the embodiment of a particular type of person who lived at that time, and the embodiment of a certain kind of ideology which had swept across Europe and really invaded Russia, and which was actually a precursor, a philosophical precursor to the Russian Revolution, then Raskolnikov is more real than any one person. He's like a composite person. He's like a person whose irrelevancies have been eliminated for the purpose of relating something about the structure of the world. And so I like to think of those things as sort of meta-real. They're more real than real. And of course that's what you expect people to do when they tell you about their own lives, about their own day. You don't want a factual description of every muscle twitch. You want them to distill their experiences down into the gist, which is the significance of the experience. And the significance of the experience is roughly what you can derive from listening to the experience that will change the way that you look at the world and act in the world. So it's valuable information, and they can tell you a terrible story, and that can be valuable because that can tell you how not to look in the world, look at the world and act in it. Or they can tell you a positive story. You can derive benefit either way, which is why we also like to go watch stories about horrible psychopathic thugs. You know, and hopefully we're learning not to be like them, although there are additional advantages in that, you know, you might say that someone who is incapable of cruelty is a higher moral being than someone who is capable of cruelty. And I would say, and this follows Jung as well, that that's incorrect, and it's dangerously incorrect, because if you are not capable of cruelty, you are absolutely a victim to anyone who is. And so part of the reason that people go watch anti-heroes and villains is because there's a part of them crying out for the incorporation of the monster within them, which is what gives them strength of character and self-respect, because it's impossible to respect yourself until you grow teeth. And if you grow teeth, then you realize that you're somewhat dangerous, or maybe somewhat seriously dangerous, and then you might be more willing to demand that you treat yourself with respect and other people do the same thing. And so that doesn't mean that being cruel is better than not being cruel. What it means is that being able to be cruel and then not being cruel is better than not being able to be cruel. Because in the first case, you're nothing but weak and naive. And in the second case, you're dangerous, but you have it under control. And you know, a lot of martial arts concentrate on exactly that as part of their philosophy of training. It's like, we're not training you to fight. We're training you to be peaceful and awake and avoid fights. But if you happen to have to get in one, And I guess the philosophy also is that if you're competent at fighting, that actually decreases the probability that you're going to have to fight, because when someone pushes you, you'll be able to respond with confidence, and with any luck, and this is certainly the case with bullies, with any luck, a reasonable show of confidence, which is very much equivalent to a show of dominance, is going to be enough to make the bully back off. And so the strength that you develop in your monstrousness is actually the best guarantee of peace. And that's partly why Jung believed that it was necessary for people to integrate their shadow. And he said that was a terrible thing for people to attempt, because the human shadow, which is all those things about yourself that you don't want to realize, reaches all the way to hell. And what he meant by that was, it's through an analysis of your own shadow that you can come to understand why other people are capable, and you as well, of the sorts of terrible atrocities that characterized, let's say, the 20th century. And without that understanding, there's no possibility of bringing it under control. When you study Nazi Germany, for example, or you study the Soviet Union, particularly under Stalin, and you're asking yourself, well, what are these perpetrators like? Forget about the victims, let's talk about the perpetrators. The answer is, they're just like you. And if you don't know that, that just means that you don't know anything about people, including yourself. And then it also means that you have to discover why they're just like you. And believe me, that's no picnic. So that's enough to traumatize people, and that's partly why they don't do it. And it's also partly why the path to enlightenment and wisdom is seldom trod upon, because if it was all a matter of following your bliss and doing what made you happy, then everyone in the world would be a paragon of wisdom. But it's not that at all. It's a matter of facing the thing you least want to face. And everyone has that there's this old story in King Arthur where the knights go off to look for the Holy Grail, which is either the cup that Christ drank out of at the Last Supper, or the cup into which the blood that gushed from his side was poured when he was crucified. The stories vary, but it's basically a holy object, like the phoenix in some sense, that's a representation of transformation. So it's an ideal. And so King Arthur's knights, who sit at a round table because they're all roughly equal, go off to find the most valuable thing. And where do you look for the most valuable thing when you don't know where it is? Well, each of the knights looks at the forest surrounding the castle and enters the forest at the point that looks darkest to him. And that's a good thing to understand, because the gateway to wisdom and the gateway to the development of personality, which is exactly the same thing, is precisely through the portal that you do not want to climb through. And the reason for that's actually quite technical. This is a Jungian presupposition too, is that, well, there's a bunch of things about you that are underdeveloped, and a lot of those things are because they're things you've avoided looking at because you don't want to look at them, and there's parts of you you've avoided developing because it's hard for you to develop those parts. And so it's by virtual necessity that what you need is where you don't want to look, because that's where you've kept it. And that's why there's, an idiosyncratic element of it for everyone. Your particular place of enlightenment and terror is not going to be the same as yours, except that they're both places of enlightenment and terror. So they're equivalent at one level of analysis and different at another. So anyways, back to fiction and what it does. It distills truth, and it produces characters that are composites. And the more they become composites, the more they approximate a mythological character. And so they become more and more universally true and more approximating religious deities. But the problem with that is they become more and more distant from individual experience. And so with literature, there's this very tight line where you need to make the character more than merely human, but not so much of a god that, one of the things that happened to Superman in the 1980s, Superman started out, he's got a heavenly set of parents, by the way, and an earthly set of parents, and he's an orphan like Harry Potter. Very common theme is that when Superman first emerged, he could only jump over buildings, and maybe he could stop a locomotive, but by the time the 1980s rolled around, like, he could juggle planets and, swallow hydrogen bombs, and, he could do anything. Well, people stopped buying the Superman comics because how interesting is that? It's like something horrible happens and Superman deals with it. And something else horrible happens and Superman deals with it. And it's like, that's dull. He turned into such an archetype. He was basically the omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent God. And that's no fun. It's like God wins, and then God wins again, and then again God wins, and you know. So then they had to weaken him in different ways with kryptonite, you know. So green kryptonite kind of made him sick, and red kryptonite, I think, kind of mutated him, if I remember correctly. And anyways, they had to introduce flaws into his character so that there could be some damn plot. And that's something to think about, you know. There's a deep existential lesson in that your being is limited and flawed and fragile. You're like the genie, which is genius in the little tiny lamp, you know, this immense potential, but constrained in this tiny little living space, as Robin Williams said when he played the genie in Aladdin. But the fact that you have limitations means that the plot of your life is the overcoming of those limitations, and that if you didn't have limitations, well, there wouldn't be a plot, and maybe there would be no life. And so that's part of the reason why perhaps you have to accept the fact that you're flawed and insufficient, and live with it and consider it a precondition for being. It's at least a reasonable idea. So anyways, one of the main characters is the country, the known, the explored territory. We went over that a bit, and it always has two elements. I mean, your country is your greatest friend and your worst enemy, you know, because it squashes you into conformity and demands that you act in a certain manner and reduces your individuality to that element that's tolerated by everyone else, and it constrains your potential in a single direction. And so it's really tyrannical, but at the same time it provides you with a place to be and all of the benefits that have accrued as a result of the actions of your ancestors and all the other people that you're associated with. So there's the good tyrant or the bad tyrant and the good king, and those are archetypal figures, and that's because they're always true, and they're always true simultaneously, you know, which is partly why I object to the notion of the patriarchy, because it's a mythological, it's the what do you call that? It's the apprehension of a mythological trope, which is that of the evil tyrant, without any appreciation for the fact that the archetype actually has two parts, and the other part is the wise king. And you know, you can tell an evil tyrant story about culture, no problem, but it's one-sided, and that's very dangerous, because you don't want to forget all the good things that you have while you're criticizing all the ways that things are in error. That's a lack of gratitude, and it's a lack of wisdom, and it's founded in resentment, and it's very dangerous, both personally and socially. I told you that Captain Hook is a tyrant because he's got this crocodile chasing him, and the crocodile has a clock in its stomach, and that's death. It's like, obviously, right? Tick, 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 tick. And it's a crocodile, and it's under the water, and it's already got a taste of him, so he's being chased around by death, and that makes him terrified and resentful and cruel and bitter, and so he's a tyrant, and he wants to wreak havoc everywhere. And then Peter Pan, of course, looks at Captain Hook and thinks, why the hell should I grow up and to be a tyrant and sacrifice all the potential of childhood? And the answer to that is, the potential sacrifices itself if you don't utilize it as you mature, and you just end up a 40-year-old lost boy, which is a horrifying thing to behold. It's almost as if you're the corpse of a child, the living corpse of a child, because who the hell wants a 6-year-old, 40-year-old? You're a little on the stale side by that point, and not the world's happiest individual. So, you know, your potential is going to disappear because you age anyways, and so you might as well shape that potential in a particular direction and at least become something, no matter how limited, rather than nothing. So, you know, Peter Pan, that's a great story. It's a great mythological story. So, well, so let's talk about tyrants. Well, not only are they mythological figures, but they exist and they tend to be deified. I mean, Stalin was, for all intents and purposes, God the Father in Soviet Russia, although he was pretty much only the worst elements of Old Testament God, who was, you know, constantly smiting people and wiping out populations and doing all sorts of things that seem to be quite nasty. But nonetheless, you know, people worship him in many ways, and he's a representation of just exactly what goes wrong when things really go wrong, when people stop paying attention and when they all lie. Because one of the things that characterized the communist state was that no one ever got to say anything they actually believed, ever. And that was partly because 1 out of 3 people was an informer, which meant if you had a family of 6 people, 2 of them were informing on the government about you, and that included your own children. And if you were an informer, you were often amply rewarded by the state, so that if you lived in an overcrowded apartment building with 3 families in the same flat, and you informed on, you know, the woman down the hall that you didn't like, she got shipped off to the old concentration camp, and you got her apartment. And so that was a lovely society, and it only killed about 30 million people between 1919 and 1959. So that's what happens when the archetypal structure gets tilted badly, when people forget that they have a responsibility to fulfill as citizens, as awake citizens who are capable of stating the truth, and the archetype shifts, so there's nothing left of the Great Father except the tyrant. Let's not have that happen. I mean, the one on the right is really interesting because consciously or unconsciously, you know, there's Stalin surrounded by what is, for all intents and purposes, fire. You know, he looks like Maleficent in Sleeping Beauty when she shows up at Aurora's christening. You know, she puts her arms up in the air and green fire surrounds her. It's like he's surrounded by fire, and there's Lenin above him, who's like king of the fiery realm, and that's for sure. So I mean, all the terrors that happened in the Soviet Union didn't start under Stalin, they started under Lenin. Stalin was definitely Lenin's legitimate son, let's put it that way. So, you know, this is another example of the tyrannical element of the Great Father and the sorts of things that can happen. I mean, I kind of got an evil kick out of this ad that was quite old. You know, it's kitschy in some sense, and you know, it shows. I don't think that's something you'd ever see in a magazine today. 10 unusual stamps showing evil dictator. You know, well, fair enough. I mean, that's what he was, and that's the consequence. And that's just a tiny bit of the consequence, because the Nazis wiped out a very large number of people, often using compassion as a justification. So when they went after the mentally ill and the terminally ill, and those whose intelligence was compromised for biological reasons, and those who were too old, they basically justified it by saying that the enforced euthanasia was merciful, and that you were actually being a good person by complying with the requirements. And so, something to think about. More mythological representations, I like these quite a bit. So there's their Hitler as, you know, knight of the faith, essentially, with, I suppose that's a recreation of the Christian Holy Spirit dove, you know, except it's an eagle, which is a bird of prey, and a what do you call these things, a scavenger, right? So that's kind of interesting. But that's Hitler as knight of the blood, roughly speaking. And this is an Allied war poster, essentially, that assimilates the Nazis to poisonous snakes. And you know, we don't like poisonous snakes very much, and it's probably because they've been preying on us for approximately 20 million years, because snakes and primates, humans in particular, co-evolve. And so the snake is a representation of that which lies outside the comfortable domain, and that can be, you know, a snake, obviously, or it can be an abstract snake, and the abstract snake is your enemy, or an even more abstract snake is the evil in your own heart. And this is going to be a bit of a leap for you, but there's this ancient idea that developed in the West over thousands of years, far predating Christianity, that, at least its origins, that the snake in the Garden of Eden was also Satan, which is like, what the hell, it's a very strange idea. But the reason for that, as far as I can tell, is that, you know, we have this circuitry that detects predators, and a predator, a good representation of a predator is a snake or a monster that incorporates snake-like features, like a dragon or something like that, or a dinosaur with lots of teeth, or a shark that lives under the water and will pull you down. You know, because I suspect a lot of our ancestors met a nasty death at the hands of Nile crocodiles while they were in the African belt going down to get some nice water. So, you know, that's the thing that jumps up and pulls you under. And, you know, that happens in your own life because things jump up and pull you under, you know. And you use the same circuitry. You use the same circuitry to process unknown things that upset us, as we once used to detect predators who were likely to invade our space. And so, and human beings are capable of abstraction, and so, you know, you can think about the real predator that might invade your space, and maybe that's a snake or a wolf or some kind of monster. You know, and that's pretty concrete and biological. Chimps have that, you know, chimps don't like snakes, and so if a chimp comes across a snake in the wild, then like a big, let's say, I don't know what lives with chimps, I don't know if they're pythons, but they have constrictors there anyways. So, you know, maybe there's like a 20-foot constrictor, and the chimp like stays a good distance away from it, but it won't leave. And then it has this particular cry that it utters that's called a snake raa, W-R-A-A. And so it makes this noise, which means something like, holy shit, that's a big snake. And I actually mean that because the circuits that primates use to utter distress calls are the same circuits that we use to curse. Just so you know, that's why people with Tourette's syndrome swear, because like, what's up with that? How can you have a neurological condition that makes you swear? Well, it turns out that guttural, affect-laden curses are mediated by a different speech circuit, and that's the speech circuit we share with the predator alarms of other primates. So that's pretty cool. So anyways, the chimp stands there and makes this snake noise, and then a bunch of other chimps come running, and, you know, some of them stay a fair ways from the snake, and some of them get pretty close, but they'll stand there and watch that snake for like 24 hours, you know, so they're fascinated by it. And, you know, if you've handled snakes, you can understand that fascination, because they're fascinating, you know, and they're numinous, I would say. That's the right way of putting it. A numinous is a word that means intrinsically meaningful, like fire. You know, you can't look away from fire. You know, if you're sitting in front of a fireplace, it's like you're staring at it. And that's because you're all descended from the first mad chimpanzee who had some weird genetic mutation that made it impossible for him to stay away from fire. It was like the first chimp arsonist, you know, and he figured it out. And well, hey, now he was a chimp with a stick with fire on it. Like, that's a mega chimp, man. And so, you know, we have that mutation in spades, and no wonder. So, anyways, so they make this, you know, they have this reaction to snakes, and chimps that have never seen a snake, if they're in a cage and you throw a rubber snake in there, it's like, bang, they hit the roof, but then they look at the snake, you know, it's like, it's terrifying and fascinating at the same time. And you should look at the snake because you want to know what it does, but you should stay away from it because it's a snake. So you're kind of screwed in terms of your motivations, right? One is get the hell away, and the other is, well, don't let that thing do anything that you're not watching. And so that's really the reaction we have to the unknown. It's terrifying, but we watch it. And then, you know, the meta story is that not only do we watch it, but we go explore it. And so you might think, well, back in the Garden of Eden, so to speak, when we were living in trees, the snakes used to come and eat us and our offspring, more likely. And, you know, we weren't very happy about that. And then we figured out how to maybe by accident drop a stick on a snake. And that was a good thing because the snake didn't like that. And then maybe the next thing we learned a little later was to like actually take a stick and like whack the snake with it, and you can believe that the first primate who figured out that was just as popular as the guy who mastered fire. And so we're pretty good at whacking snakes with sticks, which is why Springfield has a snake whacking day that's devoted to nothing but that. Right? I don't know if you know that Simpsons episode, but it's quite comical. So then you think about the snake as a predator, and it's the thing that invades the garden always, because you just can't keep snakes out of the damn garden no matter how hard you try. And then you think of snakes, and maybe you think of metasnakes, and like a metasnake would be also a predator, but maybe that's the predator that represents the destructive spirit of the other tribe, because chimpanzees, for example, are quite tribal, and they definitely go to war with one another. And so you think you abstract out the idea of the predator to represent malevolence as such, and then you take that one step further and you realize that the worst of all evil predators is the human capacity for evil. And then at that point, you know, you're starting to, I would say, psychologize or spiritualize the idea of danger and make it into something that's conceptual and something that's psychological and something that you can face sort of en masse. I mean, one of the things people had to figure out was, how do you deal with danger? And so you figure out how you deal with a specific danger. But then, because human beings are so damn smart, they thought, well, what if we considered the class of all dangerous things? And then what if we considered a mode of being that was the best mode of being in the face of the class of all dangerous things? Well, that's a lot better. You get to solve all the dangerous problems all at once, instead of having to conjure up a different solution for every dangerous thing. And that's basically, as far as I can tell, where the hero story came from. And the hero story is basically, there's a community, it's threatened by the emergence of some old evil, often represented by a dragon. That's sort of typical, say, of the Lord of the Rings stories. There's a hero, often a humble guy, but not always, sometimes a knight, decides he'll go out there, and chase down the snake, maybe even, or the serpent, or the dragon, maybe even in its lair, and he'll have a bunch of adventures on the way that transform him from, useless, naive hobbit into, sword-wielding hero. And he confronts the dragon and gets the gold and frees the people that it had enslaved, and then comes back transformed to share what he's learned with the community. It's like, well, that's the human story fundamentally, and that's our basic instinctive pattern, and it's represented in narratives constantly. And that's partly what this has meaning. You know what this means. Why do you know? Well, because it draws on symbolic representations that you already understand. You understand that a mess of toothed snakes is not a good thing, and that maybe the sensible thing to do is stomp them. And it's not like you need an instruction manual to figure out what the poster means. And so, that's two different representations of Hitler. That's sort of the pro-Hitler representation, and I would say that's the anti-Hitler representation. And, that's the real Hitler, who at this point does not look like a very happy clam. So that's the known, that's culture, that's order. And what's eternally juxtaposed to culture and the known and the explored and order is the unknown. And the unknown is a strange place. The unknown is actually, it's a physical place. Like, the unknown is the place that when you're camping and you're around a fire, the unknown is everything outside the circle of the light. And you remember in The Lion King, you may not remember, when Mufasa, that's the king, right, goes and takes Simba up to show him his territory, he says he is the king of everything that the light touches. And that's a very old idea, and you guys had no problem with, that was fine, that made sense. And then out beyond the light was the darkness, and that was the elephant graveyard, that was death, that was the place of death and danger, that's where the hyenas hung out. And you weren't supposed to go there, and so of course Simba, because he's a rule-breaking hero just like Harry Potter, immediately goes there. And so, that's like the forbidden fruit. It's the same sort of idea. If you want someone to do something, the best thing to do is tell them that they shouldn't and not explain why. You know, so for example, if I said to you at the beginning of this class, look, I've got one rule here, don't sit in that chair, no matter what. You'd be thinking the whole year, especially if I reminded you, just what's up with that chair? Like, this chair is magical all of a sudden. Some of you might even, well, you probably wouldn't, because this is a ridiculous example, but maybe, you know, you come to class early and sit in that chair just to see what would happen, you know, and people are very curious, and that's exactly what we're like, and that's a very old story too, right? It's like opening Pandora's box. Don't open that box, you'll be sorry. It's like, oh, you know, all the horrors of the world fly out. And believe me, you will open Pandora's box many times in your life, because, you know, with your family, or maybe your mate, or maybe your children, you'll have this idea that they have a box with things in it that you want to know about, and you'll say, well, I'm kind of curious about this particular event, so why don't you tell me about it? And they say, well, no, we probably really shouldn't open that box, and you keep bugging them, and then they open it, and then all sorts of things fly out that you didn't expect, and then maybe you think, hey, it would have been better if I would have just left that damn box closed. But, and you can do the same thing to yourself, believe me. And so the Pandora's box idea, the forbidden fruit idea, that's a major league idea. And part of the reason in the Judeo-Christian tradition why people are saddled with the notion of original sin is because hyper-cortically developed chimpanzees without much sense can't keep their hands off things. And so they keep exploring even when they know better, and every time they do that, they learn something that destroys the paradise that they currently inhabit. Right? Because there's plenty. You never learn anything in your life that's of importance without it having a pretty damn destabilizing effect on you at the moment of realization, right? You learn something happy, it's like, whatever. You know, all that means is that I was doing things right. Like, it's nice and everything, but it's not informative. You do something and all hell breaks loose. That'll make you think. That's for sure. You might never stop thinking for the rest of your life. So, anyways, the unknown. The unknown is that which surrounds the known. It's unexplored territory. It's usually represented as female, I think, for a variety of reasons. And not as female exactly. It's not the right way to think about it. As feminine. And that's not the same thing, because feminine is a symbolic category, whereas female is like an actual female. And so you don't want to confuse the metaphor with the actuality. Because we had these social cognitive categories built in, you know, you might say masculine, feminine, and offspring, something like that. We had to use what we could to represent what we were attempting to figure out, and we kind of mapped them onto the external realities of being the best we could, using what we could. And so, you know, nature is benevolent and it's fruitful. All things come from nature, and all things come from the unknown, right? Because the known is already there. It's the unknown that manifests the new, right? And so that's part of the reason for the characterization of the unknown as feminine. And then there's also the case that women play a massive role in sexual selection among human beings, so that from an evolutionary perspective, you're twice as likely to be a failure if you're a man than you are if you're a woman, in that you have twice as many female ancestors as male ancestors. And you think, well, that's impossible, but it's not. All you have to do is imagine that every woman has one child, half the men have two, and the other half have zero. And so, end of problem. And that's basically how it works out. So women are more choosy maters than men by a substantial margin. There's a funny study done by the guy who established one of the big dating sites, and he looked at how women rated men, and they rated the 50th percentile man at the 15th percentile. So 85% of men were below average according to women's ratings. Now, men had their same arbitrary choices, because of course they preferred younger women to older women, and they were more swayed, I would say, by by attractiveness, but that didn't have nearly as big an effect on their actual rating of women. So anyway, so from a Darwinian perspective, nature is that which selects. So that's all it is. And so sexual selection plays a massive role in human evolution. The fact that we have these massive brains is very likely a consequence of a positive feedback loop in sexual selection. Because otherwise that's the only time you can get really rapid changes in evolutionary space, where you get a process going that reinforces itself. So there's a little preference for intelligence, and then that produces more intelligent men and women, and then there's a little more preference for intelligence, and maybe then that turns into the ability to speak or to master fire, and then there's way more selection for intelligence, and the brain just goes like this. And women have paid a pretty big price for that, because your hips are basically so wide that you can barely run, and if they were any wider then you couldn't, and of course the pelvic passageway through which the baby travels is too small, so it's really painful and dangerous, and the baby's head has to compress quite a lot. I mean, they come out cone-shaped often, and then they're born really young, so you have to take care of them forever. Like, what the hell, a deer is born, a fawn is born, and it's like 2 seconds later it's standing, and then it's running from a lion. It's like, it's like 15 minutes later, and a baby, it's like, he just lies there and, utters plaintive noises. That's all it can do, and it does that for like 10 months before it could skitter away from a sloth if it was predatory, so you really got to take care of those creatures, and so that's a big price to pay. That's a big price to pay for our cortical evolution. So anyways, here's some of the symbolic representatives of the unknown, the unconscious Dionysian force of the id. That's sort of Freud's representation of the unknown. The terrors of the darkness, that's the unknown, the monsters that lurk there. The source and the resting place of all things. The Great Mother, the Queen, the Matrix, which means matter, which means mother. The matriarch, matter, mother. The container, the cornucopia, the object to be fertilized, the source of all things, the fecund, the pregnant. The strange, the emotional, the foreigner, the place of return and rest, the deep, the valley, the cleft, the cave, hell, death, and the grave, because it's beyond the moon, ruler of the night and mysterious dark, and matter and the earth. And you know all this because when you watch a movie that's rife with symbolic representations, it draws on those underlying metaphors, and they're natural. I mean, where does a witch live? Well, in a swamp, for God's sake. She doesn't live in the penthouse of a New York tower. She lives in a swamp, and it's dark there, and if the moon's up, that's better. And maybe it could be a crescent moon, or maybe it could be a full moon, but, witches live in the right place if you're going to understand it. And you understand all of that, and it's part of the structure of your imagination, you could say. And so it's part of the unspoken, fantastical imagination that unites all of us and that makes us specifically human. There's a good representation of the underworld and the place of transformation. So that's hell. I mean, Isis in Egypt is queen of the underworld, and the underworld generally has a queen, and she usually shows up when order falls apart. And so you go to the underworld when your life falls apart. That's what it means. And so when you see these stories of the hero, journeying to unknown lands of terror and danger, that's what happens to you. It happens to you all the time. You're in this little safe space like the Hobbit in the Shire, and then there's a great evil brewing somewhere, and you can no longer ignore it, so off you go into the land of terror and uncertainty. And better to go on purpose than accidentally, that's for sure, because at least you can be prepared. And we also know that if you're going to face a threat, if you face it voluntarily, what happens is your body activates itself for exploration and mastery. But if you face it involuntarily, same size threat, then you revert to prey mode, and you're frozen, and that's way, way, way more stressful. It's way harder on your body, and so it's better to keep your eye open and watch for emergent threats, because you all know, you know, what you're not doing quite right and where your life is likely to unravel. You all have a sense of that, and the best thing to do is to not ignore that, to pay attention to it, to watch it, and to take corrective action early, and then, you know, you stay on top of things, and things, your little trip to the underworld might be a few minutes long instead of a catastrophe that produces post-traumatic stress disorder, knocks you out for 4 or 5 years, and maybe you never recover. So, and that's, you know, that's what these kind of symbolic representations mean. Is those are states of being that indicate being devoured, and you can be devoured by your own unconscious. Jesus, that happens all the time. What does that mean? Well, you know, and it's an autonomous thing in some sense, you know, like if you get depressed or if you get really anxious, you don't have any control over that. It's like it sweeps up over you and pulls you down. Why down? Well, down is where you go when you're sad. You don't go up. Man, I'm up today. Oh, that's too bad. No, it's man, I'm down today. And well, that's partly this, and it's partly because this is subordinate, and it's partly because down is closer to the ground and farther from the sky. Like, there's all sorts of reasons you're feeling down rather than up. Up is where you're aiming, right? You aim up, you don't aim down. Well, the reason those phrases make sense is because they're locked deeply into this underlying structure of imagination, and well, those are the archetypal structures according to Jung, and I think that he's, as far as I can tell, he's dead accurate, and I think we understand the biology of such things much better than we did. So there's more representations. She's quite the friendly creature. That's Kelly. I like this representation better. Those are heads, by the way, and hands. So she sort of represents, well, very complex things. She represents death. She represents transformation. In this, I really like this representation. I think it's brilliant. So imagine that what the people were doing who formulated these representations, what they were trying to do was to make a representation of the domain of threat itself, right? So that they could deal with the idea that, because we can say threat. Well, what the hell does that mean? Well, threat is the category of all threatening things, and so then you can think about threat, and you can think about threat across all those individual instances, and maybe you can figure out how to deal with threat, right? What's the best way to be in the world so that you most effectively deal with threat? Well, that's sort of like, apart from how do you deal with pain, that's sort of like the ultimate question of human beings. Do you want to be terrified? No. So you want to be in danger? No. So, like, you better figure out how to deal with threat. So first of all, you have to conceptualize it. So we'll take a look at this representation. So that's Kelly. Her hair is on fire. Well, fire, you know, that's a numinous phenomena, dangerous but transformative. She's wearing a headdress of skulls. She has a weapon in this hand, and she has a tiger's tongue. She often has a snake around her waist. None of these do, but she often does. But in this case, then that's because, you know, it's a snake. We've already covered that. Well, these things that look like snakes here aren't. You notice how her belly is concave? Well, it's because she's just given birth to this unfortunate person that she happens to be standing on, and she's eating intestines first. And that's a fire ring, which she is in, and then it's got skulls on the inside of it. It's like, what's that supposed to do? Well, partly it's supposed to represent that which terrifies you. It's like, yeah, fair enough, man. Because I don't imagine you saw all those things in there before I explained them, but someone who was familiar with that image would know what it meant. It's like some poor artist was sitting there thinking, well, how do I represent destruction? And it's like, bang, whoa, okay, we'll put that down and then we won't look at it again. So, and then what do you do with this? You make sacrifices to it. And you think, well, that's kind of primitive. You know, first of all, well, that doesn't really exist. Well, it does if it's an amalgam of threat symbols, I can tell you that. It exists, that's for sure. So it exists as an abstraction, if nothing else. Do you offer it sacrifices? Well, what the hell do you think you do? What are you doing in class? Why aren't you, like, drinking vodka and snorting cocaine? You know, because you could be doing that. Instead, here you are, listening to me, you know, slaving away in university. You're young. It's like, really? You've got nothing better to do than sit there? You know, well, what you're willing to forego today's pleasure for tomorrow's advantage. And that's what sacrifice is. And human beings discovered that dramatically first, you know, like we were apes, for God's sake. We didn't just leap up and think, oh, we better save for tomorrow. You know, it took thousands of years for that idea to emerge. And it emerged in dramatic form, and it was sort of like, well, society is sort of like a god. No, they weren't thinking this through. It was like, you're going to represent society. Well, it's like this masculine god that's always judging the hell out of you, that's everywhere all at the same time. It's like, yeah, that's true, absolutely. And what do you have to do with it? Well, you have to give it what it wants. Why do you have to give it what it wants? Because it'll crush you if you don't. And that's exactly right. And if you're lucky and you give it the right sacrifice, then it'll smile on you and you get to have a good life. And that was the major discovery of mankind, man. That was a killer discovery. It was like the discovery of the future. You know, we discovered the future as a place. And it was a place that you could bargain with. You could bargain with the future. Wow, that's just, what an idea that is. You know, it's so unlikely. Well, how do you bargain with the future? Well, you give it what it wants. And, you know, some of that's you maintain your social relationship, and, you know, you make yourself useful to other people, and you shape yourself so that you can cooperate with people, and you don't act impulsively, and maybe you squirrel something away for the next harvest, even if you're hungry, and, you know, and then the future isn't hell. And you make the proper sacrifices. And so if you sacrifice to Kelly, then she turns into her opposite and showers benevolence on you. And that's Mother Nature, right? It's like, look out for Mother Nature. And, you know, 2 weeks out in the bush right now, and you're dead. And it's not pleasant. And then if it's the spring, you last longer. But the bugs eat you. And so that's not very fun either. So nature, you know, it's bent on your destruction. But if you treat it properly and carefully and make the right sacrifices, then maybe one of her trees will offer you some fruit, and that would be okay. And so believe me, lots of people died trying to figure that out. So here's another way of looking at it. So I said, you know, order and chaos, known, unknown, explored territory, unexplored territory. I love this. This is the Taoist symbol. It's a symbol of being. And being isn't reality as you would conceptualize it as a scientist. It's more like reality as it manifests itself to you as a living thing, which is completely different. You know, science extracts out all the subjectivity. All that is there is an array of objective facts of equivalent value, and that's part of its method, but that's not the world in which you live. The world in which you live is full of motivation and emotion. It's full of terror and pain and joy and frustration and other people, that's for sure. And so that's the real world. And so, well, that's what this is. It's the real world. And what is it made out of? Well, it's made out of all those things you know that can get out of hand, you know, because the explored territory and the known can get so damn tight that it's nothing but a tyrant. And then it's all those things you don't know, and that's pretty exciting because, you know, you want to go find out some things you don't know, and that adds a lot of spice to life. You want a little adventure. You don't want to go out with someone who's so predictable that you know everything about them in a week, you know, unless you're hyper-conservative. You want to go out with someone who's they're a little erratic, like not too erratic, let's say. They're a little dangerous, perhaps not too dangerous, but some of that at least. You want predictability with a bit of unpredictability in there. Well, and that's exactly what this means. It's like that's predictability with a little unpredictability in it. And what that also means is that what you know can be turned into what you don't know, just like that. And that's going to happen to you lots of times in your life, man. When someone close to you dies suddenly, it's like poof, order turns into chaos, and now you're in chaos, and what the hell are you going to do there? And that's a good question, because you need to know what to do there, because you're going to be there. And it happens to you when your dreams fall apart, you know, I mean your dreams for your life, or, you know, when you discover something awful about yourself that you didn't know, or you know, it flips on you all the time, and in small ways sometimes. You know, you have a fight with a friend, or in big ways that wipe you out for, well, indefinitely sometimes, because you can fall into chaos and never get out. You know, that's the people who are trapped in the belly of the beast. It isn't necessary that when you descend into chaos that you learn something and you get back out. You could just be stuck there, suffering until you die. And that's, you know, I wouldn't recommend that, you know, it's something to avoid, but it happens to people all the time, all the time. You see them wandering around, you know, shattered on the streets of Toronto, you know, they're done, they're in chaos, and there's so much chaos around them that you won't even go near them. The chaos spreads like 8 feet around them, and so when you see someone like that, you're like, well, first, we're not going to look too closely, and people like that often don't like you to look at them, because that also helps them remember where they are, and that's no pleasant thing. And you're going to just stay away from that. Maybe you'll cross the street, maybe you'll keep your head down, whatever. You're not going anywhere near that chaos, and no bloody wonder, you know. And you don't think about it much after you pass it, because it's a hell of a thing to think about, and what are you going to do about it anyways? You don't know what to do about it. You might just make it worse. Well, so chaos, you know, that's the other half of life, and it can turn into order, sometimes better order. That's actually what you do when you explore, right? You explore, you find out something new, not too Pandora boxy. You know, you bite off as much as you can chew, but no more. And so that rearranges the way you look at the world, but you're doing it voluntarily, so you can kind of tolerate the recalibration. And you strengthen the order, right? Because now you become more competent. And I would say that you're trying to live on the edge between order and chaos. And I mean, that's a real place. That's an actual, it's a meta place. But it's more real than places, because it's so old. It's such an old place. It really exists, and your nervous system knows that. It sees the world this way. In fact, the right hemisphere is roughly specialized for chaos, and the left hemisphere is roughly specialized for order, which is why the left hemisphere tends to have the linguistic elements, and why people are right-handed. And the right hemisphere has a more diffuse structure. It's more associated with negative emotion and imagination, and the two communicate between each other through the corpus callosum, and the right hemisphere appears to update the left hemisphere kind of slowly, often in dreams. And so if you are hurt, if your right hemisphere is hurt, for example, back here in the parietal lobe, then you lose the left part of your body. You can't move it anymore, but you also lose the idea that you have a left part of your body. So it's like blindness. It's a blindness to the left. And so if someone comes along and says, you know, you're not moving your left arm, you're going to say, yeah, well, my arthritis is bothering me today. You haven't moved it for 6 months. Well, my arthritis is bothering today. Or, you know, you're not moving your left foot. It's like, well, you know, I'm too tired. Well, what's happened is the left hemisphere has a representation of the body, and it's not being updated because the part of the brain that would notice that the left is gone because of a stroke, it isn't there anymore. And so the left already has a model, and it's not going to change. It's hard to change your model of yourself. You don't have a tooth pulled. What happens? It's like your damn tongue is in that hole for the next 6 months, fiddling around constantly, and that's because you're rebuilding your neurological model of your body. It's like, try that with your whole left side and see how well you do. You know, so this guy named Ramachandran was experimenting with people like this. And one of the things he did was he was checking their balance, and you can do that by irrigating the ear with cold water, and that makes people go like this, makes their eyes move back and forth because it upsets the vestibular system. And what he found was that if he poured cold water in the left ear of someone with right parietal damage who had left neglect, that they'd all of a sudden sort of wake up. Catastrophically, they'd have a terrible reaction to the fact that they were paralyzed on the left, and they would know that it had happened and cry and, you know, emit all sorts of distress, and no wonder. And then like 20 minutes later, they'd snap back into their damaged mode of being, and they would not deny, because that isn't really what it is that they couldn't update the model. They just didn't have the neurology for it anymore, so they were back to not noticing that it was gone and coming up with stories about it. And so, well, so that's a good example of how the right and left hemispheres work together and how they're kind of mapped onto this, weirdly enough. So, you know, we're adapted to the meta reality, and so what that would be is we're adapted to that which remains constant across the longest spans of time. And that's not the same things that you see flitting around you day to day. Those are just like clouds, they're just evaporating, you know. There's things underneath that are more fundamental, realities, like the dominance hierarchy, like the tribe, like the danger outside of society, like the threat that other people pose to you and that you pose to yourself. Those are eternal realities, and we're adapted to those. That's our world, and that's why we express that in stories. And so then you might say, well, how do you adapt yourself to this world? And the answer to that is, and I believe this is a neurological answer, I believe this, that your brain can tell you when you're optimally situated between chaos and order. And the way it tells you that is by producing the sense of engagement and meaning. So let's say there's a place in the environment you should be. Okay, what should that place be? Well, you don't want to be terrified out of your skull, like what good is that? And, you know, you don't want to be so comfortable that you might as well sleep. You want to be somewhere where, you know, you're kind of on firm ground here, but over here, you're kind of testing out new territory. And some of you who are exploratory and emotionally stable, you know, you're going to go pretty far out into the unexplored territory without destabilizing yourself. And other people are going to just put a toe in the chaos. And, you know, that's neuroticism, basically. That's your sensitivity to threat. That's calibrated differently in different people. And some people are more exploratory than others. That's kind of extroversion and openness working together, and intelligence. So some people are going to tolerate a larger admixture of chaos in their order. Those are liberals, by the way. And I mean that technically. Liberals are more interested in novel chaos, and conservatives are more interested in the stabilization of the structures that already exist. And who's right? Well, depends on the situation, and that's why conservatives and liberals have to talk to each other, because one of them isn't right and the other wrong. Sometimes the conservatives are right and sometimes the liberals are right, because the environment's going like this. You can't predict the damn thing, so that's why you have to communicate, and that's what a democracy does. It allows people of different temperamental types to communicate and to calibrate the damn societies. So anyways, so let's say you're optimally balanced between chaos and order. So what does that mean? Well, you're stable enough, but you're interested, right? Because a little novelty heightens your anxiety. That wakes you up a bit. That's the adventure part of it. But it also focuses the part of your brain that does exploratory activity. And that's actually associated with pleasure. That's the dopamine circuit. And so if you're optimally balanced, and you know you're there when you're listening to an interesting conversation or you're engaged in one. It's a real conversation. You know, you're saying some things you know, and the other person is saying some things they know, but both of what you know is changing. It's like, wow, that's so interesting. You'll have a conversation like that forever. Or maybe you're reading a book like that. Or you're listening to a piece of music that models that. Because what music does is provide you with predictable forms, multi-level predictable forms that transform just the right amount. And so music is a very representational art form. It says this is what the universe is like. You know, there's a dancing element to it, repetitive, and then cute little variations that sort of surprise and delight you, and you think, wow, that's so cool. It doesn't matter how nihilistic you are, you know, music still infuses you with a sense of meaning, and that's because it models meaning. That's what it does. That's why we love it. And you know, you can dance to it, and that sort of symbolizes you putting yourself in harmony with these multiple layers of reality and positioning yourself properly. And you like that too, you know, you'll pay for it. Oh boy, I get to go dancing, you know. Oh boy, I get to listen to music. It's like, what the hell are you doing listening to music? What good is that? Well, you think that's a stupid question. I don't care about your dopey criticism. I'm going to listen to some music, right? There's no rational There's no rational argument against music. It's like, you just don't even think about it. You just walk away from someone who's stupid enough to ask that question. It's like, some things are obvious. Well, why? Okay, so that's pretty fun. So, what mediates between these two domains? Well, that's what consciousness does, as far as I can tell. And that's sort of the individual, and that's the hero. That's another way of thinking about it. It's the logos. That's another way of thinking about it. It's the word that generates order out of chaos at the beginning of time. It's the consciousness that interacting with the matter of the world produces being. That's basically it. That's basically you, for all intents and purposes. How do you do that? Well, the unconscious does it to some degree, you know, because it's with our fantasy that we first meet the unknown, right? Well, look, say you're going out with a new person. It's like, what do? You project a fantasy on them, and then you fall in love with the fantasy. And aren't you stupid? Because you're going to find out that the match between your damn fantasy and the actual person is tenuous at best. And so Jung would call that a projection of either the anima or the animus. You know, the anima is what a man projects onto a woman he finds desirable. It's like, oh, she's the perfect woman. It's like, well, how do you know that? You've like seen her for 4 seconds, you know, but it grips you. And the same thing happens in the opposite direction. And it's an action of instinct, you know. It's like you fall in love with the image. But interestingly enough, what you do in a relationship that works is that you actually, I think that what you see, it's a rough approximation, when you project the ideal and fall in love with it, you see what could be. It could be that, but it's going to take you a hell of a lot of work, because like, you got no shortage of flaws, and the other person has no shortage of flaws, and so you're bringing your flaws together, and that's going to produce a lot of friction, and you're going to have to engage in a lot of dialogue before you approach that level of perfection again. But maybe you can do it, and then you get to live happily ever after. Well, wouldn't that be nice? Well, so the unconscious meets the unknown, and it meets it with imagination and fantasy and dream and art. That's how you take... See, you don't just go from what you don't know to fully articulated knowledge in one bloody leap. You can't do that. You have to extend pseudopods of fantasy and imagination into the unknown. That's kind of what theorizing is like, right? Even scientifically, you know, you don't know something scientifically, you generate a theory. Well, it's an imaginative representation that your unconscious is helping you generate. And so you meet the unknown with fantasy. That's what the unconscious is for. From the psychoanalytic perspective, that's what dreams do. And you can see why. You dream about the future. You know, it's like, well, what's the future going to be like? Well, you have a little imaginative story going on, and it's like, you don't really create it. It's sort of, you watch it unfold. You know, maybe you can tweak it here and there, but it sort of comes to you from wherever the hell things like that come from. You know, the unconscious, that's the psychoanalytic answer. It's not really much of an answer, because it's more like a representation of a place that we don't understand. But that's where creativity comes from. And I mean, some people are really creative right down to the bloody core. So in my clinical practice, I often see people who are high in openness because they're attracted to me because they watch my lectures. And you have to kind of be high in openness to like my lectures. So because, well, you do, because they go everywhere, you know, and they're not necessarily very orderly. So anyways, lots of my clients are really high in openness, and they're funny people often, especially if they're smart, because sometimes they have the most nihilistic intelligence you can imagine. It's just self-critical and nihilistic and brutal, man, and smart. And so they just criticize themselves out of existence. And so often I have to just try to get them to quit listening to their chattering self-critical rationality and go out and create something, you know, with their massive creativity. And as long as they're doing that, they're engaged in the world and happy as hell. But as soon as that self-critical rationality comes in and shuts down the creativity, they're just like walking corpses, you know. And it's because if you're really open, like you're a tree and it has some trunks, and you know, your most prominent trait is the most lively trunk. And if you're a creative person and you're not engaging in a creative enterprise, you're just You're like a tree that has had its vitality amputated. And so this is not trivial. This is deeply, deeply, deeply rooted in your biology. And those are people often who have like dream lives you just can't believe. I have one client, he has like 4 spectacular dreams a week, and most of the time we just spend discussing them. I mean, God. And I had another client who could be lucid in her dreams, which is more common among women. She could ask the damn characters what they represented, and they would tell her. It was like, okay, that was pretty weird. And like a lot of the things they told her were really helpful, and they were not things that she wanted to hear. She basically, one of them told her if she was going to live, she'd have to go visit a slaughterhouse. And the reason for that was because she was raised as a little princess and protected from horrible Mother Nature until she hit puberty, in which time she turned into an evil villain, because that's how the family worked. Perfect child, evil teenager, overnight. And then, well, that was hard on her, and she wasn't prepared because she thought the world was princess world, and, you know, she couldn't go through a butcher store without having a fit. And no wonder, you know, like, really, Jesus, you know, it's no wonder, but you do it. But she couldn't, so we used to go to butcher stores, and that would make her cry, and that she was a vegetarian, that would make her cry, and, you know, bemoan the cruelty of the world. And it's like, yeah, fair enough, man, those are bloody slabs of meat. It's like, I don't know why everyone isn't screaming when they walk through the butcher store, but you got to get used to it, man, because you can't live in the world otherwise. And so the dream character, who was a gypsy, told her that she had to go visit a slaughterhouse, which seemed rather impractical. And so I asked her if she could think of anything else to do, and she thought, well, why don't we go visit a funeral home and watch an embalming? And I thought, oh, good, that sounds like a fun way to spend a day. And so I phoned up a funeral parlor, and I said I had a client who was terrified of death. Yeah, and I was a therapist who was also a little shaky on the concept myself. And so they had no problem with that. They deal with death all the time, which is really something to think about, right? A human being can actually have an occupation where they do nothing but deal with death, and they don't go stark raving mad. It's like, what the hell's up with that? It's like working in a palliative care ward where your clients that you know have a relationship, all they're going to do is die this week, next week, the week after. People do that. It's like, those people are tough, man. They're tough. So anyways, we went and watched this embalming, which was, I have a rather high level of disgust sensitivity, so it was a little on the rough side for me. But she sat there, and first while she was not, we were outside this little room, she was not looking at that, man, no way. And she'd kind of go like this, and, you know, that was pretty good. And then she'd go like this, and then she'd go like this, and then she watched it. And then she asked if she could go in, and she put on the glove, and she touched the body, and she didn't have a fit, she didn't have a panic attack, and so she walked away from there learning that there was a hell of a lot more to her than she thought there was, and that she could see things that she didn't think she could see and live. And after that, she sort of had a touchstone. It's like, well, I'm kind of afraid of this. Well, is it as bad as going to see the embalming? No, it's not that bad. Well, I guess I can do it. It's like an initiation, right? She had an initiation. And so did I, you know. And I learned a lot from doing that. I learned that one of the things you need to do if you're going to be a human being is to prepare yourself to be useful in the face of death. And so when you have a parent that dies, which, you know, shatters people's ideas often, they can't even think about it. If you can't even think about that, man, you've got some thinking to do. Because you need to be able to at least think about that, because otherwise you're just going to be a wasteland when it happens. And you never know, you could even have a higher ambition. Maybe you could even be useful when it happens, instead of being part of the heap of destroyed people who also have to be taken care of. You know, and that's brutal. You have to be brutal to be useful in the aftermath of your parents' death. You know, you don't get to crumble and fall apart. And no, you have every reason to. So you got to be kind of some tough monster to manage that. But do you want to be useful in the face of tragedy, or do you want to be pathetic? Well, make your choice. So out of the unconscious you get ritual, you get dreams, you get drama, you get stories, you get art, you get music, and that sort of buffers us. We have our little domain of competence and we're buffered by the domain of fantasy and culture. And that's really what you learn about when you come to university, if you're lucky and the professors are smart enough to actually teach you something about culture instead of constantly telling you that it's completely reprehensible and should be destroyed. It's like, why you would prefer chaos to order is beyond me. And the only possible reason is that you haven't read enough history to understand exactly what chaos means. And believe me, if you understood what it means, you'd be pretty goddamn careful about tearing down the temple that you live in, unless you want to be a denizen of chaos. And some people do, you know, because that's when the impulses that you harbor can really come out and shine. And so a little gratitude is in order, and that makes you appreciative of the wise king, while being smart enough to know that he's also an evil tyrant. It's like, that's a total conception of the world. It's balanced. It's like, yeah, we should preserve nature, but good God, it is trying to kill us. And you know, yes, our culture is tyrannical and oppresses people, but it is protecting us from dying. That's helpful, you know. And yes, we're reasonably good people, but like, don't take that theory too far until you've tested yourself. And you know, that's wisdom, at least in part, and that's what these stories try to teach you. There's a nice mythological representation. I love this one. It's like the dome of the known and the seeker looking outside. You know, that's a metaphysical representation. You know, and that is the world as it looks to us, right? You go out in the field and it looks like there's a dome covering it. It's a circle, a big circle with a dome over it. And you know, what's outside the dome? Well, the unknown, right? That's where heaven is, theoretically. You know, it's a projection, obviously. Heaven is in the unknown. Well, it was localized in space. I suppose that's partly because when people looked up in the sky, they were overwhelmed with awe. So it's a reasonable conclusion, you know. It's a projection of an unconscious presupposition. It's a projection of fantasy. You know, heaven is a fantasy. And I'm not denigrating fantasy, by the way. And it's projected imaginatively onto the sky, and that's part of the way you discover what's in your fantasy. Well, this is us, man. We mediate between chaos and order, and you know, those are the two archetypal representations fundamentally, you know. And I think they apply to both genders, you know, like women can act as the individual who holds the world on his or her shoulders, and men can play a maternal role, you know. Female human beings are quite masculine and male human beings are quite feminine. And so, you know, maybe this archetype dominates among men and that archetype dominates among women, which I would say that is the case as far as I'm concerned, although there are individual conceptions. Of course, those two things have to work in conjunction, but that's you, the eternal mediator between chaos and order, which also has its enemy. So that's Horus there, and that's Seth, who eventually turns into Satan as the West progresses, so to speak, and that's represented there as well. The temptations of, I would say, resentment and hatred, which everyone has to fight with all the time. All right, initiations. So this is cool. This is a standard hero story, and initiatory rites are a part of human heritage, and so let's take a look. This is from Eliade. I would like even now to stress the fact that the psychopathology of the shamanic vocation is not profane. It does not belong to ordinary symptomatology. It's not mental illness. It has an initiatory structure and signification. In short, it reproduces a traditional mystical pattern. The total crisis of the future shaman, sometimes leading to complete disintegration of the personality and to madness, can be evaluated not only as an initiatory death, but also as a symbolic return to the pre-cosmogonic chaos, to the amorphous and indescribable state that precedes any cosmogony. Well, what he means by that is that, I suppose, the mythological view of the emergence of order, that's a cosmogony, is that there's a state of potential and chaos out of which order emerges. You know, here's how it is that you think that way, because you do think that way. So, you know, imagine what you're facing when you're facing the future, right? Well, you might say, well, the future is full of potential, right? It's full of potential. What the hell does that mean? You know, you act as if that potential is really a real thing, and you're confronting it all the time. I'm confronting the potential of the future. Well, it doesn't exist yet. So what you're confronting doesn't even really exist. What you're conceptualizing doesn't really exist. And in some sense, you bring it into being by plotting your path through it. Well, the pre-cosmogonic chaos is the same as the potential of the future. It's exactly the same idea. It's the realm of possibility from which actuality emerges. And you participate in turning that possibility into actuality. That's what you're doing all the time. Now, can I explain that? Well, no. I have no idea how consciousness and the substrate of the world interact. I can only say that that's how it looks. That's how it feels. You know? That's how people act. And they'll get into trouble if they don't manifest their potential, whatever that is. That's all those things you could be that you're not. Well, where are those? It's just potential. Well, that's the chaos. I would say that's the cosmos. That's the cosmos that you live in all the time. It's a little story. It's the thing that you extract out of the chaos. It sort of consists of your conception of where you are now and your conception of where you want to be at some point. Could be 10 minutes, could be 3 years. You can slide it, and then you have a little plan about how you should move your body to transform one into the other. That's your action pattern. That's a little story. And when you ask someone to say what they were up to, they'll tell you a little story like that. You know, I was at some place and I went somewhere else, and here's how I did it. And then they might tell you a more interesting story, which is I was someplace and something happened that I really didn't expect, and it knocked me for a loop, you know. And that's a good divorce story. I came home one night and my wife was gone. It's like, yeah, chaos, and probably a bit of willful blindness preceding it, we might suspect. Anyways, down into chaos, and then, well, maybe you learn something down there, and maybe you don't, but hopefully you do, and you put yourself together if you're lucky, and then pop, bang, you pop up into another little structure of order. And that's an initiatory process. It's like you're somewhere stable, falls apart, or maybe you break it apart on purpose. You do it voluntarily. People do that all the time. You know, they do that, for example, when they experiment with drugs, and they do that when they go on wild adventures, and, you know, when they break themselves out of their normal routine and throw themselves somewhere they don't understand and hope that that's going to produce a transformation of personality. That's the basic story. That's the initiatory story. Now, this is William James, who was one of the establishers of modern psychology, and a kind of an odd guy. He was an early experimenter with psychedelics. Of course, they'll never tell you that, but he was. And his drug of choice was nitrous oxide, which is an inhalant gas which seems to be inert. No one really knows why it works, but it produces quite an intense hallucinogenic experience, mystical experience. Although if you breathe too much of it, then you die, because it doesn't have any oxygen in it. So don't do that. And he wrote some really bad hippie poetry back in the 1880s while he was, experimenting with nitrous oxide. I think I'll read a little bit of that to you. Pure experience is the name which I give to the original flux of life before reflection has categorized it. Only newborn babes and persons in semi-coma from sleep, drugs, illnesses, or blows can have an experience pure in the literal sense of a that which is not yet any definite what, though ready to be any sorts of whats, full both of oneness and of manyness, but in respects that don't appear, changing throughout, yet so confusedly that its phases interpenetrate, and no points either of distinction or of identity can be caught. 1905, William James, Journal of Philosophy. You know, a lot of these old guys that established what we regard as, fairly stable bodies of knowledge were just as crazy as you can possibly imagine. They're just the most peculiar damn people, and they get sanitized, as they are represented in history, and that's no fun. You know, I mean, it's much more interesting to know what they were like. They were just so bloody, peculiar, and strange, and involved in all sorts of weird things. It's a lot more fun to know that. Here's his poem. Wow. It's like right from 1968. No verbiage can give it, because the verbiage is other, incoherent, coherent, same, and it fades, and it's infinite, and it's infinite. Don't you see the difference? Don't you see the identity? Constantly opposites united. The same me telling you to write and not to write. Extreme, extreme, extreme. Something and other than that thing. Intoxication and otherness than intoxication. Every attempt at betterment, every attempt at otherment is it fades forever and forever as we move. It's like, it's just about as incoherent as postmodernist philosophy. So we know for archaic and traditional cultures that a symbolic return to chaos is equivalent to preparing a new creation. It follows that we may interpret the psychic chaos of the future shaman as a sign that the profane man is being dissolved and a new personality being prepared for birth. Transformation. Here's a way of thinking about it. Paradise. Paradise lost. Redemption. Classic story of mankind. Always. It was a great past. We're in a state of chaos. We're heading towards a better future. Everyone thinks that way. The stories are based on that. Well, that's that. Now, Ellen Berger, who wrote a lot about the psychoanalysts, believed that Freud and Jung in particular had a creative illness, which he regarded as this sort of spontaneous shamanic transformation. And he said, a creative illness has these elements. It succeeds a period of intense preoccupation with an idea and search for certain truth. It's a polymorphous condition that can take the shape of depression, neurosis, psychosomatic ailments, or even psychosis. Jung was in that state when he wrote this book called The Red Book, which was just released last year, which is full of visionary illustrations and very strange poetry. And it contains the communications he had with imaginative beings that he conjured up when practicing doing exactly that. He practiced that for years, and he had these autonomous beings manifest themselves in his fantasy and had long conversations with them, which is, you know, while he was working as a doctor and having a sane, normal life. And, well, it's kind of, well, it's really something. Whatever the symptoms they're felt as painful, well, he thought maybe he was going mad. And some people think he did, if not agonizing by the subject, with alternating periods of alleviation and worsening. Throughout the illness, the subject never loses the thread of his dominating preoccupation. It's often compatible with normal professional activity and family life, but even if he keeps to his social activities, he's almost entirely absorbed with himself. He suffers from feelings of utter isolation, even when he has a mentor who guides him through the ordeal, like the shaman apprentice with his master. The termination is often rapid and marked by a phase of exhilaration. The subject emerges from his ordeal with a permanent transformation in his personality and a conviction that he has discovered a great truth or a new spiritual world. Many of the 19th and 20th century figures regarded universally as great, Nietzsche, Darwin, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Freud, Jung, were all additionally characterized by lengthy periods of profound psychological unrest and uncertainty. Well, you don't generate a new theory without some birth pangs, right? Because your old theory has to bite the dust first, and when your old theory bites the dust, it's like, where are you? You don't know. Do you know if you're going to come up with a new one? No. Here's a cool thing. This is my daughter. She was 5 years at this point. She was playing Prince and Princess with Julian, her 3-year-old. She said, Dad, if we killed a dragon, we could use his skin as armor. Wouldn't that be a good idea? I thought, hey, yeah, that's a hell of an idea, kid. You know, you go right after the thing that frightens you the most, and you develop something that protects you from doing that. It's like, where did she get that idea? Well, good work, kiddo. She had plenty of dragons in her life. So, the following dream was described by my daughter, Michaela, 3 years, 9 months old, about my son, Julian, 1 year. Julian was in the process of toilet training and rapid speech development and was having some trouble controlling his emotions. Michaela liked to call him baby. We had several discussions about the fact that he wasn't really a baby anymore. She told me this story while I was at the computer, so I was able to get it verbatim. She wasn't very happy with the idea that he wasn't a baby anymore, because she kind of liked the baby. She took care of that baby a lot, and her little brain was having a hard time with the notion that whatever that thing is now, it isn't a baby. It's like, well, where's my baby? And believe me, plenty of mothers go through the same thing. Then they attempt to keep their children babies for the rest of their lives. So this is what Michaela said, the dream. Julian's eyes fell out, and then he falled into pieces. I said, what sort of pieces? She said, Julian pieces. And the bones falled out too. Then a hole got him, and there was water in it, and when he came out, he was big. Mom, Julian isn't a baby anymore? No, he's a big boy. And a bug with legs got him out, because bugs can swim. And the hole was in the park. And it moved into the backyard, and he fell into it. A tree burned and left the hole. I thought, wow, that's so amazing. It's like, it was a shamanic transformation dream. It was like, the tree, that's the tree of life, it burnt and left a hole. The kid fell into it, it dissolved him right down to his bones. This little bug, which would be a Jungian representation of the self, like Jiminy Cricket, by the way, in Pinocchio, the bug was the thing that was alive that helped him through the transformation. He stepped out and now he was big. It's like, that was her little brain conjuring up the notion of radical transformation. So this is cool. I hope this works. This is a dream that my nephew had, that someone animated.
Jordan Peterson is a clinical psychologist from the University of Toronto. Now, I do disagree with some of his fundamental ideas, but his thoughts in facing problems merge with my Stoic values. Within one of his Maps of Meaning lectures, he tells a true story about a 4-year-old boy, his nephew, who for months was suffering from terrible night terrors, terrors that were waking him up screaming. This boy, by the way, did have some areas of instability in his family life. Jordan visited the young boy's house, and the boy was running around dressed as a knight with a sword, a shield and a helmet. At night time he would take his sword and shield to bed. So Jordan got speaking to him, and the boy described his dream. In the dream, he is standing surrounded by knee-high dwarfs. These dwarfs had beaks, and every time he would try to move, the dwarfs would jump up and bite him. A very threatening scenario for a young boy. And if you look behind all the dwarfs, away in the background there was a dragon. And every time this dragon would puff out fire and smoke, more dwarfs would be created. So there's no point fighting off the dwarfs, because more would just be made. So Jordan tapped him and asked, what could you do about that? So the kid says he could jump up on the dragon's head. He could poke out his eyes with a sword so he couldn't see. Then he could go down the throat to the box where the fire came from, carve a piece out of that box, thereby destroying it, and use that piece as a shield. The child, before Jordan arrived, was already acting out in life what he knew he had to do, and after that conversation he had no more night terrors. This is what Marcus Aurelius meant when he said, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. He was telling us that we must not shy away from problems or shun our personal responsibility. We must be willing to sacrifice our comfort, go to the source of our problems to solve them, and then take something away.
Well, there you go. So, yeah, he was waking up screaming at night for weeks. That's night terrors. He couldn't really remember what the hell was going on, and there was instability in his family. His parents got divorced soon after, and he was off to kindergarten, and that was kind of destabilizing him too. And so it was fun to watch him zip around as a knight. It's like, you know, where did he get that idea? Well, you know, he watched TV, he watched movies, his little imagination was aggregating the picture of the hero, and then he was trying to act it out. That's what he was doing, pretending, right? I'm pretending to be the thing that takes on the unknown, and then he has this amazing dream. It's like, it's mind-boggling, it's so sophisticated. It's like, well, here I am, and there's troubles everywhere, and they're biting me, they're jumping up on me. And it's like a hydra, you know, in the hydra, you cut off a hydra's head and 7 more heads grow. It's like, that's life, man. Solve one problem, 7 more appear, right? So, well, so that was the dragon at the background, chaos itself, and chaos kept breeding these evil little dwarfs, which is what it does. It's like, it's one damn trouble after another. You fight this one off, fight this one off. It's like, who cares? The dragon, the dwarf generating machine is still working in the background. So I asked him, and that was purposeful. What could you do? See, that's a leading question. That implies that there's something that he could do. He said, well, I take my dad, that was missing in the animation, and we'd go poke the dragon's eyes out, go right down to the source of the problem, extinguish it, make a shield, right? So that meant that he would have strengthened his character by the encounter. So, brilliant. And I talked to his mom for months afterwards. Done. No more night terrors. What had happened? He identified with the mythological hero. He identified with St. George and the dragon. He identified with that little bloody tree-dwelling primate who 20 million years ago was the first one to drop a stick on a snake. He adopted the classic human mode of being in the face of uncertainty and construed himself as that which could prevail. End of terrors. Well, I guess we're done, eh? So we're going to do something a little different than the syllabus today because, you know, we've got this 1 hour, 2 hour problem, and I really can't cover constructionism reasonably in 2 hours, 1 hour. That was supposed to be today. So what I'm going to do instead is continue on the line that I've been pursuing, but I'm going to expand it up more into Jungian psychology, which is what we're going after constructivism anyways. And so I can weave the constructivism and the depth psychology together, and it's nice to do that because it gives you a kind of a coherent view. So just so you know, we're one lecture ahead at the moment, roughly speaking, and I'll do constructivism on Tuesday for 2 hours. So, all right, so I showed you that animation. I told you about my nephew's dream, which is a remarkable dream, you know, really. It's just amazing dream. And it's got this archetypal pattern, you know, and the pattern is that there's a threat, and worse than that there are threats, and at the back of it there is the fact of threat itself. You see, so human beings, we're so smart, eh? So this is so amazing that we figured this out. So you imagine, well, human beings are the only creatures that can really conceive of the class of all threatening things, right? And that's kind of why we can be permanently anxious. So it's sort of annoying. So, you know, here you are, and it's safe, there's no lions here, or anything that might prey on you. But you can think of something to be anxious about, no problem, you know. I'm certain you've got some little skeleton rattling around in your closet somewhere that's like eating away at you. And so I think part of the reason we're so damn awake, human beings, is because we're always anxious. And you have to be awake when you're anxious. And the anxiety system actually activates your reticular activating system, and that actually produces, it's the substrate for consciousness. If you snap a few fibers in the back of your brain that are part of the reticular activating system in a car accident or something, you'll go into a coma, and that'll be that. You're not getting out of it. It doesn't take much of an injury either in the right place. So anyways, so human beings have been struggling with this problem of threat forever, really, for as long as there's been life, or at least as long as there's been life with the nervous system. You know, that's several 100 million years. It's a long time. And of course, it's easy to, you know, to respond to a particular threat. Think about zebras. They're out there on a veldt, and there's lions everywhere, right? But the zebras are like, they're calm because their lions are sleeping, and so the zebras don't think, apparently, oh my God, what was going to happen when those lions wake up, because they don't think that way. You know, they're not going to be happy if the lion goes into a hunting crouch and starts its hunting approach, obviously, but it's not like the zebras are freaking out non-stop because there are lions around, you know. So they can react to specific threats, but human beings, partly because we discovered the future, which was a big mistake. It was a big mistake, because the future's an uncertain place. We realized that, well, there isn't any threat right now, but there might well be some tomorrow. And if there isn't some tomorrow, well, maybe next week or next month or next year, like it's coming. And so there's danger. So it's the category of danger, you know. And out of the category of danger emerge specific threats. And the dragon seems to be a symbol of, it is a symbol, I believe, of the ever-present fact of slight predatory threat. But our nervous systems, as they've become capable of abstraction, have used that underlying architecture to represent more abstract categories. So it's not it's not a predator, like a dragon is not a predator because there are no dragons, but maybe a dragon is a snake and a crocodile, and maybe a leopard, and maybe a predatory bird, all mangled into one monster, because a monster is actually technically something that's made out of disparate parts. And so it's a good symbolic representation for the unknown as such, that which lies beyond the campfire, let's say, and what lurks out there. And so the eternal problem is, what the hell do you do with the dragon? And that also explains why the dragon typically is a treasure guarder, right? Because it's even more, the problem is even worse. Out there in no man's land, out there in potential, there's threat and like mortal threat, but there's also endless opportunity and riches and wealth and the possibility of attracting someone and all of that. And so, well, the dragon, you can't just be afraid of it, you just stay in your burrow the whole time. Lots of animals more or less do that, you know, especially the nocturnal ones, they just hide away. But that isn't what human beings are like, because we're not only prey animals, right? We're also predators, and then of course we're crazy, we're absolutely insane chimpanzees, right? We're crazy. And so we're always out there mucking about with things, and with our, you know, fingers and our thumbs, and taking the world apart and putting it back together, and we're crazily exploratory and troublemaking. And so we don't just run from dragons, we go hunt them down. And so there's a story here. There's the oldest story that mankind knows, and literally it is the oldest story that we know, is this story. And the story basically is, there's a bounded space, a walled garden, a walled city, you know, and all the original cities were walled, because if they weren't, barbarians would swoop in and they'd just steal all your stuff. And so, you know, that was kind of pointless. So, you know, you wanted to have some major league walls surrounding your territory. So that's inhabited space, and inside that is your little dominance hierarchy. And so all you primates knew exactly who was who inside that space. You didn't have to fight with each other, and you could predict each other's behavior because you believed the same things and saw the world roughly the same way and acted the same way, and so you were sort of secure. But then the problem is that can always be breached. There's always something outside of it that's a danger, and so that's signified by this little creature here, this dragon. And that twirl in its tail is very common among dragons. It's actually a symbol, because imagistic languages, imagistic symbols have an ancient language, and it's referring to something that's basically eternal. And see, it lives down here in this cave, because it's an underground thing. It's an underground thing, and you can kind of imagine what that's like. And sometimes this happens in initiation rituals among archaic people. When they're gonna initiate, usually the young men, because nature initiates women all by itself, usually the young men, maybe they'll put them in a cave and leave them there, you know, for like, well, who knows how long. And so you gotta think, what's in a cave? And caves are dark, man. I don't know if you've ever been in one, but like, they're dark, and they're really dark. And so not only is there whatever there is in the cave, and you don't know what the hell's in the cave, there's whatever you imagine might be in the cave. And so when you're in that cave and you're alone, you're confronting the devils and demons and monsters of your own imagination, you know. And so then you have a chance to perhaps deal with that and overcome it, and that's perhaps part of the initiation ceremony, you know, and that's part of growing up, because you have to learn how to face the things that terrify and upset you, and recast them and put them back together. We talked a little bit about this idea of the pre-cosmogonic chaos that Iliad refers to, and it's the stuff out of which order is produced at the beginning of time, and it's also the stuff out of which you constantly reproduce order. And the Jungians, the psychoanalysts, especially the really deep psychoanalysts like Jung, Freud was a more surface psychoanalyst, and that's not an insult. There's some things that Freud figured out that are absolutely amazing. He was a precursor to Jung for sure. For Jung, the hero's journey was the journey inside the unconscious, and that would be, perhaps in some sense, the willingness to face everything terrible that's happened to you, and to think it through, and to articulate it, and to come to grips, perhaps, with your own capacity for malevolence. That was a really important part of Jungian ideas, that the first step towards individuation, which is the manifestation of your full self, let's say, was the discovery of your shadow. Your shadow is the part of you that will do terrible things under the right circumstances, and maybe even without that much provocation. And, you know, and it's a terrifying part of you to come into contact with, because it's sort of It's sort of the way that you're specifically attached to the archetype of evil. That's a good way of thinking about it. And, you know, modern people, they don't really think much about the idea of good and evil, but that's because most of them are so damn naive, they can just barely even comprehend it. You know, if you read any history, if you really read it, like, and you don't come away with the idea that evil exists, like, you're just reading the wrong kind of history, you know. It's just unbelievable what people can do to each other. We're so imaginative, you know. And one of the things I figured out about people, the reason that we have the knowledge of good and evil, let's say, is that because we're self-conscious and we know about ourselves, we know about our own vulnerability, right? You know what hurts you. You really know what hurts you, way more than an animal knows. And so, and you're also creative, and so once you know what hurts you, man, you can really hurt someone else. And you can do it in such a creative way. You can draw it out, you can make it excruciating, you can take people apart physically and psychologically, and you can keep them, say, even right on the edge of death, so that you can keep doing that endlessly. And, you know, that happens. A hell of a lot more than you think it happens. It happens a lot. And so, well, and you think, well, you know, that doesn't involve me. It's like, oh yes it does, man. That's the problem, because, you know, you're human. That's the sort of things that human beings are capable of. I'm not saying it's all probable that you do that ever, or that, but I'm saying that, you know, you got to take that into account. When you're looking at the world and you think about all the perpetrators out there, it's like, it's not like there's perpetrators and there's victims. That isn't how it works. It doesn't work that way at all. And so the horrors of humanity, as well as the noble elements of humanity, are all elements of your central being. And for Jung, and this is the terrible thing, for Jung, the pathway to higher wisdom was through the terrible portal of, well, you could say hell, for that matter. Really. And so who wants to do that, man? It's like, no. You know, like, maybe you're resentful about something. Well, you probably are, because, like, everybody's resentful about something, you know? And resentment is just vicious emotion. It's really useful. It's really useful, because if you're resentful about something, it either means that you should grow the hell up and accept the responsibility and quit sniveling around and whining, or it means that someone actually is oppressing you and pushing on you too hard and bullying you and demeaning you, and you have something to say or do that you're not saying or doing. And no wonder you're not saying or doing it, because, you know, it can be really dangerous to say things or do them to free yourself from being oppressed. You can get in a lot of trouble in the short term for doing it, so it's easier just to not say anything, sort of day after day. In the short term, you protect yourself, but it just crushes you. And then the resentment comes up, and resentment, and that can just get so out of hand, you know. It starts with resentment, and then it goes to the desire for revenge, you know, because you'll play nasty little tricks on the person that's oppressing you. At any chance, you'll talk about them behind their back, and if they want you to do something, you'll do it badly, or you'll do it grudgingly, or you'll do a half-rate job, and you'll set up little traps, you know. So it puts you in a poisonous space, and then if you really start to dwell on that, say, in your basement for 3 or 4 years about just exactly how terrible the world is and how that's focused on you and how everyone's rejected you, how you get to this point where you're thinking that, you know, existence itself is a kind of poisonous endeavor, and that the best thing for you to do is go out there and do as much, create as much mayhem as you possibly can. And if you really get to a dark place, you think, I'm going to create as much mayhem as I possibly can by targeting the most innocent thing I can possibly imagine. And then you end up shooting kids in Connecticut. And that's how you get there. And so that's a bad road, man. There's dark things down there. But you can go there, and people do. And they go through the hole of resentment. And so resentment can tell you, you've got something to say. You bloody well better say it. You gotta free yourself from what's oppressing you. You have to stand up for that, because otherwise you become oppressed. And then once you're oppressed, that's just not so good. And so, like in your marriage and your relationships, you got to tell people what you're thinking. You don't have to assume you're right. That's a whole different story, because you're not, because you're, you know, ignorant and you're biased, and, you know, so you're not right, but you can stumble towards the expression of yourself, and then you can listen to the other person and hope that they tell you some way that you're stupid that's useful, so you can be a little less stupid in the future, because wouldn't that be good? And so, you know, you go after the unknown. You don't protect what you know. You already know what you know. You go after what you don't know. That's why you have to talk to people you don't agree with. That's why you have to talk to your enemies. Because they're going to tell you things you don't know. You could even listen to them. It's possible they know a thing or two you don't know. But people don't like that, you know. They just talk to people who think the same way. And then they just stay stupid. And so that's not good. Because if you're not wise, the world will wallop you. It'll flatten you. And far more than it has to. And then you'll be bitter and resentful. And you'll be part of that force that wallops instead of the force that fights against that. So you go after the dragon, and that's what this guy is doing. He's going after the dragon. It's threatening the society, because it always does. Chaos, what's outside of order, always threatens order. Always. Always. And so you have to step forward, you know, in this manner, voluntarily. And go after that when it's still manageable, right? And that's the case in your own life too. So, you know, if you've had a proclivity to be bullied in the past, you know, and you want to get out of that, what you have to do is you have to make yourself awake to the initial stages of that sort of bullying emerging in your life again, that sort of domination. And you have to step forward against it when it's still in its developing stages, because maybe you can just not have it happen. That would be better. And so you have to be ready to speak what you have to say more or less on a moment's notice. You can't be impulsive about it. You know, like if you and I are talking and you make a mistake or I make a mistake, even if it bothers one or the other of us, we should just write it off, because it's like one encounter. What the hell? You know, maybe we had a bad night's sleep or something, you know. So you got to be a little forgiving. But if it happens twice, then, you know, you should be a little awake. And you should remember both times. And then if it happens a third time, it's like that's when you act. And you say, look, we talked and this happened, and I thought, yeah, whatever. But then you did it again. And then you just did it again. Well, then the person is basically, what are you going to do? No, well, maybe they might argue with you, but you kind of got them. And generally, if you just point that out to people, just like that, just that you noticed and are willing to say something about it, they'll back the hell off. They'll often apologize. And sometimes you even make them a little more conscious, which is like, hey, that's not such a bad idea. And that's what all this means. And so this chaos idea, so for Jung, it was the unconscious, right? It was the contents of your unconscious. And so that might be the unknown past, the threatening past that you have never dealt with. It might be the threatening future. It might be the threatening present. But Jung realized as he got older that the unconscious was also the world. And you think, and so the chaos is not only your unconscious mind, which meets the unknown, but it's actually the unknown itself mingled together. And you think, what the hell does that? That's why the dragon is a land creature and an air creature. It's matter and spirit at the same time. And this sort of gets us into constructivism. Because the constructivists think that basically what happens is that you encounter those elements of the world that don't fit into your theory. And out of those new elements, you make the world through your perceptions, and you make yourself by incorporating the information and transforming yourself. And that's how Piaget explains the development of a child. The child starts out with some reflexes, basic reflexes, and manifesting the reflexes produces results in the world, and then the child has to reorganize its perceptions to take into account the transformations, and so then it gets a little more sophisticated, and then it can do a few more things, and then it can manifest more changes in the world, and then it tracks them and modifies its perceptions and actions to account for them, and it just keeps doing that. That's how the child boots itself up, like a computer does. Very cool idea. And so from the Piagetian stance, so it's a constructivist stance, you can think of the world as a latent pool of information. It's something like that, with a structure, obviously, that you can interact with your little fingers and your body and your mind and your eyes and your mouth. And you make changes happen, and you track them and you model them and you build your skills. And as you continue to do that in the safety of your house, initially under the care of your parents who fill in where you're ignorant, you just emerge more and more competent and confident and ready to move ahead. So that's how the constructivist idea works. And so there's kind of a chaos idea at the bottom of that, which is that out of which you emerge and the world emerges at the same time. Because, you know, you don't see reality. Not at all. You see almost like an animated version of reality, you know? Like when I look at you, I just see the front of you. I just see the outside of you. I see you at this height. I don't see any of your internal structure. I don't see the back part of you at all. I don't see your family. I don't see your history. I don't see your future. You know, I just see this slice of you. You're so complicated. I just see this little, like, oversimplified slice of you right now, and I think that's the reality. And it's sort of the reality, the way that a Simpsons character is you. It's like, it's sort of like you, and it's enough so that you can watch the story, but the real you, man, God only knows what that is. And that's a Jungian idea, you know, that the real you is something that radically transcends your perception of yourself or your conception of yourself, and that you get to that higher you, at least in part, by going into the darkest place. And so, it's a hell of an idea, man. It's really, but it's the old idea of initiation. It's as old as time, that idea. And there's something to it. And we definitely recreated the psychotherapy. Like, this isn't an airy theory. It's quite the contrary, because what you do as a psychologist, always, a behaviorist, say, that the most logical, clinical type of psychologist. A behaviorist is an initiatory shaman, even though he or she doesn't know it, because what they do is they say, okay, well, let's take a look at your life. Like, okay, you got a bunch of problems, and they're like massive dragons, and you're just like, you're not going anywhere with those problems. You're just cowering in the corner. And what the behavior therapist does is cut that dragon into those little dwarfs until the dwarfs are small enough so that you can really kick the hell out of them. And that, by the way they do that is they take the problem and they decompose it into elements that are small enough that you have a reasonable probability of mastering them. So you take the problem apart into its micro problems, careful analytic process. And then you think, okay, well, how could we progress a little bit this week? And some of that is to practice facing things you're afraid of. So like if you're agoraphobic and you can't get on an elevator, you can't get on a taxi, and you can't stand up to your husband, and I'm saying husband because most agoraphobics are women, most of them are middle-aged women, and most of them were too dependent for most of their life. So that's a monster. It's like society, husband, elevator, taxi, subway. It's a monster, and it's that place you will not go. And that's because you feel this high and everything else looks this big. And partly that's because you've run away, and when you run away from something, it grows and chases you. Well, it's exactly what happens to a prey animal, man. If you go in the woods and you find a bear, especially a grizzly, well, you're in real trouble if it's a grizzly. But if it's a black bear, you know, generally speaking, if you stand your ground and make a hell of a lot of noise, that thing will leave you alone. But if you run, well, what's it supposed to think? It eats things that run from it. So that's exactly where that idea come from. You turn tail and run, and then the thing that you're afraid of is really a monster, and it's gonna, like, get you and eat you. It's like, well, that's true psychologically as well. And the same circuits that we used to, when we were, you know, out in the forest, even in trees, the same circuits that we used to parse up the world then into safe territory and place where the predators loom, is the way we parse up the world now, which is safe territory and the place where the predators loom. It's just become abstracted way up. So, but it's the same damn circuits. We know this. Like, the same circuits you use to forage for information, the dopaminergic circuit, is the circuit that squirrels use to forage for nuts. And you think, well, why? Well, it's because there's no difference between information and food. Like, you trade information for food all the time. That's what you're doing when you're working, especially if you're working on a computer. So the idea that there's an equation between information and food, it's like, well, obviously there's an equation. So of course you'd use the same circuit. And I mean, the damn squirrel has to remember where the nuts are. And so for him, information is food either. So and what happened to human beings is that we started thinking, hey, maybe it's better to go after information than it is to go after food. Because going after information produces more food than just going after food. And so that was a pretty damn smart idea, and so we're still doing that. So anyways, this is what you're supposed to be doing. And this is what behavior therapists do. They decompose your problem. What are you afraid of? Well, okay, you're afraid of everything. Well, let's get something specific you're afraid of. Well, I'm afraid of an elevator. Okay, an elevator. So I have a client, she's afraid of elevators. The elevator door opens, she goes, that's a tube. And I thought, oh, wow, I thought it was an elevator. But for you, it's not a bloody elevator. It's death. And so that's what you're afraid of. It's worse than that. You're afraid of being trapped inside there in the dark, alone, not knowing if anyone is going to rescue you, stuck there with your damn imagination, freaking out. It's like, and if that's not, and then maybe you have a heart attack because you're so terrified and you die. It's like, you know. So that's the elevator. Well, it's no bloody wonder that no one's going to get into something like that. And then maybe underneath that is your distrust in the mechanisms of society, right? Because, you know, a normal person, those weird creatures, they'll get an elevator, what the hell, they don't care. And partly it's because they have an implicit belief, even if the thing stops, somebody will come along and rescue them. And usually you don't even think about it, right? It's like, oh, what the hell, it's an elevator. It's like, the danger is invisible to you. And it's partly because you implicitly trust the structure. And so maybe you go into the unconscious presuppositions of the person who is terrified of the elevator and the subways, and you find out they have a real problem with trusting authority, and that's partly why they don't get along with their husband, why they've never been able to stand up for themselves. So then you say, okay, well, you're afraid of the damn elevator, but it's not an elevator, it's a tomb. And the tomb is partly you, and it's partly the elevator, and partly your unconscious mind. And so, well, what can you handle? Can you go and look at an elevator from 10 feet away? It's like, yes. Okay. How about 9 feet away? Yes. 5 feet? Yes. 4 feet? No. Okay, no problem. 4.5 feet. We're going to go from that elevator. We're going to look at the damn thing until you're bored of it. Because that's what we're trying to... You should be bored of the elevator. Because then you're not afraid of it, obviously. It's like, it's an elevator. You just don't notice it. All these things around here that you don't notice. I take you out of here and ask you what color the walls are. You haven't got any idea. You know, I suspect for most of you, there's not a chance you'd be able to identify the gender of the person who's sitting next to you, unless you know them. It's like, you just don't remember anything. And why should you? Everything works. Like, you don't have to pay attention to it. Is that staying up? Yeah, it's still up. Yeah, it's still up. Still up. It's like, really? No. No, you get bored of that real quick, and so then you just ignore it. But the agoraphobic has had that veil of ignorance torn away, and what they see behind it is mortal threat, and so that's really what you're helping them deal with. And so this week they're 4.5 feet from the elevator, next week they're a foot from the elevator, and the week after that the horrible gates of hell open and they look inside and they don't run, and so hey, they're tougher than they thought they were. And that's what you're teaching them, actually. You're not teaching them that the world isn't dangerous. Because that's a stupid thing to teach someone. Bloody right, the world is dangerous. It's terrifying. And sometimes people they realize that. And the veil lifts. And they see horror everywhere. They see that. And then they think, well, I'm just a little rabbit. I'm over here in the corner. I can't move. I'm petrified. And then they can't move. They hide at home. They cower at home. Because everything has become a predatory domain. And so what you teach them is, you're not as much of a rabbit as you think. And part of that is that you help them grow some teeth so that they can go home and have that fight with their husband that they should have had 25 years ago. And it happens very frequently with agoraphobic clients, that you get them so they can go on the damn elevator and they can go on the subway and they can take a taxi. And maybe they learn to drive. Wow. They get some autonomy, and then they're a little tougher, and so then they can stand up for themselves, and they go back. Like, their husband might not be very happy with any of this. Really, it depends on what sort of guy he is. You know, if he's a real tyrant, he might be just perfectly happy that he's married to someone who, you know, is afraid of her own shadow, because then she won't ever leave. And so that's a nasty little story, and believe me, it's not uncommon. So she gets tougher by facing what she fears. And what she finds out is there's a hell of a lot more to her than she thought. And that's really what happens when you do behavior therapy with someone who's agoraphobic. It isn't really that they get less afraid, it's that they get braver. That's way different. It's because brave is alert and able to cope. Naive is there's no danger. It's like, oh yeah, right, there's no danger. Jesus, what a stupid theory that is. So anyways, that's what all this is. That's the story, man, and it's a major story. It's the story of human transformation and growth. It's evolution of mankind. It's like it's a major story. And we've been working on the damn thing for like, God only knows how long. You know, snakes and primates co-evolve, and our vision, our sharp vision seems to have been an evolutionary adaptation forced on us by the presence of predatory snakes. And we're talking tens of millions of years ago. And human beings have unbelievably sharp eyesight. The only thing that can outsee us is birds of prey. And they have, like an eagle, a bald eagle, has eyes as big as ours. And it has 2 foveas. The fovea is the central part of the vision. So an eagle is all eyes, man. And so, but human beings, we're kind of like that too. And like half our brain is devoted to visual processing. We have acute vision. In Madagascar, where there are primates with no predatory snakes, they're lemurs, they can't see worth a damn. You know, an anthropologist named Lynn Isbell did a comprehensive study worldwide trying to account for the acuity of primate vision, and what she found was that the more predatory snakes in the vicinity, the sharper the eyesight of the primates. And so we have really sharp eyesight. That means a lot of us were eaten by snakes. And none of your ancestors, fortunately, because otherwise you wouldn't be here, but a lot of those who fell by the wayside were snake snapped. And, you know, when you're little and living in a tree, a snake is no damn joke. And even now, lots of people get bitten by snakes, and people are phobic of snakes at quite a rate. And some of that actually seems innate. There's arguments between psychologists about this, but even the ones who don't accept the fact that it's innate, accept the fact that you can make someone afraid of a snake by conditioning just like that, where trying to make them afraid of a flower by conditioning is really, really hard. So we're at least, at minimum, prepared to be afraid of snakes. Minimum. And I believe I believe the fear is actually innate, although you can learn to control it. So, anyways, so that's that story. And like, what a story, man. It's an amazing, amazing story. You see, the den of the dragon here is littered with skulls and bones. That's what that is. So the thing is no joke. It's like, look the hell out. And that's this, you know, and look it up in the top right-hand corner there. You know, that's from Peter Pan, right? Well, you remember Captain Hook. We talked about him already. He's a tyrant. And he's a tyrant because he's afraid of death. And that's all he sees in life. So it makes him cruel and bitter. And death has already taken part of him, right? That's why he has a hook. And that damn crocodile's chasing him. Tick, 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 all the time. And of course, that's the same situation you're all in. There's a crocodile with a clock in its stomach chasing you. And it could easily turn you into a tyrant. It can turn you into a tyrant or a cowering victim or a hero. Those are the options, fundamentally. So, and that's the Gorgon looking at her own, the Medusa looking at her own reflection, you know, Mother Nature with the head full of snakes, you know, a terrifying vision. That's actually, to some degree, an archetype that men get confused with women. And, you know, that's the witchy part of women, and that's the part that's attractive, but rejecting. So many men are petrified by women. They won't approach them at all. They have no idea how to talk to them. They're just petrified into immobility. And that's way more common than you think. And so that breeds resentment like you wouldn't believe. You hear the guy who shot up like Dawson College. It's like, what the hell do you think motivated him? It's like, that's what he saw. And it was because, well, he was, my opinion is, he was too goddamn useless to be attractive to anyone. And so that's a hell of a place to be in, you know. Then that's the problem too. If you're chronically rejected by people, it's often because of your own insufficiencies. You know, whether that's cowardice or lack of social skills or whatever it is. It's like, you can't just brush it off as, oh, well, you know, no one likes me, but really I'm okay. It's like, no, wrong. If everyone rejects you, there's probably something wrong. And it's probably deep and difficult, and it's going to be horrible to fix. And so, this isn't a trivial problem. It's not a trivial problem at all. And so, you know, that's Mother Nature for men too, because from the sexual selection point of view, if they're not selected as a mate, nature has taken them out of the game, right? And so, you know, people don't really like that. They're not that happy with that. And so, like, getting all whiny about it and then getting violent, it's like, that's just not really very helpful, although it's very common. So, this is Lynn Isbell. An evolutionary arms race between early snakes and mammals triggered the development of improved vision and large brain in primates, a radical new theory suggests. These are old representations. I really like this one. This is, I don't remember. think it's Greek, but it doesn't exactly look Greek. It might be older. It doesn't matter anyways. You see, it's the same thing, same idea as Graham's dream, right? It's like there's this thing that exists, this multi-headed snake, and it's got this infinity problem. It's everywhere. That's that little circle down there. And the problem is, well, what do you do with it? You cut off one head, 7 more grow. That's the eternal problem of life. And the problem is, there is the category of problems in life, and it ain't going anywhere. And so the question is, can you deal with the whole category at the same time? That's the thing. That's how to be in the world, is to deal with that category all at the same time. And so how did human beings, what did they come up with as a solution? And that's so cool too, because the solution they come up with not only was the heroism that allows you to approach what you're terrified by and what you find offensive and to learn from it, but also the idea of sacrifice, and that was played out by cultures everywhere, including human sacrifice. And you think, what the hell was up with those crazy bastards so long ago? They were sacrificing to gods all the time. What kind of clueless behavior was that? Burn something, please God. Burn something valuable and please God. It's like, what was with them? What were they thinking? Well, they weren't stupid, those people. If they were stupid, we wouldn't be here. They were not stupid, and believe me, we lived under a lot harsher conditions than we do. So those were some tough people, man. You know, back then you'd last about 15 minutes. So you don't want to be thinking of your ancestors as stupid. Like, there's no real evidence that we're much different cognitively than we were 150,000 years ago. So anyways, sacrifice. What does that mean, sacrifice? Well, it's a discovery, man. It's the discovery of the future. It's like the future is actually the place where there is threat. It's always going to be there. So what do? You make sacrifices in the present so that the future is better. Right. Everyone does that. That's what you're doing right now. That's what you're doing here. That's what your parents are doing when they pay money to send you to university. They think you can bargain with reality. It's amazing. You can bargain with reality. You can forestall gratification now. And it'll pay off at a place and time that doesn't even exist yet. It's like, who would have believed that? It's like, that's a miracle that occurs. And it's not like people just figured that out overnight. You know, we were chimps, for Christ's sake. Like, how are we going to come up with an idea like that? Well, it's like, well, we thought about it for 7 million years. And, you know, we got to the point where we could kind of act it out. But we didn't know what we were doing. But it emerged like a dream. So the terror of the future is a dream. And the solution to the terror, the dream of the terror of the future, is another dream. And it comes out in mythology and in fantasy and in drama, where you act out the sacrifice. And then it's a step on the way to full understanding. So we can say sacrifice now instead of doing it, you know, although we still do it. It's just not concretized like it used to be. We do it abstractly. And we all have faith that it will work, you know, and we also set up our society so that it'll work. And one thing about, you know, I'm not a fan of moral relativism for a variety of reasons, partly because I think it's an extreme form of cowardice. But anyways, apart from that, no. There's minimal ways that you can set up a society that will work. And so one of them is that the society has to be set up so that your sacrifices will pay off, or you won't work, and then the society will die. And so it has to make promises. People have to make promises to one another. And that's what money is. Money is a promise that your sacrifice will pay off in the future. That's what money is. And so if the society is stable, you can store up your work right now. You can sacrifice your impulses, and you can work, and you can store up credit for the future. And then you can make the future a better place. But society has to be stable enough to allow for that. Hyperinflation will do you in. So the promise that's implicit in the currency is the promise that what you're doing now will pay off in the future. And if people don't have that promise, then, well, we know what they do. Because in gangs, for example, in, say, gangs in North America, the time horizon of the gang members shrinks rapidly because they don't really expect to be alive much past 21. And so they get really impulsive and violent. And like, why the hell not? That's what you do when the future doesn't matter, when it's not real. You default back to living in the moment, and you take what you can get right now. And no wonder, because you don't know if you're going to be around in a year. and you get whatever you can, well, you can bloody well get it. And that's like anarchy, that state. And so you don't want to live in, some people like to live in that state because they're really wired for that, you know. And so they're much more comfortable in those conditions. They're kind of like warrior types, I would say, in some sense. But, you know, for most people, that's just that stress will just do you in, you know, the stress of a life like that. So that's a pretty horrible picture, the one on the right, I think. You know, it's a creepy picture. And, don't you think? Doesn't it seem like a creepy picture to me? Yeah, so that's Quetzalcoatl, if I remember correctly. He was an Aztec dragon god. That's the Eye of Horus, by the way, this little thing here. And see, the Egyptians, they worshipped the eye. Yeah, well, that's cool, because, well, why did they worship the eye? Well, wake the hell up and look at the world. That's your salvation, to do that. Pay bloody attention, especially to the things you don't want to pay attention to. And use your vision. Have some vision. And you can use your vision to see into the future. And that's your redemption. And the Egyptians, they didn't know how to say that, but they knew how to represent it. And that's how they represented it. Like, the pupil on that is completely open, completely dilated. And that's a god as far as the Egyptians were concerned. It's Horus, and I'll tell you Horus' story at some point. So, early primates developed a better eye for color, detail, and movement, and the ability to see in 3 dimensions. Traits that are important for detecting threats at close range. Humans are descended from these same primates. Alright, so, now, the initiation. Well, when you go into psychotherapy, or when you make any supreme moral effort, which is roughly the same thing, you have to confront that which you do not know. Now, I mentioned the pre-cosmogonic chaos and the idea that at the end of Jung's life, he sort of thought of the unconscious and the world as the same. And you think, what the hell does that mean? But here's what it means. So let's say you're in a long-term intimate relationship and you get betrayed. Okay, so what is it that you see when you see your partner at the moment you know of the betrayal? Well, you see the pre-cosmogonic chaos. And here's why. Well, it rattles your unconscious up because you don't know anything anymore. You don't know what the past was. Right? You don't know what it was. And it's supposed to be real, and all of a sudden you don't know what it was. And so you come up with wild ideas about what it might have been and what it represented, and then you don't know what the future is going to be anymore. So then your fantasy fills that space, and you don't know who the hell you're looking at, that's for sure, and you don't know much about human beings, and you certainly don't know anything about yourself. And so all of a sudden, not only is everything in chaos inside your mind, but everything is in chaos in your world. And it actually is, and there's no telling the difference between those two things. You know, and so then you're just shattered. And so then you go talk to a therapist for like 2 years, and you think, what happened? What was the reality? And the reality is, because who knows what the reality was, like, but as far as you're concerned, the reality is, I better represent this properly in my head. I better figure out who I was, who that person was, what we did together, and what it meant, because I do not want this to happen again. And so you're healed when you get to the point where you've grasped the bloody moral of the story. What went wrong? And how can I not have that happen again? Because that's the purpose of learning, right? That's the purpose of memory. It's to prepare you for the future. And so you have to pull out of that massive chaos a functional representation that increases your wisdom so that you're not this naive target the next time you enter into a relationship. So at least you can have another relationship without being so traumatized that, you know, you're done. And you know, it can take people years to talk that through, because this landscape of potential opens up when they're betrayed. It's like, anything could have been the truth. Well, to sort through that, you have to wander through all that mess. And it's really painful and emotional as well. You have to sort through all that mess to come out with the new you, the renewed you. And so, well, this is a representation of it. This is how people act this out. But whatever method he may have been designated, the shaman is recognized as such, as only after having received 2 methods of instruction. The first is ecstatic, dreams, trances, and visions. The second is traditional, shamanic techniques, names and functions of the spirits, mythology and genealogy of the clan, and a secret language. Well, one of the things that happens this happens to you even if you encounter something terrible like a betrayal. What happens is that you have to take a journey into the domain of morality, essentially, which is, well, how did I act, and how did that person act, and how should have they acted, and how should have I acted? And that's part of your cultural structure. And so that's the idea of rescuing the dead father from the depths, right? And that's, I will show you some examples of that. So this is a critical issue with regards to the shamanic transformation, is that people go through these terrible experiences, often drug-induced, by the way, with regards to the shaman. They usually use psychedelic chemicals in one form or another, often mushrooms, but they've come up with some very strange concoctions like ayahuasca down in the Amazon. And ayahuasca is an amazing substance. It's made out of the bark of one thing and another plant whose name I don't remember, that hardly even grow in the same place and that have to be cooked together in a special way. And no one has any idea how the damn Amazonians figured that out. It looks impossible. And if you ask them, they say, well, the plants told us how to do it, which, you know, Western people don't find very helpful. But the shamans are perfectly happy with that description. And ayahuasca takes them apart. And it does that in part because it affects the serotonergic system very, very powerfully, like all psychedelics do. And it transports them to another world, and that's how they interpret it. And what we know about psychedelics, you can put in a thimble and then throw the thimble away. We know nothing about psychedelics. There's new experiments going on at Johns Hopkins, for example, with psilocybin, which is part of this active chemical in magic mushrooms. Same structure, basically, as LSD and mescaline. All the real psychedelics have basically the same structure, except the one that's derived from Amanita muscaria called muscarinic acid. And it's its own weird thing that no one knows anything about. Anyways, they have profound neurochemical effects in very small doses. And the research group at Johns Hopkins has given psilocybin to research subjects, you know, purified psilocybin, because they started the new experimentation with psychedelics, and that's been banned for like 40 years. Because psychedelics were so terrifying to our culture that we just put them away. It's like, whoa, no, we're not going there. And so even from a research perspective, and even though some of the psychedelics look very promising for the treatment of disorders like alcoholism, they recently used psilocybin to help people stop smoking down at Johns Hopkins, and I think they had an 80% success rate, which is just, like, that's just absolutely mind-boggling. And so, but if you give people psilocybin and they have a mystical experience, which is very common among people who take these sorts of chemicals, then their personality transforms permanently, such that 1 year later they're one standard deviation higher in openness. And openness is the creativity dimension. And that seems to be a permanent transformation. So that's really remarkable. And about 80% of the people who undergo the Johns Hopkins experiments report that the experience is like one of the two or three most important things that's ever happened to them. And so, well, that's something, you know. And then there's this guy named Rick Strassman down at, I think he was at the University of Texas. And he did experimentation with DMT. And DMT, dimethyltryptamine, if I remember correctly, is the active ingredient in ayahuasca. And you produce it in your brain. And it's in plants. It's like a very common chemical. But DMT is a weird hallucinogen because it has an extraordinarily short mechanism of action. It's like, and people who take it report that they're blasted out of their body, like out of a cannon, and then they go out somewhere and encounter beings of various sorts, and then 10 minutes later they're back. And virtually everyone reports that, which is really strange. And so Strassman was giving people DMT intravenously so that the trip would last longer. This was all you know, NIH-funded experimentation, all cleared with the relevant ethics boards, all conducted within the last 10 years. He basically quit doing it because he was a pretty straight scientist, you know. He was measuring heart rate and pulse and all that sort of thing, trying to look at the physiology. And then the people he was giving these chemicals to kept coming back and telling him these crazy stories. And, well, it was too much for him, you know, and no wonder, you know, because they all said the same thing. And he'd say, well, that was a dream. And they'd say, no, and it was the most real thing that ever happened to him. And he'd say, well, you know, it's an archetypal experience. And they'd say, no, that was no archetypal experience. I went somewhere else and I saw things and I'm back, and like, I don't care what you think. And like, who the hell knows, right? Because it's all subjective. But the weird thing about it is that everyone's reporting the same thing. How the hell do you account for that? And then the shaman, you know, when they take these psychedelic chemicals, they basically say the same thing. They say, well, first of all, it more or less killed me. That's this. You know, I dissolved to the skeleton, and then I climbed the tree that unites heaven and earth, and I went into the realm of the gods, and they gave me some information, and I'm back. Okay, well, you know, we don't really know what to make of that. And certainly that's what Eliade describes when he describes the shamanic procession, not the shamanic initiation. You know, there's dissolution to a skeleton first, and then like a death, a symbolic death, or experienced as an actual death, and then bang, up into the realm of the gods, and then they come back. It's a very old idea, and that's a medieval representation of the tunnel that people travel through at the end of their life, you know, to find the light, which is a very common near-death experience report, and people don't have any idea what the hell to do with those reports, except say, well, it's the paroxysms of the dying brain, which you'd expect to be a hell of a lot more random, in my opinion. And the idea is there's a rebirth after that. And you know, here, this is the Scandinavian representation of that tree that unites earth with heaven. And so there's the Scandinavian representation. It has a snake, snakes down here eating it. And then that's the Amazonian representation. It's like, how the hell do you account for that? I mean, those pictures are so similar that it's just beyond belief. Well, you know, we lived in trees for a long time. A long, 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 long time. Millions of years. And there were lots of snakes around them. And so the idea that reality is a tree that's surrounded by a snake, that's in us, man. It's down there. It's deep. And there's something about it that's true. And not true like we normally think of truth, but true in an entirely different manner. So, and all that's pretty damn strange. We'll stop with this. My son drew this when he was 7 years old. Blew me away, man. I thought it was so cool, so I had it laminated. And so, here is what it is. On the right-hand side, that's order. It's like the yin-yang thing. That's order. Left side, chaos. Right? And those are all mushroom houses, which I thought was amazing. And then there's this river that runs right down the middle, like the line for order and chaos. And then there's this tree that goes up to heaven, and that's heaven up there. It's like there's St. Peter, there's the pearly gates, there's the clouds. It's like, he never went to church, you know. It's like, what the hell? And then there's a little bug there that goes up and down from heaven to earth. And that was him. And I thought, he had a very organized psyche, that kid. He was a very, very stable kid, and still is. And he drew that, and I thought, Jesus, that's just bloody well unbelievable. And I still think that when I look at it. And that's a great example of an archetype. And so, we'll see you Tuesday. This one's particularly complicated. So, because with Piaget, you enter a whole new domain of axiomatic thinking. That's the right way to think about it. See, each of these people that we're discussing, each of these theories, comes at the construction of the world from a different perspective, and it's really fundamentally different. It's different way deep down at the level of fundamental assumptions. And so Piaget, who's probably the world's most famous developmental psychologist, but although he didn't consider himself a developmental psychologist, he considered himself a genetic epistemologist. And what that meant was that he was interested in epistemology, which is how knowledge structures work, and genetic means formulation of, and so he was interested in how children formulate their knowledge structures in the world. And he was a constructivist because he believed that human beings they don't only construct the representations of the world, it's deeper than that. It's more like they construct the world itself. Now, it depends to some degree on what you think of as the world, and of course so there's a reality definition issue that's nested at the bottom of this, and it's a very complex one, and so I'm going to have to walk you through it piece by piece. Now, Piaget was a genius. He wrote a paper, I believe, on mollusks when he was 10 and had it published in a scientific journal, and he was offered the curatorship of a museum as a consequence of that, and his parents had to write the museum directors and tell them that he couldn't curate the museum because he was only 10. And so that gives you some idea about Piaget. And he's published many, many, many books, and many of them haven't been translated into English yet. And so he was quite the large intelligence creature, and he studied all sorts of things. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about constructivism. I'm going to start you with a quote from Piaget, and some of his books I found quite straightforward, and some of them very difficult, and I think it's often because of the quality of the translation. This happens to be a relatively difficult section. I don't think it's translated that well, but whatever. We're going to go through it. I'll explain it to you a little bit. So Piaget said, the common postulate, that's assumption, of various traditional epistemologies, theories of valid knowledge, is that knowledge itself is a fact and not a process. And that if our various forms of knowledge are always incomplete and our various sciences still imperfect, that which is acquired is still acquired and can therefore be studied statically. Hence the absolute position of the problems, what is knowledge, or how are the various types of knowledge possible? Under the converging influence of a series of factors, we're tending more and more today to regard knowledge as a process more than a state. Any being or object that science's attempts to hold fast dissolves once again in the current of development. It is the last analysis of this development and of it alone that we have the right to state it is a fact. What we can and should then seek is the law of this process. Quotes, we are well aware, on the other hand, of the fine book by Kuhn on scientific revolutions. Now, there's an awful lot of information in that paragraph, so we'll unpack it a little bit before we go on. Now, one way of looking at science is that it's a collection of facts, right? That's what Piaget is stating to begin with, and that we assume that the facts that science has gathered are facts and static. But if you observe them across time, what you find is that scientific facts tend to shift and transform, because scientific theories that are applicable in one century, let's say, turn out to be less applicable in the next. Now, there's been a lot of argument and discussion about this, because the fact that facts change seems to indicate that they're not so self-evidently facts. And there are people, and perhaps Kuhn would be among them, who believe that science consisted of the juxtaposition of paradigms, so those are sets of axioms within which something operates, and the paradigms, he considered them often incommensurate. You couldn't move from one to another because the axioms were different. There was no necessary, what might you say? There was no necessary means of communication between them. But and Piaget knew of Thomas Kuhn's work. That's the Structure of Scientific Revolutions, which was published in 1962. It's a classic text in the philosophy of science. And what Piaget assumed was more like I would say more like a classic view of science, where, so for example, when Newton came up with Newtonian physics, there was a set of propositions upon which Newtonian physics was based. And then when Einstein transformed those propositions, what happened was that Newtonian physics became a subset of Einsteinian physics. And so the way that Piaget looked at the development of factual ideas, at least in part, was that you'd come up with a set of ideas that were facts, and then that would be superseded by a different theory within which that original theory would be nested. And so that what happens is that each theory, in some sense, although it transforms, it becomes more complete as scientific progression continues. Now, Kuhn didn't precisely believe that, although exactly what Kuhn meant by a paradigm shift, because Kuhn originated that term, isn't clear, but he didn't seem to actually believe that science had this capacity to present a series of facts and then alter the underlying presuppositions and then to nest that within a broader series of facts, like you would assume if you were thinking about the relationship between Newton and Einstein. So Newtonian physics is a subset of Einsteinian physics. So now, that's kind of how Piaget thought about how human beings develop knowledge. He believed that we came up with, well, let's say you wanted to chop down a tree. That might be a good example. I mean, you could use a dull axe made of bronze. It's like, well, that would chop down the tree. It'd be a lot of work, though. And then maybe you replace that with a sharp steel axe that's designed like a wedge so that you can really hack down a tree with it. Or maybe you replace it with a saw. And so it's not like the bronze axe couldn't chop down the tree, but the steel axe can do a better job, and the saw can do even a better job. And so the way that Piaget thought about the transformation of human knowledge structures from infancy onward, essentially, was that infants would produce a representation of the world that was sort of low resolution, but quite tool-like. It would work in the world, but then as they progressed, the nature of those tools would become refined and sometimes transform completely. So sometimes you imagine that a child would use, in a sense, a low-resolution picture of something, and then they would increase its resolution, as they filled in the details, that would be assimilation. That's the Piagetian notion of assimilation. You're using the same basic theory but filling in the details, and then now and then you'd have to switch to another picture entirely, and that would be more like accommodation. That's where you'd have to transform your internal structures completely in order to properly represent and act within the world. And so that's the basic difference between accommodation and assimilation. So assimilation is like micro alterations, and accommodation is transformation of the knowledge structure itself. And so that's part of... So what Kuhn pointed out was that there'd be a set of facts, and then there'd be an anomaly arise of some sort. So like at the end of the 19th century, the only remaining anomaly was, at least one of the remaining anomalies was that no matter which direction you shine a light beam in, and no matter how fast the platform on which you're standing is moving, the light beam has exactly the same velocity, which seems impossible. So, you know, if the Earth is moving this way around the Sun, and you shine a light off the Earth, you'd expect the speed of light to be the speed of light plus the speed of the Earth. And then if you shone it the other way, then you'd expect the speed of light to be the speed of light minus the Earth's speed. But that isn't what happens. No matter how fast the platform on which the person shining the light is standing, the speed of light is always the same to every observer. So, and people kind of thought of that as, that wasn't the only anomaly, but that was one of them, thought of that as the only anomaly left in physics at the end of the 19th century, and it turned out that was a bad one. There were some other ones as well, like the fact that light tends to behave as a wave and a particle more or less at the same time, which doesn't seem possible. So there's a couple of things left over in Newtonian physics that the Newtonian physics couldn't explain, but by the end of the 19th century, there were famous scientists saying, yeah, well, we got this all wrapped up, there's really nothing left to discover. And then along came quantum mechanics and Einsteinian relativity, and bang, the whole world was like really different. And quantum mechanics is much more comprehensive theory of the world than Newtonian physics. All of the electronics you use wouldn't work if quantum physics wasn't correct, roughly speaking. And so that little tiny anomaly blew into something that knocked the slats out from underneath the entire axiomatic structure of Newtonian physics. It showed it was wrong at its fundamental levels, even though it turned out to be a correct subset of something that was much broader. And so you can kind of think of that as, that's what kids are doing as they progress. They develop a theory that accounts for a certain set of, you could say facts, but this is another place it gets tricky. And then they modify those and make them more and more refined, but now and then they have to undergo quite a transformation, and that'd be a stage transition in Piagetian thought. That's the stage transition idea. And that would be akin in some sense to a Kuhnian scientific revolution. Now, what Piaget is trying to state here is that because there's this weird problem with facts, which is that they tend to transform across time. You know, like if you go take a biology course right now, in 20 years, pretty much everything you learned, or very much of what you learned, will turn out to have been wrong. And that's kind of weird, because it isn't wrong right now, and you think, well, how can it be wrong in 20 years? And that's a really complicated problem, and in order to solve that, you kind of have to think about facts like tools instead of them as thinking about them as objective independent realities, because a bad tool can still work as a tool, whereas a bad fact just kills you stone dead. And so Piaget, anyways, in any case, that seems to be a completely unnecessary phenomena. There's no reason for that. That's just sheer spite, as far as I can tell. Okay, so here's one of Piaget's propositions, and it is that because facts flux in some sense across time, you're looking for something that doesn't change across time to call it a real fact. And so what Piaget is trying to point out in this, let's call it introductory paragraph, is that the one thing that doesn't change is the manner in which people generate facts, rather than the facts themselves. So the ultimate fact is a fact about the way people generate facts. All right, and so Piaget's theory in part is a theory about how knowledge is acquired and transformed. And so It's not a study of the knowledge itself. It's a study of the process by which the knowledge is generated. And he believed that process was unchanging, at least with regards to human beings. And so you could think of the Piagetian genetic epistemological mystery as being, how is it that people form and transform representations of the world? And one of his conclusions about that is that there's a standard process. And then the reason that I'm telling you about Piaget right now is because, as far as I can tell, the standard Piagetian description of the manner in which knowledge is acquired and transformed is the same thing that's represented in the mythology of the shamanic transformation, which is that there's a state of being, and then it's disrupted by something chaotic, and there's a disintegration period, and that's the space between the stage transitions for children, in which time they're often upset because their little theory about the world isn't working anymore. And then in that chaotic period, they adjust themselves to new anomalies, and anomalies are what occur when you act in the world and what you want to happen doesn't happen, right? Because that means there's something wrong with your knowledge structure. If you act and then something happens you don't want to happen, something's wrong with the way you're representing the world. Or you could say something's wrong with the world, but good luck with that. Although, you know, people can modify the world as well as modifying their belief structures, and people do that a lot. But so the Piagetian stage transition, as far as I can tell, is a micro case of the broader idea of the existence of an orderly state, its dissolution into a chaotic state because something unexpected has occurred, and then its retransformation into a more integrated state. Now, Piaget would say, well, the initial state and the chaotic state and the final state aren't the ultimate realities. The ultimate reality is the process of moving through those stages. And that's how people acquire knowledge. And you could say that's the central element of human beings. And I would say that's another re-representation of the hero myth, because the hero is the person who notes anomaly, notes something that's changed, that's outside of explored territory, encounters it, defeats it, let's say, or gets something of value from it, and then recasts it into the world, shares it with the community, restructures the world. And so that's the central story. It's not the central story of human beings, but it's close enough for our purposes at the moment. So, okay, so that's what Piaget is about. How do human beings encounter the world, and what happens when they do that? Now, the thing about the world for Piaget is it's also a complicated place. It's not exactly the set of all objective facts that remain to be discovered, because Piaget is a constructivist, and he's more of a pragmatist than he is precisely a scientific realist. And so that's a complicated thing, very, very complicated thing. I don't know if any of you, and maybe this is completely irrelevant, I don't know if any of you listened to my argument with Sam Harris, but Sam Harris is a scientific realist that I was trying to make, at least in part, a Piagetian point, but he was having none of that, that's for sure. But Piaget makes the point, and so, you know, I'm going to let him speak in some sense as we proceed through this, and well, you'll see why he does what he does. So, if all knowledge is always in a state of development and consists in proceeding from one state to a more complete and efficient one, so that implies a hierarchy of states, right? That you move from one knowledge structure to the next one, which includes the previous one and is better. And it's better because it covers more territory. That's how you know it's better. It does the same thing the old tool does, plus some additional things. So it's a definition of better. It's a good thing to have a definition of better and worse. If all knowledge is always in a state of development and consists in proceeding from one state to a more complete and efficient one, evidently it is a question of knowing this development and analyzing it with the greatest possible accuracy, which is something I happen to agree with, but that's partly because I read Piaget and I think I understand what he meant, and he's quite the thinker. And so I'm going to see if I can clue you in a little bit about this, because it's exceedingly complex, you know, and most of the time when people talk about Piaget, they just talk about his surface experiments. They don't talk about what he was actually up to. What he was up to was, well, he was trying to figure out how people represent the world and learn. And it's not only that, you know, this is another thing people don't know about Piaget, is that he was trying to reconcile the chasm between science and values. That's what drove him through his entire intellectual life. He was attempting to bridge the gap between science and religion. That's another way of thinking about it. And that was explicit. He knew that. That's why he did everything he did. And so the thing that's so cool about Piaget, I think, is that he actually started to provide what you might think about as a rational basis for morality. It's not exactly rational, that's the thing, because it's rational belief, like scientific realism, has a certain set of presuppositions at its core. And Piaget doesn't use those presuppositions to solve the problem. the problem's so deep, the gap between what is and what ought to be, that's the David Hume's problem. You can't derive an ought from an is. Just because you know a bunch of things doesn't give you an unerring guide to know what to do about those things. There's a gap there. And Harris and people like him say that gap is illusory, but most philosophers, including David Hume, including Piaget, these are heavy-duty people, including Heidegger, would disagree with that. They don't believe that gap is non-existent. And Harris believes that you can nest values within science, and that's the proposition that he continually puts forward, like most of the so-called new atheists. But it's a hell of a lot more difficult to do than you think, that's for sure. And so, anyway, so how is Piaget purporting to manage this? Well, one thing he does is, for Piaget, it's really important that you have a body. And that's one of the things that's very cool about his thinking. So you could think about him as an early exponent of embodied cognition. It's like, he's not exactly a Cartesian, a follower of Descartes. He doesn't really believe that you have a spirit or, say, a rational mind that is in some sense separate from your body, which is an implicit presupposition of a lot of philosophical claims. Piaget really sticks you in your body, and the other thing that Piaget claims is that your abstract knowledge is actually determined by the structure of your body, and that it unfolds from your body up into abstraction, and that's what happens as infants transform into adults. First of all, almost all their knowledge is embodied, and what that means is that it's not... Look, there's a couple of different kinds of memory. Like the most fundamental distinction you might think of is between procedural memory and representational memory. So when you remember your past, that little movie that runs in your head, or maybe the facts that you can recite about your past, that's episodic memory. That's representational. But procedural memory is different. Procedural memory is how you walk. You don't know how you walk. That's how you ride a bike. It's how you play the piano. It's how you type. So it's automatic, right? It's built into your nervous system. It's built into the nerves that innervate your musculature. And they're completely separate memory systems. Now, one can represent the other, which is interesting. The representational system can represent the output of the body, which is basically what happens when someone tells a story, even when you tell a story about your own life. But the contents of procedural memory precede the contents of representational memory, and they're shaped in different ways. So, for example, part of the wisdom that's encoded in your body is there because of things you've practiced, but it's also there because you've practiced things in a social environment. And so while you practice those things, the effect of the social environment shaped the way you learned it, and that's encoded right in your neurons. It's not representational. It's encoded in the way you do things. It's encoded in the way you smile when you look at someone, or frown, or when you do that. And that's all implicit. It's not under your conscious control. It's not even in that system. And so Piaget figured this out. And so one of the things he said was that you start as an infant by building your procedural memory, not your representational memory. That's partly, perhaps, why you can't remember your infancy. You actually don't have that kind of representational memory there. What you do is you act. You learn to act. You build your body so that it can move. And you do that partly by experimenting with your own body, but you also do that by experimenting with your body in a context that's shaped from the beginning by the presence of other people. So, for example, a child learns how to breastfeed. Its mouth is pretty wired up right at birth, okay? And the rest of its body isn't wired up very much at all, but its mouth is. And you might think, well, that's just a reflex, and that Piaget would agree with that. It's something built in that a baby can do right at birth. But even in the act of breastfeeding, the baby has to learn how to modify that reflex so that it gets along with its mother. So even at the very beginning, with the most primordial acts, there's a sociological influence, and there's a mutual dynamic going on that's really, really important. It's really important. And so, in some sense, for Piaget, the structure of society is implicitly built into the structure of the procedural memory system. And so, one of the things you might think about that, and Piaget makes much of this because he looks at the relationship between play and dreams and imitation. So he's kind of a quasi-psychoanalyst. One of the things that means is that coded in your behavior is the social structure in which you emerged. And it's coded in a way that you don't actually understand. You just know how to act. And then you can figure out how you're acting, and you can extract out of that some of the social rules, but that doesn't mean that you know the rules. It meant that the rules were built into you. here's the way of thinking about it. Like a wolf pack knows how to operate together, it knows how to hunt, right? And each wolf knows where every other wolf is in the dominance hierarchy. But they don't know that. They don't have rules, right? They don't have a code, they don't have laws. What they have is behavioral regularities, patterned behavioral regularities. And those are like a morality. They're very, very, in fact, that's exactly what they are, a dominance hierarchy of animals that aren't representational, that don't have language. At least they don't have language. The dominance hierarchy is a kind of morality. It's a way of setting up individual behavior within a social context to maximize cooperation and minimize competition. And so Piaget would say that, the origin of and Frans de Waal, who's a great primatologist, by the way, Frans, F-R-A-N-S-D-D-E-W-A-A-L, he's written a lot of books about the emergence of morality in chimpanzees in particular, and he follows the same line of logic. It's that the morality emerges out of the interaction between the chimpanzees, and it's bounded by the necessity that the actions take certain forms. So for example, if the chimpanzees act in a way that each of them kills everyone else, it's like that's the end of it. It's the end of the game. So that's not a very functional morality. It doesn't produce survival of the individuals. It doesn't produce flourishing of the individuals, certainly. It produces extinction of the individuals and the death of the group. So as far as de Waal would be concerned, from an evolutionary perspective, that sort of mode of interacting is a dead end. And so one of Piaget's claims, implicit claims, is that, and this is one of the things that's so brilliant about Piaget, is that the interactions between people, the social interactions between people, necessarily emerge within a kind of bounded space, and the space is the space of the game. So we're always playing games, always. And a game, you might think about a game as a microcosm of the world. And a small child's game is a tiny fractional microcosm of the world, but then you get up into adult games, and you could think about those maybe as multiplayer online games. That's one good representation. But even more sophisticated things like being a lawyer, say, or like working at McDonald's or any of those things, those are also forms of game. And people negotiate the rules, and that game is nested inside sets of broader games. And so for Piaget, the games that children play kind of transform inexorably and incrementally into the games that adults play. And a game that's playable as an adult is a functional game. It's an acceptable game. And one of Piaget's claims is that not only do people start playing games unconsciously in a sense and implicitly, then they start to play games more consciously. They actually represent the games to some degree, at least in their actions. Then they start to learn the explicit rules of the game, but only later, after they know how to play it. And then, at the highest stage of moral development, they start to realize that not only are they players of games and followers of rules, but they're also producers of rules. So you start out not being able to play a game at all, then you can play a game with yourself, then you can play a game with a few other people, then you can play rule-governed games with lots of people, and then you realize that you make the rules and you can make new games. And that's the highest level of moral development according to Piaget. It's brilliant. It's bloody brilliant. He's the first person that I ever really encountered who was able to put the notion of an emergent morality on something, broadly commensurate with a scientific perspective. But you have to understand that in order to do that, he had to sacrifice a little bit of his notions of scientific realism, and that's what makes him a constructivist. And so we're going back to constructivism. So he says the beginning, and this is the beginning of the development of knowledge, does not unfold itself as a matter of chance, but forms a development. So he said there's not only do knowledge structures change across time, and they're embedded in the social world, but the manner in which they change across time actually has a bit of a structure, and so that would be the Piagetian stages of development, just so you know. Now, people have debated ever since Piaget proposed this if those developmental stages are fixed and necessary, and if he identified them properly, and as well whether or not they could be sped up, which he always called the American problem. Could you speed up these stages of development? And there's a lot of argument about whether those stages exist in the manner that Piaget described, and whether they're fixed and all of that, but that's still the fundamental element of his theory. And since the cognitive domain has an absolute beginning, which means you're here now, but at one point you weren't, so there was an absolute beginning to you as a phenomena. It's to be studied at the very stages known as formation. That's his rationalization for being a genetic epistemologist, right? Someone who studies the formation of knowledge structures across time, like an embryologist, someone like that, right? Developmental embryologist. The first aim of genetic epistemology is, therefore, if one can say so, to take psychology seriously and to furnish verifications to any question which each epistemology necessarily raises, yet replacing the generally unsatisfying speculative or implicit psychology with controllable analysis. So basically what he's saying there is that you can guess, in a sense, like Freud did about developmental psychology. Freud kind of projected backwards from his patients into the dim mists of childhood and came up with like a hypothetical developmental sequence. And Piaget said, well, we're not going to do that. We're going to go run experiments on kids, often individuals, but sometimes multiple individuals. We're going to observe exactly what they're doing. He watched his kids in their cribs, for example, unbelievably intently and with great. He was like an ethologist, which is a person who studies animal behavior observationally, like Franz de Waal. He was like an ethologist of children. Not exactly an experimental psychologist, although also an experimental psychologist. And he more or less established the field of developmental psychology. So he said, well, let's empirically analyze how children learn. And then maybe we can figure out how this knowledge process unfolds, and we don't have to guess about it. We can use controllable analysis. And so you could say he introduced scientific methodology, even though he wasn't a scientific realist. He introduced scientific methodology into the study of child development, but more importantly, into the study of how knowledge structures unfold across time. So he was a philosopher as well, but a strange type of philosopher, because he was interested in how philosophy itself emerges in the mind of the child. And so that's what Piaget was up to. It's quite remarkable. And he had incredibly wide range of interests, befitting someone who probably had an IQ of like 190. I mean, he was a seriously smart guy, like way outside of the normal range. And so this is the sort of questions he was trying to answer. Well, how do you, on what do you base your judgments? Because you make judgments about things, better or worse, say. Well, how do you come up with that ability? How does that emerge? And on what basis do you make the judgments? There's a famous ruling on pornography that I believe the Supreme Court of the United States laid down, and one of the justices wrote something that's become infamous or famous, depending on how you look at it. He said, well, I can't define pornography, but I know it when I see it. And that's a notion of the incomplete ability of the representational system to represent the contents of implicit perception, or the procedural system. You can know that you know something, but that doesn't mean you can describe why. It doesn't mean you can describe how you know it. And you don't. How do you focus your eyes? Like, you don't know how you focus your eyes. You just focus them, you know. How do you smile? Like this. Well, maybe less ugly, but, you know, you can't describe how you do it. You can't describe the musculature. You can represent the output of the act, and you can do it, but you can't represent it. And you're just stuffed full of skills like that, which is another example of the way that you're way more complicated than your understanding of you. You know, one of the things people often ask is, how can we use the rat as a model of a person? Because, like, you know, a rat's not much of a person, depending, of course, on the person. But the real answer to that is, well, compared to what? Like, compared to your understanding of a person, a rat is an excellent model of a person. So it's not as good a model of a person as a person is, but compared to imagination, let's say, it's incomparably better. And, you know, that's because we share, like, I don't know what, 98% of our genes or some damn thing with rats. It's like, it's really up. I think we share 90% of our genes with yeast, for God's sake. You know, and so we're a lot more rat-like than yeast-like. So, and I think with chimps it's over 99%, you know, so it's not a bad model. Obviously it's not perfect, but it always depends on what you compare it to. You know, and you hear animal rights activists say things like, well, we can replace that with computer simulations. It's like, no, we can't, because you can't simulate what you don't know, or at least not very well. So that's a silly idea. You know, even though they have a point, it's not so great to torture animals to death and all that. But what are his norms? Well, that's a good question. Where do norms for behavior come from? You have norms. When they're violated, it annoys you. Doesn't mean you know what your norms are, but you do kind of get a sense of what they are when they get violated. That really upset me. Well, what does that mean? Well, you don't really know. You might have to think about that for like 6 months, why you got so upset about that. But you can notice that you got upset, and that means that you do have expectations and norms, let's say, but you don't know where they came from. Now, obviously, in part, they came from your intrinsic structure, but also they're a consequence of your learning, but even more importantly, they're a consequence of your learning in a social environment. So all of those phenomena which exceed your comprehension determine the nature of your norms, and often you only detect them when they're violated. So because why bother paying attention to something that works? You just don't. No one does. They take it for granted. It's almost the definition of something working. It's like, you know, you think, I'm driving my car to school, and you think you're in a car, but you're really not in a car. You're in a thing that gets you from home to school. And you can pretend that... That is so annoying. You can pretend that... So you might think, well, the thing that I'm in is, it's kind of a weird example, is this object with objective qualities that you call a car. But that isn't exactly how you actually perceive or act towards it. What happens is that as long as it's doing what it's supposed to do, which means that its function is intact, not what it is, but its function, then you can use a really low resolution representation of the thing. The car is just what gets you from point A to point B, right? And so the fact that you don't understand the damn thing at all is completely invisible to you. But it isn't when it quits. As soon as it quits, it becomes a car. It's like, bang, car, oh my God, I don't understand this thing at all. Now what do I do? Well, you panic a little bit, right? Because, well, what do you know about your car? Nothing at all. And worse than that, now the car has become the intersection between you and whoever's going to fix your car. And so that introduces a whole bunch of human elements into it, like, are they going to figure out what's wrong with it? Are they going to rip you off? Is your car ever going to work again? Are you going to get to work? What's going to happen tonight? So all of a sudden that thing that you were in that was a car turns into this massive, complex, unbelievably complicated thing, and that's actually what it is. Your initial representation of it, it's like, it's really low resolution. It's like 1 bit, and then bang, it breaks down and poof. Complexity everywhere. And that complexity, that's what the world's made out of. You remember we talked about William James and that crazy nitrous oxide-induced pseudo-hippie poetry that he was writing in the 1890s when he was talking about chaos. Well, that chaos that he was talking about, out of which order emerges, that's the same thing as that complexity that's hovering in the background. And children have to operate in a world that's actually that complex, but they're not smart enough, and neither are you. So they build partial representations that sort of work, and the parents scaffold them. So the way children manage this, like children, they don't know anything, but hey, they're still alive, so what's up with that? You know, part of it is the child is laying out one of its procedures in the world in accordance with its understanding, and something goes wrong. What does the child do? Cries, right? It defaults to this distress cry, and what happens is the adults move in with their superior skills and their enhanced understanding, and they mediate between the partial knowledge of the child and the actual complex world. And without the child, that's why if you take your child to the mall and just leave, you know, it doesn't take very long for them to get really, 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 really upset, you know, depending on the child. Some of them almost instantaneously, you know. One day I was in the Boston airport with my daughter. She was about 3 and 3.5 maybe, and my son, he was about 2, and we were there to pick someone up. It was just packed, and so I had them by the hand, you know, and I told my daughter a bunch, if she ever got separated from me in a crowd, just to sit down immediately wherever she was or as close thereby, and I would find her. Don't move. Well, somehow I got separated from them, and I looked behind them and they weren't there, and I found out later she'd followed someone else who looked like me from behind. And I found her in about 3 minutes, you know, which is a long time, man. If you're 3 years old at an airport, she was sitting there like paralyzed, you know. But her brother was with her, and he didn't care at all. And the reason he didn't care is because as far as he was concerned, she was an adult. But as far as she was concerned, she was an abandoned kid in an airport. You know, it was very hard on her, and it's because, you know, she was protected from the complexity by her primordial representations and my presence. But as soon as my presence disappeared, the complexity came flooding back and just overwhelmed her. That's chaos and uncertainty. And then she'd cry, and the cry says, "Help, I'm out of my league, I'm drowning, you know, intervene." And so that's how kids in part can get along in the world with their incomplete knowledge representations. It's always also how you get along in the world. Because it's incomplete beyond belief, but you got all these other people around you and the whole damn society filling in the gaps. And so you walk around like you know what you're doing, but you don't. You just hardly know it all. You know, if you can fit into that system, great. You've got it on your side, and you can use it to fill the gaps. That's also partly why people are so concerned with maintaining their social identity. Like the real identity. I'm not talking about some surface identity, but you see, because you have set up a set of expectations and desires about how you want the world to unfold, and you do that within a social context. And as long as your desires and the actions of the community match, which means you're at home, roughly speaking, as long as they match, you stay emotionally regulated. You like that. That's why you can stay calm in here. It's like your desires are being played out by everyone else, because one of your desires is that none of these crazy primates starts brandishing a knife, for example, or even twitching, or any of that sort of thing. You don't want any of that. And if it starts happening, it's like you get wary very quickly, and maybe you'll look and maybe you won't, and maybe you'll freeze, maybe you'll get the hell out of there, or maybe you'll get aggressive. But that match has to maintain itself intact, or your entire nervous system gets dysregulated. And the reason for that is that as soon as that match is disrupted, the underlying complexity and chaos of the world reveals itself, and so does your inadequacy. And then your body defaults into predator mode, and the fact that you don't know anything and that everything is really complicated becomes very evident to you very quickly. And people hate that. It's the worst thing that can happen to them, the bottom falling out of their world. And so that happens more when your fundamental presumptions about things are challenged. And then you have to solve the problem of what constitutes a fundamental presupposition. You know, how do you know which presupposition is peripheral and which one's central? And you can tell in part because the more upset you get about something, the more central it is that thing's about to your entire structure of belief. And that's one way of getting into that unconscious structure of belief from a psychoanalytic perspective. So one of the things that happens to me, for example, as a therapist, is I'll be talking to my clients and they'll be talking about something difficult, and all of a sudden they'll cry. And they often don't know why, so I stop them right there. It's like something went through your mind, something happened. And the cry indicates that you've moved beyond your domain of competence out into the unknown world, all of a sudden, into chaos. What's that chaos? What exactly happened? And people, you know, they're usually embarrassed that they cry, but often they can remember what flitted through their mind, and it's some encounter with the chaos beyond their conceptual systems that produces that emotional response. And then we can dig into that, find out if that's a trauma, especially if it's more than a year and a half old. And those can be of various depths and profundities. You know, sometimes they're so bad that the person just breaks down completely and they never put themselves together. You know, that's when something's just walloped you. It's hit you right at the bottom of your axiomatic structure, so to speak, right at the trunk. But when you're doing therapy with people, you watch how they respond emotionally. You look for those tiny eruptions of negative emotion, and those are like holes in their conceptual structure, and those have to be sewed up by them and you in the process of dialogue. You figure out, okay, there was a bit of unexplored territory there that manifested itself. It produced an emotional response in you that indicates that you've reverted in some sense to childhood. That would be the Freudian interpretation. Now we have to figure out what it was that's in that hole, what caused that tear, and then we have to go back and articulate it and analyze it and study it until we can sew it up and then and get to the gist of it to make it into a adaptive story, and then you can leave it behind. And it actually produces neurological transformation as you do that. The memories, in some sense, actually move their psychophysiological location. You could say their location in your psyche, but you can also note that the brain systems that are handling the memories aren't the same. So they're much more limbic. They're way lower and closer to the emotional centers when it's still raw trauma, and by the time it's fully articulated, it's more represented in an articulated story, a causal story. And that's partly why writing about emotional events actually helps you overcome them. So, and it's possible that writing about how it is that you overcome emotional events in general is actually the best kind of therapy, right? Not how do you solve a particular problem, but how is it that you orient yourself in the world so that you solve the class of the fact that there are problems, right? That's the ultimate story, and I think that's the hero myth, and I also think that that's the knowledge-generating process that Piaget is talking about. That's because you're constantly overcoming problems in the world. And the problems are that you don't know enough to get what you want from the world. And so you get that mismatch. Because you've got whole brain systems that are designed to do nothing but detect that mismatch, like crucial central brain structures. And we'll talk about that a lot when we get into the physiology. So, all right. On what does an individual base his judgments? What are his norms? How are they validated? How do you know if you're right about your norms? What's the interest of such norms for the philosophy of science in general? That's a really tough one. It's like, well, you have norms and expectations as a human being, and because of that, they have a determining influence on the manner in which you conduct science. So, for example, here's one of the problems with the straight realist view. So we could be having a discussion, and I could say, well, you know, that tile is to the right of that tile. And then I could say, well, this brick is smaller than that brick. And then I could say, you know, the roof is white, really quite white there, and it's dark back there. And like after about 20 statements like that, you're just going to want to slap me. And the reason for that is that, well, those statements are perfectly valid representations of fact, but there's an infinite number of facts, and most of them are irrelevant. And that's the thing. That's the thing. The facts have to be relevant. Like, if you come to a lecture and all the person does is tell you irrelevant facts, what happens? You've been in lots of lectures like that. What happens? When you start fantasizing about something that might be more worthwhile, you know, or you go to sleep because your brain is a lot smarter than you are. It figures, hell, if all we're going to get exposed to here is an infinite number of irrelevant facts, we might as well have a nap until something important happens. So it's true. It's exactly how it works. Now, this is going to get big. Isn't that what happens next? No. So, okay, so, and then how does the fact that the children think differently affect our presumption of fact itself? Children live in the world. They think differently about the world, but yet they survive. And so, well, I already mentioned a partial solution to that. Adults intercede, you know, around the edges, around the borders. Children do this all the time, so it's called referencing. And they do it two ways. So, for example, if you're in a room with your child, maybe two, and a mouse runs across, the child will orient to it, watch it, track it. That's pretty much unconscious. And the mother, let's say, will do that too. And then the child looks at the mouse and then looks at the mother. And the reason is because the child doesn't know what a mouse is. And so then it looks at the mother to read from the mother's face, which is a projection screen of emotions, how to classify the mouse in terms of import. And if the mother is like all calm about it and gives the kid a pat, it's like, you know, okay, whatever, you know, not danger. That's what the mouse is first. Danger, not danger. It's way after that it's a mouse. You think, no, it's a mouse to begin with. It's like, these things are not so straightforward. They are not so straightforward. So anyways, if the mother climbs up on the table and has a screaming fit, then the child's already prepared because of this anomaly to be emotionally responsive. The child looks at the mother's face, it's got terror on it. The child thinks, small danger, big danger. It's like phobia, phobia, phobia. Now, all kids that won't happen to because some are very emotionally robust. But if their child's very high in neuroticism, trait neuroticism, the probability that they'll develop a permanent, semi-permanent fear of the mouse is extraordinarily high. And that's what should happen, because the mother tells you what the mouse is, and the face doesn't say mouse. It says safety, danger. And that's the first thing you want to know about something. Is it safe or is it dangerous? And that's a tricky one, because whether something is safe or dangerous is not exactly an objective fact. There's a guy named J.J. Gibson who wrote a book called An Ecological Approach to Visual Perception, which I would highly recommend. And his claim in that book, it's a real work of genius, I believe, is that when you walk towards a cliff, you don't see a cliff. You don't see a cliff and infer danger. What you see is a falling off place, and you infer cliff. And you can tell that. Some of you have vertigo. You go up on the 26th floor out into a balcony, and it's like you don't want to go near the edge. Maybe you feel like you're going to throw yourself over, because people have that kind of, what if I fell, or what if I jumped over? It's like, stay away from that. It's like, that perception of the danger precedes your perception of the balcony and the object. Now, you know, that's how your brain is wired. The danger's first, object second. So in people with blind sight, who I've talked about before, who think they're blind, they can't see, and they tell you that, they can still detect fearful faces. And you can detect their detection by measuring their skin conductance. And so their eyes are mapping right onto their fear and reflex systems without any intermediary of objective perception whatsoever. So don't be thinking that what you see in the world is the objective world and then infer its meaning. It could easily be exactly backwards, and it looks like, if you look at how the brain is set up, that it is in fact actually backwards, or at least parallel. But the danger, not danger perception has to be very, 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 very fast. And so it precedes the more elaborate cognitive interpretations, even the perceptions, because it actually takes a while to see something, because it's really complicated to see something. So you can't just wait around to see the damn thing before you act. You're just not fast enough. So they say if you're a pro tennis player, the time it takes the ball to leave your opponent's racket to get to you is not long enough for you to plan any motor act. So what you're doing is you disinhibit the motor act by looking at the stance of your opponent and watching. And by the time they hit it, you're already prepared for the response, because you're just not, it's coming at 120 miles an hour. It's like it's going 50 feet. You don't have the reflexes for it. So your eyes are making your body ready without, in some sense, without your conscious perception. You become conscious if you make a mistake, right? In fact, that's kind of what consciousness is for. It's like detect, error, fix. Detect, error, fix. That's consciousness. It's not plan what you're going to do next, although it's not that simple either. Other problems that Piaget was trying to address. Well, what are numbers? What does it mean for there to be space? What do we mean when we talk about time? How did we come up with that concept? What does speed mean? How do we know an object is permanent? How do we know that an object stays the same across sets of transformations? That's a very classic Piagetian problem. So let's say you give a kid a ball of clay and then you crunch it so it's now a cylinder. It's like, is that the same thing? Or is it a different thing? And the answer is, well, it's the same thing and it's a different thing, but there's something about it that remained constant across the transformations. And so one of the things that Piaget is trying to figure out is what remains constant across transformations, because you might think about that as a real fact. Protons are like that, right? They remain constant across transformations, and so we assume that they're pretty damn real. And they last, I don't know how long protons last. It's like, I don't know what it is. It's some tens of billions of, so don't worry, your protons are going to just sit right there and behave. You know, so they last for a very, very, very long time across sets of transformations, so we can regard them as real. He was interested in why children play and why there are patterns in play and how that's related to dreams. And he was really interested in the fact that we imitate other people. And this is another part of Piaget's staggering genius in my estimation, because he was one of the early developmental thinkers who understood that our capacity for learning was not so much mediated by language as it was mediated by our capacity to use our bodies to represent the bodies of other people. And that's mind-boggling. It's a mind-boggling idea. So, you know, you hear monkey see, monkey do, but it's actually not true. They're not very good at imitating. Octopuses, or octopi, they can imitate, actually. So if you give an octopus a bottle with a cork in it and there's a crab in the cork, it can figure out how to get out the cork and snake out the crab. But if you get an octopus to watch another octopus do that, it'll learn to do it faster. Those things are smart, and partly that's because they're all tentacly, right? And so they actually have something they can do something with, like our hands. Here's our tentacles, you know. And octopi can operate in the world because they have tentacles. And you know, you hear about the superhuman intelligence of things like dolphins and whales. It's like, yeah, no. They're basically test tubes, you know. What are they going to do? Snout up a city? It's like, no, they're not going to do that. They can't manipulate the world, so whatever their intelligence is way different than ours. Okay, imitation. So partly what you're doing all the time is imitating other people. All of you are imitating each other right now. You can tell, because look around. You're all doing exactly the same thing. So it's mass imitation, and that's really a huge part of social structure, is that we're constantly imitating each other. And so that means that your body and her body are very much matched physiologically right now. You're in the same state, and you can tell because you basically have the same expression. And as long as all you crazy primates, violent primates, have the same expression on, you can pretty much be sure that all of you are thinking and about to do approximately the same thing. And so you can keep that match between your desire / expectation and reality happening. And that's why we have a face. It's so that other people know what the hell we're up to. And that's why you're always watching people's faces, because you want to see what they're up to. And that's why you have whites around your iris. Gorillas don't. And so that's because I can see exactly where your eyes are pointing, because they're highlighted by that white. And I'm unbelievably good at detecting the precise direction of your gaze. And so if you stand on the corner and look up at buildings, other people will stand beside you and look up, because they think, well, that guy wouldn't be standing there pointing his eyes into the sky unless there was something of interest to a primate like me. And so this classic social psychology experiment, you'll get people gathered around trying to figure out what the hell it is that you're pointing your eyes at. Right? Because that indicates intense interest in something valuable that I might be able to share, partake in, if I can figure out what it is that you're up to. And so all your ancestors who didn't have nicely defined eyes, they all got killed, or they didn't mate. And that's why you have these beautiful white eyes with this like colorful iris in the middle, so that people can tell what the hell you're up to. And they're more likely to cooperate with you, more likely to mate with you, and less likely to kill you, which is, you know, probably a good thing, all things considered. And so, you know, if you look at the same thing that someone else is looking at, you're imitating them. And one of the things that's interesting is that if you're looking at the same thing that someone else is looking at, and you inhabit the same value structure, then your emotional responses are going to be very much akin to one another. And you can tell that when you go to a movie and you watch the hero, and you embody the hero while you're doing so, and the emotions that you produce inside of you by imitating the hero on the screen enable you to figure out what the hero is going through, and you can learn from that. And so that's a very complex form of imitation, and we do that when we tell stories or we watch stories. And those stories are really complicated because, as we already outlined, they're not just factual representations of someone's action during a day. They're representations of the important things that the person did, the meaningful things. And so when you go see a movie, all you're doing is watching meaningful things, if the movie's any good. And you know that because, well, if the movie isn't meaningful, well then you leave. You're bored, right? And the fact that it's meaningful is what keeps you in the seat. And you don't necessarily know why. In fact, you often have no idea why it's meaningful. It's like watching Pinocchio rescue his father from a whale. It's like, what the hell, you know? Why is that meaningful? Well, you don't know, but it is. So, moral concerns. Well, we already talked about Piaget's concern about morality. Oh boy, this is really not good. Okay, here's a proposition, constructivist proposition. knowledge does not begin in the I, by which he means there's kind of two ways of looking at the world. There's more, but we'll start with that. One is that all of your knowledge comes from outside sense data. Okay, and that's kind of a behaviorist claim, and before that, it's an empiricist claim. And then the other idea is, no, that can't be right, because you have internal structures that enable you to look at the world and interpret it. And so, and some of those might be implicit, axiomatic, like the fact that you have two eyes and you look at the outward into the world, and that you can hear and that you can touch. It's like the fact of those senses isn't dependent on the empirical reality for those senses to manifest themselves. They're already built into you. And people like Kant, for example, made the proposition that we had a priori knowledge structures and that we used them to interpret the world. And so it's different than empiricism. And so what Piaget is saying, well, neither of those are right exactly. It's not like you will learn everything from the world through your senses, and it's not as if you project everything onto the world as interpretation. It's something in between, and it's a dynamic. And so, and it's like bootstrapping. That's the right way to think about it. You know, when your computer boots up, that means bootstrapping. It's off, and then a bunch of simple processes occur, and then out of those simple processes some more complex processes emerge, and then out of those some more complex processes emerge, and all of a sudden your computer is there. Well, that's kind of what Piaget thinks happens to you. You bootstrap yourself. And so you have got a couple of reflexes to begin with, like the sucking reflex, for example, and you've got some proclivities, like maybe you can sort of flip your hand, or you develop that, and you have reflexes. So, you know, if you blow on a baby, for example, the baby will go like this. It's built into it. It's like it's a startle reflex, essentially. So that startle reflex is there right from the beginning. It's a whole body reflex. And you know, if you stroke the bottom of their feet will sort of curl up, and if you put your finger in their hands, even a newborn, if you put your finger in their hands, you can lift them right up. And it's sort of, well, clinging ape thing, you know, because chimpanzee infants cling to their mother for like 5 years, and so that reflex is still there. So the kid comes into the world born with these simplistic, low-resolution procedures that enable it to get a foothold on the world. And then out of that, the child emerges. And so the constructivist idea is that, well, it isn't like you have your head's full of fully developed axiomatic structures, and it isn't that you get all your knowledge from the world. It's that you have a bit of structure there to begin with that gives you a toehold on the world, and then you act in the world. And as you act, you generate information, and out of that information, you make the structures inside of you, and you make the world. That's a constructivist idea, is that you take whatever's there, this tremendous complexity, and you sort it into you and the world. And so that goes back to that William James idea about that initial chaos. And it's a hard concept to grasp, because that isn't really how we think. You know, we think that there's an objective world and there's a subjective world, and that the objective world is just there, and the subjective world is maybe a subset of that. But that is not the Piagetian presupposition. It's not a presupposition of phenomenologists in general, who we'll talk about later. But so here's one example of how to think about this in a sense. It's like, you know, you think, as Piaget said, you kind of think that your representations of the world are fixed. So we'll go back to the you're in a long-term relationship and the person betrays you scenario, right? So you've been with this person 10 years, you assume fidelity and faithfulness and honesty and all of that. You weave a shared narrative, you both inhabit that. It structures your existence and regulates your emotion. Then you find out that the person has not only betrayed you once, but multiple times. It's like, okay, what you thought isn't what happened. But here's the weird thing, you see, because you interpreted the world, obviously, within the confines of that relationship, and you had obviously you had an interpretation, but there was also a world. That's the world you thought you lived in. It's like, those were facts. Well, all of a sudden, those aren't facts. They're not at all facts. And so what happens? That's that descent into the underworld. It's like all of a sudden, what happens is that past that you thought was fixed now becomes this weird mixture of fantasy, because you're wondering, well, what is it that happened then? And you're going to run through all sorts of fantasies. Some of them are going to be really dark, really dark about what happened in the state of the world and all that. And those are unconscious fantasies. And that's mingled inextricably with the world, right? Because you don't know the facts anymore, which kind of suggests that maybe you never did know them. And that's a pretty strange thing, because, you know, you're operating as if you've got this factual representation of the world, but it can be upended like that. And so that makes you think, well, what about these facts? Like, they're kind of hard to get a handle on, you know. And you see this a lot in courtroom situations, because, of course, what the court decides is what happened. And the answer is, we don't exactly know, because you can keep making the context of interpretation wider and wider. So, you know, maybe you bring your partner to court because they've betrayed you, let's say, and you're trying to get a divorce settlement predicated on that, but then they tell a bunch of stories about how you were just as miserable as you could possibly be, and that anybody with any sense would have betrayed you and never told you about it, because, you know, that's just what a normal, sensible person would do. And so then the question is, well, were you actually betrayed? And if you were, well, who was it that betrayed you? Was it your partner, or was it you? Or was it your bloody mother or your father who taught you to act that way, or who didn't teach you? It's like, it's a hell of a thing, because you can just keep altering the interpretive context, and within it the facts shift around. And then you might say, well, they're not facts. It's like, yeah, you can say that, but it's more complicated than that by a large margin. Anyways, so Piaget's notion is essentially that, well, this is how I interpret it. This is my thinking in some sense, but I'm offering it to you as a scheme for helping you understand Piaget. It's like Jerome Bruner, famous cognitive psychologist, said, we seem to have no other way of describing lived time except in the form of a narrative. And a narrative, as far as I can tell, I think this is the same thing as one of Piaget's knowledge representations. As far as I can tell, there's a representation of you, and there's a representation of the future, and there's behaviors that you use to transform one into the other. And so when Piaget talks about, so this is kind of where the mind meets the body, that's how it looks to me. It's like you have a conception of you, and you have something you're aiming at, you want to have happen. Those are both representations. But when you act in the world, those aren't representations anymore. Those are actually actions. And so mind transforms into body when you act out your notion. And that's sort of how the mind is linked to the body, as far as I can tell. And so what Piaget says is that the behaviors are built before the representation. And so we're going to take a look at that. So here's Piaget's notion of assimilation and accommodation. Whereas other animals cannot alter themselves except by changing their species, that's through Darwinian means, right? So what happens is a bear is a kind of solution to a set of problems, and they're the problems that the bear's environment presents. And the bear is just a bear, so it's sort of like bears were 10,000 years ago. And the only way the bear can solve a new problem, basically, is by generating new random bears, which is what it does when it reproduces, and hoping that one of those more random bears is a better fit for whatever random change might occur in the environment. That's the whole Darwinian issue, right? You can't predict which way the environment's going to go. And so what you do is you take your structure and you vary it, and you throw those out into the world. And some animals do that expensively, so they have infants that they have to program to that specific environment, but it takes a lot of investment. And some creatures do that cheaply, like mosquitoes. It's like they don't care for their kids, but they have 1 million of them. So like, who cares if 999,998 die? There's still twice as many of you as there were. So those are two different reproductive strategies. And you could think about all those mosquito offspring as new mosquito ideas in embodied form, and most of them are bad ideas, and so the environment just wipes them out. Well, Piaget's point is we do the same thing with our cognitive structures, and that's the thing that's so interesting about people, in some sense, that we've internalized the Darwinian problem. And so when you think about the future, what you're doing is generating a multiplicity of potential environments, and then you're generating a sequence of avatars of yourself to live in those fictional futures. And then you watch what happens as that avatar lives in each of those fictional futures, and if the avatar fails, you don't act that out. It's bloody brilliant. It's brilliant. That's what our brain does. It's like it hypothesizes potential futures, it runs simulations, and it kills them. And that can be really painful, but it beats the hell out of dying yourself. Or maybe sometimes you won't think so, because it really can be painful. But it's it's something that, as far as we know, only human beings can really do, right? And invent possible futures, invent possible future selves, and kill them off in our imagination. And that's what you're doing in an argument. That's what an argument is. It's like, well, here's an avatar, a representational avatar, you know, it's based on certain axioms, and I'll articulate it, and you articulate yours, and we'll have them have a fight, and whichever one survives, we'll accept as true, and we'll move forward and act that out. And you know, arguments can be pretty damn intense, but hypothetically they're not as intense as acting out a stupid idea. That's the thing, right? Better to have some conflict and reach resolution in an abstract sense than to embody your stupidity and die. And so, you know, it's sort of a trade-off between anxiety and annihilation or pain.
Happy as fuck is what I would say. It's like hunger. It goes in and out. It's always there. This is something I've cultivated for
Whereas
a
other
long
animals cannot
time
alter
and
themselves except by changing their species, man can transform himself by transforming the world, and construct himself by constructing structures. And these structures are his own. They're not eternally predestined either from within or from without. Also, Piaget, you know, he's a constructivist. He believes that there's something that your biology brings to the table and sets up the parameters, let's say, within which you can play games. But within those parameters, there's a very wide range of games that you could play. And so it's not a biological determinism, even though it's a biological framing. And you can think about it like a chess game. You know, let's assume that the rules of chess are biologically determined, just for the sake of argument. You can still play a near infinite number of chess games. And so it's the same with you. You come into the world with a set of built-in axioms. That's sort of your body, your nervous system. But you can play a very large number of games within that set of frames. And one of the things that's very interesting about that, something that's very mysterious to me, is this is a game that I've played before with students, so I'm going to play it with you if you don't mind. So we're going to play a game. You ready? Okay, you move first. Right, exactly. You don't know what to do, right? And that's so interesting, because I basically made the presupposition that you can do anything. You're completely free. And well, what do? You throw up your hands. It's like, you don't know what to do. I'm so free. It's like, free to do what? Well, that's not freedom. It's just nothing. But if I said, well, look, what we're going to do instead is when I move my arm right, you're going to move your arm right. So let's do that, okay? So I'm going to go like that.
That guy's not going to be happy. He's going to be bored. An hour into the grave, get those fucking grapes away from me.
Yeah. So you can play a game like that with a kid instantly, and they like that. They've got that, man. And so I've got some pictures of that. I'll show you that in a bit. But even a newborn baby, if you stick out your tongue, they can stick their tongue out back. And that, you think about that, that's just absolutely mind-boggling that they can do that. And they really can. They really do seem to be able to do that right at the moment of birth. And so, you know, you hear babies have no theory of mind. It's like, no, they can imitate. That's pretty bloody amazing. But you haven't seen robots that can do that yet. Although there are robots now that you can teach by moving their arms. You move their arms, and then they'll do it. And so you can actually program them by moving them, and then they'll just repeat it. And so they're getting damn close to imitation. They're really getting close, and then look the hell out, man. Because they're going to be imitating each other as well as us. And they're going to do it so fast, you just won't be able to believe it. So that's coming. The organism adapts itself by materially constructing new forms to fit themselves into those of the universe, whereas intelligence extends this creation by constructing mental structures which can be applied to those of the environment. That's the Darwinian idea that I just mentioned. You know, the guys that are building the autonomous cars, like, they don't think they're building autonomous cars. They know perfectly well what they're doing. They're building fleets of mutually intercommunicating autonomous robots. And each of them will be able to teach the other because their nervous system will be the same. And when there's 10 million of them, when one of them learns something, all 10 million of them will learn it at the same time. So they're not going to have to be very bright before they're very, very, very smart. Because us, you know, we'll learn something, you have to imitate it. Oh, God, that's hard. Or I have to explain it to you and you have to understand it and then you have to act it out. We're not connected wirelessly with the same platform. But robots, they are. And so once those things get a little bit smart, they're not going to stop at a little bit smart for very long. They're going to be unbelievably smart, like overnight. So, and they're imitating the hell out of us right now too, because we're teaching them how to understand us. Every second of every day, the net is learning what we're like. It's watching us, it's communicating with us, it's imitating us, and it's going to know, it already knows in some ways more about us than we know about ourselves. You know, there's lots of reports already of people getting pregnancy ads or ads for infants, sometimes before they know they're pregnant, but often before they've told their families. And the way that that happens is the net is watching what they're looking at and inferring with its artificial intelligence. And so maybe you're pregnant and that's just tilting you a little bit, right, to interesting things that you might not otherwise be interested in. The net tracks that and it tells you what you're after. It does that by offering you an advertisement. It's reading your unconscious mind. So, well, so that's what's happening. So, all right, so what's the motive for development? Disequilibria, that's a Piagetian term. Well, this is a life is suffering idea. It's like, why learn something? Because you're wrong. Who cares? It makes you suffer. You care. So, you know, if you run out a little scheme in the world, a little action pattern, you don't get what you want, especially if you're 2 years old, you burst into tears and cry. And why is that? It's because you don't know where you are and you don't know what you're doing. It's like time for some negative emotion. It indicates that you're wrong. And that's terrible in some sense, because it almost always means that to learn requires pain. Now, I don't believe that exactly, because people are curious, you know, and to go out and be curious and to learn new things can be very exciting. And so what it seems to be is that there's a rate of learning that's too fast, and that hurts you. That's what makes you cry. But if you get the rate just right, you're just opening up enough novelty so that you can benefit from the possibilities. That gives you a dopamine kick fundamentally. You can benefit from the possibilities without being overwhelmed by the unexpected element of it. And you can tell when that's happening. And this is one of the coolest things as far as I'm concerned. And I learned this partly from Piaget. It's like, you know, in order to withstand suffering, let's say, your life has to have some meaning. Okay, well, that means a bunch of things. It means that part of the way that you overcome suffering is by making the suffering into something meaningful. And I don't mean that metaphysically, I mean it technically. You made a mistake, it causes you suffering, you learn something about it, you don't make that mistake again. It's real adaptation. It's not defense against death anxiety or something like that. It's real adaptation. But more importantly, the reality that you learn through pain is the oldest reality, we'll say. It's really old. It's as old as nervous systems. And so you've adapted so that you've learned to transform your knowledge structures in a way that will minimize your potential exposure to future pain at a rate you can tolerate or maybe even enjoy. And so what's happening is you don't actually like being static. It bores you. But you don't like being thrown into chaos. It's like, no, a little bit of that's fine. What you want is you want to be opening up your knowledge structures on the periphery to transformation, voluntary transformation. That's voluntary exploration. And letting those things manifest a little bit of interest in chaos. And so you put a little feeler out there that you're willing to let die. And it comes apart, and you gather a bit of information, it comes back together stronger. And you do that all the time if you're smart and you're looking for new information, foraging for new information. And that means you keep taking little bits of yourself apart and reconstructing them. And over time, that keeps you alive and active. You know, part of the reason you're alive is because you're dying all the time, right? All the cells in your body, like if they don't die, you get cancer, and that's it. You're done. You're a very, very tight balance between death and life at every single level, including the cognitive level. And it's not that fun to learn something because you have to kill something you already know in order to learn it. That's another Piagetian observation. Because you're always interpreting something within a structure. And if that interpretation is wrong, even in a micro way, you have to kill that structure. And it's a biological structure. It actually hurts to kill it. But maybe you can generate something new in its stead. And if you get the dynamic right, like the rate right, then you find that exhilarating, not painful. And that's well, you can tell when you're doing that. As far as I can tell, you can tell when you're doing that because you're engaged in the world in a meaningful way. And what your nervous system is doing is signaling to you that you're not in a static place, that's death. You're not in a chaotic place, that's death. You're balanced between the static and the chaotic, such that the static structures are transforming at exactly the right rate to keep you on top of the environmental transformations. And so you're surfing. You know, in Hawaii, surfing was sacred. Well, that's why. It's like, can you tell someone how to surf? Well, you can't, because they have to go out there and dynamically interact with the wave. But they can stay on top of the wave. And that's what you have to do. And if you're staying on top of the wave properly, then it's exhilarating. And that's the kind of meaning that it rejuvenates you, literally. It makes you able to tolerate the suffering in life. And it's not metaphysical, precisely. It's because that is what you're doing at that moment. You're overcoming your limitations. And of course, that's what you have to do in order to know and to learn, because you want to be doing both of those things at the same time. That's what you do when you play a game properly. Your parents say, doesn't matter whether you win or lose. This is a Piagetian observation. It's how you play the game. What does that mean? Well, it means that you should play the game in a manner that increases the probability that you're going to be invited to play many games in the future. Perfect. So you master the skills of the game, but at the same time you master a set of meta skills, which is the skills that remain constant across transforming sets of games. And that's what it means to play fair. That's the bloody basis of morality as far as Piaget was concerned. It's so damn smart, you know, because you think all interactions have this game-like quality. They're sort of bounded. But there are commonalities across all the games. And you want to extract out the commonalities, and you want to learn to inhabit the universe that's made out of the commonalities between games. And that's what it means to be a good person, roughly speaking. You know, it varies to some degree from culture to culture, obviously, because each culture is a game unto itself. But there's something that transcends that, that's the nature of games across game contexts. And you know that, because you can tell the difference between a game and something that isn't a game instantly. Everyone knows. And it's not like there's only one kind of game. There's hockey, say, and there's World of Warcraft. I know it's way out of date, but so am I, so it's not surprising. But the fact that those things are very, very different in many, many ways doesn't stop you from identifying the underlying commonalities. You know they're games, and they're like stories in a sense. And that's a Piagetian observation. Very, very smart. So, why do you develop? Well, it's because your previous idea there, your previous frame, microframe, let's say, doesn't fit the circumstance, and so something happens. If you go like this, what's up? Well, the world isn't what you thought, and there's something wrong with your knowledge structure. This is partly what makes Piaget a pragmatist. You see, the pragmatists, American school of philosophy, William James and his followers, they knew that we had bounded knowledge. We don't have infinite knowledge. And so they thought, well, that means we can't really be right about anything because we're definitely wrong. And so how is it that you can operate in the world given that you're always wrong? And the answer is, you set up a procedure that has rules for what constitutes true within the procedure itself. So you play a game and at the same time you set up the rules. So you might say, well, is this joke funny? And then the answer is, well, do people laugh? Now, when I tell the joke, do they laugh? And if the answer is yes, then it's funny enough. You've taken a particular definition of funny. You've transformed it into a local phenomena. And if your behavior matches the prediction in that local area, you say, well, that's true enough. Is it like transcendently funny? Well, maybe you'd have to tell it to 200 different groups of people to figure that out. But mostly it's funny enough so that when I predicted what would happen when I told the joke, that's what happened. And you don't predict it, by the way. You desire it. Not the same thing. Because prediction has no motivation in it, but desire does. And we're always motivated. Always motivated. So, well, here's a way of thinking about the Piagetian system. So 2-year-olds, they're very chaotic. And they bounce between one highly motivated emotional state to another. And so the first thing that the 2-year-old has to do is get his or her act together, more or less inside. And so, you know, 2-year-olds still have tantrums and they still cry a lot and they still run around like mad being joyful crazily, which you have to train out of them right away because it's nothing but disruptive. And it's one of the most painful things about being a parent. It's like 90% of the time you're going, stop having fun, you know, and then you turn into a teenager and your parents get what they asked for. And so, but because positive emotion is so impulsive and so chaotic, it's really hard to manifest it within a predictable environment. And so you're dampening down your child's enthusiasm non-stop. But it has to be regulated because happiness is impulsive and chaotic. And people don't like to think that because they think, well, we should be happy. It's like manics are happy but they're maniacs. That's where the word comes from. Like they're just, it's not good. They're too happy, way too happy, like someone who's way too stoned on meth or on cocaine. And I mean that technically, because they're very similar. They're very similar biochemical states. So, and cocaine produces happiness pretty much in its pure form. So does meth, very rapidly. And so it's just not good. You know, you lose judgment.
We're gonna go back to Boston.
Happy people do not have good judgment. They're too happy.
So you said
They get
really
dopey.
where things started for you.
You know, it's like irrational stock market bubbles. Oh
what kind of
boy,
kid were you
it's
in
always going to
school?
go up. It's like, no.
If ADD is real, I certainly
No,
had
it's
it,
not always going to
and
go
I
up.
was
But
very,
that's what
very
you think when you're
interested in what
happy.
I was interested in.
Anyways,
I was
the
very
2-year-old has to get all these
uninterested in
motivational
what to do.
systems sort of
Essentially,
hammered
couldn't
into
wait to
one
get out of
thing
school.
internally. Now,
But I would
in some
excel
sense, from the
at things
Piagetian
that I had
perspective, that
interest
happens
in.
within the child. He
Initially
thinks
it
of
was
the child
art,
as
I wanted to be a
egocentric.
comic book illustrator
And that
until
development takes place
I really
internally,
got
and then
into
it's not till the child's, let's say,
martial
about
arts
3 that
became
it
the
can
focus
learn
of my life.
to bring its controlled unity
14, 15 years
into a
old,
unity
that's
with
when
another
I really
controlled unity
became
and make a game.
massively obsessed.
That
And
happens
was
around
really
3.
the first thing that
And
I
so
ever did
what happens
where
is that instead
I
of the
really
child
didn't
only
feel like a
pursuing
loser.
his or her
Like, I
goal,
really felt
although
like, oh, I
modulated
actually
by the
have
social
talent.
environment, the child is
I
able to
actually can
communicate
be
with another
exceptional.
child
It's
and
like
establish a
something that
shared
grew
goal.
up
And that's what happens when you
constantly
play.
moving, didn't really have a
And
lot
so
of friends.
obviously
I would
you
be
play
new in
Monopoly,
this
that's what
town.
you're doing.
I'd get
But when you
picked
play
on. I wasn't a
peekaboo,
big kid,
you're
and
doing
there
the
was a
same
lot
thing.
of
It's
issues
like
with that
with your parents, you're actually playing with object
I
permanence.
didn't like being afraid
Dad's
of
gone.
other kids.
Oh look, Dad's
I didn't
here.
like
Ha
not
ha,
knowing
look,
what
he's
to do
here.
if I ran into kids.
Dad's gone. Dad's here. Dad's gone. Dad's here. Like a kid, man, you can do that for like 3 hours. They never get tired of it because every time you reappear, it's a miracle. And you watch babies, it's so funny. Like you go like this and they go, then you pop back out and they're so happy. They're just overjoyed. And then you take yourself away and they're like, what's going on? What's going on? Bang, you reappear. They don't have a real memory, you know? It's like reality is manifesting itself in all its freshness, moment by moment. And they can't remember it. There are neurological conditions that do that. So sometimes, and there are people that this has happened to, so they get hippocampal damage, and so they can't move short-term information into long-term storage. And there's this one guy, a very interesting case. He was a concert pianist, and he had a hell of a neurological injury, and he could still play the piano. He couldn't remember, right? He had amnesia. He couldn't move information from short-term storage into long-term storage. So as far as he was concerned, it was always like 10 days before he had his accident. He never got past that. He was stuck in that moment. And then, but he could still play the piano, but was so interesting to watch him. There were films of him. Before he sat down to play the piano, he'd have like a seizure. And then he could play the piano, procedural memory, that was intact. And then at the end, he'd kind of have a little seizure, and then he'd go back to being who he was. But he had these notebooks, and all he did was write in them, over and over, the same thing. It's as if I have never seen this before. It's as if I've never seen this before. It's as if I've never seen this before. So he's in this ecstatic state where everything was novel and new and pure and paradisal. But there was no continuity, and so when his wife would come to visit him, he would just be overwhelmed to see her, overwhelmed every time. And even if she just left the room and came back in, it was exactly the same thing. It's just like the kid. It's like no object permanence. And every time the face appears, it's a staggering, and you can see that in the reflexes of the child. And that's without object permanence. And so that's what Piaget was talking about with regards to object permanence. It's very, very cool. So anyways, the 2-year-old's a collection of these sort of random motivations, more or less gets his or her act together by about 3 if they're being socialized properly. And that means that the parents are doing their best to make the child acceptable to other children. That's your damn job as a parent. You have to understand that. Because if your child isn't acceptable to other children, they won't play with your child. And then your child will be lonesome and isolated and awkward, and they will never recover. Because if the kid doesn't get that right between 2 and 4, it's over. They're never going to learn it. The other kids accelerate forward, that kid's left behind. And it's not a good life for that kid. They don't learn how to play with others. And then they're done. And there's a huge literature on trying to rectify antisocial children, say from the age of 4 on. It's like, no, you can't. And you can go ahead and read 300-400 papers on rectification of antisocial behavior and figure it out for yourself. But I did that for about 5 years, and it was a while ago, but I know the literature hasn't changed. So you got to get it right between that period. You got to get the kid together enough so they can control themselves well enough so that they can adopt a mutual frame of reference with a peer, so that they can start using that to scaffold their development further and become more and more sophisticated in social interaction. And that's what you're acting as a proxy for the social environment as a parent. That's what you're doing. Now, a gentle proxy, an informative proxy, maybe even a merciful proxy, but a proxy nonetheless, because they're not going to be around you forever. They're going to be out there among people who don't really care about them. And if they don't have something to bring to the table, at least the ability to cooperate, they're going to be lonesome and isolated, and that's not going to be good. Well, here's an idea. So as you're moving from what is to what should be, you're in this little frame of reference, this little game, this little Piagetian game. Sometimes you get what you want or predict. That's on the left-hand side. That makes you happy, and it validates your frame. So if the frame keeps working across different circumstances, you get a reward from that. The reward produces a dopaminergic kick. That makes you feel good, but the dopamine also enhances the strength of the circuitry that underlies that particular representation. That's what reinforcement is. It's different than reward. Reward is what you feel, let's say, roughly speaking. Reinforcement is the effect of the dopamine bathing the neurological tissues to make it stronger and grow. And so if the neurological tissue underlies a sequence of actions that produces a desired outcome, there's a biochemical kick that strengthens the nervous structures that were activated just before the good thing happened. And so that's how something you know that's valuable gets instantiated. And if it fails, instead, you get punished, pain, anxiety, and that starts to extinguish that circuitry. And we don't know how that works exactly. We don't know exactly if those circuits then start to die, because they can degenerate across time, or if what happens is you build other circuits that inhibit them. So it's like you've got this knowledge structure, it's built into you, and once it's there, there's not really much getting rid of it, but you can build another one that tells it to shut up. That's sort of what happens when you're addicted to drugs. So cocaine bathes the tissue that was active just before you took the cocaine with dopamine, and so that gets stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And so you're basically building a cocaine-seeking monster in your head, and that's all it wants. And it has rationalizations, and it has emotions, and it has motivations, and it's alive. But it wants one thing. And the problem is, once you build that thing, especially if you nail it a couple of hundred times with a powerful dopaminergic agonist like cocaine, that thing is one vicious monster, and it's alive, and it's in there. And you can't get it to go away. The only thing you can do is build another structure to shut it up. But the problem is that as soon as you get stressed, it interferes with that new structure, and the old thing comes popping back up. Not good. I wouldn't recommend it. And the faster acting those dopaminergic agonists are, cocaine is a good example, but so is meth, the faster they hit you, which is often why people inject them instead of snorting them, say, the faster that transformation from steady state to dopaminergic bath, the bigger the kick is. And so, so speed of introduction of the substance matters, which is why you drink shots instead of drinking, say, wine or beer, because alcohol has, very similar effects. So, alright, so if you get what you want, well then you feel good. But not only do you feel good, but the frame itself is validated. And if you don't get what you want, well then not only do you not get what you want, but the frame itself starts to come apart at the seams. And the question in part is, how far should the frame come apart? How deeply should you unlearn something when you make a mistake? God, it's a very, very, very hard problem. And I'll show you a partial solution to it. This very useful thing, and this is a Piagetian idea too. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to go to this for a minute. So I'm going to decompose something for you. And this is partly to give you an introduction to the way behaviorists think, but it's also to help unpack how the Piagetian notions work. And so from a Piagetian perspective, high-order abstractions are actually made of what's common among actions and perceptions. So, and those things are unified in some sense. So an abstraction isn't what's common across sets of objects. It's more like what's common across sets of perceptions and actions. And so it's a hard thing to understand, but this will help you understand. Okay, so let's say you want to be a good person. It's kind of abstraction, right? And then you think, well, what does it mean to be a good person? It's a box. It's an empty box. No, it's a box, and it says good person on the outside, but it's full of things. It might even be full of transforming things. So, but you know what it means. You say good person, you kind of know, and you kind of know. But you know, if we started talking about details, we might start to argue. But it's like pornography. You know it when you see it. Okay, so what does it mean to be a good person? Well, we could decompose it. We could say, well, if you're one way of being a good person is to be a good parent. And you'd basically say that being a good parent is a subset of being a good person, right? Because person is bigger than parent. And maybe it would be to be a good employee and to be a good sister and to be a good, you know, to be a good partner. Sort of on the same level of abstraction. So you decompose good person into your major functional roles, let's say, and you're good at all of them, whatever that means. Well, let's say if you're a good parent, well, you have to have a good job because otherwise you starve and so do your children. So at least you have to financially provide in some manner. That's a subset of being a good parent. It's not the only subset. And then to be a good parent, you also have to take care of your family. And so you could decompose that into play with baby or complete meal. You might say, well, if you take care of your family, you can either order a meal or you can cook one. It's like, good for you. And so then you're cooking a meal and you think, well, what do you decompose that into? Well, now you're starting to get to the micro levels, eh? Because let's say you're making broccoli. So you take the broccoli out of the fridge and you put it on the cutting board. That's actually action. That's not abstraction. It's actually something you're doing with your body. So the abstraction grounds itself out in micro activity, actual action. That's the connection between the mind and the body. And so you're cutting broccoli, right? But that's not abstraction. And so if you take apart these higher order moral abstractions, what happens is you decompose them into action perception sequences and they're embodied. Now Piaget's basic claim is you build the damn abstractions from the bottom up. That's the fundamental Piagetian claim. And so the kid comes into the world with some reflexes and starts building a body of embodied knowledge out of that in interaction with other people, and then they start playing games and that abstracts, but they move from the bottom of the hierarchy, which is actual micro actions, up to the top of the abstraction world. And so this is how you boot yourself up. Little bitty stories, little bitty stories at the bottom, cut broccoli, you know, and then cut corn here, set table, do dishes, complete meal, take care of your family, be a good parent, be a good person. And, you know, one of the propositions that I am offering you in this class is that to be a good person, you're actually not stuck in one of these. To be a good person means that you're the thing that transforms these things continually. And so that's what's at the top of the hierarchy, and that's basically the hero story, which is you're in a state of being, an anomaly occurs, you allow it to demolish you, and then you rebuild. And that's at the highest end of the moral hierarchy, and that's also essentially a Piagetian claim. So let's think about emotional regulation, because this is a really good schema for understanding emotional regulation. How upset should you get, and how do you calculate it? Because if you make a mistake, you wake up in the morning and your side hurts. Okay, it's the first symptom of pancreatic cancer, you're dead in 6 months. 100% chance. Or, you know, you pulled a muscle. Well, which is it? You might say, well, the chances of the pancreatic cancer are low, but they're not zero. And like, infinite times any proportion is a very large number. So you might be thinking, why don't you just have a screaming fit anytime ever any little thing happens to you? Which is exactly what happens, by the way, if you're 2 years old, right? That is what you do. So, and it's because you don't know, like things fell apart. What does that mean? Could be anything. Well, that's no good. Well, so let's say you're arguing with your partner, you know, and they, I don't know, they make a lousy meal or maybe no meals and you're kind of sick of it, you know. And so you say, you're a bad person. And what's the evidence? Not only are you a bad person, but you've always been a bad person. And the probability that you're going to improve in the future looks to me to be zero. It's like, what's the person supposed to do? Punch you, right? Really? Because there's no room in there for any discussion. You're done. It's like, you're horrible and you don't change. And you've always been horrible and you've never changed. And, you know, inferring from that into the future, you're going to stay horrible and you're not going to change. Well, any argument can go there immediately. It's a really bad idea, and it happens all the time, and this is why people can't have a civil discussion. You know, they can't say, here's an example. So you've got your 4-year-old, you want them to clean up their room, and so it's full of toys. Let's say they're 3.5. You look at it, you say, look, you know, clean this up. clean up your room. So you shut the door and you go away, and you magically hope that when you come back, the room will be clean. But of course, the child has no idea, in all likelihood, at that age, or maybe it's 2.5, something like that. They don't know what clean up a room means. That's like way up here, man. It's like you told your child, there's mess everywhere, be a good person. You know, and then you come back in half an hour and they're no better a person than they were, and you get upset. It's like you can't do that. You have to say, see that teddy bear? And you know that that kid knows how to see a teddy bear. And they know how to pick it up because you've watched them see a teddy bear and pick it up. And you know that the child knows the name of the teddy bear. It's teddy bear. And so you point to the teddy bear and you say, do you see that teddy bear? And they go, yes. And you say, that's good. Pat, pat. And they get a little kick of dopamine. So that's a happy day for the kid. And then they smile at you. So you feel pretty good about that too. And then you say, do you think you could pick up that teddy bear? And they say, yeah. And so they go over there. Not every kid, by the way. But they go over there and they pick up the teddy bear. And it's like, it's a good day for both of you. And then you say, you see that little space on the shelf? Because you know they know what a shelf is. And you know they know what a space is. And you say, take that teddy bear and put it in the shelf. And they go over there and they put it in the shelf. And then they look at you and you're smiling. And so the probability that they'll do that again is now increased. Because watching you smile produces a dopaminergic kick, and you just strengthen those circuits. So I would highly recommend that you do that with your children and with your partners, right? You watch them like a sneaky person. And every time they do something that you actually want them to do, you notice and you give them a little pat on the head. Yeah, and then they like you. That's cool. But if you don't want them to like you because you hate them, then you won't do that. And you think, well, I don't hate them. It's like, oh yes, you do. You just think about the last month, man. There's been 20 times you absolutely hated them. And maybe that's the predominant emotion. And that's not so good over time. So when they do something good, if you really want to screw things up, watch like a hawk, wait till they do something good, and then punish them. That's really fun, that is. That really messes with them. And people do that all the time. So if you really want to muck things up, you can even do it more subtly. You can wait till they do something good, especially if they've never done it before and they're just kind of tentatively trying it, and then you can ignore them. That's a really good one. That's even better than punishing them, because at least when you punish them, you're paying attention. If you ignore them, it's like, that's just perfect. It also takes hardly any effort on your part, so that's an additional plus. So anyways, so if you're having a discussion with someone, it's like what you're doing with this kid, you know, it's like you say, maybe you're negotiating about meals. You don't start with you're a bad person. That's way the hell up here, you know. You blow the whole person's schema right out from underneath them, and you might as well get divorced, which is what will happen if you keep doing that. Soon you'll roll your eyes at each other. That means you're getting divorced, by the way. So if you ever watch it, it does. I'm serious. There's good empirical data on that. Once you're at the eye-rolling stage, there's no going back. So you should intervene way before that. It's disgust, that, eye roll. Once you've hit disease-carrying rodent status in your mate's eyes, there's no coming back. So anyways, so what you do if you want to have a conversation with someone that's a corrective conversation is you sort of take a Piagetian attitude. And the attitude is, go to the highest level of resolution that you can manage. So let's say, and that's what you're doing with the kid. It's like, clean up your room, be a good person. It's like, no, they don't know anything about that, but they do know how to pick up a teddy bear. And then maybe you think cleaning up your room is 100 things like that. And so you have to teach the child each one of those 100 things. And then they learn, this is the scheme. They learn what's the same across all of those different actions. That's clean, right? Pick up the teddy bear, put away the Legos, make your bed. What? Those have nothing in common, really. Like the motor output's completely different. But they fall under the heading of clean. But unless you fill the heading of clean with all the subordinate categories of the action perception sequences that make up clean, kid can't do it. And so partly what you're doing by attending to your child constantly is noticing where they are in the construction of this hierarchy. And they start way down here, right? And so that's why you play peekaboo, for example. It's like, they can do that. And you can, you interact with them because you can watch, you do a little something, and if they respond, you got some sense that you're at the same level. And kids in playgrounds do that with each other right away. So if you see 2 3-year-olds together, say they're fairly sophisticated for 3-year-olds, what they'll do is they'll start playing a little primitive game with each other, like a dog. You know what a dog does when it wants to play? It kind of goes like that. And that's what kids do, and that's what adults do too. It's a play invitation. It's like, I'm ready, but you're smiling. It's not like I'm ready. And so you can tell the difference between a play, fight, and play, and kids can too. So it's an invitation to play. And so if you're interacting with your little kid, they got that play circuit. Man, that thing's in there like when they're from birth, I think, because you can play with a kid right from birth, at least something like peekaboo. And so you're on the same wavelength fundamentally. And then you interact with them and you see if they're following what you're doing. It's what I'm doing when I'm lecturing, more or less. I'm watching you guys and seeing if we're more or less in the same shared space. You know, and we want the space to be expanding. Because if it's just staying the same, well, you might as well play whatever you play on your computer. It has to be expanding at the same time. That's optimal. So when you're playing with your kid, you put them on that developmental edge where they're undoing and then rebuilding their little skills. You know, you can do that. Like, I had this memory from when I was a little kid a while back. And I remembered I used to go over to these people's house with my father and my mom. And it was way up in northern Alberta. And these people were Russian immigrants, children of Russian immigrants. And they had a farmhouse way out in the country, way out, by the way, where the railroad actually ended. If you walked north from there, you'd walk until you hit, like, southern Europe without running into another person. It was way the hell out in the middle of nowhere. And anyways, they had a nice house, like a warm house, you know. They had 3 kids and they were way older than me, but it was a real fun, comfortable place to go. And I used to sit in the living room with my father and his friend, whose name was Nick. And Nick was a really playful guy. I really liked him. He was like my surrogate grandfather. And I don't think I was more than about 3. I'd sit there and I'd try to hit his foot with my fist. And he would be talking to my dad, you know. And my dad would say, "Jordan, don't bother Nick." And Nick would say, "Well, he's not really bothering me." And because Dad was checking it out to see if I was an annoying twerp or if I was a fun kid, you know, because it's a fine line. And so I'd try to hit his foot and he would move it. And I had this memory a while back and I thought, wow, that was a good memory. And I thought, what is going on there exactly? And I realized, well, he was sharpening me up. You know, it's like I was aiming at something. You're aiming at something. Like you're pointing your eyes at it. You're pointing your whole damn soul at it. You're aiming at something. And you're trying to get your behaviors and your conceptions in line and organized so that you can attain that aim. That's what people do. You know, we throw rocks at things. We fire arrows at things. We shoot guns at things. We aim at things. Our whole body is that platform for aiming. And I was trying to aim at his feet, and he'd move his feet, you know. But he'd let me hit it now and then. And so, let's say you're a rat, okay? Because, like I said, a rat's a good model for a person. Let's say you're a little rat, a juvenile male, and you want to play. Because you want to play. And you'll work to play, and that's how we know you want to play if we're experimental psychologists, because you'll button push like mad to get access to an arena where you can wrestle with another little rat. And so rats wrestle just like human beings, and they even pin each other just like human beings, and they love that. And so if you put little rat A in with little rat B, and little rat B is 10% bigger, little rat B can stomp the hell out of little rat A all the time. So they go out there and they have a little dominance competition, and little rat B is going to win because he's bigger, so now he's dominant rat. So then they play and they wrestle, and little rat A loses. And then next time, they both know that little rat A is the inviter because he's subordinate. So he's the one that has to go up to the big rat and go, "You ready?" And the big rat then will wrestle. However, if you repeatedly pair them, and the big rat doesn't let the little rat win, at least 30% of the time, the little rat won't invite him to play anymore. And that was Jaak Panksepp who figured that out. And that is mind-boggling. Because it tells you, like, there's an ethical basis for play that's so deep that the damn rats, and they're rats, right? Not known for their sense of fair play. The big rat has to let the little rat win 30% of the time, or the little rat will not play anymore. And even rats know that. It's so profound, that discovery. Like, Panksepp discovered the play circuit in mammals. That's a big deal. That's like discovering a whole continent. Like, that's a big deal. He should have got a Nobel Prize for that. And to see that that's built in, that sense of fair play, that's mind-boggling, you know, because that's evidence for the biological instantiation of a complex morality. Fair play. Even if you can win, you shouldn't all the time. Well, so when I'm trying to hit Nick's feet with my hand, like, I'm really paying attention and he's moving it pretty well, but now and then I get to nail it, and I'm feeling pretty good about that. You know, and he makes it a little bit more difficult all the time so that my aim gets better and better, and I'm building up my motor coordination. I'm building up my social skills because I don't hit too hard. And I don't cry when I miss, because that just makes you annoying to play with, right? So I'm learning really complicated things about how to go about finessing my aim. And that's what you're doing with your kids. And what are they aiming at? Well, they aim higher and higher. So when my son was about 2.5, we had him start setting the table. You don't say, you want to take grandma's fine china and you'll set the table? It's like, no, you don't do that. You say, you know what a fork looks like? He goes, yeah. So you know where the forks are? Well, that doesn't work because the drawer's way up here, right? So you have to hand him a fork. You say, look, take this fork and go put it on the table. And he's like this high, so he goes over to the table and he puts the fork up here. Can't even see what he's doing. He puts the fork up there, and then, he's reasonably happy with that. And you give him a pat, and then you go and give him a really sharp knife. No, you don't do that. You don't do that. You give him a spoon, and you say, well, go put the spoon beside the fork. And you don't say, look, you stupid kid, you got to leave enough space between the fork and the spoon so the plate can fit there. Don't you know anything? You're stupid. It's like, well, that's right up here, right? You're a bad kid. No, that's bad. You don't do that. You go down here and you say, well, good micro routine adaptation there, chum. Let's try it again. And you build that up, and you can't extend the kid past his point or her point of exhaustion, because it's got to be a game. And a 2-year-old can probably only do that you can watch them, and some are more persistent than others, but 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you're pushing your luck. You can take a 2-year-old to a restaurant for about 40 minutes and expect them to sit and behave. But after that, the will exhausts them. All right. Well, anyways, that's Piaget in his nascent form, fundamentally. And so if you remember that diagram and you think about how that would be built from the bottom up and how there would be a stage transition every time those things are learned, you kind of got the essential elements of Piagetian theory. So we'll see you Thursday. So I think the best way to continue to walk you through the thinkers that we're planning to cover is to do that with examples. They stick better and they're more interesting. And it's very difficult to understand Jung outside of a narrative context. And so I'm going to walk you through The Lion King today. How many of you have seen The Lion King? Yes. So how many of you haven't? Right. Okay. So you obviously were raised in a box somewhere out in the middle of a field. So anyways, it's an amazingly popular animated movie. I think it was the most highest grossing animated movie ever made until Frozen, which I actually absolutely detested. But The Lion King is actually consciously influenced by archetypes as well as unconsciously influenced by them. So it's a bit of a cheat, I would say, in some sense, but for the purposes that we're using it for, I think it's just fine. And so partly what you might think about is that its relationship to archetypal themes that made it so overwhelmingly popular. Same being the case with, say, books and movies like Harry Potter or the entire Marvel series. The Marvel series is quite interesting. I know somebody who wrote for Batman and for Wolverine. I know Batman isn't a Marvel comic, but one of the things that he told me that was quite interesting was that once these characters take off and establish a life of their own, they have a backstory, and which becomes part of the mythology that's collectively held by the readers. And if you can invent an alternative universe where you can muck about with the backstory, but otherwise you better stick with it, or the readers are going to write you and tell you that you've got the story wrong. And so there's a bit of a collaboration between the writers and the readers after these things take on a life of their own. And of course, they tend to, the comic books in particular, tend towards mythological themes very, very rapidly. And so, anyways, Carl Jung was a fascinating person, I think. You can read his autobiography/biography, which is called Memories, Dreams, and Reflections, which in many ways I think is an unfortunate book, because it's usually the only book that people read that is more or less by Jung. And it is more popularly accessible, which is probably a good thing, but it's also, it's not as rigorous as his other books. And so the problem with someone like Jung is you kind of have to read him as much as you can in the original, because
interpreting him is not a very straightforward matter. He was a very visionary person, by which I mean he had an incredible visual imagination, and he used that a lot. He used it in his therapy practice. I believe that most of his therapy clients were high in trait openness. I have a lot of clients who are high in trait openness. They kind of seek me out because I'm high in trait openness, and they watch my videos and that sort of thing, and they're interested in what I'm doing. And many of them are astute dreamers and prolific dreamers, and many open people, in my experience, have archetypal dreams. Whereas people who are lower in openness, they either don't dream at all, or they don't remember their dreams as much, or they're not interested in them, and they're not interested in the mythological underpinnings of them. So I've taught psychology, roughly speaking, to many different types of people, including lawyers and physicians, and they tend to be higher in trait conscientiousness than in openness. And they're much more interested in the practical applications of psychology and maybe the big five theories than they are in the narrative underpinnings. And people say that when they went to Jung, they had Jungian dreams, but I don't, and then when they went to Freud, they had Freudian dreams, and I don't really believe that's exactly true. I think it was a matter of selection bias, a priori selection bias on the part of the people who were likely to go see either of those two. And so, but I've been struck by some clients in particular how unbelievably, continually they can generate deep archetypal dreams with a really coherent narrative structure. It's really phenomenal, and how revealing those dreams are. Problem with archetypal dreams is that they're not really personal, right? So if you're looking for a personal way out of a situation, an archetypal dream doesn't help you that much because it gives you the general pattern rather than a specific solution to your problem. But a good dream will do both at once. Anyways, Jung was an astute student of Freud's. We'll cover Freud next, although generally in personality courses the order is reversed. It's Freud first and then Jung because of the temporal order of their thought. But I think it's better to start with Jung because it's as if Freud excavated into the basement and then Jung excavated into many, many floors underneath the basement of the mind. And so if you're transitioning from an archaic understanding of archaic modes of thinking towards Freud, it's better to go through Jung, because Jung is, I think Freudian theory is a subset of Jungian theory fundamentally, just like Newtonian physics is a subset of Einsteinian physics. And I think that Freud knew that even to some degree, although he was very much opposed to any sort of religious thinking, mythological religious thinking, I would say. He was a real 19th century materialist, and he didn't like the fact that Jung's work started to delve into religious themes in a manner that actually in some sense validated those themes. And so that's actually why they split. They split when Jung published a book called Symbols of Transformation. Jung was also a deep student of Nietzsche. Nietzsche wrote a book called Thus Spake Zarathustra, which is kind of an Old Testament revelation poetry kind of book. It's a strange one, and I wouldn't recommend, if you want to read Nietzsche, that you start with that one, but most people do. But Jung did a seminar on Thus Spake Zarathustra, which is about, I've got this wrong, it's somewhere between 700 and 1100 pages long, and it only covers the first third of the book. And Thus Spake Zarathustra is actually quite a short book. And so you can imagine how much Jung had to know about Nietzsche to derive that many words out of that few words. And Nietzsche was an absolute genius. And Jung was actually trying to answer the question that Nietzsche posed fundamentally, which is why, part of the reason why it's incorrect historically to consider him a Freudian. So Nietzsche basically stated, let's say explicitly, that scientific empiricism / rationalism had resulted in the death of the mythological tradition of the West, roughly speaking. That's Nietzsche's comment on the death of God. And in that comment, he also said that the fact that God was dead was going to produce tremendous ideational and social, historical upheavals that would result in the deaths of millions of people. That he didn't say all that in one place. It's spread between, part of it's in Will to Power, and I can't remember the source of the other one. Some of it's referenced in Thus Spake Zarathustra. But Nietzsche believed that in order to overcome the collapse of traditional values with the idea, say, of God as its cornerstone, people would have to become creatures that could produce their own values as a replacement, that we would have to become capable of generating autonomous values. And Jung, but that's easier said than done, because trying to impose a set of values on yourself is very difficult, because you're not very cooperative. And you know that if you try to get yourself to do something that you don't want to do. or that's hard. You just won't do it. And so it's not like you can just invent your own values and then go along with that. That just doesn't work. And so what Jung and the Freudians did, Freud first, I would say, was to start looking into people's fantasies, autonomous fantasies, unconscious fantasies, to see if they could, and discovered that values bubbled up of their own accord into those fantasies. And you can imagine, for example, if you become enamored of someone, that you might start fantasizing about them. And if you read off the fantasy, then you can tell what you're after and what you're up to. And so the motivational force composes the fantasy. And Freud was more interested in that in a personal sense. So insofar as your fantasies might reveal your personal history. So for example, if you have a burst of negative emotion in a clinical session, there'll be a fantasy that goes along with that, and an association of ideas that kind of manifest themselves of their own accord. And they're not necessarily coherent and logical. They're linked by emotion. That's the free association technique in Freudian psychology. And they also might manifest themselves in dreams and fantasies. And so Freud started doing the analysis of these spontaneous, let's call them fantasies, and Jung linked that more. Freud did this first with the Oedipal complex, but then Jung linked up spontaneous fantasies and dreams with mythology and fantasy across history. And of course, Piaget did the same thing from a completely different standpoint. And a lot of that's embedded in this movie, so we might as well just walk through it. So the first question might be, well, why is a lion a king? Right, and because it makes sense to people that a lion could be a king. And of course, a lion is an apex predator, and so, which means it's at the top of the food chain, roughly speaking, and it's sort of golden like the sun, so that's also useful. And it has that mane that makes it look majestic, and of course, it's very physically powerful, and it's intimidating, and so it's something that you run away from as well, right? Or if you're awestruck by. So the fact that, it's like Snail King just doesn't make any sense, right? But Lion King, that works. And you got to think about those things, because it's not self-evident why a lion would work as a king, but a snail wouldn't. But it fits in with your metaphorical understanding of the way the world works much better. And so the Lion King makes sense. And when things like that aren't rationally self-evident make sense, you have to ask yourself, in what metaphorical context do they make sense? So you have the Lion King. Now the movie opens with a sunrise, and the sunrise is equivalent to the dawn of consciousness, so that in many archaic stories, the sun was a hero, like Horus, if I remember correctly, was a solar king, but Apollo in particular, but Apollo, Greek myth. The idea was that the sun was the hero who illuminated the sky in the day. And so heroism and illumination and enlightenment are all tangled together metaphorically. And then at night, what would happen would be that sun would fight with the dragon of darkness, basically, or with evil all night, and then rise again victorious in the morning. And so it's a death and rebirth theme, and it's very, 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 very common mythological theme. And the reason the sun is associated with consciousness, as far as I can tell, is that we're not nocturnal creatures, right? We're awake during the day, and we're very, very visual. Half our brain is devoted to visual processing. And to be enlightened and illuminated means to move towards a higher state of consciousness, and we naturally use light symbolism to represent that, like the light bulb on the top of someone's head. You don't say, I was darkened when you learn something new. And so again, that fits into this underlying metaphorical substrate that's, I think, deeply biologically grounded, but also socially grounded. So it's a new day. It's the start of a new day. And a day actually means, like French, journée, means day, the day trek in some sense. And how to comport yourself during the day is the fundamental question. The day is the canonical unit of time. And so you have to know how to comport yourself during the day. And part of that is a journey from consciousness into unconsciousness, and that return. So like Apollo, you descend into unconsciousness and then re-emerge. And of course, that's not metaphorical at all. That's exactly what you do. You descend into the underworld of darkness and dreams, and strange things happen down there. And then you awake, if you're fortunate or unfortunate, depending on your state of mind. You awake in the morning, and it's a new day, right? And so the dream world seems to help you sort out your thoughts, by the way. If you keep people awake for an extended period of time, then they lose their minds, essentially. The unconsciousness and the dream state seem absolutely critical in the maintenance of mental health, although people don't exactly understand why. It looks like dreams might help you forget. because forgetting is really important. You just can't you just can't remember everything that happened to you. You get so damn cluttered that you'd fall apart. And so you reduce things to the gist, and when you're doing that, you pack them in. It's like you compress them in some sense. You pack them into a smaller space and get rid of everything that isn't relevant. And the dream seems to not be part of that. It also seems to be a place where you deeply encode learning that might have been done that day, which is something that Freud actually noted in his Interpretation of Dreams, which is a great book. If you're ever going to read a book that Freud wrote, The Interpretation of Dreams is the proper one to read. In my estimation, it's a brilliant book. And it laid the groundwork for a lot of what Jung did. And so anyways, that's how the movie starts. And the animals come out into the light, and that's a metaphor for the dawning of consciousness, to come out into the light where you can see. And so this is a baby giraffe, and babies emerge into the light, roughly speaking, and that's like I said, that's a representation of the emergence or expansion of consciousness. And so this is how the movie starts. It starts with very expansive music as well, celebratory music, and that's to indicate to you, to set the tone for the movie, but also to indicate to you that you're about to watch something of import. And the opening scene is actually a real scene of genius in my estimation. The animators did a great job, and it goes along very nicely with the music. And so you see this lit place, and then you see this rock, Pride Rock, I believe it's called, in the middle of it, and it's the center. It's the center. It's like the spot that's marked by a cathedral, which is an X or a cross, and you're right in the middle of that. And so it's the center of the light. That's another way of thinking about it. Or it's the center of the territory, or it's the home, or it's the fire in the wilderness, or it's the tree in the center where you live. It's all of those things at once. It's inhabited territory with you at the center. And the rock represents tradition, because people tend to inscribe their traditions on rock, right? Or to build them into rock, like the pyramids. So you could think about that as a pyramid, as an Egyptian pyramid, and it's the right way to think about it. You could also think about it as a dominance hierarchy with the apex predator at the top, and that's the lion. So it makes sense that the lion would be in the light on the rock. That's a pyramid in the middle of the territory, right? That makes sense to people psychologically. So, because that's what the state is. The state is a hierarchy with something at the top that occupies a space that has been illuminated and made safe by consciousness. That's what the state is, and that's all represented right away in this movie. And all the animals come to observe what's happening in the pyramid and at the top, because they need to know what happens at the top, partly to organize their world, that's the pyramid, but also to see how the organizational principle works. And that's why they're all gathering. And so they're gathering in the light in the morning to observe something new that's going to be born, that's of significant importance, and that's the birth of the hero. And this little bird here, Zazu, right? Zazu is like Horus, the Egyptian god, who was a falcon and an eye at the same time. He is the king's eyes in this movie, right? He flies up above, outside of the pyramid, so he can see everything that goes on and reports to the king. And so partly what that indicates is that the thing that's at the top of the pyramid needs to be an eye. And that's partly why you see an eye on the top of the pyramid on the back of the American dollar bill. It's exactly the same idea. Or if you look at the Washington Monument, which is a pyramid at the top, you see that it's capped with aluminum. And you think, well, why aluminum? And the answer to that was it was the most expensive metal at that time. And so the notion is that at the top of the pyramid, there's something that actually doesn't belong in the pyramid. It's something that goes up above the pyramid and can see everything. And so you could think about it this way, is that you're going to be in a lot of pyramids in your life, dominance hierarchies and different states and families and all of that. And they'll arrange themselves into a hierarchy. And there'll be something at the top. And the top is the thing that can do well across hierarchies. So it's not stuck in any one pyramid, and it's partly associated with vision and the ability to see a long, long distance. Also to see what you don't want to see and to report that back to the king. And so the king, fundamentally, as far as you guys are concerned from a psychological perspective, that's your superego. That's the Freudian perspective. Or it might be the moral system by which you comport yourself. But your eyes are the thing that updates that, right? You need it to orient yourself in the world. You need it to orient yourself among other people. But your eye and your capacity to pay attention, especially to what you don't want to pay attention to, is the thing that continually updates that model, exactly as Piaget laid out with children. So, and all of that's packed into the imagery in the first, few minutes of this movie. And that's actually why it relies on imagery, why this isn't just a lecture by a psychologist, when you go to see the movie. It's because the images, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but and there's thousands of pictures in this movie, obviously, but maybe a picture is worth more words than you can actually use to describe it if the picture is profound enough. And we have many, many pictures like that. Any deeply symbolic picture is virtually inexhaustible in terms of its semantically with regards to its explanation. Images are very, very dense. So anyways, the animals all gathered. Now the animals are also id representations from the Freudian perspective, and the id is the part of your psyche from the Freudian perspective that's animalistic and full of implicit drives, sexual and aggressive in particular, as far as Freud was concerned. And that's because those two drives, say unlike thirst or hunger, are much more difficult to integrate into proper social being and tend to be excluded and left unconscious. And so a lot of Freudian psychology, and I would say psychology in general, is focused on the integration of sexual impulses and aggressive impulses into the psyche. I would also add to that anxiety, because anxiety is also a major problem. Anxiety and negative emotion that's pain-like is also a major problem for people. And so the animals represent those id-like impulses that have to be organized hierarchically before you can become an integrated being in precisely the Piagetian manner, right? Because Piaget would say, well, the child comes into the world with reflexes, and maybe a more modern psychologist would also concentrate on the implicit motivations, and those have to be organized inside the child into some kind of hierarchy of unity before the child can organize him or herself into the broader unity of the state. And that's basically what's being represented here. And so Zazu, the eyes of the king, comes to check out the king, and that's what's his name? What's the king's name? Mufasa, yeah, and he's a very regal-looking person, lion, and he stands up straight and tall, and that means that he's high in serotonin, because serotonin governs postural flexion, and if you're dominant and near the top of hierarchies, you tend to expand so that you look bigger than you could if you shrunk down. And so if you're a low dominant person, you wander around like this so that you look small and weak, and you don't pose a threat to anybody. But if you're at the top, you expand yourself so that you can command the space, and that's why he has that particular kind of regal posture. And if you look at his facial expression, you see that it's quite severe. He's capable of kindness, but he's also harsh and judgmental, and that's what society is like. That's what the superego is like. And what that means is that he's integrated his aggression. And I've seen this happen in my clinical clients when they come in and they're too agreeable. They look like Simba looks later in the movie when he's an adolescent, and he's sort of like a deer in the headlights. Everything is coming in and nothing is coming out. But when the person integrates their shadow and gets the aggressive part of themselves integrated into their personality, their faces harden. And if you look at people, you can tell, because the people who are too agreeable look childlike and innocent, and the people who, well, a hyper-aggressive person will look, mean and cruel. But, but I've seen people's face change in the course of therapy, men and women. And what happens is they start to look more mature, and it's more like they're judging the world as well as interacting with it properly once they integrate that more disagreeable part of it. It's very, very necessary, and that's part of the incorporation of the Jungian shadow, or the incorporation of the unconscious from a Freudian perspective. But old Musafa there, he's already got that covered. So, and he's capable, obviously he can smile, and he's capable of the full range of expressions, but he's a tough-looking character. And now, the baboon here, who's supposed to be basically just a fool when the story was first written, he turned into what's essentially a shaman across time. And so he represents the self from the Jungian perspective. Now, the self is everything you could be across time. So you imagine that there's you and there's the potential inside you, whatever that is, And potential is an interesting idea because it represents something that isn't yet real, yet we act like it's real. Because people will say to you, you should live up to your potential. And that potential is partly what you could be if you interacted with the world in a manner that would gain you the most information, right? Because you build yourself out of the information in the Piagetian sense. But it's deeper than that too, because we know that if you take yourself and you put yourself in a new environment, new genes turn on in your nervous system. They encode for new proteins. And so you're full of biological potential that won't be realized unless you move yourself around in the world into different challenging circumstances, and that'll turn on different circuits. So it's not merely that you're incorporating information from the outside world in the constructivist sense. It's that by exposing yourself to different environments, you put different physiological demands on yourself all the way down to the genetic level, and that manifests new elements of you. And so one of the things that happens to people, and this is a very common cultural notion, is that you should go on a pilgrimage at some point to somewhere central, and that would be, say, like the Rock in the Pride Rock in The Lion King, because you take yourself out of your dopey little village, and that's just the little bounded you that everyone knows and that isn't very expanded, and then you go somewhere dark and dangerous to the central place, and while you do that, you have adventures, and they toughen you and pull more out of you, like partly because you're becoming informed, which means information. It means you're becoming more organized at every level of analysis, but there's also more of you too. And so that's a very classic idea. And then in cathedrals in Europe, especially at Chartres, there's a big maze on the floor, a circular maze, which is a symbolic representation of the pilgrimage for people who couldn't do it. And so it's a huge circle divided into quadrants, which is a Jungian mandala. And you enter the maze at one point, and then you have to walk through the entire maze, north, east, west, and south, before you get to the center. And the center is symbolized by a flower that's carved in stone. It looks like this. It's big, this maze, eh? It's large, so that you can walk it. And that's a symbolic pilgrimage. It takes you to the center. That's the center of the cross, because it's in a cathedral, and that's the point of acceptance of voluntary suffering. That's what that means. And so you walk through, Jung called that a circumambulation. You go to all the quarters of the world to find yourself. And so, well, the self is the baboon in this particular, I think he's a mandrill actually, in this particular representation. And he lives in the tree. He lives in the tree of life. It's a baobab tree in this particular. So he's the spirit that inhabits the tree of life, and he's the eternal wise man. That's a way of thinking. So is the king, but he's sort of a superordinate king, or an outside king in some sense. He's the repository of ancient wisdom, and the king is the manner in which that wisdom is currently being acted out in the world. And so they're friends, and that means that the king is a good king, because if the king was a bad king, he would be alienated from himself, and that would make him shallow and one-dimensional, and that would make him a bad ruler. No union with the traditions of the past. To be a good ruler, you have to rescue your father from the underworld and integrate that. And of course, that's a main theme in this entire movie. So, hey, a new mystery to solve. Okay, so the hero is born, and that's what the rising sun represents, and everybody goes, oh, isn't that cute? And the reason for that is because you're biologically wired, especially if you're agreeable, to respond with caretaking activity to cuteness. And cuteness is button nose, big eyes, small mouth, round head, symmetry, and helpless movements, and you'll respond to that across the entire class of mammalian creatures, even maybe down to lizards, you know. Isn't that cute? No, it's a lizard, but you know. So that's an archetype as well. That's the archetype of the vulnerable hero the vulnerable hero newly born, and that should invoke a desire mostly on the part of males to encourage, and mostly on the part of females to nurture. But males and females are quite cross-wired among human beings, and so there's encouragement from the women, and there's also nurturing from the men. And of course, those curves in some sense overlap. So there's more nurturing males and more encouraging females. But that's roughly the archetype. And so he looks cute, and everybody goes, oh, and that's because the animators nailed that. They caught the essential features of cuteness. And he's also in the light, right? And so then the shaman, Mandrill, basically baptizes him. That's essentially what he's doing. And he uses something that's symbolic of the sun, which is this ripe fruit. And fruits are symbolic of the sun because, of course, they need the sun to ripen, and they're round like the sun. And people know that they need light. And so anyways, the animators make a relationship between the fruit that the shaman is going to break and the sun. And so he's also being baptized into the sun, and that means that he's being baptized into the light, or that he's being transformed into a hero. And so then everyone's happy, and that's basically, the Divine Father and the Divine Mother and the Divine Son and the Self who's taking care of that. And there's a union between the baby and the wise old man, because the baby is all the potential that's realized in the Self. And there's an old idea that the way to full maturity is to find what you lost as a child and regain it. It's a brilliant idea, and that echoes through myths all over the world. And that means you have to regain your capacity. Once you're disciplined and you know how to do something, you have to regain your capacity for play and sort of for wide-eyed wonder. And that's maybe the childlike part of your spirit. And the reintegration of that childlike part with the adult grown-up part revivifies the adult grown-up part and allows the child to manifest itself in a disciplined way in the world. And so that's all being hinted at there. And then they show, the shaman shows the baby, the newborn hero, to the crowd, and it's very cool what happens in the movie. All the animals spontaneously kneel. And I can give you an example of that kind of spontaneous action in a crowd. So imagine you're watching a gymnastics performance, right? And it's like a high-level, world-class performance, and someone comes out there and they do this routine that's just dead letter perfect, and they stop and everybody claps like mad, right? And it's perfect. And so then the next contestant comes out and they're basically in real trouble because, this person just got 9.7 out of 10 and it was perfect. So how do you beat perfect? And so they come out there and then you watch them and you're right on the edge of your seat, because what you see them do is something extraordinarily disciplined, just like the last person did, but they push themselves into that zone that's just beyond their disciplined capacity, and you can tell every second you're watching it that they're that close to disaster. And so you're right on the edge of your seat, and you know that they're doing a high wire act without a net. And so when they finally land triumphantly, you'll all stand up and clap spontaneously. And it's because you've just witnessed someone who's a master at playing a game, who's also a master at improving how to play that game at the same time. And people love that more than anything, to see that. It's just absolutely overwhelming, because it's a testament to the human spirit. And you'll respond automatically and unconsciously to that. And that's an analogy to why the animals all spontaneously bow. Now what happens is he shows the Lion King and the sun breaks and shines on the hero at the same time. So there's this concordance between an earthly event and a so-called heavenly event, and Jung would call that synchronous. That's his idea of synchronicity, where something important subjectively is also signified by something that appears in narrative keeping with that in the outside world. That's one of the most controversial elements of his theory, but I've experienced a variety of synchronous events, and they often happen in therapy, especially around dreams, but they're very hard to communicate because they're so specific to the context in which it occurs. They're very difficult to explain. So anyways, it's the synchronous event that drops all the animals to their knees. So there's the sun coming out and there's shining on them, and all the primates go mad for that, and that's of course exactly what we do when we applaud. And then we switch to Scar. Now Scar is Mufasa's brother, evil brother. The king always has an evil brother, and so does the hero. The hero always has an adversary, and the reason for that is the king always has an evil brother. And that means that the state always has a tyrannical element. And the tyrannical element exists for two reasons. One is the state deteriorates of its own accord. And that's an entropy observation. What that means is that the state is a construction of the past, right? But the present isn't the same as the past. And to the degree that the past is mismatched with the demands of the present, then it's tyrannical. It's malfunctioning. And so it's a continual problem with the state. It's always two steps behind the environment. And so then that means that the awareness of living people has to update the state. And so Mircea Eliade, who's a great historian of religions, looked at flood stories from all over the world, because there are flood stories from all over the world, partly because there are floods all over the world. But there's a psychological reason too. So you imagine that New Orleans was wiped out by a hurricane, right? A flood. And you say, well, that was an act of God. But then you think, wait a second. They knew those damn dikes weren't going to hold. They knew they weren't built strong enough. They took the money that was allocated to the dikes and spent it badly. And that was willful blindness. And so you could say that it was God who caused the flood, so to speak, metaphorically. But you could also say that it was the degeneration of the state and the willful blindness of the politicians that caused the flood. In Holland, they built the dikes to withstand the worst storm in 10,000 years. in the southern U.S., they built them to withstand the worst storm in 100 years. And they knew that that was insufficient. And so the flood, if there's a flood, well, you can say, well, that's an act of nature. But you can also say, just wait a second. Maybe there was a flood because we looked the other way and because our systems were out of date. And that's why in flood stories there's a continual theme, which is the people get wiped out by the flood because God judges them harshly for their senility and their willful blindness. And it's a story that's very much, you'll have a flood in your life, right? It'll be a flood of chaos, and you'll find of one form or another, and you'll find when you investigate the causes of the flood that some of it will be, and sometimes this is the case, it's just random. You just got singled out, you got a terrible disease, and that's the end of you, or something like that. But there'll be other situations where the flood comes and you're surrounded by chaos, and you'll look into it, you'll think, I knew this was coming. I knew I wasn't paying attention. I knew I hadn't sorted things out. And the consequences of that will have cascaded and wiped you out. And then you're in real trouble, because not only did you get wiped out, but you also know it's your fault. And that is not a good thing. That makes you bitter and resentful and murderous when that happens. So anyway, scar is scarred, right? So what that implies is he's had a pretty rough life, and he's kind of skinny, and he said he was born in the low end of the gene pool, and so he has reasons to be resentful. He's also hyper-intelligent and rational, and it's one of the things you see very commonly about the evil adversary of the state or of the individuals, often intelligent and hyper-rational. And the best commentator on that was probably John Milton in Paradise Lost, because that's how he represents Lucifer, or Satan, who's the spirit of rationality and enlightenment, strangely enough, hence Lucifer, the bringer of light. And the reason for that, as far as I can tell, and this is something that Milton figured out when he compiled all these ancient stories about evil and tried to make them coherent, was that the problem with irrationality, with rationality, is that it tends to fall in love with its own productions, right? And so then it comes up with a theory, and it makes that a totality, and then it won't let go. So the rational mind has a totalitarian element. And we know that to some degree because that kind of rationality seems more left hemisphere focused, and the left hemisphere tends to impose structured order on the world and be updated by the right hemisphere. And the right hemisphere generally updates it with negative information and with fantasy. And so the left hemisphere will impose a coherent structure on the world, which is really necessary for you to live in it. But the problem is there's a tension between coherence and completeness, and that's partly why you need two hemispheres. You need one to represent the world, and you need one to keep track of the exceptions and to feed those slowly into the representational system so that it can stay updated without collapsing into complete chaos. So anyways, Scar, and he's got this like droopy mouth and this whiny, arrogant voice, and he feels hard done by, and he's resentful. And in classic hero stories, stories of the state as well, so this is an Egyptian take on it. Osiris was the god of the state, and Set, who later became Satan, that name became Satan as it transformed through Coptic Christianity. Osiris had a brother named Set, and Set, he didn't pay attention to Set, enough attention. And Set was always scheming to overthrow the kingdom, just like Scar is. And the Egyptians said straightforwardly that the reason that Osiris got overthrown by Set, he got chopped into pieces, and his pieces distributed throughout the state in the mythological representation. And those pieces were actually the provinces of Egypt, technically speaking. So, and that's what the Egyptians thought, so that's quite cool. But the Egyptians said explicitly that the reason that Osiris got overthrown by Set was because he was willfully blind. Old, senile, and willfully blind. Same idea as the flood myth. You don't see that quite here because Mufasa is sort of on to Set or to Scar, but Scar is more treacherous than Mufasa believes, and he gets at Mufasa by going through his son, by playing on the impulsivity and juvenile qualities of his son. And so obviously there's some antagonism between these two, as you can see by their facial expressions there. And there's the good example of Scar. You know, he's got that droopy, kind of whiny, malevolent face and that malevolent voice that Jeremy Irons pulls off so incredibly well. And he's always skulking. He's a creature of the night. He always skulks around. He's not a creature of the day in any sense of the word. And, you know, obviously Mufasa is golden like the sun, and Scar is dark like the night. That's another clue, another hint. Okay, there's the tree. That's the tree of life. We already talked about that. I think that represents the multiple levels at which you exist simultaneously, all the way from the subatomic all the way up to the cosmic, so to speak. And that's a different kind of dimension. And that's the place that the self inhabits, and it can kind of move up and down those dimensions. But anyways, the shaman lives inside that tree, and that's our first introduction to him, basically. But he's the spirit of the ancient tree. That's another way of thinking about it. It's a very, very common element in stories, right? The spirit of the ancient tree. And so, all right, so now Mufasa has taken Simba up to the top of the pyramid, right? So that's the aluminum place, let's say, or the place of the eye, where you can really see a long ways. And he's explaining to him what his kingdom is going to be. And you see the sun, of course, appears at that to begin with, and that's another hint about being at the top. That's the illuminated part of the pyramid. And so they're up there talking, and what Mufasa tells Simba is that his kingdom is every place the light has touched. And that's so brilliant. So one of the things you'll notice if you move into a new apartment, you're like a cat. Cats don't like changing houses, and they have to zoom around in every corner to see exactly what the hell's going on there before they calm down. They need to know where they can hide and where the potential dangers are. And what you'll find if you move into a new place, that you will not be comfortable there until you've investigated, potentially cleaned and repaired every single square inch of it. The more attention you pay to it, the more it'll become yours. And that's far more than mere like material ownership, which is also relevant. But in order to feel comfortable somewhere and to dominate that place, to be enmeshed in that place, you have to attend to it. You have to shine light on every corner. And you have to do that with yourself and with your relationships as well. And so anyways, Mufasa tells Simba that his kingdom is everything that the light shines on. And that's exactly right. And then there's a metaphor there too, which is that what you've shone light on, which is what you've come to understand and master, is surrounded by an other world of all the things that you don't understand. And some of those would be natural things, and some of them would be tyrannical things, and some of those would be things you don't want to know about yourself. But they're outside of where you've managed to shine the light. And so that's exactly what Mufasa tells Simba. He says, we live in this pyramid, we're at the top, there's a domain of light around it, it's explored territory. Outside of that, there's unexplored territory, and that's partly the unconscious, because you fill it with fantasy, and it's partly what you just don't know. And then Mufasa tells Simba, and it's sort of like God telling Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden not to eat the apple. Mufasa tells Simba, there's this outside place that's dark, that's not part of your kingdom, and you should not go there. And that's really interesting, because Simba doesn't even know about that place yet. And so Mufasa is doing something very contradictory there. It's like telling him that it exists and heightening his curiosity, but also saying that he shouldn't go there, almost ensuring that that's exactly what Simba is going to do. You see this in the Pinocchio movie too, where Pinocchio is planning to jump into the ocean to go get Geppetto from the underworld, and he's following, his conscience is along with him, Jiminy Cricket. And the cricket is warning him about all the dangers that he'll face down there, and telling him that he will be fish food personally. And while he's doing that, Pinocchio ties a knot around his donkey tail around a rock so he can sink, and the little cricket helps him tie the knot. So while he's warning him about the adventure he's going to undertake, at the same time he's encouraging him to do it. And there's that paradoxical thing, which is that if you go outside what you know, it will cause a fall, because it'll damage your knowledge structures and you'll go down into chaos. And that can really destroy you, so you shouldn't do it. But by the same token, if you do it, and you do it successfully, then the new you that re-arises can be stronger and more complete than the previous you. So you should do it, and you shouldn't do it. And that's, anyone sensible says, look, don't bother, right? But sensible isn't enough. That's the thing. You have to also be not sensible enough in order to live. And your typical hero, and Harry Potter's a really good example, is always a rule breaker. Always. But he, you know, the rules he breaks are, like, there's judiciousness behind the rule breaking. The hero breaks a rule in the service of a higher good, but he's still breaking the rules, and that's what puts him outside the boundary of the social establishment. So now, at this point, Simba also gets introduced to Scar, and that has two meanings. One is that Scar is the tyrannical element of the state, and so as a child, when you're being socialized, you encounter the tyranny of the state, and one of the best, there's no way around it. One of the best examples of that is that children are always running around having fun, and they're really bubbly and impulsive and joyous and playful. And that causes a lot of trouble because positive emotion is very disruptive. They'll run around and break things, they'll hurt themselves, and they'll get into trouble. And so you're always saying, calm down, sit down, behave, don't do that. And it's not because they're crying or angry, it's because they're so damn happy and impulsive that no one can stand them. And so that's a tyranny. It's like the state puts pressure on you to regulate your emotions, positive, negative, and positive. And it crushes you. It crushes the life out of you, a lot of it. And so you end up, your age, and you're all mopey because especially because you've been forced to sit down in school for like 17 years. You're all mopey, and it's no wonder, you've had the spirit taken out of you by the process of discipline. But without that, you'd be completely useless. So it's another one of those paradoxical, gifts and catastrophes that you encounter as you move through life. So anyways, Simba, look at how happy he is, he doesn't know a damn thing. He's so naive, you can tell by, oh look, it's my Uncle Scar. It's like, and this is not a guy you smile at, clearly, but he's all positive emotion and joy and enthusiasm, and that's not good because that means this character can take serious advantage of it, and that's exactly what he does. And so Scar pretends to be on his side, which is what a good pedophile always does, by the way. And so, you take advantage of the child's trusting nature and openness in order to exploit them. And that's what horrible people do that all the time, including the parents of children and other children themselves. So, there's this false, look at the animators are so damn brilliant, eh? Look at that expression. Really, you just look at that and you think, well, that's just a facial expression. But of course it's not. Some damn animators work out really hard to get that. They're really observant. And they distill the facial. Look how big the face is, right? It covers the whole head. And they've got the eyebrow lifts proper, and they've got this horrible sanctimonious smile and the tilt of the head. And, and he's sort of crushing him while he's hugging him at the same time. And really. And it took a lot of thought for every single one of these frames to be put together, right? There's a tremendous amount of cognitive effort that went into that. So none of this is accidental. Yeah, well, that pretty much says everything. It's like, I hate that kid. And hardly wait until he's gone. And didn't I pull one over on him, Real testament to an adult's genius when he can fool a kid. So then Simba encounters the anima. That's the anima, the Jungian anima. And the anima is the feminine counterpart in the soul. And she, well, yeah, you can tell what she does to him, right? Because she's got this supercilious and what would you say, judgmental and teasy look on her face. And she's really tried to put him down, and it's working like mad. He's not very happy about that at all. And she's the thing, this is what the anima does, the soul. She's the thing that teaches the exploratory hero that it's not everything it could be, right? And that's part of, this can be read multiple ways, but it's part of the eternal tendency of women to make men self-conscious by their sexual selectivity. That's part of it, because that makes men self-conscious like nothing else. And it's also perhaps been one of the phenomena that's produced the evolutionary arms race in the sexes among human beings that's caused our rapid cortical expansion and our quick movement away from chimpanzees, who aren't selective maters, by the way. So look at him. Jesus, you just want to slap him, right? He's the son of a king, so he's very, very privileged, and he confuses his privilege with competence, which of course all of you do, because you're all sons of the king, which is why you can sit here in the university, and you confuse your privilege with competence as well, because has nothing to do with any of you that the lights are on and that the place is so peaceful, right? But you take that for granted, and it can make you false and arrogant, like Jesus. That's just so sad. You look at that kid, you think he's in for real trouble, man. He thinks he knows everything. And of course, then he has a wrestling match with what's her name? Was it? Nala. Yeah, he has a wrestling match with Nala, and she just pins him every time, right? Got you again, pinned you again. And that's basically right. One of the things that happens with men when they meet a woman who they really desire and admire is they project an ideal onto her immediately. That's an anima projection. And then that anima projection judges them, and they act all inferior and stupid. And it's partly because they are. That's why. And so then they go down in defeat constantly to this thing that they're projecting, which at least has some concordance with the actual woman, but not that much. So, okay, they keep wrestling, and then they're on the fringe of the kingdom, this wrestling match between this pair's of opposites, takes them to the edge of the kingdom, and they end up in the elephant's graveyard, right? And there's bones everywhere, and so now they're out into the kingdom of death, and what that means is that these two kids, as they've grown up, encounter death, right? They go outside the light, and it's very, very shocking for them. They're very curious about it, obviously. They go to explore the skeletons and all of that, even though they were told not to. But their curiosity, they can't stay away from death. They're too curious about it, and so they develop knowledge of death. And then, of course, out there in the Deadlands is where the hyenas are. And that's exactly right, because hyenas are scavengers, right? And they can break bones with their teeth. They're really, really quite the animal. And, you know, you kind of have a shudder of repugnance when you see those things. And I think it's partly, I mean, we shared an evolutionary landscape with the ancestors of hyenas for a very, very long time. And like vultures, too, you know. You couldn't imagine something that would be more well-designed to look like it was a horrible thing than a vulture. Right, and there's this weird concordance, and crows and ravens are like that too, carrion eaters, you know. Eagles are kind of an exception, but they look just as creepy as they are, which is really quite interesting. And of course, hyenas fall into that category, and they laugh too, which is, you know, really? You also have to laugh? Really? With all these other things you have going for you? And anyways, the hyenas are enemies of lions, and they can take lions down. They're tough things, and, you know, they're not one hyena, obviously, but a bunch of hyenas can give a lion a pretty damn rough time. And these little lions are really no match for the hyenas, and so they get threatened very, very rapidly. And one of the hyenas, of course, is just completely out of its mind. And one of the things that's really interesting, and you see this with the Muppets too, there was often a puppet that was like a crazy puppet, and its eyes would move in different directions. You know, and one of the things that happens with people who are schizophrenic is they show involuntary eye movement. And it's because you have a brain center that controls your eyes voluntarily, and you have another one that controls them involuntarily. So you can see that. Look ahead and try to move your eyes smoothly back and forth. You can't do it. You'll see that they jerk, okay? But if you put a finger in front of your face and then do this, they'll move perfectly smoothly, and that's because you're using different eye control centers, one voluntary and one more involuntary, and the involuntary one is actually more sophisticated. And so in schizophrenics, the involuntary eye control centers tend to disrupt the voluntary eye control centers, and that's likely part of the hallucinatory process, you know, because you have the ego in the schizophrenic that's being disrupted by processes underneath, fantasies and that sort of thing, and that looks like it's reflected in involuntary eye movements, like dream movements. So anyways, so much for the crazy hyena, and they're in real trouble. Now the king's eye, who's supposed to be keeping an eye on this and was supposed to be watching Simba, is trying to intervene, but I mean, look at him. He's like a delicious little bird, and so that's not working out very well. Anyways, and then you see this immediate juxtaposition of the domain of death and the hyenas with hell, right? And everyone looks at that and they think, well, they know exactly what that means. It's no surprise to anyone that happens. And I suppose that's partly because on the veldt, where we evolved in large part, but not by no means all part, fire was an ever-present danger in the grasslands, right? And so that's a good example of hell. So, well, I guess that's it. We'll do some more of this when we meet on Tuesday. Bye. So we'll continue with our Jungian analysis of the Lion King today. We ended at the point where, remember, Mufasa had taken Simba up to the top of Pride Rock and described to him the fact that his kingdom essentially constituted everything that the light touched. You can think about that as the domain of the, roughly speaking, of the Great Father.
with the domain of the Great Mother on the outside of that being symbolically equivalent to the underworld or to death or to nature. All of those things seem to be approximately equally true. And he forbade Simba from going to investigate what was beyond the confines of the light. And in some sense, that's exactly what a tradition does for you, because the tradition is precisely what defines the domain of the light. And to be moral from the perspective of the tradition is akin to playing a Piagetian game, but only adhering to the rules. You know how Piaget described the fact that when kids first master a game, they learn how to act it out, and then they learn what the rules are, and then they regard the rules in some sense as sacred. You can't go outside the rules. And then later in moral development, if they get to that stage, then they start to recognize themselves also as formulators of the rule or formulators of the game. And culture tells you don't go beyond the rules. That's the definition of morality within the box of culture. And you don't go outside of that. And so that's why Mufasa plays that particular role. And it's wise, because if you go outside the domain of what you already understand, then it's dangerous out there. Clearly, it's dangerous out there. But the downside of that particular message, and this is the mythological reason why Mufasa isn't as aware as he could be of Scar. You know, his knowledge is bounded, and he's not aware enough of what lies outside of that, in this realm, let's say, of death and destruction. And so Scar is able to overcome his brother. You see this sort of thing happening to people very frequently, for example, who develop post-traumatic stress disorder. And one of the things that's not as well known about post-traumatic stress disorder as might be known is, A, it happens to you if you encounter an experience that sort of blows out the axioms of your knowledge system. That's one way of looking at it. It's so unexpected that you can't account for it within the confines of the system that you're using to interpret the world. And that often happens to people when they encounter something that's truly malevolent. And that can be within them, or it can be in the form of someone else who is genuinely out to hurt them. They're often, people who develop PTSD are often, but not always, somewhat naive, and they're not aware of the full catastrophe of the world. That might be one way of looking at it. And then they encounter someone who's truly out to hurt them. And they can detect that even in the way the person's face looks, or they encounter a part of them that's much more malevolent than they had ever imagined it could possibly be, and then they do something terrible, and then they don't know what to do about it. So Dallaire, the Canadian general, wrote a book called Shake Hands with the Devil, and it was about what happened to him in Rwanda when he was stationed there as a UN warrior or a UN soldier. And, I mean, Dallaire was not naive, but what he encountered was truly malevolent, and it just blew him into pieces, and that's what happens. And so, there's real utility in staying within the bounded domain, but the problem is that there may be information that's outside of that domain that you absolutely need to know. And so, part of the problem with being alive is that you have to continually determine how much you're going to maintain your stability and how much you're going to explore. And you have to explore because the stable part of you gets outdated. But if you explore too much or too unwisely, then you can encounter things that flip you upside down. It's actually one of the problems with being high in trait openness, especially if you're also high in neuroticism. Because if you're open, you're creative, you're always looking for ideas that are outside of your current systematic way of thinking. But if you're high in neuroticism, so you experience a lot of anxiety and emotional pain and that sort of thing, you can continually upset your own apple cart. Now, the other thing that you might want to think about, and this is really useful as far as I'm concerned, is you might want to think about this politically. And we've been doing a lot of work. I'm going to have one of my graduate students actually come and talk to you about the work we've been doing on personality and political belief. So what happens with political belief is that if you're high in openness and low in conscientiousness, you tend to be a liberal, the openness being the particularly important part of that. And if you're low in openness and high in conscientiousness, especially orderliness, you tend to be a conservative. Now, it's kind of strange because openness and conscientiousness aren't very highly correlated. So it's not obvious why those two traits would combine to determine political belief. And the relationship is actually quite strong between temperament and political belief if you measure political belief comprehensively. But it seems to me that the fundamental distinction, and this is the political game, at least along the liberal-conservative axis, boils down to one thing. It boils down to how open borders should be compared to how closed they should be. And, you know, you can see that reflected, for example, in the attractiveness of Trump to a large part of the general population, because he's going to close the borders, build a wall, and fortify the borders. And conservatives like that. They like to have borders between things stay tight. And they don't even care if it's state borders, or political borders, or town borders, or ethnic borders, or borders between ideas, or borders between sexual identities. Conservatives like to have things stay in the damn box where they belong. Partly because they're orderly, and partly because they're low in openness. They don't get any real, they're not interested in what happens if you free up your conceptions. All they see in that is the probability of disorder. Whereas liberals, who are high in openness and low in conscientiousness / orderliness, they get a real charge out of letting things out of the box so that they can creatively interplay. Now the issue is, who's correct? And the answer is, you don't know, because the environment underneath the political landscape moves. And so sometimes the right answer is tighten up the borders and fortify. And sometimes the right answer is no, loosen things up, because everything's getting too static and tight and we need more information. And the dialogue that occurs in the political landscape, this is why dialogue is so important, is fundamentally between these two opposing views of borders. And because you can't say with certainty which one is right at any given time, an open dialogue has to maintain itself so that the entire political state can maneuver properly along that moving line. It's absolutely crucial. It's really, really, really useful to know that people vote their damn temperament. It gives you more of an understanding, at least in principle, of those who sit on the other side of you on the political fence. And there's been recent newspaper articles, quite interesting. I tweeted a couple of them about this company in UK called Cambridge Analytics, and they're using the damn Big Five. They can extract out Big Five information from your Facebook likes. They've got a model of every single person in the United States Big Five personality, and they help Trump craft political messages right down to the level of apartment buildings to appeal to people based on their Big Five temperament. And that's all recent work. And so one of the things that's very interesting is we are teaching computers to understand us so fast you can't believe it. And we really do risk walking into an electronic world where you will only see what you want to see. I mean, obviously the marketers are trying to do that as fast as possible, right? They only want to send you ads that you're going to be interested in, because it's expensive and foolish to send you anything that will annoy you or that you'll ignore. And so the marketers are trying like mad to map who you are, even by watching your eyes. They're trying to figure out who you are so they can send you the right information. But the danger is that that'll happen, say, in the domain of news and broader information, increasing this tendency for people to be siloed in their exposure to the external world. It's sort of like each of us is becoming a micro-celebrity surrounded by electronic sycophants who do nothing but tell us exactly what we want to hear. It's a real problem. Karl Popper, a famous philosopher of science, said that one of the things that you should do, and this is akin to the Piagetian view, is you should always look for information that contradicts your current viewpoint. Now that's painful, right? Because who wants their axioms contradicted? It can take you apart. But it's the only way that you can ensure that you're learning at the same time that you're maintaining your stability. And that's another reason why it's really necessary to engage in dialogue with people that you do not agree with, because they're the ones who will tell you things that you don't know. It's of crucial importance in the maintenance of your own stability. The worst thing that can happen to a person, because there's many horrible things that can happen to a person, but one of the worst things that can happen is that you find yourself in a situation where no one is offering you corrective feedback anymore. Because you rely on the corrective feedback provided by other people to keep yourself sane, to keep moving in the ever-changing environment. And if you cut yourself off from that feedback, then you end up static and shrinking. It's really not good. You get less and less competent, you get less and less confident, and the threats outside of you loom larger and larger. So that's all to do with the domain outside the light. See, Jung would also say that out in this domain that's sort of beyond what you understand, that's also where you encounter the archetypes of the collective unconscious. Now that's a really, really complicated idea, but what he means by that is that if you're put outside the domain of your competence, you're going to start to use fantasy to organize your world. So I can give you an example of that. So I presume most of you are old enough to have a conscious memory of when the Twin Towers came crashing down. And so everybody in the days after that was wandering around like they were in a daze. And the reason they were in a daze is because, well, it wasn't exactly clear what fell, right? There was the physical towers fell, but that was only a tiny bit of the problem, because those physical towers were embedded in a network of meaning, like a very, very sophisticated network of meaning, but also a political network and an economic network and a military network, and like they're nodes inside a very complex system. And so when they come crashing down, you don't know what's come crashing down, right? So you're out there in the unknown and wondering what's going on and wandering around in the daze, which is exactly what happened to people. And then what Bush did, George W., was immediately turn that into a good versus evil drama, instantly. And that's an archetypal idea. So that's when he came up with the idea of the axis of evil. I think that was Iran, North Korea, and I don't remember the other one at the moment. But he immediately turned the political landscape into a good versus evil drama. And he said to everyone in the world that they were either with him or against him, fundamentally. And that was part of the retreating into, I guess, a more protected landscape. That's one of the ways that human beings deal with the encounter with a traumatic threat. And so the reason you meet the unconscious and even the collective unconscious on the border of your knowledge is because when you hit the border of your knowledge, you start to use fantasy in order to bring the newest form of order out of the unknown so that you can start to make sense out of it. And that's what artists always do. That's what they do. And so from the Jungian perspective, people who are engaged in creative art are the ones who are on the perimeter of knowledge structures. And so what they're doing is taking the absolute unknown, which would be, in Rumsfeld's terms, the unknown unknowns, and turning them into partially known unknowns. That's what an artist does. And especially the more classical artists who deal with mythological and religious themes, which was the case for art right up until the late 20th century. They're using these mythological ideas to sort of extend the domain of human knowledge out beyond its current parameters. And so artists do that, and literary people do that, and dramatists do that, and they help us extend our knowledge. Now, that's where open people live. That's another way of thinking about it. So think about it this way. So you're in a city, and the city has parts of it that degenerate. And so you could think about that as order degenerating into chaos. And then the open people, who are creative, come along and they find places in the city that have degenerated but that still have interesting potential, right? And then they move in there, where it's cheap too, and they start producing art, they start producing galleries, and then the coffee shops move in, and then the thing starts to get civilized. And then of course the more liberal conservative types move in. Those would be the yuppies, roughly speaking. So they're much more conservative than the artists, but they're still liberal compared to the bulk of the population. And so the more daring people move in after the artists have civilized it. And then after that, then the chain stores start to move in, and soon it's completely turned into Zellers or something like that. And then the artists have to go somewhere else and find another place on the boundary where they can live. And it's a physical boundary as much as a mental boundary. And so because you think each of those personality traits, there's 5 dimensions, each of them represent the possibility of inhabiting a kind of niche, right? An ecological niche. So if you're an extroverted person, your niche is the social environment. If you're an introverted person, the niche is, I think, nature. I don't know that for sure, because I've never figured out exactly what introverts are adapted to, but it's not exactly the social world. If you're agreeable, then your niche is relationships. If you're disagreeable, your niche is competition. If you're conscientious, your niche is duty and effort. And so, those niches are partly social, because so much of our environment is social, but they're also partly natural, because our social being is nested inside the natural world. And so you can think about the big 5 traits as different kinds of adaptations to different kinds of niches. And that's the niche that the open people, the open exploratory types, occupy. So that seems to make a higher order super factor, extroversion and openness, called plasticity, as opposed to stability, which is conscientiousness, agreeableness, and emotional stability. And there's a playoff between those two things, because the stable people obviously are stable, but the plastic types of people are more dynamic, and they're more concerned with transformation. And in order to get a system optimally stable and dynamic, you have to have a continual interplay of those factors.
because static doesn't work because everything changes. That's the problem with conservatism. And the problem with liberalism fundamentally is, yes, everything changes, but you have to bring forward some structures from the past. So it's very, very difficult to get that balance correct. So, all right, so anyways, out there in the underworld, in the place beyond your current conceptualizations, that's the place of death and nature, and it's beyond the light, and it's also the place of hell, and that's what you see here. And how do you conceptualize that? Well, one of the things you'll see, if you're interested in this sort of thing, if you ever go read the writings of the Columbine killers, the teens, they're very interesting. They're very much worth reading, especially, I think it's Dylan Klebold, who was the more literate of the two. But he tells you exactly where he went after brooding and brooding and brooding on his isolation and segregation from mankind. So he's out there he's out there in a chaotic domain, and because he's tortured by that, his thoughts take an unbelievably dark turn. Like, it's unimaginably dark. If you're interested in that sort of thing, you could read that. There's another book you could read called Panzram, P-A-N-Z-R-A-M, and it's a fascinating book. It's about this guy who, I think he raped 1,200 men. So that sort of tells you what sort of guy he was. Extraordinarily physically powerful and brutal and malevolent. And he was kind of a juvenile delinquent type, and they put him in a reform school, and he was not well treated in that reform school. It's sort of like the worst of the Canadian residential schools. And when he came out, he was not a happy boy. And so he spent the rest of his life trying to be as destructive as he could possibly imagine, and purely, consciously, with malevolent intent. And then, and believe me, he was pretty destructive. He kept track of the dollar value of all the buildings he burned down. He tried to start a war between Britain and the United States. Like, he was all out for all-out mayhem. His dying words, that they're going to hang him, he told the guy who was going to hang him, he said, "Hurry up, you Hoosier bastard. I could kill 12 men in the time it takes you to hang me." And that's exactly the sort of person he was. And he made friends with this physician in the prison, who he thought was like the first person who ever did something nice for him, gave him $1 for cigarettes, if I remember correctly, and the physician encouraged him to write his autobiography. And so he did, and it's available. And so if you want a view, because, you know, you always think of people, you think, well, people have good intentions, you know, that you especially think that if you're naive and agreeable. So all of you who are sitting there out there thinking people have good intentions, you're probably high in agreeableness. But that's not always the case. People can have very dark motivations that are fully conscious and very well elaborated. And Panzram he was smart. And his book is very well written, and he tells you exactly why he thought the way he thought. And so it's a good glimpse of exactly this sort of thing, where you can get to, if you want to, by brooding on your specific misfortune. You know, and his basic credo was that human beings were so reprehensible that they should just be eliminated. And believe me, that's what he was trying to do. And these people who do terrible things, like the Columbine shooters, that's exactly what, for lack of a better word, they're possessed by. It's sheer malevolence. And the Columbine kids had a much more spectacular catastrophe planned than the one that actually occurred. And they knew it was going to be a full-blown media circus. And lots of these people who engage in those sorts of mass murders, they know about the other mass murderers, and they're engaged in a competition. And the competition is who can do the most brutal thing the fastest, something like that. So you can't just be thinking about people who have good intentions but have somehow gone wrong. If you ever meet someone who isn't like that and you think that, you're just a tree with ripe fruit to be plucked. So you don't want to be in that situation. You have to keep your eyes open. And so anyways, that's basically what's encapsulated in this part of the story. Now, the hyenas go after the little lion, obviously, but they manage to escape. It's a very malevolent scene. And Mufasa shows up at the last minute to rescue them. So, and you know, that there's also a mythological trope there, which is that if you go outside your domain of competence and you encounter something you don't understand, the first thing that you're going to do is look to the knowledge structures that you already possess to explain it, right? And that's you could say, from a symbolic perspective, that's the manifestation of the Father, because of course that's what you're going to do. And you know, what's really interesting too is, because I've had a lot of clients who've had PTSD, and without exception, every single one of them was induced by one form of malevolence or another. They have to develop a very sophisticated philosophy of good and evil to get out of it.
because they have a worldview in which those things don't really exist. There's no such thing as pure malevolence. Well, that's fine unless you encounter it. And then as soon as you encounter it, you won't know what to do. And then you won't be able to get on with your life. You'll do nothing but think about that, and think about it, and think about it, and think about it. It'll disrupt your sleep. It'll put you into a permanent state of preparation for action. Because the part of your brain that's detected that, which in my estimation, by the way, is the same part, at least in part, that detects snakes. It's the same damn circuit. Once it's seen something like that, it is not going to let you go till you figure it out. And that's basically what post-traumatic stress disorder is. And you know, to some degree, each of you will have experienced that. Maybe not all of you in here, but many of you. And you can tell that. So if you go back and you think about your past, and you have any memory that's more than about 18 months old, and when you think about it, it produces a fair bit of negative emotion, then that's like a place where there's a mini post-traumatic stress problem. And what's happened? Remember I showed you that hierarchy, moving from tiny motor actions all the way up to high-order abstractions? Well, you can imagine, say, you have good person at the top, and you kind of use that scenario to construe other people. People are basically good. Well, then you run into someone who is not good, and boom, the whole bloody system comes tumbling down because it's violated that highest order axiom. So that's post-traumatic stress disorder. If something has violated an axiom that's more differentiated, you know, closer to the actual motor output, not quite so high in the abstraction chain, then all it does is wipe out that part of the structure. It doesn't wipe out the whole thing. And you can tell if you have holes in your perceptual value structure by checking to see if you have memories that are still alive in a negative way, that are old enough so that they should have been incorporated into your personality. And so one of the things you can do, you're doing one of the exercises that's on my self-authoring site. You guys do the personality analysis, but there's another program there called it's called the past authoring, where you write down an autobiography. And thinking through these things that have happened to you in your past that are negative is a good way of making them go away. And thinking them through kind of means you have to figure out what happened, right? And then you sort of have to figure out how to make it not happen again. What you're trying to derive is some kind of causal analysis. How is it that I was put into a situation where I was made vulnerable? You know, and that could be, well, because you're only 4 and you couldn't protect yourself, and now it's time to update that because you're a fully functioning adult. Or there may be things that you have to think through and change in your own personality, or attitudes that you've been holding on to since you were tiny. I had this client once, and she came in and told me that she had been sexually assaulted by her older brother. And she told me the story, and I kind of got the impression that maybe she was like 8 and he was like 17 or something like that. And she was about 27 when she came and talked to me. And then I found out by further questioning that she was 4 and he was 6. And I thought, she still had this story in her head of her being tormented by this older person, right? That's how she told the story. And what I told her was, well, look, another way of looking at this is that you two were very badly supervised children. Because, I mean, he was 6, for God's sake. You know, he's a little kid. That doesn't mean that what happened to her was any less traumatic, but he wasn't 17, right? The story was different than the one she had in her head. And, you know, by the time she left, after we had that conversation, it was clear that the way that she was construing the experience had radically shifted. And it was very interesting because, you know, you think of the past as fixed. And it is in some sense, but the reason you remember the past isn't to make an objectively accurate record of the past. It's so that you can use the information in the past to prepare you for the future. And your mind won't leave you alone unless that has happened. So if you've encountered something that's negative and you don't know why and you don't know what to do about it if that happens again in the future, then that will stay with you. And I think one of the things it does too is it increases your overall physiological load. There's actually physiologists who've been talking about this. I can't remember the damn phrase, but you can imagine that your mind is doing something like this all the time. It's got a record in some sense of your autobiographical experiences. And what it's doing is calculating how frequently you've been successful versus unsuccessful. And the more frequently that you've been successful, the higher you are up on the dominance hierarchy. That's one possibility. So your serotonin levels go up and you're calmer. But also, it's reasonable to assume that the environment is less dangerous, right? Because that's sort of what constitutes danger. you're somewhere and you act and something you don't want to have happen happens, that's danger. And so your brain is always trying to figure out how to calibrate how anxious you should be. And one of the things it does is by sort of keeping track of your past success-failure ratio. And so, to the degree that your past has been characterized by, we'll call them failures, that those are situations where you do not get what you want, then your brain puts your body on constant alert. Because if everything that you've done has resulted in catastrophe, then you're somewhere insanely dangerous, and you should be like a prey animal that's ready to dart in any direction. And how much you should be a prey animal is dependent on, it's an estimate, partly your trait neuroticism, partly your success as adjudicated by other people, right? Because they'll pop you up the dominance hierarchy if you've been successful, but also partly on your record of failures and successes in the past. And so you can go back and you can find out where you have holes in the structure through which you're viewing the world. That's one way of looking at it, and you can sew those things up. And that's in some sense that's what you're doing in psychotherapy. You know, partly it's exposure to things you're afraid of and disgusted by and are likely to avoid. That's a huge chunk of it. But if you go back into your past and you start talking those things through, it's really the same thing. It's more abstracted. So Freud, of course, was always, when he was doing his free association process with his clients, he'd find that if he just let them talk, that their speech would circle until it hit a place like that, where they were confused and doubtful. And then their speech would sort of wander around that, and then they'd have an emotional expression that was a consequence of that. He thought the emotional expression was what was curative. It was cathartic in his terms. But later, James Pennebaker, upon whom these writing exercises I described, his research is based on that. My exercises are based on his research. He found that if you brought college students into the lab and you had them write for 15 minutes 3 times over 3 days about the worst thing that had ever happened to them, or the worst thing they ever did, if I remember correctly, they got worse in the short term but better in the long run. For example, they went and visited the doctor less, and markers of their physical health improved. And so I think the reason for that is because it's called something load. Just about got it right from the physiologist. Doesn't matter. They got healthier, as far as I can tell, because they basically calmed down. Once they had gone through the negative memory and sorted it out properly and told a properly articulated story and figured out how to deal with it, then their physiology calmed down. And so then they weren't as stressed, they weren't producing as much cortisol, and so cortisol suppresses your immune function, and so they were more likely to stay healthy. And so, so that's all very much worth thinking about. That's all in the domain outside of the light. That's one way of thinking about it. Now, of course, Simba and what's the girl's name? Mala, yeah, they're, pretty cowed about what has happened, because they sort of stumbled stupidly out into the unknown. They stumbled foolishly out into the unknown. And this actually highlights another Jungian archetype, and that's the archetype of the trickster. And the trickster is like the Joker in the King's Court. And the trickster is someone who will be or play the fool. And the thing about the fool is that the fool is close to the truth, because you can't learn anything new unless you're willing to be a fool. Right? You know what that's like. You know exactly what that's like. You have to master a new skill, but you're avoiding it because you know that you'll be bad at it when you first do it. And if you're perfectionistic, you're going to say, well, I can't allow myself to be bad at anything. I can't allow myself to be a fool. And no wonder. But the problem is when you try something new, you're always a fool. And so unless you're willing to be a fool, you can't learn anything new. And that's also why Jung regarded the trickster as the precursor to the savior, archetypally speaking, is because you cannot do the right thing unless you're willing to be a fool first. And that's really worth knowing. Lots of times, you guys are going to make a stage transition in your life, and you're going to feel like an imposter. When you get a new job or when you get a promotion or something like that, you're going to feel like an imposter. And you are. Because what do you know when you make that first transition, right? But it's going to make you embarrassed, and it's going to make you ashamed and all of those things. But you have to understand that you are a fool when you first try something new. But you're a worse fool if you don't try it. Now, that doesn't mean you should, make like you know everything as soon as you're promoted or you have some transition in status. That's foolish, of the wrong sort. But to know that you have to be fallible in order to progress is an unbelievably useful thing. It can free you up. You know, I was talking to a writer the other day about his process for beginning writing. He's written many books. He writes a very, very, very bad first draft. Right, and that's a good way to think about things, is throughout your life you're going to be doing that, is writing the next draft of you, and it's pretty bad to begin with. But that's okay, because it isn't going to get any better unless you put yourself out into the domain of the unknown to begin with. And you know, it might go badly. I mean, that's what happens here. Anyways, Mufasa has a chat with Simba and, you know, tells him that he did what he wasn't supposed to do. Although, you know, even in that situation, Mufasa's discipline is paradoxical, because there's part of him, because he's reasonably wise, that knows that breaking the rules like that is actually necessary. Even though you still have to say, play by the damn rules. You know, you have to leave that door open so that the rules can be broken an appropriate amount. So he forgives him, and peace is made between them, and then they involve themselves in sort of gazing at the night sky, and so the two of them do that together. And the night sky is an interesting place, you know, because that's where the absolute unknown resides. One of the things Jung wrote a lot about was astrology, strangely enough, / astronomy. And one of Jung's contentions, this is a very interesting one, was that because the night sky was completely unknown, people could project their fantasies into it, and that's what they did with astrology. So astrology is this cumulative fantasy that's going on in the, roughly speaking, in the deep unconscious, projected onto the sky. And so if you analyze old astrological writings, what you're really doing is analyzing old fantasies, and because of that you could develop some insight into the structure of the mind. And so he did the same thing with alchemy in his later writings, which are very, very difficult to understand, but extremely worthwhile. Okay, so anyways, back to the hellish domain. Now I told you that domain that's outside of knowledge, you could think about that as the underworld, or you can think about it as nature, the negative element of nature in particular. And so I mentioned that one element of that is hellish, and that's exactly what the movie explains next. It does exactly that. We go back out to this domain that Scar, the adversary, or the negative king, that's another way of looking at him. This is the domain over which he rules. And so you can see him there, surrounded in fire. Same idea as as a hyena is surrounded by fire earlier, although this is green fire and smoke, which I think is even worse. And this is where the movie starts to draw on essentially Nazi symbolism, at least the symbolism of totalitarian states. And you know, you think about a totalitarian state, you think about the Nazis and their goose-stepping. What's happening is that every single person in the military becomes an identical unit, right? They're all uniform, and they're all, in some sense, imitating the dictator in an absolutely perfect way. And so the dictator wants to impose strict uniformity on the entire population. That's order. Order. And one of the things we've discovered that's really interesting is that disgust sensitivity is associated with orderliness, and that's associated with conscientiousness. And one of the things about Hitler was that he was very disgust sensitive, and a lot of his hatred for non-Aryans. So imagine inside the Aryan box it was all uniform, outside it was all parasites and predators. And that was a manifestation of disgust, not of fear. It's a whole different thing. And if you read Hitler's Table Talk, which is a collection of his spontaneous dinner speeches from 1939 to 1942, it's a very interesting book. You see that his metaphor for the Aryan race was a body, a pure body, unassaulted by parasites or predators, and that he was trying to erect a border around it to keep all of that away. So it's an immunological disgust-like metaphor. And there's some recent work that was published in PLOS One about 3 years ago, showing that, brilliant study, should have got much more attention, showing that if you went around and sampled political attitudes in different countries, or even within the same country, what you found was that the higher the prevalence of infectious diseases, the higher the probability of totalitarian political attitudes at the local level. And you can imagine, well, what happens if there's infectious diseases is you want to put borders around everything. You don't want free movement between ideas or people, because that's partly how the disease spreads. You're going to have much more strict sexual rules, for example, because that's a great way for diseases to be transmitted. And before Hitler went on his rampage against the non-Aryans, he cleaned up all the factories. Like, he went in there and fumigated them. It was part of the law. And he went on a public health campaign to get rid of tuberculosis, and he got rid of the bugs in the factories as well. He used Zyklon B. That's an insecticide, and that's the gas that he used in the gas chambers eventually. So first it was the bugs in the rats, and then it was people who were, then it was euthanasia. That was the next move, and forced euthanasia. And the rationale for that was compassion, by the way, just so you all know. It's merciful to put these people who are burdensome to themselves and their families and the state, who are living second-rate lives. It's merciful to euthanize them. And that was a huge campaign in Germany. It was after that that the more racial purifications began. And so that's the disgust thing. That's unbelievably important. It's because lots of times people think that conservatives are more anxiety sensitive than liberals, and that's why they're closed in terms of their ideas. That doesn't look right. First of all, conservatives are less neurotic than liberals, although the effect isn't that big. So it doesn't look, and they actually are, they score higher in measures of well-being. The most unhappy people are liberal men, by the way. So, but you know, people are often accused, if they're conservative, of being fearful, and that's why they, you know, suppress other people's viewpoints. But that doesn't look right. It's low openness and high orderliness, and that looks like it's associated with disgust, and that looks like it's associated with something called the extended immune system, which is the proclivity of people to keep themselves away from potential sources of contamination. It's really terrifying, because one of the things people often said about Germany was that, you know, it was a very civilized country, and yet it descended into barbarity. But conscientiousness is a very good predictor of long-term success. And so you could say, well, conscientious societies are more civilized, but they're also more orderly, and that makes them more disgust sensitive. And so what it might have easily been in Germany was that it was an excess of civilization rather than its lack that produced exactly these consequences. And that's a far more frightening proposition, and one that's, I believe, much more likely to be true. Hitler bathed 4 times a day. And he was also an admirer of willpower, so he could stand like this for 8 hours in the back of a car. And the thing about conscientious people is they're very willpower oriented. And so if you're unfortunate enough to be sick chronically in the house of someone who's conscientious, especially if it's a mental illness, you're more likely to relapse, because the conscientious person is going to be judgmental, and they're going to say to you, if you're schizophrenic, they're going to say, well, if you just organize yourself and get up in the morning and try a little harder, you could overcome this. Which is of course true, except you can't, because you're schizophrenic. And so the pressure put on you by the anger and the contempt is going to increase the probability that you'll relapse. So orderly people are very judgmental, and you know, orderliness is very highly associated with things like anorexia. And the anorexic is basically someone who's so disgust sensitive that they become unable to tolerate their own body, and they see it as a source of corruption and imperfection, which of course is exactly right. It is. And it's a very difficult thing to maintain order around. So anyways, so what happens out here in this terrible domain where Scar rules is that things turn into a totalitarian state, you know, and he's presented here as a Nazi-like leader. And see, there's another thing that's really interesting that's even deeper than this from a mythological perspective. I don't know if I can even go into it. Well, not really. I guess what I'll have to do is satisfy myself with this observation. There's always been some antagonism, for example, between the Catholic Church and rationalism. And everyone knows that. It's a very long-standing antagonism that sort of runs its way through at least the last 1,000 years or so of Western civilization. And the people who regarded Catholics as antithetical to science take the Catholics to task for that, describing it as prejudicial and superstitious, and fair enough. But there's something else going on there that's more important, and that's the observation, and this is at a deep level again, the observation that rationality has one big problem. So it can easily become arrogant and believe in its own theories. So if you're smart, there are going to be some of you people who are like that too. Some of you, the primary trait that distinguished you from other people over the course of your whole life was that you were more intelligent than most, and you may have staked your identity on that and overvalue intelligence and rationality. And the problem with that is that You make a theory of the world and then you tend to assume that it's 100% correct. That's the tendency to fall in love with your own theories. And that's what a totalitarian does. The totalitarian says, here's the damn theory, and it's exactly right, and you're going to act it out exactly. And if you don't, well, we've got some special treats in mind for you. And one of the most terrible things that I encountered while reading about totalitarianism, and this was even more true of the Soviet Union under Stalin, was that the true believers, and there were many of them, were in a terrible position because according to their own doctrine, they're already involved in the process that was going to bring utopia to mankind. The problems had already been solved, but many of them were still suffering terribly as individuals. But if you're a totalitarian believer in utopia, your own suffering becomes heretical, right? Because your suffering is an indication that the damn theory isn't correct. And so then you're in a terrible position because you either admit that the theory isn't correct and fall apart because of that and maybe face terrible punishment as well, or you have to separate yourself from your own suffering and lie about it fundamentally. And of course that's exactly what happened in places like the Soviet Union, where everyone lied about everything all of the time, to themselves, to their family members, to their friends. The entire system was completely permeated by lies. And so you get this terrible place that scars the ruler over, which is totalitarian and brutal and murderous and resentful and deceitful and arrogant all at the same time. And that's brought about. So the Columbine guys, for example, when they're justifying their murderousness and their plans to shoot up the schools, they keep making reference to the fact that people had slighted them, for example, you know, and insulted them, and they were alienated. They weren't bullied exactly the way the press made it out. I don't know if they were bullied any more than people usually are in high school, but they took their alienation personally and regarded that, their isolation from common humanity, as indication of the pathology of everything. And then they went out to destroy. And that's exactly what this sort of thing represents. That's the uniformity. You see, he's got this kind of vicious grin on his face, which is malicious and pleased all at the same time. There's no fear in that. It's quite the opposite. And there's another image of, you know, using what's essentially imagery of hell, which everyone understands, strangely enough. And that associates him with the crescent moon. And the crescent moon is, well, it's a symbol of darkness and underworld, fundamentally. So, all right, so anyway, so that's, we see the underworld, we see that which lies beyond the light, and in there we see a fragment of that that's basically hellish, and all of that's incorporated into the story, and everyone understands that when they see it, even without, I would say, the overt references to Nazism. Okay, so now Scar has a plan. He's going to kill the king, and he's going to do that by putting what the king loves in danger. And so Scar, feigning sympathy, has enticed Simba down into this ravine, and Scar's minions are going to cause a wildebeest stampede, right? So a mindless stampede to put Simba in danger. And so that's what happens here. The wildebeest start to march into the ravine, and everyone is making a Scar tells Mufasa that Simba is down in that ravine and entices him down there, and so they're all off running to see if they can save Simba. And then you see Mufasa running in front of the wildebeest herd, trying to find his son and trying to stay ahead of them, the mad mob that's put his son in danger. And so he tries to escape, climbing up the butte, which is almost a sheer cliff. And when he gets to the top, his brother is waiting for him there, and he asks him to pull him up, and Scar basically, before he kills him, indicates that he's betraying him and puts his claws into Mufasa's paws and throws him off the cliff. And so that's that, and it's a sad part of the story. It's a hard part that's very hard on kids because the father has died, and you know, it's a rare kid who won't cry about that scene in particular, where you see Simba very upset and his father dying. Now, this is a hard part of the story to interpret, and I don't know if it's because of my lack of ability to interpret or because the story takes a weird twist here, but there is this confusion in the story about whether Simba is an innocent victim who's set up for the murder of his father, or whether he actually bears some guilt for it, you know, and he's broken some rules and so on, so he's not exactly placed in the position of innocence, but of course he's also being set up by Scar. In any case, Scar tells him that it's his fault, pure and pure, and that because of that he's going to have to leave, he's going to have to be banished beyond the kingdom. Now, you see this motif quite frequently in hero stories, where the hero has to be raised outside of the kingdom. That happens with King Arthur, for example, and it happens with Harry Potter, right? Because Harry Potter is raised by muggles instead of being inside the magic kingdom. So it's a very common theme, and partly what it means is that it means two things. One is that you do grow up alienated from your culture to some degree. There's no way around that, because the culture doesn't match you perfectly, and it doesn't work for you perfectly, and it's old and it's kind of corrupt, and it alienates you as it's shaping you, and so you're going to develop some separation from it. And you see that in intergenerational rhetoric, you know, where the new generation has the proclivity to blame the previous generation for everything that's wrong with the current system. And fair enough, you know, because you do inherit everything that's wrong. Of course, you also inherit everything that's going well, which is a good thing to also notice. But the idea is that you can't help but be alienated from, let's call it the patriarchy, for lack of a better word, because it's got a tyrannical element and because it's not matched well to you. So, but then there's also this other issue, which is, well, maybe you're not being successful by the terms that are, by the values that are instantiated in the current system. And you might say, well, that's because the system is set up in an unfair manner, and fair enough. But it's also possibly because you're just not very good at acting out those values, right? So part of the reason you get alienated from your culture is because the culture is corrupt. But another part of the reason is you're just not doing as well as you could be. You're not playing by even your own rules properly. And so you get alienated and you're unsuccessful because of your own inadequacies. And so the movie plays both of those. It's obviously Simba is set up, but there is an intimation that he's not entirely blameless as well. Anyways, he's very broken up about this, and no wonder. It's also partly a story of the emergence of adolescence, because, you know, when you're a child and you're ensconced right inside the familial framework, then you sort of exist within that system of rules, like you would under the Piagetian scheme. But when you become an adolescent, then there's much more of a proclivity to break free and to start breaking rules. And so that's also akin in some sense to the death of the father. And that's a necessary developmental stage. Anyway, Scar comes down into the ravine. It's all foggy now because that goes along with the sort of murkiness of death, and tells Simba that it's his fault and that he's going to have to leave. He's going to have to leave the kingdom of his father. Which makes sense now, his father's dead, so how are you going to, once your father has died, how are you going to stay around in his kingdom, so to speak? So, and then Scar tries to get these hyenas to go track Simba down and kill him. So, and Zazu goes back to tell all the rest of the lions that Mufasa is dead and that Simba has disappeared. And then Scar takes over Pride Rock. And so what's happened now is the malevolent element of the king has obtained control over the state, right? And so this is the king, the wise king wasn't paying enough attention. That's one way of looking at it. And so the malevolent part of the state has now got control. This is a very, very old idea. I've traced it back at least several thousand years in its representation in stories. You can see it in Egyptian mythology, for example. So the idea is that as the social structure builds in complexity, it offers you the protection of a functioning complex system, but it also becomes increasingly likely to turn into a tyranny. And because it's more and more powerful, the fact of its potential for tyranny becomes more and more of a danger. And so then the question is, well, what are the factors that encourages it turning into a tyranny? And one factor would be the wise part of it is not paying enough attention to the malevolent part of it. And you could say that's true at the state level. It's also true at the individual level, right? You have to watch your own proclivity to upset yourself and other people, and take that into account and pay careful attention to it, because otherwise it can gain control. especially because you're going to avoid looking at it. And one of the characteristics of the wise king who gets overthrown by the tyrant is that he has an evil brother and he won't pay enough attention to him. He avoids, he doesn't look. And so the evil king gets the upper hand, and that's what's happened here. And so notice now he takes possession of Pride Rock not in full daylight, right, but at night. So that ties his rule into the rule of unconscious processes and malevolence. All right, so Simba runs away from the kingdom out into the desert. Now why is that? Well, you remember, and maybe you don't know it, the story of Exodus, when Moses takes the Hebrews out of Egypt, they end up in a desert. Well, why? Well, it's because when you leave a kingdom, no matter how tyrannical, you still fall into disorder. You're out in a place that's desert, there's no civilization there. No, that's what happened to Iraq after the Americans went in. You know, the Americans, the neocons, were all convinced that the Iraqis would welcome them with open arms and there would be this smooth transition to democracy. Same idea in Libya. It's like, no, that's not what happens. What happens is the state devolves into a desert chaos. And maybe then you can make order, but probably not. And so Simba has left the kingdom, and the first thing that happens is he damn near dies in the desert. And so, you know, if you have an old belief system and it's not working very well and you abandon it, well, good for you, because you're out of the old belief system, but now you're nowhere. One of the things that happens to alcoholics, for example, and other drug addicts as well. So imagine that you're trying to stop drinking. All right, fine. Maybe you have to undergo some medical treatment so when you first stop, you don't die of seizures, because that often happens to people who are addicted to alcohol. So and they get Valium or something like that from a doctor to see them through the first bits of of sobering up. And so they get through it, and then maybe 2 weeks later they're not physiologically dependent on alcohol anymore. The same thing is true of cocaine. But if you take them back and you put them in their environment, say they go back out of the treatment center, back into the normal world, they start drinking or using right away again. And the reason for that is that, well, let's say you've been an alcoholic for 20 years. Okay, first of all, that's all you do for entertainment. You drink. And all your friends are alcoholics, right? And so, if you're going to stop drinking, not only do you have to rid yourself of the physiological addiction, but you have to completely learn a new way of living. Because what do you know? You have to get rid of all your friends because they're all drunks, pretty much. Or if they're not, they're at least people who are facilitating your drinking. So you have to build a whole new social network. You don't know how to amuse yourself because, of course, the way you've done that is by going to the bar, sitting at home drinking. And so there's a huge hole in your life. You abandon the previous pathological mode of adaptation. But that just leaves you with nothing. And then you have to rebuild that thing from scratch. It's extraordinarily difficult, and that's why so many people fail when they're trying to overcome a major addiction. So, all right, so anyways, Simba's out there in the desert. He's left his family and the comforts of home, and he's discovered by Pumbaa and what's the little rat's name? Timon? Yes, he's a meerkat, right? Which are very cool things. And they discover him, and this is sort of his transition into adolescence. And he kind of finds, and this is, I would say, more typical of the male transition into adolescence, because females, of course, hit puberty so much younger. The males, who aren't very attractive when they're young, and just starting to undergo puberty, they're not very attractive to females. They tend to clump together in gangs and manage the transition over what could be 7 years. So, and that's what happens here, is Simba joins this little gang of, you know, these guys are all right, but, you know, they're a little on the primordial side, you might say. You know, one of them is basically just a walking gastrointestinal tract, and the other one is, he's not so bad, but he's like, you know, a foot high, really. What good is he? And so he's got some second-rate companions out here past the desert, but he's out of childhood now, and now he enters the adolescent world. And what happens here is that very quickly in the film, he goes from being a little cub to a full adolescence, and there's about a 5-minute transition. And so it's the next stage in his development. And now he's out there in this paradise, which is kind of strange because adolescence really is no picnic. But the idea here is that he really doesn't have any responsibility, right? None. And that is one thing about adolescence is, and even the stage of life that you guys are at, is you have lots to do, but you're not really responsible for anyone other than yourself. And so even though you might be quite burdened with your current responsibilities, it's nothing compared to what it would be like when you have responsibility for children, for example, or for the people that are working for you, or whatever. So anyways, out here, it's a kind of impulsive place as well, and adolescence is like that. We've had high school students try to do the future authoring program, where they have to think 3 to 5 years down the road. It's like, forget that. They just can't do it. And I've watched them, and what happens is you immediately become aware of just how little high school students know when they're like 15 or 16. 3 to 5 years? Forget it. They don't have the world knowledge to project themselves out that far in the future, not even close. And so we built a high school version that helps them design a better future 3 to 6 months down the road, and even that's really pushing it. But adolescents are more impulsive and they live more for the moment, and there's some utility in that. I mean, being impulsive and living for the moment is one of the things that gets you pregnant as a teenager, and that is certainly one way that the species has managed to propagate itself. And so positive emotion and impulsivity are very tightly linked. And so he's out there in this adolescent delusional fantasy. That might be one way of thinking about it, but more importantly, he's out there where he's in a domain now where the impulses of the moment basically take precedence. And so, and I think they sing some song about Hakuna Matata, right, which basically means do whatever you want and tomorrow will take care of itself, or something like that. So it's very impulsive and lacks all responsibility. One of the things that I would recommend to you if you want to protect yourself from ideological possession, shall we say, is that when you hear people speak politically and they don't say anything about your responsibilities, you should probably stop listening to them, because whenever they're trying to offer you something, if it doesn't come along with an equivalent cost, there's something being hidden from you, and they're appealing to the part of you that's, well, I would say at best adolescent. So alright, so anyways, he's out there in his little adolescent paradise, and with his dopey chums, and back at Pride Rock, things are not good, right? Scar, who's arrogant and refuses to learn, and who will not establish a reasonable relationship with the females, all he does is tyrannize over them. He ends up ruling over a completely barren landscape, and that's really what happens in totalitarian states. And we also know, quite interestingly, is that one of the best predictors of economic development in a state is the degree to which they extend rights to women. It's one of the best predictors. And I would say, well, if you're going to tyrannize your own women, you're going to tyrannize everything. You're going to tyrannize ideas, you're going to tyrannize structures. Like, if you have to enslave your own women, you've adapted a pretty damn pathological view of the world, and the probability that that narrow, constrained, restricted viewpoint is going to pay off for you economically is extraordinarily low. So anyways, Scar, it's like what happened in the Soviet Union. Part of the reason it collapsed by 1989 is that it just could not move any farther. It was like this really complicated motor that was worn completely out, that no one had ever taken care of, and it just ground to a halt. It just stopped working because it didn't work. And so if you're totalitarian and you won't update your system and adjust it, then it wears out and grinds to a halt, and everything becomes unproductive. Now, it's not easy to figure out what makes a society productive, because you might say, well, it's natural resources or something like that. First of all, natural resources are very often a curse to a country because they produce corruption. They call that the Dutch disease. There's a reason for that. You can look it up. But natural resources in and of themselves are by no means sufficient to guarantee the well-being of a country. Japan has virtually no natural resources at all, and it's really rich. And one of the prime natural resources actually seems, maybe there's two. One is honesty, another is trust. And if you can set up a society where people are roughly honest, which means they do what they say they're going to do, and where the default bargaining position on both sides is trust, then the probability that that culture will become wealthy is very, very high. So And a functional legal system is also a natural resource of tremendous, tremendous value. You know, it's partly why people in China, for example, wealthy people in China are dumping their money into the real estate market in North America like mad, because one of the things you do know if you buy real estate in North America is you actually own it. It's still going to be yours 20 years in the future, 30 years in the future. There's no doubt about that. And so that fact of ownership is embedded in the functioning legal system, and that's what gives those sorts of properties crazy value. You know, much to the problematic situation for all of you people who are, at some point, most of you are going to try to buy property in Toronto, and that's really going to be entertaining. So now look, the other thing about Scar is he's got the little bird locked up, right? That's the vision of the king. Well, he doesn't want to know anything. He already knows everything. So why does he need this stupid bird flying around telling him what's going on? The last thing he wants to know is what's going on. Yeah. Stalin, I mean, God, he gave that guy bad news or good news. He was going to have you killed. It kept the bad news to a minimum. And that's a real problem, right? Because if you torture people who bring you bad news, then you're never going to learn anything. Well, you don't have to if you already know everything anyways. And so that's the situation here. Well, his little minions, the hyenas, are getting pretty unhappy because they haven't had anything to eat. And the reason for that is they've just stripped the landscape bare, right? I mean, and I read at the demise of the Soviet Union that something like 10 to 15% of the entire landmass of the Soviet Union had been rendered permanently uninhabitable by industrial pollution. So, you know, and that, I don't remember if that included Chernobyl, you know, where that terrible nuclear accident took place, but there were massive domains of devastation in those countries that, you know, will take hundreds of years to fix. So anyways, when Scar rules, everyone starves. That's a good way of thinking about it. Or everyone dies, but that's okay, because that's really what he's after anyway, so that works out quite nicely. Now back out here in paradise, I mean, look at him. How pathetic can you get? Look at the expression on that creature's face. You know, he's sated like someone who's just eaten a gallon of ice cream, and he's got this pathetic, self-satisfied, naive, clueless, unconscious grin on his face, which the animators did a very nice job of capturing. Like, that's a complicated expression, and you just want to slap him, and that's exactly what should happen, and that's exactly what does happen. So anyways, he's out there being unconscious dingbat. Well, his society is degenerating, and that's bloody well worth thinking about, because that's an archetypal trope, right? It's like things are sinking around you. The question is, what are you doing about it? You know, are you just staying in kind of a blithe unconsciousness because you can get your next meal, or are you going to wake up and do something about it? Well, that's the call of the self. So now we go back to Rafiki here, and he knows what's going on in the kingdom. He's a symbol of the self. And he also has some inkling that Simba is still alive. So the son of the king is still alive, despite the fact that the land has become ruled by a tyrant and the son is absent. He's still around somehow. And so from the Jungian perspective, there isn't much distinction between the self and the child. The self is the sum total of all possibility, and the child is possibility itself. And so let's say you've become an adolescent, you're all cynical, right? And everything's falling apart around you, which is the typical state of human beings, right? Because adolescents are cynical, generally speaking, and everything's falling apart around them, generally speaking. And so what do you have to do in order to do something about that? Well, one is you have to be drawn by the call of wisdom, and the other part is that you have to rediscover that part of yourself that's a childlike part, that's associated with the sun and associated with that early, you know, the early exposure of Simba to the sun. You have to find that again, and then trust that some childlike exploration and a bit of manifestation of faith might get you to the next place. And so that's what's happening here with the little, you know, the baboon and the tree and the drawing. So anyways, he knows that Simba's alive now, and so he goes off to find him. And meanwhile, Simba and his dopey companions are out hunting for bugs, you know, because he's a lion, you know, he shouldn't be eating bugs, for crying out loud, but they're easy. And so you see this scene where Pumbaa goes after this bug, and then another lion shows up and chases him. So she's going to kill him and eat him. And, see, that's an interesting thing, because one of the things that happens, I suppose you could think about this, one of the things that happens in late adolescence is that the formation of male gangs is often broken up by the proclivity of one or more members of that gang to get involved in an individual romantic relationship. And so the idea that the female lion is the carnivore, the female is the carnivore that will devour the group, is exactly right. And so what a girl will do often if she's in a relationship with, you know, somebody like a young man or an older adolescent, is she'll try to separate him from his dopey friends. And like, no wonder, you know, why wouldn't she do that? Because he does have dopey friends, and it'd be better for him if he could get beyond them. And so anyways, they're pretty freaked out about this. And so then Simba goes out and has a fight with this lion to protect his dopey chums, and I'm sure you don't need any explanation about what that means. And they have this huge fight, and Nala, who it turns out to be, pins him. And so that goes back to the beginning of the story, where when he first encountered her, she pinned him all the time. She's an anima figure, right? And now what she does immediately is shame him. So he's an anima figure in part. She's an anima figure in part because she actually does shame him, right? So she's the gateway to higher consciousness. She makes him self-conscious, and rightly so. But she's also a psychological figure, because imagine that when a young man is establishing a relationship with a young woman, and he's enamored of her, he's falling in love, he projects an ideal onto her, and that ideal is going to be partially fulfilled by the relationship. The degree to which is unspecified, and sometimes it'll collapse completely. But he projects an ideal onto her, because otherwise he wouldn't be attracted to her, and then the ideal judges him. And so that makes him feel all self-conscious and useless, which is useful because he is useless and should feel that way. And so it's part of the impetus to growing up. So, and of course, you need necessity in order to mature you, because to mature is to take on responsibility. And you're not going to feel that impetus unless adopting the responsibility has some sort of payoff. And women tend to mate across and up dominance hierarchies, so they tend to actually like men who are useful. And so if they encounter a man who isn't useful at all, that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to not be happy about that in the least. And so, and no wonder. And I think the reason for that, it's economic and a biological reason. The reason is that women are in the position of having to take care of infants primarily. And an infant is a very heavy load. And so even a woman who's extraordinarily competent is going to find herself substantially limited in her possibilities if she has an infant. And so then she's looking around for someone who'll pick up part of the load. It's perfectly reasonable. And you're not going to pick up part of the load if you're completely useless. And so it's in the woman's best interest not to have two children, roughly speaking. So anyway, she pins him, and then he's all resentful about it immediately, because she's calling him on his stupid friends and the fact that he's out there gallivanting impulsively in paradise when there's real problems to be solved. And so look at him, he's all resentful and useless, and you know, feeling put upon and picked upon, and you got to slap him again fundamentally. And she's just completely stunned by that. It's like, and tells him, you know, where's the Simba I used to know, right? He's a little doubtful about the whole situation there. The animators do a very nice job of this part of the movie, because one of the things you see is that his eyebrows are always pointing up in the middle, whereas his father's eyebrows were pointing down in the middle. And so that's the difference between this, which is sort of like things are happening to me, and this, which is more like I'm imposing my will on things, and that's an immature face, and the animators capture that brilliantly. So here's where she shames him again. She tells him how much she liked him when he was little, and you know, a potential king, and how hurt she is that he's this useless, you know, wide-eyed, naive, impulsive, pleasure-seeking adolescent. And she tells him that she missed him, and God only knows why, because look at him again. It's like completely appalling creature. And this is when Pumbaa and Timon sing that song about the fact that, you know, their friend's doomed because, you know, this girl's got him. And then they switch into another archetypal scene, and so they're falling in love here. And so the paradisal imagery is really highlighted in the movie. And so they go off and have this like romp, self-reflective romp through this new paradise. And they wrestle around and play, and then he pins her more or less, and she licks him, that's not so good. And this is one of the most brilliant shots, I think, that the animators managed, because she's obviously pushing this a little bit farther than he knows what to do with. And so they're wrestling, and she licks him, and then she lays down and makes this face, which is, every single class I've ever showed this to, all laugh when they see that image. And that's a good example. So Freud said that jokes were a good route into the unconscious. So the question is, and this is an archetypal facial expression, and everyone knows exactly what it means. There's something sexually seductive about it, and something very sexually seductive about it, despite the fact that it's a lioness. And the animators do an extraordinarily good job of capturing that. And so that has a huge effect on him. Well, these guys know that like, the game's up, man. It's like they know they're dead. Whatever attractions they can offer are paling in comparison to this. So anyways, things don't really progress past that, but you know, he gets a hint of her longing for him, what's waiting for him if he grows up, and the fact that she's completely disappointed in him because he's so completely useless. And so now he's lounging about, you know, like some basement dweller with Cheeto dust all over his chest, and trying to justify his absolutely useless life, and you know, saying that he doesn't have any responsibility to the devastated kingdom, and he's out there where Hakuna Matata, you know, I can just do whatever I want and follow my impulsive pleasures. And she thinks he's pretty pathetic, and the reason for that is because he is actually pretty pathetic. And she tells him that, you know, she's extraordinarily disappointed. He gets all pouty about it. I mean, even here you see when he's got kind of an aggressive look on his face, there's still nothing about it that's commanding. It's petulant, right? It's like, well, now I'm irritated, but he's got no force, and still completely appalling in this particular situation. So she judges him very harshly and leaves, and that makes him think. Yeah, he gets all self-conscious because this female that he admires wants to have nothing to do with him, and so he's, first of all, then he thinks, well, maybe I'll just hate all women, which is, you know, a pretty pathetic conclusion, but a very common one. And the next is, well, maybe there's actually something wrong with him, right? Which is a very painful bit of self-reflection. So he notes that there's something wrong with him, and then he calls out to his father and says, look, you said you were always going to be here for me, and you're not. And so what's happening is that he's become aware of the insufficiency of his current adolescent value structure, and he wants something beyond it, which would be associated with identification with the father. But he can't find the father. The father's dead. It's like when Pinocchio goes down to the bottom of the ocean to bring Geppetto up from the depths, right? That's the situation that Simba finds himself in right now. The father's gone and has to be brought up from the depths. So this is where the movie takes the archetypal pathway of an initiation ceremony. So he says he wants to change. Now, one of the things Carl Rogers, one of the clinicians that we talk about, pointed out was that if someone was going to come to psychotherapy, there's some things that had to happen before they went into psychotherapy. And one thing that had to happen was that they had to admit that there was something wrong, and they had to want to change. You had to have that before you went into the psychotherapeutic situation. And what happens here is Simba is actually, he's dropped his arrogance, and he's looking upward, kind of like Geppetto wishing on the star in Pinocchio. He's looking upwards, he's looking towards something higher, and he wants to transform himself. So he's asked the question, how can I change for the better? And he doesn't get an answer. And then Rafiki shows up. So what does that mean? It means that as soon as you know you're wrong about something, as soon as you admit that you're wrong about something, and you open the door to potential change, that part of you will respond. So, and you know this because, think about this. You're thinking. So you ask yourself a question, because that's what you do when you're thinking, and then you generate some answers. It's like, it's very strange. The thinking will actually work. You can actually come up with answers if you think about something. And so this issue is, okay, I thought I was real good in my little impulsive paradise, but then it turns out that I'm just a half-wit, and I noticed that, and I want to do something about it. So the question is now, has now been posed. And what Jung would say is the deeper part of yourself, the part that still contains your undeveloped potential, will respond to that posed question and change the way that you look at things and change the way that you act. It'll start changing things so that you can tap those parts of yourself that are not yet developed. And you certainly do that in psychotherapy, but you can do that. Jung said that psychotherapy could be replaced by a supreme moral effort. And by that he meant was that if you really wanted things to be better, if you wanted to get your act together, and you admitted that you were insufficient in your current state, and you meditated on the issue and tried to figure out what you should do next to put yourself together, that you would be able to find out that there's something in you that guides the process of development. That's the self. It's the higher self in some sense. It's the thing that remains constant across transformations. You know, because you're somewhere, then you fall apart, then you get somewhere else. But there's something outside of that that's guiding that process. And that's also the self. That's what you could be. And you can communicate in some sense with what you could be. And that's a very strange thing about human beings. Anyways, Rafiki shows up, and Simba is sitting by the water, self-reflecting. There's a little pebble that drops into the pool to attract his attention, and up pops the self. And Rafiki's a trickster. He tells him weird jokes, and he hits him with a stick a bunch of times, thank God, because someone really needs to. And he makes some stupid jokes about bananas and kind of entices Simba into following him, right? He lets him know that he has a secret, and he entices Simba into following him. So Simba's all of a sudden become interested in something. So if you ask yourself what the next developmental stage is, and you really want to know, then all of a sudden you're going to become interested in things that might move you to the next stage. And that'll happen more or less unconsciously. So anyways, Rafiki entices him and then runs away. And Simba follows him. And, well, that's where he reveals himself as a sage. And then he tells Simba to follow him, and he goes underground. And this is the initiation scene, right? Which we talked about at the beginning of the class. This is the descent into the underworld. And it's a prerequisite to radical personality transformation. So anyways, he goes through this horrifying underground tunnel system where everything's all tangled up, which is, you know, if you ever fall into chaos, that everything down there in chaos is tangled up. It's a tangled mess. And there's horrifying music going on in the background, and he goes deeper and deeper until Rafiki says he finds a pool in the middle of the chaos, a deep pool. And that's another symbol of the self. It's the deep unconscious. There's something down there that's alive that can be drawn up to the surface. And so Rafiki shows him the pool, and Simba, who's quite terrified at this point, looks in it, and the first thing he sees is he only sees himself. He only sees his own reflection, and Rafiki says, look deeper. Now you see what the animators do here. It's very cool. So there's Simba, and there's his reflection, but you see that is already half his father, and you look at the difference in the eyebrows and the look. So there's a tightness of jaw and a firmness of face that's starting to manifest itself there, and that means that he's starting to see the man he could be beyond the adolescent. That's a good way of thinking about it. And then all of a sudden, well, there, you know, that's a whole different face, right? That's a seriously different face. That, everything's going in, and that, it's like, get out of my way, because things are going to happen around me. Very judgmental as well. So it's not naive by any stretch of the imagination. But, you know, we know his father's a good guy, and so there's something archetypal about this. And so he sees the man he could be reflected back to him, and then that actually becomes a cosmic event, and we switch up to the sky instead. And so Mufasa manifests himself basically as a solar deity, and he tells Simba that he's forgotten who he is, which is the son of a king, and that he should remember that and start acting like it. And that's an archetypal idea. So if you're just a useless adolescent, then you've forgotten who you are. And the consequence of that is that the state is going to fall apart around you, and you're not going to do anything to fix it, and you're not going to be good for anything, and no one's going to be able to rely on you, and you're going to be all whiny and resentful. And then after that, it even gets worse. And so that's basically what Mufasa tells him. And so Simba is like blown away by this vision, right? Because he sees what he could be and also what he's not, which is pretty damn horrifying. So anyways, the storm, so to speak, clears, and Rafiki comes up, and Simba's a lot more thoughtful and not quite as whiny and resentful anymore, and Rafiki leaves. And so Simba now knows what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to stop being useless and take on moral requirements of setting the kingdom straight. And so he runs back across the desert. There's all sorts of impressive music happening, and then he comes back to his kingdom, and it's not looking so good. And that's the consequence of his abandonment of it. That's a big part of it. So now it's dead, but also his abandonment of it to nothing but malevolence and chaos. And so he's pretty taken aback at what's happened, and that he exaggerates his guilt, or it should anyways. And Nella shows up, and they decide they're going to do something about this. So in the meantime, Simba's mother is complaining about the fact that there's no food in the kingdom anymore, and that they've gone as far as they can, and Scar doesn't want to hear this, so he attacks her, and Simba decides to go to war. And so this is where he wakes up, and he's willing to encounter the shadow at this point. And so he confronts Scar, and Scar's very concerned about this, because actually Simba's looking pretty impressive now, and he thought he was dead besides. And so he tries to use treachery and whininess and subordination to excuse himself, but he's planning to overthrow Simba nonetheless, to resist him. So he tells Scar to leave. He's going to banish him to the nether regions outside of the kingdom, like Scar did to him. And Scar basically refuses. And then a storm gathers, right? And lights the deadwood around the rock on fire. So we have another kind of descent into hell scene here. Very common in Disney movies, this notion of the hero fighting the evil force on the edge of something that's burning. It's quite a common motif. You see it in Sleeping Beauty, for example. So they have a big war, and Scar ends up putting Simba in the same position that Mufasa was in, and then he whispers to him that he killed his father. So Simba's been thinking all along that it was only his fault, and it is sort of his fault, but he didn't know that there was a more archetypal theme playing out in the background, which is that societies are always endangered by malevolence, always, and that's independent to some degree of Simba's decisions and his lack thereof. Anyway, Scar tells him because he thinks he's won, and that energizes Simba to have this sort of final battle. He leaps out from the pit, and they have a big fight, and he pins him, basically. And the female lionesses come to his aid, and Simba tells him that, again, that he has to leave. And so they have a big fight. That's a particularly good bit of animation. So there's a real demonic aspect to Scar there, sort of king of hell imagery. But he loses. And then, he blames his minions. He blames the hyenas for everything terrible that's happening, forgetting that they can hear him. And then he falls off the cliff, and the hyenas go in and finish him off. So it's a pretty brutal ending for poor old Scar, eaten by his own minions. And then Scar's dead, and Simba has won, and so the rains come immediately. And so what does that mean? Well, it means that when proper order is restored in a kingdom, then everything starts to flourish again. And so the rains come, and then while it's raining, Simba climbs up to the top of the rock, and now he's completely mature, right? The pathetic facial expression disappears entirely, and he straightens himself up, because now he's full of serotonin after having defeated good old Scar, and all the lionesses are roaring, and he climbs up Pride Rock, and they roar at him, which is good. They're tough, and he's tough, and they're showing their teeth. It's not a society of naive and harmless creatures. It's something that's got some bite. And the rains come, and then the next thing you see is the restoration of the kingdom. And so basically what that means is that if the individual is willing to confront their own shadow and then to take on the malevolent forces that continually undermine society, then harmony can be restored and everyone can do well. And so then we have a return to the beginning, right? And so Simba and Nella are now a couple, along with Pumbaa and Timon, and they have a baby, and Rafiki shows up and does the same thing. He's going to present the baby to the sun and have all the animals bow again, and that's the end of the movie. So that's all packed. That's all packed into an archetypal tale. And so one of the things that Jung would point out is that you all understood this, right, while you were watching it. Because otherwise, at some level, all these things made sense. They all cohered, and the narrative appeared to be an appropriate narrative, even when you're a little kid. Because it strikes a chord inside you, and, well, that chord, the thing that it strikes inside you, that's the archetype. Because if there wasn't something inside of you, so to speak, that this could communicate with, then it would fall on deaf ears. And it speaks to the part of you that's most particularly human. And it's a story of the development of the sovereign individual. That's the right way to think about it. It's a hero archetype. That's another way of thinking about it. And people are going to get that story one way or another. And now and then a piece of public art comes along like this that does a good job of encapsulating it. It captures everyone's imagination. And so that's why you've all seen it, and why I presume you all enjoyed it when you were kids and maybe still enjoy it now. So, well, that was actually faster than I thought it would be today. So this is what I'm going to do. Well, we've got 20 minutes. So why don't you think for a minute or two, and I'll take some questions, which I don't often do. And they can be any questions about anything we've covered in class. So take a minute and... Yes?
The question about archetypes. It's like, I have this feeling, sometimes you watch a movie and you feel like you know the character, but it's not exactly that character. Like, what comes to mind is, Gandalf. Like, it feels like you know that sort of wise old man,
Archetype. Yeah. Yeah, well, there's not much difference between Gandalf and who's the wizard in Harry Potter? Dumbledore. They could be the same guy. It's right. And so, well, that is precisely the indication of the existence of an archetype. It's like, and a movie, one time a student asked me, well, if there are these archetypes, why don't we just tell the archetype over and over? Why do we need fiction, for example, which is like a bridge? If there's individuals here and the archetype is up here, you know, at a high level of abstraction, fiction sort of fills the gap between them. And so what you want is a story that's archetypal so that you understand its basic structure, but you want enough variation and specificity so that it's new and interesting and also applicable to you. So you have to humanize the archetype to some degree, otherwise it's so abstract you can't relate to it. And good stories really do that. They bridge the gap, and some of them are more personal and less archetypal. But if they're completely non-archetypal, there's nothing about them that captures you. It doesn't have any force. And then if it's too archetypal, well, it gets to be too abstract and you can't relate to it. So good fiction writers and good purveyors of dramatic entertainment, we think about it as entertainment, are really good at occupying that middle position. So, yeah. And they reveal the archetype through the individual. That's one way of thinking about it. And that keeps it fresh. And, you know, one of the things that Jung pointed out too was that you're going to be manifesting archetypal patterns of behavior in your life whether you know it or not. Even when you do something like fall in love, that's going to be a very particular experience for you, but it's also a very common experience at the same time, right? And romance is older than people. That's one way of looking at it, because sex is older than human beings, and so you're in the grip of something that's really ancient, but at the same time it's really personal. And so a good novelist or a writer of fiction is able to capture both the personal element of that, to show the transpersonal within the personal. And so, and in some sense, your destiny, proper destiny from a Jungian perspective, is to consciously express an archetype. And so it would be the archetype, there's a bunch of them, but one of them would be the archetype of the hero, and you're supposed to manifest that in the conditions of your own life. So that makes the archetype real in the conditions of your own life. And Jung would also say that when you're doing that, your experience will manifest itself as meaningful. And so it's because in some sense you're acting in accordance with your deepest instinct, technically speaking, right? You're acting out what it means to be human in the world, and you're going to find that meaningful. So, yes?
I have a question about the shadow. So
yeah.
Textbook says the shadow is formed when your like who you truly are is opposite to like your actions or your behavior. So if, for example, I'm someone who has illness people, but like inside of me, like I just help like because it's my moral duty, but like it's not out of love, versus someone like, I don't know, like Teresa who's like helping, but is like appreciating to help. So like if I'm the person who's helping, but with no like love and stuff, so is my shadow the opposite of my actions, or is it opposite my intentions or?
Okay, so the question is about the relationship between the shadow and the... Okay, so the first thing you have to understand with regards to trying to come to terms with the conception of the shadow is to understand the idea of persona. And persona is the you that you present when you want people to accept and like you. Often like. Let's say that you go to a party and you're trying to impress the people that are there and you're trying to get them to like you. And so you maybe get jabbed at a little bit and you laugh and you go along with everyone so that they like you, and then you go home and you're bitterly resentful about the way that you were put down at this party. And that's going to make all sorts of aggressive, I wish I could have said, it's going to make all sorts of aggressive and vengeful thoughts sort of flash through your imagination. Well, the first part of the problem is that you were too much persona, right? You sacrificed yourself in some sense at the party so that people would like you. And in the second part, you're refusing to admit to the existence of those elements of you that would have actually protected you from doing that. So let's say you go home and you're all bitter and resentful and you have fantasies of revenge. I mean, that reveals to you the shadow part of you that's aggressive. And the thing is, you actually need that, because if you would have integrated that more successfully into your personality, when you went to the party, you wouldn't have had to let people put you down to get them to like you. Instead of having a face like this, which says, I'll take anything that's coming my way, you have a face and a stance that's more determined and assertive. And if you manifest that properly, people aren't going to mess with you to begin with. But, you may have already adopted a morality that says, well, I have to be likable and I shouldn't do anything that causes any conflict and I shouldn't ever, hurt anybody's feelings. And so you're just to present yourself as a punching bag, and you think that that makes you a good person, but it doesn't. And there's no integration of the shadow in that situation. So you see that at the end of the movie, when I mentioned this, when Simba climbs up the rock to take control of it, all the female lionesses bare their teeth and he roars. It's like that aggressiveness is integrated into it. And so resentment is a really good emotion for making contact with the shadow side, because if you're resentful about something, it basically reveals two things. It either means that you're immature and you should stop whining and get on with things. Someone's asked, this often happens with adolescents who are asked, say, by their mother to clean up their room. You get all resentful about it. It's like, shut up and clean up your room. It's not that much to ask. Or, so that can be a gateway into the observation of your own immaturity. Or, it's possible that you're resentful because people really have been poking at you too much and taking cheap shots at you and oppressing you. But what that means is that you've got some things to say that you haven't been willing to say or don't know how to say, right? You can't stand up for yourself properly. And in order to do that, you have to grow some teeth and be willing to use them. And again, that's something that might violate your morality, because you might say, well, I shouldn't be able to bite people. And the thing is, yes, you should be able to bite people hard. And if you're able to bite them, then generally you don't have to. But they need to know that you can, because otherwise, especially people who are badly socialized, they'll just keep encroaching on you and encroaching on you and encroaching on you and encroaching on you until you put up a wall. Like someone who's really well put together won't do that, because they're sophisticated. But if you run into people who only have boundaries because other people impose them on them and you won't do it, you're going to be the bullied one in the office, for example. You're not going to get a raise. People aren't going to credit you with your own work. Other people are going to take credit for it. And you're going to go home angry because you're doing your best and you're trying to get along with everyone and nothing ever goes your way. Well, it's because you're a pushover. And you think that's good because you confuse harmlessness with morality. it's not right. Just because you can't do any damage doesn't mean you're moral. It just means you don't have the capability for mayhem. And that makes you a pushover. I mean, the Jungian stuff is very, very dark, you know. It's very dark. Because his notion of what constitutes a moral human being is much different from the typical view. He really thinks you get that horrible side of yourself integrated so it's up there where you can use it. Because otherwise you're dangerous. You can't say no to people, and you'll go along with the crowd. And then if the crowd does something particularly pathological, which it's liable to do, you won't be able to resist it. You won't have the strength of character. And so then you'll fall prey to crowd pathology, and it'll be because you're too agreeable, with a, you know, with a shadow resentful side that the crowd and its murderous intent is going to act out. Yes. Yes. So the question is the relationship between archetypes and the idea of memes. Well, oh yeah, that's a complicated one. So Richard Dawkins was the guy who originated the idea of meme. His notion was that you could produce an idea or a set of ideas that had the capacity to propagate across minds for whatever reason. It was catchy, let's say, like a song that gets stuck in your head, you know, and that those, he called those memes, which was sort of a play on the idea of genes. So there are these stable sets of ideas that can be transferred across minds. Well, I've often thought when I was reading Dawkins that if he would have kept thinking, he would have turned into Carl Jung, because an archetype is a meme, but it's a really, really, really deep meme. So you can imagine that an idea has been around for so long, and that people have acted it out for so long that it's actually become part of the landscape that does the selection. So think about it this way. So it's more or less a truism that if you take a male dominance hierarchy, the probability that the men at the top of the hierarchy will leave offspring is much higher than the probability that the men at the bottom will leave offspring. And it's true in many, many species. Now there's a much higher probability of the average female leaving offspring than the average man. So now then imagine that there's characteristics that push a man up a dominance hierarchy. Okay, and then imagine that there are characteristics that push a man up a set of dominance hierarchies. So that each dominance hierarchy has something in common with all of the others. It's sort of like the idea of a good player of a game being a good sport across games. So then imagine that the idea of the successful male starts to become encapsulated in biology, because the species is going to, the male part of the species at least, is going to be adapting to the selection pressures placed on the male by the male dominance hierarchy. So what happens is you have a competition between men. The men that win the competition find partners and mate. So the male is going to start to adapt to the fact of the selection that's implemented by the dominance hierarchy. Then you can imagine that that's going to take place across dominance hierarchies, because this is happening in many, many situations spread across time. And so then the idea of how the proper man should act starts to become incorporated in the biology and also in the expectations of the society. And then that starts to loop. So as the expectations become clearer and clearer, the notion of what it constitutes success becomes clearer and clearer as well, and the two things get tangled together. Now, and I think you can see that, a manifestation of that, whenever you go watch a movie, because you immediately identify the hero and you identify with it. It's like he's the person that your mythological imagination grasps onto, and you play that out using your body as a representational platform when you watch the movie. And so maybe you admire the hero. If he's a successful hero, you do. Well, that admiration is the manifestation of the instinct that drives you towards that kind of behavior. And not only can you manifest it, in which case you're likely to feel good about yourself, because you know that sometimes you can feel good about yourself and sometimes not, but you're also going to be able to recognize it when you see it in the world. And that's going to manifest itself in admiration. And admiration is the proclivity to imitate. So the meme can be you can imagine dominance hierarchies are very, very old. They're like 300 million years old. They've been around a very long time. And the idea that we have an image of what it takes to climb the dominance hierarchy, it's more or less self-evident. Because that's the landscape that selected us. And at the same time, you know, the archetype, the pattern that propagates you up the dominance hierarchy is also the same pattern that makes you attractive to women. They're the same thing. So, and of course that's a massively powerful selection mechanism. And sexual selection has really shaped human beings. It's turned us into what we are. And that's an interesting thing too, because, you know, this is one of the things that really bothers me about the emphasis of evolutionary scientists on randomness. It's like the mutation generation process is random or quasi-random. We don't know that for sure, because there is evidence now that you can inherit acquired characteristics, and that was, nobody thought that was possible 20 years ago. So things have taken a very weird twist in the Darwinian world. But for the sake of argument, we could say that the mutation process is random, but the selection process isn't random. It's not even close to random. Ever since creatures have been able to evaluate one another, the selection process hasn't been random. And so basically we're selected by, you could say, by the manifestation of mind in the world. Unless you believe that women, for example, exercise no conscious choice in their mate selection, which seems completely absurd. First of all, men consciously choose who's going to lead them, at least in part, you know, who's going to succeed in a hierarchy. And women consciously choose their sexual partners. So the idea that the selection process, that the evolutionary process is random, it's an absurd proposition. Sexual selection makes it non-random. And Darwin knew that. He emphasized sexual selection a lot, but modern biologists since the time of Darwin, except for the last about 20 years, downplayed the role of sexual selection. And I think the reason for that is that it brings mind into the evolutionary process in a way that they don't like. And no wonder, it's complicated, you know. It's like, to some degree, we're consciously directing our own evolution, at least through the mechanism of selection. So...
to add one more, why did you say that? So Richard Dawkins didn't get that and Carl Jung didn't?
Yes, well, Dawkins just thought of memes as something that he never thought about them as something that could last long enough to play a role in selection itself. You know, he thought about them more as parasitical cognitive entities, I would say, that just sort of floated on the surface of the mental landscape. He never grappled with the idea that a meme could be something that could last for hundreds of millions of years, roughly speaking. So, we got time for one more question if anybody has. Yes?
Hey, you said the most unhappy people are liberal men?
Yes, from a political perspective. Like if you divide people by their political affiliation, it looks like liberal men are the most unhappy.
Just happens to be the case. Do you have any idea why?
They're higher in neuroticism. I think the openness probably contributes to it as well, but we don't, and also possibly the low conscientiousness. When my graduate students come in, or one of them anyways, we're going to talk about this in some detail, and she's going to tell you, because we've also looked at the personality predictors of political correctness, which is extraordinarily interesting as well, because it doesn't really seem to fall exactly on the liberal conservative continuum. So we'll talk more about that when we get into the Big Five part of the course. Okay, good. We'll see you on Thursday when we're going to do a speed review of Freud. So on to Sigmund Freud. We're going to give him somewhat short shrift, I'm afraid, because we only have an hour to talk about Freud, but that's okay. We could get a fair way through it. He's still persona non grata, I would say, among experimental psychologists and probably clinical psychologists as well, but that seems to me to be very unfair. Freud is one of those thinkers who all that's left are his mistakes. And the reason for that is that everything that he discovered or put forward is so entrenched in our culture now that we think it's self-evident. And so everything correct has been assimilated, and that just leaves everything that's more or less floating on top to look wrong. But Freud is also one of those thinkers who was always wrong in an interesting way, and that's very useful. And so I also think that many of the things that he put his finger on that are still disputed, for example, the idea of the Oedipus complex, are much more useful than people are willing to admit, especially in the clinical realm, because the Oedipal complex, which we'll talk about quite a bit, is actually a description of a fairly stable form of familial psychopathology, where the child gets trapped within the confines of a family because the relationship with one parent or the other or both is so tight that they can't break beyond it, and maybe because of their own inability to move towards independence, but more frequently because of what you might describe as a kind of conspiracy between the son and the parent, or the child and the parent, that prevents them from moving towards autonomous life and keeps them in a state of, essentially a state of childhood dependence. Freud said, "I started my professional activity as a neurologist trying to bring relief to my neurotic patients. Under the influence of an older friend and by my own efforts, I discovered some important new facts about the unconscious in psychic life, the role of instinctual urges and so on. Out of these findings grew a new science, psychoanalysis, a part of psychology, and a new treatment for the neuroses. I had to pay heavily for this bit of good luck. People did not believe in my facts and thought my theories unsavory. Resistance was strong and unrelenting. In the end, I succeeded in inquiring pupils and building up an international psychoanalytic association. But the struggle is not over." He made that recording just shortly before he died. He moved to England to escape the Nazis. Before Freud, I guess, the mind it's complicated, because Freud, of course, was not the only person to be thinking along the lines that he thought. Piaget, who was one of his teachers, had originated and started to develop many of the ideas that I would say were popularized by Freud. But the idea of the unconscious mind was certainly not as well developed prior to Freud as it became afterwards. And before that, I suppose you might say that insofar as people thought of the mind at all, they thought of in philosophical terms, and the mind would be that part of you that you're aware of, like in the Cartesian sense. Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am," and it kind of seems, in some sense, self-evident that you're aware of and have control over the contents of your own mind. But that was what Freud really questioned, and he questioned it deeply. He said, well, first of all, the idea that you're one thing, like one mind, is a dubious idea to begin with, because people are full of internal contradictions. And then the idea that your mind is all of one type, it's all of one form, was also very questionable as far as Freud was concerned, because you could be fractionated into subcomponents. And the idea, for example, that your anger or your sexual desire could be an autonomous part of your personality in some sense, that it could overtake you and control you, that's really a Freudian idea. And one of the classic Freudian ideas really is that people are made out of subpersonalities, and those subpersonalities are alive. And that's one of the things I really like about the psychoanalytic thinkers, because even the psychologists who say over the last 30 years or thereabouts, since maybe longer now, anyways, since the demise of behaviorism as an ideology, and the admission by psychologists that there is an active unconscious, or many active unconsciouses, which is a better way of thinking about it, psychologists still really haven't come to terms with the idea in any deep sense that these unconscious processes are living things. When psychologists talk, for example, about the cognitive unconscious, they're talking about something that they describe in more machine-like metaphors, and that's not reasonable. You understand things a lot better if you understand that the subcomponents that make up people, the fragmentary bits of them, and also the biological subsystems that are part and parcel of your being, are much more intelligently viewed as personalities. They're kind of unidimensional personalities in some sense, so that, for example, if you're angry, you're nothing but angry. I mean, that's an overstatement, obviously. Or if you're afraid, you're nothing but afraid. Or if you're hungry, you're nothing but hunger. Well, that's certainly true if you get hungry enough, or thirsty, or too hot, or any of those things. You kind of collapse to a simpler personality that only has one motivation in mind. And we'll talk a lot as we progress about the grounding of those unidimensional motivational systems in biology. But I'd have to say that Freud was among the first, or at least the first, to synthesize a coherent theory of this multiplicity, and to put it forth while also insisting that much of what was happening to you and inside of you was not immediately accessible to your awareness. And it's a very profound discovery. It means, among many other things, that you can formulate ideas. First of all, it means that you can act out things that you don't understand for reasons that you don't understand. It also means that your memory can contain things that's represented in one way, but that can't be understood in another. So, for example, and we know this is true because there are independent memory systems. There's an independent memory system for procedures, that's for actions. There's an independent memory system for what you might describe as imagination, for the memory that uses images. And then there's another system that articulates knowledge, that's the semantic memory system. And it's not obvious at all that the contents of all of those are equivalent. And that's why, for example, you can dream things that you don't know, because one of the things you might think is that your dreams watch you act, and they watch other people act, and then they make a little drama out of that, and that drama has information in it, but you don't necessarily know what that information is, in that you can't describe it consciously. Right? It's akin to the Piagetian idea that kids can play a game and you can take them away from the game and then they won't know how to describe the rules even though they can play the game. And so dreams can contain information that's full of the encoding of behavior that has information in it that you're not consciously aware of. And so then you can become consciously aware of that in a kind of a revelation, say. Maybe that's what you do when you become aware of the meaning of a dream or the meaning of a fantasy or something like that. And that's all our ability to think that way, in some ways, can be traced back to Freud. Now, Freud concentrated mostly on, I would say, at least in terms of pathology, on sexual and aggressive impulses. And I don't think that there's any mystery for modern people about why aggressive impulses might be particularly difficult to integrate into the personality and might remain underdeveloped, or we'll say repressed, although those aren't the same thing. And I think in order to, you might think that in different times in society, some things are allowed to surface and express themselves and other things are less allowed. And so Victorian times had a number of characteristics that made the repression of sexuality particularly likely, and perhaps also the repression of aggression. And we're talking about Victorian times in Europe, obviously, and only one time in one place. As Henry Ellenberger says, this is a great book, by the way, The Discovery of the Unconscious. If you're really interested in psychoanalytic ideas, Freud, Jung, and Adler, and also the history of those ideas, there's no better book than The Discovery of the Unconscious. It's an absolutely remarkable book, a great work of scholarship. I think it goes for about 250 pages before it even gets to Freud, and so it places Freud's discoveries in their historical context, so that's a really good thing to know. Ellenberger says it was a world shaped by man for man, in which women occupied the second place. Political rights for women did not exist. The separation and dissimilarity of the sexes was sharper than today. Women who wore slacks, their hair short, or smoked were hardly to be found, and the universities admitted no female students. Man's authority over his children and his wife was unquestioned. Education was authoritarian. The despotic father was a common figure and was particularly conspicuous only when he became extremely cruel. Laws were more repressive, delinquent youth sternly punished, and corporal punishment was considered indispensable. Now, so the times themselves, I would say, were harsher and more repressive, but then there was an element to sexuality that was also extraordinarily problematic. I mean, the first thing you might notice, might consider, and people generally don't, it's almost impossible to overstate how revolutionary the birth control pill actually is. people like to think that the political rights that women have attained have been a consequence of a political struggle, but I don't buy that for a second. I don't think that's true even in the least. I think that what happened was that we underwent a biological revolution in the 1950s, late 1950s, with the emergence of the birth control pill, and that, for the first time in human history, gave women pretty reliable control over their reproductive function, and that really transformed them into entirely different biological beings in many, many ways. Like, here's an example, a subtle example. So, if you track women through their ovulation cycle and you show them a picture of a man, the same man, and you do nothing but vary his jaw width, when they're ovulating, this guy with the wider jaw is more attractive, and when they're not ovulating, the farthest away from that, the guy with the thinner jaw is more attractive, and that's associated with testosterone levels. And so women who are fertile like more masculine men, and basically if you're on the pill, then you're never in that ovulation phase. And so one thing that may have happened, and I don't know this for sure, but it's interesting to consider, is that since women have been taking the birth control pill, their preference for less masculine men has become more pronounced. And that could easily be one of the things that's fueling at least some of the tension that's existed and exists now politically between men and women. But the point is that you just cannot ignore the massive consequences of a biological revolution like that, and to make any other factor causal when you're trying to understand the political movements, especially in the last, say, 40 years, you're putting the cart before the horse. Now, it's reasonable to point out that the pill wouldn't have been accepted as a technology if certain political changes with regards to the emancipation of women hadn't already been in place, right? No one would have even been allowed to do something like investigate contraception. So you can't separate the biological from the political entirely, but it's still very useful to organizing your thinking to realize just how profound a revolution that was. But now, back in the Victorian times, see, there's another thing about sexuality. Modern people like to think that there's nothing dangerous about sex, and that is like the stupidest thing you could possibly ever hypothesize, because everything about it is dangerous. It's dangerous emotionally, it's dangerous socially, it's dangerous because of the possibility of unwanted pregnancy, and it's dangerous because of the possibility of sickness, and that's a major one. I mean, so when AIDS emerged in the 1980s, that could have easily killed all of us. Now, the fact that it didn't was wonderful, but it did kill hundreds of millions of people. So it was no joke. It was a big deal, and AIDS mutated to take advantage of promiscuity. And so the relationship between sexual behavior and the transmission of disease is actually mediated at the biological level. But anyways, back in the 1890s, they had the same problem, right? They had the problem with syphilis. And syphilis is one nasty disease. It can mimic almost any other disease, and it's devastating to your nervous system, and you can pass it on to your children. And so part of the reason that sexuality was heavily repressed in the Victorian period was not only because of the possibility of unwanted pregnancy, the relative poverty of people. Back in 1895 in Europe, the average person lived on less than $1 a day. In modern terms, it's almost impossible to understand how poor people were. And so sex in a poverty-stricken place is also a lot more dangerous than it is in a rich place, because especially if you were, given the lack of employment opportunities for women back in the Victorian period, if you happened to get pregnant out of wedlock, you were in serious trouble. And so the fact that sexuality was repressed is hardly a surprise, because it was so difficult to integrate into the full-fledged personality, and as it still is. So sexual repression, supposedly characteristic feature of the Victorian period, was often merely the expression of two facts: the lack of diffusion of contraceptives and the fear of venereal disease. It was all the more dangerous because of the great spread of prostitution, and because prostitutes were almost invariably contaminated and therefore potential sources of infection. We can hardly imagine today how monstrous syphilis appeared to people of that time. Well, we can imagine it a little bit better than they could in 1970, because it hasn't, AIDS is still with us, although it's nowhere near the plague that it was, say, 25 years ago. Well, here's the Freudian world. Freud. So let's take a look at the history of the idea of the unconscious to begin with. And one of the things that you might want to consider conceptually is that there are many different forms of unconscious. There's not just one. And so Ellen Berger points out that by 1900, 4 functions of the unconscious had been described. There's a conservative function. So the unconscious stores memories often inaccessible to voluntary recall. Well, that's a strange one. You know, obviously you remember your past, but you don't remember all of what you can remember at any given time. And you don't really have access to that full store of memories, although you can try to remember. So the unconscious is you can imagine the memories are represented somehow neurologically, but the neurological structure isn't exactly the mind. Like the neurological structure isn't exactly your consciousness. There's some relationship between them that we don't know. And the unconscious, from a conceptual perspective, is the place that your memories are that you sometimes can get access to and sometimes can't. And so you might think, well, that there are the memories that you can't get access to. There might be a variety of reasons you can't get access to them. One might be that you've just forgotten them. And one might be that they're so painful that you don't want to bring them to mind. You'll engage in tricks to stop yourself from getting access to them. Or maybe they're memories that are so complex and painful that even if you did get access to them, you wouldn't exactly know what to do with them. And so there's not a lot of reason for you to bring them to mind, because all it is pain without any utility. And when you understand that a little bit, you understand more about what Freud meant by repression. The thing about Freud is that he kind of believed that, like many people believe now, that when you remember an event in the past, it's almost as if you're using a videotape recorder, and that when you experience that, the memory is somehow recorded in you like it happened. But that's not a very accurate version of how memory works. I mean, we know that memories can be easily distorted. For example, if you interview someone about an event and you make suggestions that there was something present in the event that wasn't there, and then you bring them back a couple of weeks later and you ask them about the same event, they'll often incorporate the thing that they were told into the event. And the idea that you can make an objective record of something that's happening to you is kind of a strange notion anyways, because, so for example, if you're having an argument with someone and later you're asked what the argument was about and the other person is asked what the argument is about, there's no necessary reason why the accounts will jibe at all, because a lot of time when you're having an argument with someone, you're arguing about what the argument is about, right? You say, well, you're angry at me. Well, why? This is why I think you're angry at me. And you say, no, this is why I think this event has occurred. And you're thinking about, especially if we know each other well, you're thinking about the contextualization of that event across our entire history. And I'm doing the same thing. And I'm going to highlight things that you're not going to highlight. And I'm going to draw causal inferences that you're not going to draw. And for us just to get on the same page about the memory is going to be very difficult. So the idea that, especially with complex interactions with people, that you can somehow make a video recording of the memory and actually capture what happens is very, very, it's not true. You can't. I mean, you might be able to extract out certain objective facts, but generally, if it's a dialogical issue, if it's a relationship issue, it spans such a long period of time that just cutting a slice of it out doesn't constitute a reasonable record of what it means. And that's what you're more concerned with too. Like when you have an experience, you're not so much concerned about what happened from an objective perspective. You're more concerned about what the experience means. And then you might ask, well, what does it mean to mean something? And that was the question I was trying to answer in that paper I had you read right at the beginning of the class. But one of the things that meaning means is that it has implication for the way you look at the world or the way you act in the world. And so if I tell you something meaningful, what that's going to mean is in the future you're going to act slightly differently, or maybe radically differently, depending on how meaningful it is, but also that the way that you look at the world has shifted. And the way that you look at the world is actually an unconscious process. I mean, you don't know while you're looking at the world how it is or why it is that you're looking at the world in that way. I mean, because, well, first of all, it would just be too complicated. And second, you wouldn't be able to concentrate on what was actually going on. So your attention, for example, is mediated by unconscious forces. And you know that perfectly well. And this is another Freudian observation. You know, if you're sitting down to study, for example, your conscious intent is to study. But you know perfectly well that all sorts of distraction fantasies are going to enter the theater of your imagination non-stop and annoyingly. And there isn't really a lot you can do about that except maybe wait it out. You know, so you'll be sitting there reading and your attention will flicker away. You'll think about
I don't know, maybe you want to watch Jane the Virgin on Netflix or something like that, or maybe it's time to have a peanut butter sandwich, or you should get the dust bunnies out from underneath the bed, or it's time to go outside and have a cigarette, or maybe it's time for a cup of coffee, or it's like all these subsystems in you that would like something aren't very happy just to sit there while you read this thing that you're actually bored by, and so they pop up and try to take control of your perceptions and your actions non-stop. Maybe you think, well, this is a stupid course anyways, why do I have to read this damn paper, and what am I doing in university, and what's the point of life? It's like you can really get going if you're trying to avoid doing your homework, and then you might think, well, what is it in you that's trying to avoid? Because after all, you took the damn course and you told yourself to sit down. Why don't you listen? Well, because you're a mess. That's basically why. You haven't got control over yourself at all. And no more than I have control over this laptop. Okay, so there's the memory function of the unconscious, and there's the dissolutive function. That's an interesting one. The unconscious contains habits, once voluntary, now automatized, and dissociated elements of the personality, which may lead a parasitic existence. That's an interesting one. I would relate that more to procedural memory. You know, so what you've done is practice certain habits, whatever they might be. Let's call them bad habits. And you like those things to get under control, but you can't. So maybe when you're speaking, for example, you use like and you know, and you say a lot. And you've practiced that, so you're really good at it. And you'd like to stop it, but you don't get to, because you've built that little machine right into your being, right? It's neurologically wired, and it's not under conscious control. And anything you practice becomes that. It becomes part of you, and that's another element of the unconscious, a different part. And then there's a creative part, which is that, well, you know, you're sitting around and maybe you're trying to write something, or maybe you want to produce a piece of art or a piece of music, or maybe you're just laying in bed dreaming, and you have all these weird ideas, and especially in dreams, it's like, where do those things come from? And even more strange, one of the things that's really weird about dreams, and almost impossibly weird, is that you're an observer in the dream. It's like a dream is something that happens to you. Well, you're dreaming it, theoretically, so how is it that you can be an observer? It's almost like you're watching a video game or a movie, but you're producing it, at least in principle, although the psychoanalysts would say, well, no, not exactly. Your ego isn't producing it, your unconscious is producing it. It's a different thing. It's a different thing, and of course Jung would say, well, it's deeper than that. The collective unconscious might be producing it. It's, in some sense, it isn't you exactly, or it isn't the you that you think of when you think of you. And that's the ego from the Freudian perspective, the you that you identify with. That's the ego. And outside of that is the unconscious, the id. That's more the place of impulses, and you could think about those as the biological subsystems that can derail your thinking, right? And that govern things like hunger and sex and aggression, and your basic instincts is another way of putting it. And it's a reasonable way of thinking about it, because these are subsystems that you share with animals. You share them certainly with mammals. You share most of them with reptiles. You share a lot of them with amphibians, and even going all the way down to crustaceans, there's commonality, for example, in the dominance hierarchy circuits. And so these are very, very old things. And the idea that you're in control of them is, well, you're not exactly in control of them. And I would say the less integrated you are, the less you're in control of them, and the more they're in control of you. And that can get really out of hand. You know, you can be like with people who have obsessive compulsive disorder, for example, which seems to be, I would say, the dissolutive elements in some sense of the unconscious, the way that it's portrayed here. Poor people with obsessive compulsive disorder, they can spend half their time doing things that they can't really control, and they have very strong impulses to do them, and it's very hard on them to block them. You know, they'll almost panic if those things are blocked. And then you have people with Tourette's syndrome, you know, that they'll be doing all sorts of weird dances and spouting off obscenities and imitating people without being able to control it, and sometimes a little bit of antipsychotic medication can dampen that down, but it's as if there are these autonomous semi-spirits inside of them that grip control over their behavior and make them do things. And, you know, you find that to some degree in your own life, because maybe you've become very attracted to someone, even maybe you don't want to be attracted to the person, and then you find yourself, texting them when you know perfectly well that you should be going to bed, and you're in a grip of something, and you can't control it, and that's all part of the unconscious, and all part of what Freud was studying. The dynamic unconscious, it's alive, and it's a composite. The mind is a composite of contradictory drives. Now, the way Freud thought about this basically was that with the id and the ego and the superego. So if you think about the id as the place where these contradictory drives emerge, so it's sort of nature within, the ego is the thing that's sort of being pushed back and forth by those contradictory drives, and the superego is the thing that's on top saying, you better behave yourself, you better behave yourself. And so it's a different model than the Piagetian model, because Piaget assumed that what would happen is that as the child, and I like the Piagetian model better, I think in healthy development the Piagetian model is correct, but in unhealthy development I think the Freudian model is correct, that instead of integrating, say, the aggressive and sexual drives, for the sake of argument, into your personality as you develop, what happens is the superego just represses them instead. So they don't become a dynamic part of you integrated into your ego, they're just repressed. You just don't manifest them. And so that's how you be a good person, and you can be the victim of a very harsh superego, and that often happens if you've had a particularly tyrannical parent, one or both, or maybe a tyrannical grandparent, or maybe you're your own inner tyrant and you've picked up tyrannical voices through your whole life and aggregated them into this terrible judge that's always watching you, that's criticizing everything you do and restricting you badly, and really badly, in what you're allowed and not allowed to do. You see that with anorexic women. Well, men can be anorexic too, but it's much less rare. They have superegos that are just, or it's one way of thinking about it, they're just deadly. They're just criticizing every bit of them. Well, right to the point, they're really criticizing them out of existence, right? You have to be so perfect that the perfection is not aligned with the ability to live. You don't get to eat, and people like that, they look at their bodies, they even look at their bodies incorrectly. Like anorexics seem to be unable to see their bodies as a whole. They can only see their bodies as parts, and when you start seeing your body as parts, you're really in trouble, because you can't get a sense of actually what it looks like, and body perception is very, very complicated. But anyways, Piaget thought about the ego as, in some sense, as the game that's played by all these dynamic drives that's shaped by the broader community, and so that could all be integrated. But Freud would say, well, look, when that doesn't happen, instead you're subject to the tyranny of the superego, and it just says you should never be angry, right? You should never express yourself sexually, because if you do, there's something wrong with you. You're a bad person, and you're a bad person if you ever get aggressive. And then people who are living like that under those circumstances, they're repressed is the right way to think about it. Now, Freud was interested in the idea that mental disorders could be caused for two reasons. One would be purely bodily, like maybe a head injury, or say in the case of schizophrenia, which is a good example, or manic depressive disorder, we have reason to believe that there's something physiological going on, even though identifying that has been very difficult. And it's probably because there isn't one form of schizophrenia. There's probably many pathways of brain injury that lead to schizophrenic-like symptoms, and there's likely not one form of manic depressive disorder either, if you think of the form as having a standard causal pathway. We know that there are, because we've done genetic studies on people who have manic depressive disorder in their family, and you can identify genes within a family that seem to be contributing to the disorder, but the problem is that those genes don't seem to be. So then you'll take another family group with manic depressive disorder, and it'll be a different genetic combination that causes that. So part of the reason why it's difficult to associate even the more biological mental disorders with biology all the way down is because they're so complex. And then there are other forms of mental disorder that don't seem to be structural at all. They seem to have more to do with, well, let's call it the psyche, right? And that it's more like the contents of your thought have a problem rather than the structures underlying your thought. And of course, that distinction is difficult to make in a fine-grained way, but you kind of get the point. I mean, just because there's an error in your thinking doesn't really mean that the underlying biology in some sense has been compromised. It's complicated, because if the error is bad enough, then it can compromise the underlying biology. But but whatever. It's a conceptual distinction, and part of the conceptual distinction is helpful if you're trying to think, at least in part, about how you might cure it, because if you're thinking about a brain disease, then that implies a different course of treatment, at least in principle, than it does if you're thinking about a psychological disorder, where you might think about talking to someone, for example, and straightening out their thoughts or helping them learn to behave in a different way. And it was really Freud who started to think that he was the first person to really posit, and this is pretty interesting, to directly posit that dialogue or conversation or speaking could be curative. And that's another thing that people don't like to give him credit for. I mean, there wouldn't be all these helping industries, social work and psychology and biological psychiatry, insofar as that also involves communication and counseling and all of these things. None of that would have existed in all likelihood if Freud wouldn't have made the original hypothesis that there was something about communication that could be curative. Now, Freud believed that experiences that hadn't been... Now, he thought about experiences as repressed, and this goes back to the videotape idea of memory. So the idea would be that you have a record of everything that's happened to you, and the record's actually accurate. And then some of those things that happened to you were very, very shocking to you, or very hurtful, or very depressing, or very threatening, and so you've decided that those have become repressed. You're not paying any attention to them. Now, he has a complex mechanism to account for that, and I actually think this is a place where his theory went badly wrong, because you don't have a videotape memory, and it isn't obvious that the memories that you have of traumatic events are fully fledged and causally appropriate, but just not paid attention to. It's more like they're murky and unclear in and of themselves, and they contain too much. And I don't think that people so much repress as they do refuse to attend to, or are unable to attend to. So it's more like a passive avoidance than a passive avoidance of something that needs to be explored and gone through, rather than it is something you know that you don't want to look at, that you or part of you has put away. And I think that's a major weakness in his theory, and has led to a lot of problems with the idea of repression per se. But anyways, that was his idea, that terrible things have happened to you, and you, or some part of you, doesn't want to know about them. And so they live those repressed experiences live an autonomous life of their own too. And here's an example of a trivial example of how that might work. Imagine that you're at work, and your boss says something to you that disturbs you. Maybe it makes you question whether your job is stable, and so you're kind of upset about that, but it's a casual, offhand comment, and you go back to work and you just sort of forget that even happened. Maybe because you're attending to something else. But then you go home and you're just crabby as can possibly be, and you go home and one of the people there says something a little annoying and you snap at them. It's like, well, that's analogous to what Freud would call a complex, right? Is that this, because you can imagine what's happened is that the boss's words have brought up a whole little sub-personality predicated on doubt up to the surface. And who knows how deep that would be. Well, what happens if I lose my job? And if I lose my job, well, what sort of person am I exactly? And what about all these other times that I've failed? And then maybe you remember the other times that you failed. And what am I going to do in the future? So it's this whole cluster of ideas that surrounds that doubt. And that's been activated. It's a little part of you. And then maybe you're not attending to that because you're busy doing some other work. But when you go home, something triggers it. And like it's already there. You get way more upset than you should. And that's what a complex is, except in a much more complicated manner. Like a complex might be a whole series of experiences that you've had that are united by some emotion, like threat, that haven't been transformed into a coherent representation, but that can rise out of the unconscious and possess you. If you guys, many of you guys have been depressed at least one point in your life, it's actually very common for University of Toronto students, especially in their first year. It's about 1 in 3. If you give students the Beck Depression Inventory, about 1 in 3 University of Toronto students in our research have hit criteria for hospitalization. I mean, the Beck is a little oversensitive as far as I'm concerned, but you know what it's like when you're depressed? It's like it's a part of your personality sort of subsumes the whole. And depression, quite classically, is, well, you can't think of anything good that happened to you in the past, and you can't think of any reason why the present is good for anything, and you're pretty damn hopeless about the future. And so that's a complex as well, and it's a complex that consists of nothing but negative emotion, and it structures your memory and your perception and your plans for the future all at the same time. Now, Freud had a very lengthy list of ways that people could be treacherous towards experiences they had that they wanted to repress, and so he called them defense mechanisms. This is how you fool yourself into believing that you don't have to take into account a certain set of negative experiences. You know, it's like, well, we'll go through the repression. Okay, well, we talked about that. Denial. Well, denial is a very complicated one. See if I can come up with a good example. Well, there's a classic example for people who have, I think it's called anosognosia, I don't remember exactly. It's neglect. That's a less technical way of thinking about it. So let's say you have a right parietal damage from a stroke, and you'll lose the left side of your body, so you can't move it anymore. But worse, you don't know it's there, and you don't know that the left side of anything is there anymore. And God only knows how that happens. But like, you'll only eat half the food on your plate, only on the right-hand side. And if someone asks you to draw a clock, you'll cram all the numbers into the one side. And so you kind of lose the idea of left. And I think it's sort of like, you know how when you're looking forward, there's nothing behind you? You can't see anything back here. It's not black. It's not even gone. It's just simply not there at all. And so if you could imagine that sort of stretching around halfway, that seems to be something what neglect is like. But anyways, if you take someone with neglect, according to Ramachandra, and if you irrigate their ear with cold water, the ear on the opposite side, then they'll kind of have a little convulsion, and then all of a sudden they become aware of their missing left side. If you talk to them before you do the irrigation, you say, well, what's up with your left arm? And they'll say, well, my arthritis is bothering me and I don't want to move it. They come up with something that sounds akin to denial, you know. And then if you can snap them out of that with that irrigation, then they'll have a catastrophic emotional response, logically enough, to the loss of their entire left side. And Ramachandran reports that lasting about 20 minutes, and then they'll snap out of it and go right back into the denial. And sometimes people deny things because they can't update. What's happened to them is so overwhelming that they cannot construct a new model. They just rely on the old one. And you see this. Well, imagine first that you've just had a tooth pulled, and you know how long your tongue takes to like remap the inside of your mouth. It's really hard to come up with a new concept of you if something catastrophic happens. And so sometimes the denial is just that the thing that has happened is so overwhelming that the person can't model it. But then maybe also they refuse to think about it. And you see this emerging in lots of strange ways. So for example, if people develop diabetes, for example, they're often not very good at taking their medication or regulating their diet. And you might say, well, they're denying the existence of their illness. And to some degree, they're probably doing that because who the hell wants to think that they're diabetic? But even worse than that, it's like, it's complicated to be diabetic. You're no longer the same person that you were. And so you have to learn a whole bunch of new ways to be this new person. What to eat, when to eat, how to check your blood. You have to be careful whenever you go out and eat. Like, there's 100 new things a day that you have to learn. And so separating denial from inability is a hard one, but you can also understand that people might deny, no, that's just not happening. I'm not going to admit to that. Reaction formation. Oh, that's one. Maybe you hate your sister, and maybe you have your reasons, but you shouldn't hate your sister. So what you do is act as if you really, really like her. That's an overcompensation. So that's another form of defense mechanism. Displacement. My boss yells at me, I yell at my husband yells at the baby bites the cat. Well, they're not really dealing with the problem, which is the boss. It's just pushed on down the road. And identification. You're bullied. And instead of coming to terms with the fact that bullying occurs, you start bullying other people. Rationalization. Well, you know what that means already. You know, maybe you don't do your homework, you're procrastinating. I bet you can come up with 15 rationalizations, no problem, for why it's actually not necessary for you to do your homework right then. Intellectualization, well, Woody Allen's movies are about like that. He's got all these neurotic problems, but he's smart, and so he can come up with intelligent reasons why he's so messed up, even though he knows he's messed up and it doesn't help. Sublimation, well, that was one of the things that Freud thought characterized art. So, for example, there's a lot of erotic content in art. And so if you're having trouble establishing a relationship, or if you want to have a relationship with many people, then maybe what you do is sculpt nudes and paint them. And then there's projection, which is I'm having an argument with you, and I'm unwilling to admit to my dark motivations, and I'm very skeptical of you, and so I assume that you're characterized by all the dark motivations that I won't admit to in myself. So now, Freud also believed that it was unconscious ideas that were at the core of psychological conflicts, and he described those conflicts as incomprehensible distress, psychosomatic symptoms, and so those would be the manifestation of psychological content in bodily form. So that might be stress. A stress-related illness might be one way of thinking about that. I've had clients who had hysterical epilepsy, so that was quite interesting. So that was a somatic manifestation of a psychological problem. Back when Freud was practicing, hysteria was much more common, and maybe that was partly because Victorian society was so centered on the theater and so dramatic, and people would come in with like a paralyzed arm or something like that he could sort out with hypnosis. And so they were manifesting their psychological distress in bodily form, often in a manner that was representative of that psychological conflict in some way. Behavioral anomalies, hallucinations, and delusions. He thought that all of those could be manifestations of internal psychological conflict with their sets of unconscious ideas. So, you know, let's go back to the boss example. Your boss says something nasty to you, you come home, someone says something a bit provoking, and you fly off the handle, and then you have an argument about what the hell's up with you, because they say, well, look, what I said was, you know, this big, and you reacted like this, and you're going to say, well, no, you're always annoying like that, and which is kind of a denial thing, and maybe the person doesn't let up, and they say, no, I really know that something's wrong, and you do like 6 other things to keep them the hell away from you, and finally they're persistent enough so you break down crying, and you say, well, I had this terrible day at work, and you didn't even really notice that you knew that until the moment of the tears. And you see that very frequently in psychotherapy too. If you're talking to people, for example, maybe they're relating a story about their marriage that collapsed badly, and they're talking, and all of a sudden they'll say something and they'll tear up, and then they'll continue, and you can grab that. You say, look, you just said something. I noticed that your eyes filled with tears when you said that. What was going through your mind? Now, often they unless you catch it quick, they'll forget. So they're talking, and the talking about the past is, you know, flashing off imagistic memories, and you'll say, well, that made you cry, and they often don't like that, because for obvious reasons, that something's come up that they don't want to talk about. And so you say, well, what was flashing through your mind? And the person will tell you, like, quite a lengthy little memory fantasy about a sequence of events that, you know, is still a hot button issue. And that's another example of this underlying complex, you know. And if you watch people, you can watch people in normal conversation, this happens all the time. Their eyes will move, or they'll smile, or you can see as they're speaking that all sorts of different ideas are flitting through their head. It's dreamlike in a sense too. It's sort of as if the person is talking and they're dreaming at the same time. There's this image-laden set of memories that's going on at the same time. And that can be quite broad, far broader than they could encapsulate in the words. And so you can catch that. And if you're really listening to someone, really paying attention to them, you can see when they're doubtful, or when they pause for a long time. That's another one. You know that something's come up that's occupying their mind and interfering with the flow of conversation. Freud was very good at listening in that manner. Well, that happens with jokes too, you know. And like, for example, when I was showing you guys the Lion King stills the other day, and I showed you that picture of Nella laying on her back with that peculiar expression on her face, everybody immediately laughed. And Freud would have considered that an entry point into the unconscious, because there's a reason you were laughing about it. It goes along with it. Well, it would have gone along with the sexual complex in that situation. And everybody recognizes it instantly, and they laugh about it. And comedians are really good at that, because if they're good comedians, they say what everyone's thinking, but no one will say. And it's a relief to everyone, you know. What's his name? Canadian comedian. He's always making racial jokes. No, it's Canadian. Yeah, Russell Peters. I mean, he's a great example of that, you know. He fills a whole stadium with people of all different ethnicities, and every single one of them is dying to be insulted because of their racial background, you know. It's a relief to everyone. So he insults the Arabs, and then he insults the Jews, and then he insults the Christians, and everybody's going, oh, I'm so glad finally someone said that. You know, so he's speaking to part of their unconscious, and it's the part that's actually uncomfortable with all of that kind of discussion being repressed and staying below the surface. It's way too weighty for people. So jokes express in playful language what culture will not formally express. So you know too that when the culture starts going after the comedians, things are not good. So you should leave the damn comedians alone, because they're the people that can tell the truth, and if you start to get annoyed at them, then that's not good. So Freud was also extraordinarily interested in dreams. Poor Freud, we're just not going to be able to cover him in enough detail. Well, how will we do this? Because I should tell you about the dreams. Freud wrote a book called The Interpretation of Dreams, and he was the first person, I would say, who subjected dreams to a really comprehensive analysis, and he used them to investigate the place of complexes in his psychotherapeutic practice. So his clients would recount their dreams to him. Now, he believed that dreams always expressed an unconscious wish, and that was tied into his theory of repression. And so, for example, if you were very, very sexually repressed, which was very common at the time, then you'd have dreams with sexual content that were expressing the undesirable fantasy, essentially. And by analyzing the dream, you could get down to what was being repressed. Now, Freud believed that the dream more or less tied itself in knots, trying to hide its content in some sense. And Jung believed instead that the dream was actually trying to be as clear as it could. It just wasn't part of the, let's call it the semantic memory system. It was more like a feeler out into the unknown. It was trying to represent things as clearly as it could, and so its use of symbols and that sort of thing wasn't so much to hide the actual unpleasant content from the dreamer, but to express it in the only language that the dream could use. And so Freud, of course, also believed that some of that was true. All right, well, we're going to have to stop there. So, since it's 2 o'clock, so we'll see you on Tuesday.